Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yin Chapter 606 to Chapter 676. A couple of elite Dodi stood in the empty air in the sky. Many pairs of eyes were thrown toward the distant horizon. A dark black thick thundercloud was repeatedly churning and gathering at that spot. Occasionally, a rumbling thunder was emitted from it. Even though it was a great distance away, it was still incomparably clearly transmitted into the ears of Xiaoyan's group. Hearing the frightening might contained within the rumbling thunder, even with Xiaoyan's mental strength, his heart could not help but tremble. The detribulation was really frightening. It was indeed worthy of being the tomb of a bandit. If this attack were to land, it was likely that no bandit would be able to receive it. This was something that even Xiaoyan could not achieve. The remaining few elite Dodi in the sky also revealed shocked expressions as they stared at the dark black thundercloud. The shock in their hearts was not much less than Xiaoyan's. Even though they had already passed this threshold, their hearts still involuntarily palpitated when they saw the detribulation once again. These people who had personally experienced the detribulation were naturally incomparably clear about how frightening it was. If one's mind was not stable and one's willpower was not firm when breaking through to the Dodi class, it was possible that one would fail to pass the tribulation. Under this detribulation, one could only rely on one's willpower and doqi. The only thing one could rely on when facing the detribulation was oneself. Rumble. Suddenly, the dark black thundercloud at the edge of the sky began to churn intensely. It was just like a magical beast that had gone crazy. The earth-shaking rumbling thunder continued to resound over the sky. Everyone felt an intense piercing pain being transmitted from their eardrums. Shilin City below had immediately become chaotic. This darkness was merely the prelude to the arrival of a storm. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. From the beginning until the end, the detribulation had yet to truly descend. Rumble. Until a certain moment, the rolling thunderclouds suddenly started to roll violently like boiling water. At the same time, the aura on it became even more terrifying. Numerous silver-colored thunderbolts continued to shoot out from the thundercloud. Soon after, the dark black thundercloud gradually split apart and formed a crack line. Xiaoyan's group could clearly see a shocking lightning that connected the sky and the earth suddenly shot out from the thundercloud. At this moment, the sky trembled. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock and fear. Compared to the previous thunderbolts, this one could only be described as shocking. The huge thunderbolt was hundreds of meters thick. The silver-white thunderbolt was like a lightning dragon. The moment it descended, the entire world seemed to dim. An extremely frightening aura spread across the land. Everyone stared at the scene in the sky in horror. Some of the weaker ones even turned deathly pale in the face of this earth-shaking thunderbolt. Some of them even felt their spirits tremble in fear, causing the blood and qi in their bodies to churn, causing them to suffer serious injuries. Boom! The moment the thunderbolt fell, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out. Everyone lifted their eyes and looked over. The thunderbolt, which was accompanied by a destructive aura, was actually forcefully stopped in midair by another incomparably powerful force. What a powerful force! At this moment, everyone's gazes changed. Everyone's eyes were filled with extreme horror. No one could have imagined that the earth-shattering thunderbolt would be forcibly stopped by another force. Being an observer, Xiaoyan was naturally clearly aware of this point in his heart. If one wished to block the detribulation, one could only rely on the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation. It was impossible for anyone else to lend a hand. Therefore, the person who stopped the Emperor tribulation had to be the person who was breaking through. As expected, everyone focused their eyes. Even though they could not see clearly, they were still able to vaguely see a human figure. The figure's entire body was covered by a dense white doqi. It had even formed a doqi barrier within 1,000 feet of his body. At this moment, there was a huge Ling Tian palm in front of him. It was this palm that had unleashed a terrifying strength that had forcefully blocked the Emperor's tribulation. Bang! An earth-shaking boom was once again emitted. Everyone saw that the Emperor tribulation with a frightening aura was actually forced back by 1,000 feet by that human figure. However, this was not the end. That human figure did not show any signs of weakness. Dense white doqi scattered as the human figure moved. In the blink of an eye, he had once again engaged in battle with the Emperor Tribulation. Bang bang bang. Immediately, a series of explosions shook the sky. Wave after wave of majestic Doqi ripples swept across the sky. Even though they were a great distance away, Xiaoyan's group still involuntarily felt a deep chill in their hearts. However, they did not know whether this chill originated from the soul-stirring Emperor Tribulation or from the mysterious human figure with dense white Doqi surging over his body. At the same time, 3 pairs of eyes with various colors were also observing the change in this place from 3 other places. The 3 pairs of eyes were either filled with surprise, or even a trace of a cold smile. It was as though it was not important whether this human figure could break through the Do D class or not. The battle between the human figure and the Emperor Tribulation in the sky became increasingly intense. At this moment, Xiaoyan's dark black eyes were focused on the Emperor Tribulation in the sky. He involuntarily frowned. A surprise involuntarily rose in his heart. It seemed that this Emperor Tribulation was not as troublesome as Guyu had described. TCH, what does this brat know? This is merely the first Emperor Tribulation. If one wishes to truly survive the Emperor Tribulation, one must endure 6 Emperor Tribulations. The strength of these 6 Emperor Tribulations is each stronger than the last. Guyu faintly mocked Xiaoyan after having guessed his thoughts. However, before Xiaoyan could retort, another earth-shaking explosion was quickly emitted. The Emperor Tribulation in the sky was actually forcefully shattered by that human figure. Haha. Emperor Tribulation, is this the Emperor Tribulation? It seems that it is merely SOSO. All the Bandi Emperors view you as a grave, but you are not even one in my eyes. You are not even a speck of dirt. A human figure emitting dense white Doqi stood proudly in the distant sky. His face, which was covered by Doqi, revealed a disdainful cold smile. This Emperor Tribulation was really unable to withstand a single blow from him. At the very least, the Emperor Tribulation had been suppressed by him during the collision earlier. Of course, while he spoke these arrogant words, he had forgotten that if he had not swallowed the completed Emperor Tribulation pill, it was likely that he would have difficulty dealing with this Emperor Tribulation. When the figure spat out such arrogant words, it seemed to have completely enraged the thundercloud. Immediately, the pitch-black thundercloud began to churn violently. Within a short span of a few breaths, an aura that was even more terrifying than before began to spread from the thundercloud. At this moment, the expression on the human figure's face, which was covered by Doqi, gradually stiffened. The detribulation with a shocking aura continued for an entire day. In the end, the mysterious man dragged his seriously injured body and forcefully endured the detribulation. It was only at this moment that Xiaoyan and the others gradually recovered. Only then did everyone understand just how frightening the detribulation was. Even an expert as strong as a Do Di would be in danger of dying in front of it. Xiaoyan bitterly recovered. There was a lingering fear on his face as he quietly withdrew the words he had said earlier. Guyu was right. The detribulation was indeed much more frightening than he had imagined. He had underestimated the detribulation. Xiaoyan's aura trembled as he slowly exhaled. Only then did he lower his body and land in the city. His eyes looked at the absent-minded crowd in the city. Xiaoyan's eyes revealed traces of shock deep within his eyes. This detribulation is really too frightening. That person from earlier nearly died under the detribulation. If it was me, it is likely that. Xiaoyan's forehead involuntarily revealed traces of cold sweat as he recalled the scene from earlier. He inhaled a deep breath of air and calmed himself. Only then did Xiaoyan lift his foot and continue to slowly walk into the city. TSK, I haven't even asked you to fight yet. What's there to be afraid of? Although that Emperor's Tribulation is very powerful, you're only a 6-star half-martial emperor right now. Which 6-star half-martial emperor would be able to defeat a 9-star half-martial emperor? Once you reach that level in the future, how can it not be easier for you to pass the detribulation than that fellow? Relax, with your skills, it will be much easier for you when it is your turn to break through. Guyu half-joked as he sensed the worry in Xiaoyan's heart. Xiaoyan gently nodded after hearing these words. His heart calmed down. That's right, Guyu was right. Currently, he was merely a 6-star Bandi. However, with his fighting strength that far exceeded those of the same level, he believed that he would not be able to pass the detribulation by relying on the detribulation pill, the Do-D bloodline, and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline. When he broke through to the Do-D class, Xiaoyan's heart finally sighed in relief when he thought of this. The worry in his heart had been put down, and his entire body immediately felt relaxed. Xiaoyan smiled and lifted his eyes. His spiritual strength spread out and swiftly found a couple of shops within Shilin City. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. His footsteps changed and he instantly unleashed the sky extinction steps. The black-robed human figure immediately transformed into a flowing wind. Before the passers-by around him could sense anything, he had already disappeared from the end of this street. The bright moon hung high in the dark night sky. The bright stars spread across the night sky like silver sand. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on a mountain peak in a certain deep mountain outside of Shilin City. Wave after wave of natural energy gathered toward Xiaoyan from all around. It was not until an hour later that Xiaoyan, who was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly exited his training state. Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head and sighed. Since he had just broken through to the intermediate 6-star Band D class, the vortex in Xiaoyan's body was unable to gather more Do-Chi no matter how hard he tried to train. Ugh, looks like I still need some time to get used to it. Otherwise, it will be difficult to increase my strength. Xiaoyan sighed softly in his mouth. He could not help but let out a soft sigh. After the incident during the day, Xiaoyan may have visited all the large and small shops in Shilin City. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan did not find anything that he needed. This caused Xiaoyan to feel helpless in his heart. He could only turn his attention to training. Unfortunately, as Xiaoyan had just broken through to the intermediate 6-star Band D class, he was unable to increase his strength any further in a short period of time. There was still a month before the opening of the desolate ancient ruins. Xiaoyan was somewhat at a loss in the remaining month. Sigh, Xiaoyan helplessly curled his lips and waved his hand. A scarlet medicine cauldron immediately landed heavily before Xiaoyan. It was the 10,000 beast cauldron. Since he was unable to do anything at the moment, he might as well refine some medicinal pellets. It could also be considered as increasing his alchemy skills as a rank 2 alchemist. Taking out the medicine cauldron, Xiaoyan flicked his finger. A gorgeous flame of desire immediately rose from within the medicine cauldron. Immediately after, Xiaoyan was about to take out some medicinal ingredients and prepare to refine medicinal pellets. However, he immediately frowned and hesitated for a moment. With Xiaoyan's current soul power, refining ordinary rank 2 medicinal pellets was no longer a problem. During the process of refining medicinal pellets, Xiaoyan could even multitask. To the current Xiaoyan, refining rank 2 medicinal pellets was no longer a problem. With his powerful soul power. Unless it was a rank 3 medicinal pellet, practically any rank 2 medicinal pellet would be easy for Xiaoyan. To the current Xiaoyan who urgently needed to cultivate his alchemy skills, these medicinal pellets were of no use. Xiaoyan thought for an instant in his heart. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly brightened. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. A thought passed through his heart and his spiritual strength immediately separated. They swiftly agglomerated into 9 human figures around Xiaoyan. These 9 figures were the 9 clones that Xiaoyan had condensed using the 9-body transformation technique. Instead of doing 2 things at once, it was better to do 10 things at once. In this way, it would be able to help Xiaoyan increase his alchemist skills. At the same time, he would be able to control these 9 avatars to train. This could really be called killing 10 birds with 1 stone. After doing all this, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his sleeve. Immediately, many rays of light flew out from the storage ring on Xiaoyan's hand and floated in the void in front of him. Xiaoyan slowly closed his eyes and split his mind 10 times. He did his best to control his soul power. Hee, brat, aren't you afraid of eating too much at once? Using the soul power of a rank 2 alchemist to do 10 things at once? Brat, you are the first person I have ever seen to do this. At this moment, even Guyu, who was in Xiaoyan's body, could not help but laugh and scold him. Even he did not have much hope in Xiaoyan's crazy actions. However, wasn't it Xiaoyan's character to find the possibility in the impossible? Any despair would eventually be replaced by a glimmer of hope in front of Xiaoyan. Even though it was almost impossible, miracles always happened at the last moment. No one could deny the outcome until the last moment. Although miracles were illusory, there were many times when one had no choice but to believe in them. Moreover, this fellow in front of him did not seem to lack such things. Puff. Following a soft muffled sound, Xiaoyan, who was standing in front of the huge bright red medicinal cauldron, involuntarily became even paler. Even with Xiaoyan's mental fortitude, he could not help but feel a heartache when he saw the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron being burned to ashes once again. Within a short 5 days, the number of medicinal ingredients that had been refined into ashes within the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan had already reached 7 sets. These medicinal ingredients were all medicinal ingredients that were used to refine a Tier 2 high-grade medicinal pill. If these medicinal ingredients were taken out and placed on the market, each set would be able to be exchanged for at least 10 million spirit coins. However, it was because of this that 7 sets of medicinal ingredients had been forcefully burned in Xiaoyan's hands. According to the words of an ordinary person, how was Xiaoyan refining medicinal pills? He was basically burning money. It was likely that even the 4 great clans would not dare to squander high-grade medicinal ingredients in such a large manner. TSK, what a pity. Such good medicinal ingredients are gone just like that. What a waste, what a waste. Guyu's figure slowly appeared in the empty space beside Xiaoyan. His old face revealed a regretful expression as he spoke in a regretful tone. Xiaoyan involuntarily curled his lips when he heard this. He focused on controlling the 9 avatars. At the same time, he hurriedly withdrew his thoughts and ignored Guyu. A thought passed through his mind and the brilliant heavenly flame once again rose from the 1,000-beast cauldron in front of him. With the previous 7 failures, Xiaoyan was undoubtedly even more cautious than before. After the heavenly flame rose, Xiaoyan was not in a hurry to throw the medicinal ingredients into the medicinal cauldron. Instead, he carefully sensed the changes in the temperature within the medicinal cauldron. A long while later, when the temperature within the medicinal cauldron reached a certain critical point, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. A fiery red flower suspended above the medicinal cauldron was thrown into the medicinal cauldron by Xiaoyan with a swoosh sound. The instant the medicinal ingredient entered the 1,000-beast cauldron, the magnificent heavenly flame violently pounced on the medicinal ingredient. Even with the medicinal cauldron as a barrier, the terrifyingly high temperature still caused one to feel a wave of heat. The ferocious heavenly flame was like a mad lion in the medicinal cauldron. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it quickly wrapped around the medicinal herb. The terrifying high temperature crazily gnawed on the surface of the medicinal herb. In just a short moment, traces of blood like scarlet juice were extracted from the medicinal herb. In less than an hour, all that was left of the medicinal ingredients that had been thrown into the medicinal cauldron was a red liquid that was about the size of a palm. Under the wrapping of the heavenly flame, it was rotating within the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, an extremely powerful and wild medicinal property within the liquid seemed to have come alive at this moment. It emitted a majestic energy that violently smashed against the walls of the medicinal cauldron. It emitted a loud dang 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 sound that shook one's soul. Faced with this, Xiaoyan's expression did not change in the slightest. He attentively controlled the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, the 9 incarnations beside him also entered a state of frantic training. Magnificent fiery light illuminated the surroundings. 9 enormous doqi vortexes stood in the sky. Their frightening suction power was pouring enormous amounts of doqi into the 9 human figures below. As the medicinal ingredients in the 1,000-beast cauldron before Xiaoyan were being refined, the auras of the 9 incarnations around Xiaoyan gradually became stronger. Currently, among the 9 incarnations, other than one incarnation that possessed the strength of an initial stage 5-star half-martial emperor, the other 8 incarnations were at most 4-star half-martial emperors. There was even one incarnation that only possessed the strength of a 1-star half-martial emperor. Even if the 9 incarnations were to merge into one, their strength would only reach the strength of an advanced stage 5-star half-martial emperor. It would be incomparably difficult for them to help Xiaoyan. Moreover, the enemies that Xiaoyan was facing were becoming stronger and stronger. They had even reached the Do-D level. When facing enemies of that level, it was simply impossible for him to explode his incarnations to deal with them. As for those below the Do-D level, it was already very difficult for them to injure Xiaoyan in the slightest. Currently, if Xiaoyan wanted to make use of these 9 incarnations, he would have to increase their strength. Of course, compared to ordinary training, the method of increasing the strength of the incarnations was much simpler. Due to the fact that Xiaoyan's actual body's strength had already reached that of a 6-star half-martial emperor, before that, the 9 incarnations would not encounter any bottlenecks to break through. In other words, as long as these 9 incarnations possessed sufficient dou qi, it would not be difficult for them to break through to the 6-star half-martial emperor level in a short period of time. However, the enormous amount of energy required for this period of time was nowhere to be found. If he were to follow an ordinary training method, with the cultivation speed of these 9 incarnations, he would need at least 10 years to reach the 6-star half-martial emperor level. Moreover, this was under the premise that they did not encounter any bottlenecks to break through. Huff huff huff, following this crazy training and the crazy refinement of the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron, a faint unusual fragrance slowly drifted out of the medicinal cauldron 10 days later. At this moment, Gu Yu, who was seated beside Xiaoyan and waiting, immediately felt a change in his heart. His turbid old eyes suddenly shrunk and the expression on his old face was filled with shock. At this moment, it seemed as though the entire world had become silent. He did not expect that Xiaoyan in front of him had actually succeeded, multitasking 10 times at once. Moreover, he had actually succeeded in the end. This was really too unbelievable. This fellow has actually succeeded. Gu Yu's lips and teeth trembled slightly. His mouth was extremely dry as he slowly uttered these words. The shock in his voice was difficult to describe with words. The moment Gu Yu sniffed the unusual fragrance, he understood in his heart that Xiaoyan was not far from the final step of forming a pill. He believed that in at most 2 days, Xiaoyan would be able to successfully refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Of course, Gu Yu was not surprised that Xiaoyan was able to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill. However, the shocking thing was that Xiaoyan was also controlling the 9 incarnations at the same time and crazily training together. This was the most difficult step to achieve. There were many people who could refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill, but if one were to multitask, it was likely that not many people in the entire Yuanwu continent would dare to attempt it. His gaze slowly landed on the interior of the medicinal cauldron. An uneven medicinal pill was rotating within the heavenly flame. Following the refinement of the heavenly flame, the medicinal strength that spread out from the medicinal pill was gradually being absorbed. A lustrous luster was also being revealed bit by bit from the medicinal cauldron. It was like a tender bud that had just sprouted and also like a fruit that had fallen off its leaves. The pill-forming process continued for an entire day within the bright red medicinal cauldron. This was half of what Gu Yu had expected. In the end, a dense pill fragrance seeped out of the medicinal cauldron like a dense fog. Gu Yu involuntarily frowned when he saw this. If this pill fragrance was allowed to spread, it might end up attracting those fellows with sharp noses. This was not a good thing for Xiaoyan. Gu Yu softly laughed. He waved his large hand and an invisible force swiftly formed an invisible energy barrier around 100 feet from Xiaoyan. The pill fragrance did not have the opportunity to spread under this barrier. However, even though Xiaoyan controlled the pill fragrance from spreading in all directions, the originally clear and bright sky suddenly changed color at the same time that the medicinal pill was being formed within the medicinal cauldron. The originally clear sky had turned into a rolling lightning fog in the blink of an eye. Rumbling thunder continuously sounded. Within a short couple of breaths, a dark black thundercloud had already occupied the empty space above Xiaoyan's head. However, this thundercloud still showed signs of continuing to spread. Gu Yu's face, which had just recovered, once again frowned when he saw this scene. An ordinary Tier 2 medicinal pill would not be able to stir such a large thundercloud. Unless, Gu Yu's eyes suddenly hardened when he thought of a certain possibility. While his heart was shocked, his sharp eyes immediately looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan. More accurately speaking, he was looking at the Tier 2 medicinal pill that had just been refined within the medicinal cauldron. Could it be, this brat is really too frightening? Rumble, the skin at the corner of Gu Yu's eyes twitched intensely. Both of his eyes appeared as though he was looking at a monster as he looked at Xiaoyan. The dark black thundercloud in the sky began to become restless after his soft muttering sounded. Xiaoyan exhaled a long breath of air that had been suppressed in his chest. He had not breathed a sigh of relief for half a month. At this moment, a smile, as though he had just survived a calamity, finally surfaced on his pale face. Haha, finally, I have succeeded in refining it. Xiaoyan sighed softly in his mouth. Only then did he slowly lift his eyes. His body, which was seated on the mountain peak, did not move. His eyes looked at the sky, where the thundercloud was churning intensely. Haha, pill lightning huh. Come at me if you have the ability. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was lifted into a faint arc. He was not the least bit nervous about this pill lightning. Instead, there was a cold smile on his face. It seemed that this thing, which could cause the expressions of most alchemists to change, was nothing to him. The thundercloud, which was churning intensely, seemed to have sensed the cold smile in Xiaoyan's heart. In the next moment, the aura of the thundercloud, which was churning intensely, became even more frightening. Soon after, a huge crack appeared in the middle of the dark black thundercloud, as though it had been forcefully torn apart. Soon after, bang! A frightening thunderbolt with a frightening aura suddenly fell from the thundercloud in the sky. Its target was Xiaoyan below, as well as the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Haha, if you are the Emperor Tribulation, I will really not be a match for you. However, since it is pill lightning, Xiaoyan laughed out loud. His seated body did not move. It was as though he was waiting for the arrival of the pill lightning. At the same time, the might of the pill lightning soared after being provoked by Xiaoyan. The invisible space collapsed wherever it passed. Even the world could not help but tremble in front of it. Humph, even though this was the case, Xiaoyan merely let out a cold laugh in exchange for this single lightning. In the next moment, Xiaoyan waved his hand when the pill lightning was about to land. A glow suddenly flashed on the storage ring on his finger. A black light immediately shot out in a lightning-like manner. In an instant, the red light covered the empty space around him. Soon after, it violently collided with the pill lightning that was heading toward him. Bang! The world shook. An earth-shaking explosion resounded in all directions. At the same time, the attention of everyone in Shilin City was once again attracted by the thundercloud in the sky outside the city. After half a month, these people could not help but recall the scene from half a month ago when they saw the thundercloud again. However, at this moment, this thundercloud was clearly closer to them compared to the thundercloud from half a month ago. Moreover, based on what everyone knew, this thundercloud was undoubtedly a pill lightning. Since it was a pill lightning, these Band D experts in the city would involuntarily feel a curiosity and greed in their hearts. Immediately, numerous rays of light leaped into the sky from the city. All of them swiftly flew toward Xiaoyan's location. After the explosion, the black ray of light was violently sent flying by the sky-high thunderbolt. At the same time, the pill lightning was also forcefully blocked. The black ray of light landed and transformed into the figure of the Northern King. At a closer look, a frightening force had forcefully smashed a huge hole in the chest of the Northern King. It looked extremely frightening. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening it would be if the thunderbolt from earlier landed on a living person's body. Although this was the case, when Xiaoyan looked over, the huge hole in the chest of the Northern King was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King had completely recovered. Moreover, after being struck by the pill lightning, not only was the Northern King not injured, but his black skin had also become even darker. Many thumb-sized thunderbolts continued to flow on the surface of the Northern King's body. At a closer look, purple gold light quietly appeared on the surface of the Northern King's body. Huh? The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he sensed this. Soon after, a joy swiftly rose from the bottom of his heart. This kind of situation was something that Xiaoyan had seen on the golden demon puppets back then. When the color on the puppet's body changed, it proved that the puppet's strength was about to enter the next level. The little change that was happening to the Northern King in front of him indicated that the strength of the Northern King was about to surpass the Band D class and enter the elite Do D class. For the current Xiaoyan, this could be said to be a truly earth-shaking joy. Currently, the opening of the desolate ancient remains was imminent. Experts from all over the world had gathered in Shilin City. Forget about the Band D class experts, there were at least 10 elite Do D class experts. At this moment, the little change of the Northern King had created a huge problem in Xiaoyan's heart. If the Northern King broke through to the Do D class, he would have greater confidence in this trip to the desolate ancient remains. Bang bang bang. Rumbling thunder sounded in all directions. A dark black thunderbolt collided intensely with a black light in the sky. Within a short moment, the two of them had already collided over 100 times. Numerous frightening energy ripples that could destroy the world continued to sweep across the empty space. The pill lightning, which was originally able to rely on the strength of the world to temporarily gain the upper hand, gradually fell into a disadvantage after exchanging over 100 blows with the Northern King. The Northern King was a puppet. Its body did not have any feeling when it fought. As long as Xiaoyan did not open his mouth to stop the fight, the Northern King would definitely fight to the death with its opponent. Moreover, when faced with the pill lightning, regardless of how strong it was, it could only be gradually swallowed by the Northern King's special ability and become a part of the Northern King's strength. The Northern King's undying and indestructible body, coupled with this strange ability to become more valiant the longer it fought, was the most frightening pill lightning in the hearts of most alchemists. However, to the Northern King, it was the best medicine to raise its strength. Bang! Following an earth-shaking bang, the pill lightning in the Northern King's hand was actually forcefully shattered by a punch. The enormous pill lightning was forcefully shattered into pieces by the Northern King's hand. Before the thunderbolt scattered, an extremely frightening suction force suddenly surged out of the Northern King's body. This suction force specialized in dealing with thunderbolts. In the blink of an eye, the shattered pill lightning that permeated the sky was completely swallowed by the Northern King. At the same time, the purple gold flowing light on the surface of the Northern King's body gradually became clearer. At this moment, the purple gold flowing light had already covered over half of the Northern King's body. From the looks of it, it was likely that the Northern King would advance to a Dodi soon. At that time, Xiaoyan would no longer be afraid even if he were to face an elite Dodi. After the Northern King completely absorbed the pill lightning, the dark black thunderclouds in the sky once again began to churn intensely. Compared to before, Xiaoyan was even able to sense the deep destructive strength being emitted from the thunderclouds. If Xiaoyan was the one who received this attack, it was likely that he would be seriously injured even if he could receive it. Unfortunately, the Northern King was beside him. Regardless of how strong this pill lightning was, it was destined that it would not be able to do anything to Xiaoyan today. Rumble. An earth-shaking rumbling thunder was once again emitted. The cold-faced Northern King once again raised its eyes. Its pair of empty eyes stared at the churning thunderclouds in the sky. Immediately, a bang sounded as the Northern King's hand suddenly clenched tightly. Its feet violently stomped on the empty air and the empty space under its feet immediately collapsed. The Northern King's body was like a sharp arrow as it instantly cut through the empty air and violently charged into the thunderclouds. Rumble. Soon after, the churning thunderclouds began to fluctuate even more intensely. Bolts of lightning shot out in all directions, as though it wanted to forcefully blast the Northern King out of the thunderclouds. From the looks of it, the thunderclouds were like a flock of sheep that had been charged into by a wolf. Even if the thunderclouds were to unleash all of its strength, it was still unable to withstand the Northern King's terrifying devouring strength. When Xiaoyan once again raised his eyes and looked over, he realized that the vast thunderclouds that had originally covered the entire sky had unknowingly shrunk to a radius of a few hundred feet. Under Xiaoyan's gaze, the thunderclouds were churning violently and the strength within them was rapidly weakening. Xiaoyan was even able to clearly see that the thunderclouds were rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was likely that it would be completely absorbed by the Northern King in a moment's time. Xiaoyan was not happy when he saw this scene. Instead, he was worried. Although the Northern King had already reached the critical point of breaking through to the Do D class, it would still be difficult for it to break through without sufficient lightning strength. At this moment, the pill lightning was about to be completely exhausted. He did not know if the Northern King would be able to successfully advance to the Do D class before the pill lightning completely disappeared. At this moment, a group of Ban D experts in the distant sky were swiftly flying towards Xiaoyan's current location. They could see the thundercloud swiftly shrinking in the distance. This involuntarily caused the speed at which everyone flew forward to become a little faster. Finally, the thunderclouds in the sky completely disappeared. The final bolt of lightning transformed into a lightning snake. With a flash, it was absorbed into the Northern King's body to be refined. Seeing that the pill lightning had dissipated, the color of the North King's body had almost turned into a purplish gold color. However, even so, the North King's eyes were still pitch black. Clearly, even though the Northern King's strength had greatly increased to the point that it could be called a Dodi, there was still a gap between the current Northern King and a true one-star Dodi. Just this point alone was sufficient to cause the Northern King to be unable to defeat an elite Dodi. Of course, if one really wanted to compare them, the current Northern King could be said to be unrivaled under the Dodi class. Although the Northern King was not a Dodi, it was already stronger than a Dodi. It could be said that the current Northern King was an elite quasi-Dodi. Ugh, damn it. It would have been great if that pill lightning could have lasted a little longer. Otherwise, the Northern King would have been able to successfully advance to the Dodi class. Unfortunately, what a pity. Xiaoyan sighed softly with some unwillingness in his heart. Only then did he turn his gaze back to the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He curled his lips slightly and the seal in his hand swiftly changed. In the blink of an eye, a fire ring was added to the Tier 2 medicinal pill. It was the transforming pill ring. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was gradually lifted into a comfortable smile as he looked at the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron. Immediately, he beckoned with his large hand and the lid of the 10,000 beast cauldron opened. Soon after, a round, jade-like medicinal pill landed in Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan randomly put away the medicinal pill. He turned his eyes and looked in the direction of Coldstream City. Xiaoyan could clearly sense that there was a large group of people swiftly rushing toward him from that direction. It was not difficult to imagine that this group of people had been attracted by the pill lightning that he had triggered when he had refined the medicinal pill earlier. However, even if they had come now, it was already too late. The pill lightning had scattered and the medicinal pill had already landed in Xiaoyan's hand. Regardless of how fast these people came, it was ultimately useless. Hee, brat, why are you so anxious? This puppet of yours might not have truly reached the Dodi class, but isn't it about to? Moreover, there is still a powerful thunderbolt strength remaining within the Northern King's body. As long as the Northern King completely absorbs that thunderbolt strength, it will be an easy matter for it to advance to the Dodi class. At this moment, Guyu's soft laughter that was filled with ridicule was vaguely transmitted over. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily became startled when he heard this. He quickly recovered and a joy appeared on his face. He knew that since Guyu had spoken, he would definitely know what the Northern King needed to do in order to swiftly raise its strength to the Dodi class. Old Gu, I have already told you not to be too anxious about everything. No matter what it is not good to be too eager for quick success. However, this puppet of yours is really demonic. It is actually able to turn the thunderbolt strength into its own. From what I can see, this puppet of yours has already agglomerated quite a lot of thunderbolt strength. As long as it can absorb all of that thunderbolt strength, it will not have any difficulty advancing to the Dodi class. When the half-martial emperors arrived at Xiaoyan's location, the place was already empty. Apart from a mountain range full of potholes, there was nothing left. At the moment of his death, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. Although they could smell the faint pill fragrance in the air, they were unable to determine the direction in which the alchemist had left. As such, even if everyone wanted to investigate the origin of the medicinal pill, they had no way of doing so. By the time everyone returned angrily, Xiaoyan had already returned to Coldstream City. There was less than half a month left before the opening of the desolate ancient ruins. Xiaoyan did not plan to go anywhere else in the remaining half a month, nor did he plan to stay cooped up in his room to cultivate. Instead, he wanted to use this half a month to have a good rest. Ever since he had left the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan had been constantly traveling and fighting with others. Although this kind of training could increase Xiaoyan's strength at the fastest speed, Xiaoyan's body was also left with many hidden injuries after the battles. Those internal injuries might appear insignificant and could be easily suppressed by relying on medicinal pills. However, medicinal pills were after all an external object. In a situation where he did not get any rest, the repeated accumulation of injuries in his body might not appear to be much, but once it accumulated, it would not be a good thing for Xiaoyan's training in the future. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with pain. Other than this, Xiaoyan's body still had many remnants of medicinal strength left behind from using medicinal pills. These medicinal strengths also needed to be eradicated. Otherwise, if they were to accumulate for a long time, it would sooner or later affect Xiaoyan's training. On the way back to his residence, Xiaoyan did not forget to use his spiritual energy to investigate the city. Sure enough, under the investigation of Xiaoyan's spiritual energy, the current Shilin city had changed a lot compared to half a month ago. Currently, the number of half-martial emperors in Shilin city was more than twice the number of half-martial emperors in Coldstream city. Even so, there was still a large number of half-martial emperors gathering outside the city. Currently, Shilin city could be described as a sea of people as far as the eye could see. Everywhere one looked, there was a surging sea of people. Noises could be heard unceasingly. The entire city was filled with a flourishing and lively atmosphere. The thing that caught Xiaoyan's attention the most was that there were over a dozen Dodi experts in Shilin city. These Dodi experts had all come here for the desolate ancient ruins. From the looks of it, the desolate ancient ruins this time is quite attractive. Xiaoyan softly muttered in his heart. Unknowingly, a pressure involuntarily surged out from within his heart. A Dodi was still quite a great threat to the current Xiaoyan. Although the strength of the northern king in the storage ring was comparable to a Dodi, it was still difficult for Xiaoyan to gain a foothold in Shilin city, where many Dodi experts had gathered. The trip to the desolate ancient ruins this time around would likely be more difficult than Xiaoyan had imagined. While Xiaoyan was squeezing through the crowd and moving forward, a couple of powerful auras were suddenly transmitted over from the northern sky outside of Shilin city. The one that attracted the most attention was one of the auras. The strength of that aura caused one to involuntarily feel shocked in one's heart. Huh? The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately changed the moment he sensed that aura. He could clearly sense that the owner of that aura was a Dodi. Moreover, that person's strength could definitely be called the strongest person in Shilin city. 3-star Dodi. His eyes involuntarily revealed a solemnness. He had originally thought that the desolate ancient ruins this time around would at the very most attract an ordinary 2-star Dodi. However, Xiaoyan had never expected that a mere desolate ancient ruins would actually be able to attract a Dodi of this level, 3-star Dodi. Even though he could only be called a low-class Dodi among the Dodi experts, a 3-star Dodi was sufficient to suppress everyone in the city at this moment in Shilin city's current situation. How can this be? Although this remains as quite attractive, it is not sufficient to cause a 3-star Dodi to appear. Xiaoyan's heart was incomparably solemn as he softly muttered. The expression on his face, which was covered by the black robe, was grave. Soon after, the expression in his eyes once again changed. The group of people in the northern sky had already arrived in the sky above Shilin city. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan sense that there was another Dodi present in this group. Moreover, the aura of this Dodi was much weaker than the former. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan still involuntarily frowned after probing the true strength of this elite Dodi. The strength of this second Dodi had actually reached the level of a 2-star Dodi. Although it was only at the initial stage, the most shocking thing was that under the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, this 2-star Dodi was actually a young man. Who is this person? He has actually reached the level of a Dodi. Don't tell me that he is a member of the 4 great clans? Xiaoyan's expression was solemn. As someone of the same generation, this was the first time that he had seen such a young Dodi. This involuntarily caused him to feel astonished. While Xiaoyan's thoughts were flying, the group of people in the sky also slowly descended. Only then did everyone in the city clearly see the faces of this group of people. The person leading this group was an old man wearing a long blue-colored robe. The old man's appearance was ordinary. However, the thing that was memorable at a glance was the 2 long snow-white eyebrows of the old man. This old man was the 3-star Dodi that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had probed earlier. At the same time, he was also the strongest person among this group of people who had descended at this moment. Xiaoyan's gaze shifted downwards. Immediately, the expression in his eyes became dull. He saw that on the chest of this old man was a badge that represented his clan. It was reflecting a dazzling light under the sunlight. Xiaoyan immediately understood in his heart. No wonder the strength of this group of people was actually so extraordinary, no wonder they are so strong. They are actually members of the Zhou clan. TSK, they are indeed worthy of being the leader of the four great clans. Even the strength of the younger generation of the clan is so strong. The strength of the Zhou clan can also be seen at a glance. Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim in his heart. Immediately, his eyes looked deeply at this old man. It was a long while later before his gaze slowly shifted away and turned to the side of the old man. At this very moment, beside the old man, there was a handsome young man who carried an air of arrogance between his brows. His hands were behind his back as he stood with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He was the two-star Dodi that Xiaoyan had probed earlier. It must be said that by being able to reach the level of a two-star Dodi at such a young age, it was likely that this young man's future would be extraordinary. If he were to grow up, it was likely that there would be a place for him among the peak experts of the western region in the future. This Zhou clan is really extraordinary. In order to nurture such an outstanding member of the younger generation, the entire clan must have spent quite a lot of training resources. It was not difficult to see just how deep the foundation of the Zhou clan was by being able to nurture a member of the younger generation to such a level. Xiaoyan nodded slightly. His eyes slowly swept over this young man. His gaze continued to look behind him. There were a few handsome men and beautiful women standing behind him. Each of their faces carried an arrogant expression. However, they were much inferior when compared to the former. Just as everyone's attention was on this group of people, the old man with long eyebrows, who was the leader, suddenly turned his gaze. His pair of sharp eyes instantly looked toward the eastern sky. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was among the crowd, also looked toward the eastern sky when the old man turned his head. At this very moment, there was another similarly powerful aura that was swiftly flying in the direction of Shilin City. Who is this person? Don't tell me that he is also from the four great clans? After seeing the Zhou clan, Xiaoyan's heart instantly became suspicious of the other aura that had suddenly appeared at this moment. This aura might belong to one of the four great clans. Haha, Zhou Bentang, it has really been a long time since we last met. Before the person had arrived, a voice that was filled with arrogance was transmitted over in a vast and mighty manner like thunder. The voice was so loud that even the sky involuntarily trembled. Huaba, it has been so many years since we last met. It is unexpected that you have actually broken through to the 3-star Dodi class. The leader of the Zhou clan, the old man who was called Zhou Bentang, coldly replied in an indifferent tone when he heard the loud laughter that was filled with arrogance. Haha, Zhou Bentang, on the other hand, why is your strength still stuck at the initial 3-star Dodi class after so many years? Don't tell me that you have been sleeping all these years? A group of people wearing embroidered robes slowly landed on the ground in the sky. The leader of this group was an old man with a rough face. The corner of his mouth contained some ridicule as he stared at Zhou Bentang. The words that came out of his mouth were not polite at all. The passers-by around them hurriedly squeezed to the side when they saw this group of people descend, creating an enormous empty space. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Zhou Bentang and Huaba. 3-star Dodi. This was the true strongest person in Shilin City. If anyone dared to anger him, he would be able to slap them to death in this place. Who would dare to offend such a strong person? At this moment, the scene between Huaba and Zhou Bentang was just like the Sun clan and the Bai clan that Xiaoyan had seen earlier. Although these few clans were factions under the Heavenly Sword sect, their relationship with each other was not friendly. On the contrary, they had been in an abyss of suffering for so many years. Of course, one did not need to think too much to guess that the Heavenly Sword sect was definitely secretly manipulating the four great clans for so many years. The Heavenly Sword sect did not wish for the four great clans to completely fight each other, but it also did not wish for them to return to peace. Its ultimate goal was to strengthen its own foundation. Although this kind of tactic appeared quite mischievous, a discerning person would be able to immediately understand. However, this tactic of the Heavenly Sword sect was always effective. At the very least, the four great clans were not peaceful. This was a situation that the Heavenly Sword sect wished to see. No matter how the four great clans fought, with the Heavenly Sword sect as a check and balance, the one who would ultimately benefit would be the Heavenly Sword sect. Although the upper echelons of the four great clans understood the meaning behind this, they ultimately did not choose to live peacefully for their own benefits. It was also because of the open and covert struggles between the four great clans that the Heavenly Sword sect possessed an extremely terrifying foundation among the four great sections. This was also the reason why the other three sects were most afraid of the Heavenly Sword sect. Humph. Shui Bentang bitterly curled his lips. He was too lazy to argue with Huaba about who was right and who was wrong. This time around, all the clans had come for the desolate ancient remains. Before they came, the clan head had repeatedly warned them that no matter how big of a conflict they had with the other three clans, they must prioritize the desolate ancient remains. As long as they obtained the treasures within the remains, the other three clans would naturally deal with them in the future. Thinking until this point, Shui Bentang finally withdrew his gaze with an unhappy face. He softly said a few words to the young man beside him. Immediately, he turned around and headed toward the residence that he had already booked. Behind him, everyone from the Hua clan also followed Huaba's instructions and headed toward the residence that they had booked in advance. Xiaoyan glanced at these two clans from within the crowd. His heart involuntarily emitted a cold laugh. When a dog bites another dog, the crazier the bites, the better. This would also make it convenient for him to fish in troubled waters when the time comes. Otherwise, if they were to reveal a group of friendliness, it would cause Xiaoyan to feel uncertain in his heart. When he saw that the two clans had left, Xiaoyan simply used the sky extinction step and instantly disappeared into the crowd. In a short while, he had already returned to the inn that he was temporarily staying at. After entering the room and confirming that he did not attract any attention, Xiaoyan sat down on the bed and began to secretly think about his next move. Earlier, when Shui Bentang and Huaba were cursing each other, Xiaoyan had also swiftly investigated the overall strength of the Hua clan. Other than the leader, Huaba, who was an initial 3-star Dodi, there was another young elite Dodi in the Hua clan like the Shui clan. His strength had also reached the level of an advanced 1-star Dodi. Although he could not be compared with the 2-star Dodi of the Shui clan, this did not allow Xiaoyan to underestimate him. At the same time, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily felt a deep shock because of this. Within a short day, he had met two elite Dodi of the same generation. Even with Xiaoyan's character, his heart involuntarily felt a shock when he encountered such a thing. After recovering, Xiaoyan organized his thoughts. Currently, he could be considered to have met all four great clans under the Skysword sect. From the looks of those two people earlier, it was obvious that they were not the clan heads of the Shui clan and the Hua clan. They should only be deacon elders of their respective clans. Even though this was the case, their strength was not much different from the clan heads of the Bai clan and the Sun clan. It was difficult to imagine just how great the strength of the clan heads of the Shui clan and the Hua clan were. It was likely that they were at least 4-star Dodi. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily tightened. When he thought of how the opponents he would face in the future were already this strong while he was still lingering around the Band D class, Xiaoyan involuntarily felt a prickling sensation on his back. Ugh, strength, strength. In this world, without strength, one is really worse than a pile of dog shit. Xiaoyan cursed angrily in his heart. When he recalled the arrogant expression on the face of that young man from earlier, he immediately felt an unwillingness in his heart. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 days left until the opening of the desolate ancient remains. Finally, today, 2 auras that Xiaoyan found familiar appeared in the sky above Xilin City, Sun Shua, Baiing. Xiaoyan softly muttered the names of these 2 people. His body, which was seated cross-legged on the bed, did not move even a little. Although these 2 people had come to Xilin City, Xiaoyan was not the least bit worried that they would discover him. With the black robe that was agglomerated from the Great Way of the Void, Xiaoyan's aura had been completely covered. Currently, unless he took the initiative to release his aura, no one would be able to detect his aura. At the same time, when Bai Ying and Sun Shua appeared in the sky above Xilin City, the other 2 clans in the city had also sensed their auras. Immediately, 4 pairs of eyes shot out in unison. Separated by layers of buildings, an intense exchange took place in the invisible empty space. The arrival of Bai Ying and Sun Shua in the sky above Xilin City immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of people in the city. With regards to the 2 clan leaders of the 2 great clans, who had recently caused an uproar, everyone was prepared to watch a show. Now that the 2 of them had appeared, it was inevitable that a commotion would be stirred. Hee, aren't they the patriarchs of the Sun family and the Bai family? I heard that 3 months ago, these two families were fighting over Xiaoyan. However, in the end, he was taken away by the patriarch of the Bai family. Heh, that's right. Not only was he taken away by the Bai family, but he was also taken away from the headquarters of the Sun family, the Coldstream city. I heard that after this incident, many elders of the Sun family were dismissed by the patriarch of the Sun family. There were even a few elders with high positions who were killed by the patriarch of the Sun family in a fit of anger because they didn't dare to take action against Xiaoyan. Humph, take action? Are you joking? I was present at that time. All of you might not know this, but that Xiaoyan is not an ordinary ferocity. He relied on himself, a 6-star bandit, to oppress everyone in the city. At that time, there were over a dozen 9-star bandit emperors present. There were countless 7-star and 8-star bandit emperors. However, even though this was the case, Xiaoyan was like hammering watermelons in front of him. Hundreds of bandit emperors were all defeated by him alone. Yet, he still dared to say that he would fight. How could he take action against Xiaoyan? At that time, the people of the Sun family were scared out of their wits. Who would dare to take action against Xiaoyan? Wouldn't that be courting death? That's right, that's right. Later on, even the clan head of the Sun clan suffered a setback in Xiaoyan's hands. Half of his face was beaten until it was even larger than its original head. Even the clan head was beaten until he became like this. Who else could step forward? That's right. It is said that the reason Bai Ying was able to take away Xiaoyan so easily was because Xiaoyan forced the patriarch of the Sun family back and injured him. That was why he took the opportunity to take away Xiaoyan. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would happen to the Sun family. In the city, everyone looked at Bai Ying and Sun Shua in the sky with a mocking expression. They boasted to each other about the shocking battle 3 months ago in the Coldstream city. However, unknowingly, everyone's topic had quietly shifted from Bai Ying and Sun Shua to Xiaoyan. This made Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed and using his soul power to probe the conversations of the people, feel embarrassed. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Xiaoyan wondered if the Xiaoyan was him or not. Even though this was not the first time he had heard such public opinion, it was still a little too exaggerated. In the sky, Sun Shua and Bai Ying had different expressions as they listened to the whispers from the crowd below. At this moment, the two of them had different thoughts in their hearts. This was especially so for Sun Shua. After hearing the words of the people below, his entire face could be said to be extremely gloomy. The matter 3 months ago was still a great pain in Sun Shua's heart. If it were not for Bai Ying's sudden intervention at that critical moment, Xiaoyan would have already been in the hands of his Sun family. However, the final result was something no one had expected. At this moment, when he thought of the scene when Bai Ying suddenly attacked that day, a nameless fire appeared in Sun Shua's heart. His sharp and domineering gaze instantly pierced through the void like a sharp arrow and shot towards Bai Ying, who was also standing in the void. Humph! In the face of Sun Shua's invisible pressure, Bai Ying was not afraid at all. He suddenly waved his sleeve and an invisible pressure immediately spread out in the void. At the same time, it easily blocked Sun Shua's invisible force. After doing all this, Bai Ying put his hands behind his back and looked at Sun Shua with an unhappy expression. He let out a soft snort and said in a low voice, "Patriarch Sun, I wonder what the meaning of this is?" As soon as the words that carried a faint pressure left his mouth, the crowd below immediately quieted down. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and finally stopped on Bai Ying. Soon after, everyone could not help but sneer in their hearts. Bai Ying's words clearly had the meaning of asking the obvious. He clearly knew why Sun Shua was angry, but he could still say such words to provoke him. Bai Ying's actions were clearly looking for trouble. Humph! Bai Ying! You are asking even though you already know the answer. If you had not created trouble by the side back then, Xiaoyan would have long since become something that belongs to my Sun clan. At this moment, you actually dare to speak such big words in front of me. How can I tolerate you? Sure enough, after Bai Ying's words sounded, the expression on Sun Shua's face immediately became as gloomy as water. Sun Shua's body suddenly shook as a powerful aura immediately swept out from his body. In the blink of an eye, the expressions of almost everyone in the sky and on the ground changed drastically at this moment. Numerous gazes that were filled with fear instantly looked towards Sun Shua. At this moment, the latter suddenly waved his large hand and a terrifying doqi light that contained the fury in his heart immediately smashed ruthlessly towards Bai Ying with a frightening aura that seemed to cover the sky. This attack was so frightening that it caused the complexions of the people in the city below to turn deathly pale. Even some 9-star half-martial emperors' complexions rapidly turned deathly pale after being struck by the might of this attack. An elite Dodi was really this powerful. If such strength were to land on any bandit in the city below, it would be sufficient to instantly kill him. Of course, this so-called bandit naturally did not include Xiaoyan. After all, the current Xiaoyan was an elite Dodi in everyone's hearts. Humph, Sun Shua, are you really so impatient to start a war with my Bai clan? Bai Ying coldly snorted. He was not afraid at all. His foot stomped on the empty air and a powerful doqi instantly swept out. It transformed into a purple lightning dragon with a flickering lightning glow. In the blink of an eye, it violently collided with the light that was heading towards him. Bang! Immediately, an earth-shaking explosion sounded. Soon after, a powerful energy storm suddenly swept across the sky. The expressions on the faces of everyone in the city changed once again when they saw this scene. At this moment, within the 2 courtyards in the city, the 2 leaders of the Zhue and Hui clan involuntarily squeezed their wrinkled old faces together at this moment. Their gazes were focused on the sky at this moment, and a deep solemnness was revealed in their deep eyes. After the energy storm dissipated, many gazes once again landed on Sun Shua and Bai Ying. Bai Ying's expression was cold and indifferent as he stared at Sun Shua from the distant sky. The doqi within his body quietly surged as he slowly clenched his hand under his sleeves. At the same time, Sun Shua, who was standing in the empty space opposite him, also had a dark and cold face. An aura surged from his body, causing the surrounding empty space to fluctuate intensely. Although the power of the previous attack was not weak, the strength of the 2 of them were similar. Hence, the 2 of them were not injured. However, this caused the atmosphere in the square to immediately become tense. A thick smell of gunpowder lingered in the noses of everyone. Sun Shua, do you really intend to fight until the sky turns dark with me? Bai Ying's eyes were dark and cold as he spoke in a low voice. The desolate ancient remains was about to open. Although he was not afraid of Sun Shua, he did not wish to create too much trouble before that. Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? 3 months ago, you should have been prepared when you kidnapped Xiaoyan. Since you dared to snatch the prey of my Sun clan, I will make you pay the price today. Sun Shua immediately snorted angrily when he heard Bai Ying's words. His body suddenly trembled and an afterimage was left on the spot. His body had already appeared in front of Bai Ying in an instant. His hand was tightly clenched into a fist as it ruthlessly smashed towards Bai Ying's head. Humph, Sun Shua, you are really stubborn. If I had not kidnapped Xiaoyan in that big battle, your Sun clan would have been the one to suffer when that mysterious expert descended. It is fine if you do not thank me, but you actually dare to repay kindness with ingratitude. You really do not know what is good for you. Sun Shua suddenly stepped forward. Bai Ying's expression also became cold. His body blocked the younger generation members of the clan behind him as he spat out some words in an icy tone. At the same time, the hand behind his back was suddenly lifted. With a twist of his wrist, his palm faced Sun Shua in front of him as he ruthlessly swung his palm forward. Boom! With the bang, Bai Ying could not help but take half a step back. As he frowned slightly, his body suddenly shook, sending Sun Shua flying. Afterwards, he glanced at the disciples of the clan behind him from the corner of his eye. Only after confirming that they had not been affected by the battle did he return his gaze with a sunken face. Sun Shua, since you want to make a move, then Soon after, while Bai Ying's face was gloomy as he stared at Sun Shua, who had been forced back, a young man in white robes beside him swiftly stepped forward. He used his hand to press down on Bai Ying's tightly clenched hand under his sleeve. Father, you can't. A low and deep voice that only the 2 of them could hear was stealthily transmitted into Bai Ying's ears. Soon after, Bai Ying's expression was slightly startled. He deeply inhaled a breath of air and nodded. The gloomy expression on his face gradually returned to normal. Their goal for coming to Shilin City this time was to obtain the desolate ancient ruins. Before that, they could not allow any mistakes to cause them to miss out on the treasures within the ruins. On the other side, Sun Shua gritted his teeth hatefully when he saw Bai Ying withdraw his aura, and his expression was gloomy. Just when he was about to attack again, a young man in a white embroidered robe suddenly appeared by his side and stopped Sun Shua from attacking again. Lord Father, it is still not the right time to act. Don't forget that there are still people from the Zhou clan and the Hu clan below. These two clans are waiting for us to fight with the Bai clan. At that time, once both our clans are injured, the desolate ancient ruins will be occupied by those two clans. Hearing this, Sun Shua seemed to have woken up from a dream and remembered the main goal of this trip. Even though there was still anger in his heart, he had to look at the big picture first. The enmity with the Bai family could only be temporarily pushed to the back. Bai family, I, Sun Shua, will make you kneel before my Sun family sooner or later. And the Zhou and Hu families will not be let off either. After withdrawing his gaze, Sun Shua's face was still filled with resentment as he cursed. On the other side, Xiaoyan, who was currently sitting cross-legged on the bed, also slowly opened his eyes. He gently shrugged his shoulders. He originally thought that there would be a good show to watch. However, he did not expect that once the sons of the two families appeared, they would immediately stop it. Ugh, I thought that I could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. I didn't expect that it would end like this. Xiaoyan somewhat lazily straightened his chest and leaped up from the bed. A thought passed through his mind and a large black robe immediately agglomerated and appeared. It wrapped around Xiaoyan's entire body, causing others to be unable to identify him. However, I heard that fellow call Sun Shua father just now. Looks like that fellow is Sun Shua's son. Who, another Dodi. However, from the looks of his aura, he should have only broken through recently. This point is similar to that person from half a month ago. Under the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, the strength of Sun Shua's son was clearly that of an elite Dodi. Although his aura was not stable, one thing that could be confirmed was that he was indeed a one-star Dodi. When Xiaoyan compared it with the D-calamity from half a month ago, he could roughly confirm that the D-calamity should have been caused by the breakthrough of Sun Shua's son. It is really unexpected that the foundation of these three clans is really deep. They had actually forcefully pushed the strength of their sons to the Dodi class. However, the strange thing is that the Bai clan is clearly ranked third among the four great clans, suppressing the Sun clan by a head. Why is it that the strength of Bai Ying's son has not reached the Dodi class? Xiaoyan frowned slightly. A feeling of suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. However, he quickly thought about it in his heart and could only push this reason to his training talent. Immediately, Xiaoyan ceased thinking about it. He pulled the black dopung over his head and moved his feet, preparing to walk out. During the probing earlier, the strength of Sun Shua's son from the Sun clan, which was ranked last among the four great clans, had already reached the one-star Dodi class. On the other hand, the strength of Bai Ying's son from the Bai clan, which was ranked at the top, was only at the advanced 9-star Bandi class. There was a great distance between him and the Dodi class. This was also the reason why Xiaoyan felt curious about him in his heart. However, Gu Yu, who was within Xiaoyan's body, suddenly spoke just as he was about to lift his foot and walk to the door of the dormitory. Brat, do you really think that the strength of that brat from the Bai clan is only that of a 9-star Bandi? Huh? Xiaoyan's hand, which was about to open the door, suddenly paused when he heard Gu Yu's words. Immediately, the expression on his face under the black doping changed slightly. His entire body paused in front of the door. That's right. That brat's strength is indeed only that of a 9-star Bandi on the surface. However, this should be because he has something on him that hides his aura. His true strength is not inferior to that brat from the Zhou clan. Gu Yu's tone contained a trace of seriousness. One had no choice but to pay attention to such a person. After Xiaoyan heard Gu Yu's words, his dark black eyes suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His heart also felt incomparably surprised. Even with his spiritual strength, he was unable to detect that fellow's true strength. This Bai clan had really hidden themselves very deeply. Xiaoyan finally exhaled a deep breath of air a moment later. His face revealed a grave expression. At the same time, he spoke to Guyu in his heart. Ugh. Old Gu, do you mean that his true strength is actually a 2-star Dodi? In front of the door, Xiaoyan's face was stunned as he stood in the same spot. His pair of dark black eyes were filled with shock at this moment. He really did not expect that the young master of the Bai clan had actually hidden his strength. That fellow is actually a 2-star Dodi? Xiaoyan's heart tightened. In this way, the enemy that he would have to face would be even stronger than he had imagined. It was likely that this trip to the desolate ancient remains would be even more difficult. However, thinking about it from another angle, Xiaoyan had another thought. If it was really as Bai Ying had told him back then, that the Bai clan had a grudge with the Heavenly Sword sect. In that case, it would be reasonable for the young master of the Bai clan to hide his strength. If the Bai clan really wished to join hands with him, this trip to the desolate ancient remains would be much easier. At this moment, the two clans in the outside world also carried cold smiles as they slowly walked up to the sky from the city below when they saw Sun Shua stop. Cuckoo, the head of the Bai clan and the head of the Sun clan have also arrived. With the both of you around, this trip to the desolate ancient remains will be much more lively. Otherwise, wouldn't it be boring if there were only our two clans? Xue Bentang wore a fake smile as he stared at Bai Ying and Sun Shua in the sky. His shriveled hand fondled the white beard on his chin as he laughed. On the other side, Huaba from the Hu clan was also standing in the sky. A young man in a black robe was following beside him. This person was the eldest son of the Hu clan. He was also the other elite Dodi in the Hu clan's group this time around, other than Huaba. Haha, that's right. Elder Xue is right. If the two of your clans did not participate in this trip to the desolate ancient remains, the Xue clan would only need to be able to deal with me. The others would not be a concern. At that time, all the things in the desolate ancient remains would belong to the Xue clan. Unfortunately, the two of you did not end up fighting. Elder Xue must be feeling quite uncomfortable in his heart right now. Huaba stared at Xue Bentang with a mocking smile. His words did not leave any room for negotiation. This caused the expression on Xue Bentang's old face to immediately darken. Huaba's face still carried a cold smile in response. However, before he could open his mouth again, a young man in fluttering white clothes quickly stepped into the air. A pair of eyes that were as sharp as arrows instantly looked at Huaba. That gaze caused one's face to feel a piercing pain. It was as though a sharp arrow had pierced one's face. The moment the sharp gaze shot over, Huaba seemed to have sensed it and suddenly turned his head. A pair of overbearing eyes instantly stared in the direction of the gaze. Eighth Elder Hua is quite eloquent. With just a few simple words, you've managed to degrade my Xue family to such an extent. The white-clothed young man had his hands behind his back as he stepped into the air with a calm expression. He gave off a refreshing and otherworldly feeling. However, the words that came out of his mouth were exceptionally cold, causing a chill to swiftly rise from the bottom of one's heart. When he heard the latter's cold words, Huaba did not dare to be careless. Although the young man in front of him was not as powerful as him, Huaba could not afford to underestimate him in the slightest due to his status. Haha, why does the crown prince have to take it so seriously? I was just joking. You don't have to take it seriously. When that time comes, I believe that both our families will fight for it based on our own abilities. However, right now, our four great families have finally reunited after so many years. The atmosphere can't be so solemn every time, right? Haha, Huaba laughed as his gaze quickly swept across the entire place. In the end, it stopped on the young man in the brocade robe beside Sun Shua. Huaba's eyes brightened as he once again laughed out loud. His gaze stared at the young man in the brocade robe as he laughed out loud. Haha, this must be the crown prince of the Sun clan, Sun Hanshi. I have always heard that the crown prince has always focused on training and rarely shows himself in front of others. It is unexpected that you have already trained to the Do-D class. Looking at your aura, it is likely that the D-calamity earlier was your D-calamity, right? When Huaba's words were uttered, everyone's eyes successfully shifted from him to the brocade-robed young man, Sun Hanshi. Sun Hanshi's expression did not change when he sensed the gazes that everyone had shot over. He slowly swept his gaze over everyone present. Finally, his eyes met the eyes of the crown prince of the Xue clan. Shuolin, Sun Hanqi's eyes narrowed into a straight line as he softly spoke with an extremely grave expression. Shuolin was the eldest son of the Zhou clan. At the same time, he was also the person with the greatest training talent among the younger generation of the four great clans. At such a young age, he had already become a two-star Dodi. It was rumored that he was not only the future clan head of the Zhou clan, but he was also one of the few core disciples of the Sky Sword sect in the future. If he were to grow up, the Sky Sword sect would definitely rely on him in the future. This also caused the other three clans' crown princes to have some ill feelings toward him. However, due to his frightening training talent, no one had been able to replace his position until now. You are no good. Sun Hanqi's gaze was exchanged with Shuolin's light and disdainful words. Compared to him, Sun Hanqi had only just broken through to the Dodi class. On the other hand, he had already reached the level of a two-star Dodi 2 years ago. There was no comparison between the two of them. Even the future Sun Hanqi would definitely not be a match for Shuolin. Sun Hanqi's expression changed. His face revealed a furious expression. However, Shuolin turned his gaze and looked at the crown prince of the Hu clan. Compared to the former, the latter's strength had already reached the level of an advanced one-star Dodi. Even though this was the case, he was still met with a cold and disdainful word from Shuolin. You are also no good. Upon hearing this, the expression of the black-robed young man changed. However, in the end, he still inhaled a deep breath of air and calmed down. In the end, a strange icy glint flashed across the depths of his eyes when he looked at Shuolin. Immediately, Shuolin's gaze once again turned. Finally, it arrived at the Bai clan. The expression on Bai Ying's face changed when Shuolin's gaze shot over. The eyes of the white-robed young man by the side narrowed. The doqi within his body was swiftly withdrawn into the vortex space as he prepared to face this fellow in front of him. However, when Shuolin's gaze had just arrived at the position of the Bai clan, the members of the Bai clan had already made their preparations. However, Shuolin's gaze skipped over Bai Ying and the white-robed young man beside him in front of everyone's stunned eyes. Ugh, the appearance of this scene did not only cause everyone in the city to be stunned. Even Bai Ying, the young man beside him, and Xiao Yan, who was currently in the house, were also stunned. Immediately, a smile rose within the hearts of the few of them. The commotion during the day finally ended with Shuolin's appearance. After the short meeting between the four great clans, they each went into hiding in Xilin City. With the remaining 5 days, no one seemed to want to cause any more trouble. The atmosphere in the city also quietened down as the few forces calmed down. Under the night sky, the bustling city gradually regained its calm. Perhaps there were some black shadows flickering in the darkness, but they did not make the slightest sound. It was as if all the sounds they made were swallowed up by the pitch-black night. Although the day had passed, the night in Xilin City was not as peaceful as it looked on the surface. Under the shroud of the night, not only did the magical beasts outside the city awaken, but it was also the time for some powerful people to meet. There was no wind tonight. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the bright night sky was dotted with stars. It was as if the Milky Way covered the horizon. On a wide street within the city, the street was as bright as snow under the bright moon. Without the hustle and bustle of the day, this place appeared incomparably quiet at this moment. Adding the radiance of the bright moon, it caused this place to have a different kind of scenery. On this street, at this moment, a black-robed young man was holding the back of his head with both hands. A bored smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Under the brilliance of the bright moon, his originally pitch-black eyes were reflecting a bright light. The young man's eyes stared at the huge silver moon in the sky. Under such a strange scene, the moon seemed exceptionally bright and huge, as if it was right in front of his eyes. At this moment, the black-robed young man's eyes were fixed on the silver moon that seemed to be right in front of him. Out of nowhere, a beautiful figure dressed in green with a faint smile on her lips appeared in the silver moon. Gradually, the black-robed young man's vision was replaced by this beautiful figure. The thoughts in his mind also sank into deep memories and longing. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan finally slowly recovered. He opened his mouth slightly but helplessly closed it again. Soon after, another extremely alluring lady appeared in Xiao Yan's mind in the midst of his memories, which were filled with longing. Just like the former, she also appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. Ugh! I wonder how Sun Er and Kai Lin have been all these years. That little girl Xiaoxiao has likely grown up. Back then, I told her that she would leave the clan to train after she matured. I wonder how she is now. His forward footsteps slowly came to a stop. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and looked at the vast starry sky above his head. Both of his eyes were filled with memories. The people and matters of the past flew past one by one in his mind. His father, teacher, the little fairy doctor, Ziyan, Yun Yun, and even his friends from the Jianan Academy. The appearance of these people and the things that happened with him repeatedly replayed Xiao Yan's mind. Of him. It was as if it had happened yesterday, yet today, ugh, his mouth once again emitted a helpless sigh. Xiao Yan stood in the same spot. Both of his eyes were slowly shut. Numerous thoughts swiftly rotated in his mind. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan gradually withdrew them. His mind also gradually recovered. Soon after, just as Xiao Yan was preparing to leave this place, the movement caused by the collision of two douqis in the dark night was swiftly discovered by Xiao Yan, who was an alchemist. Of course, a battle that occurred in the dark night was not considered strange. If it was any other time, Xiao Yan would definitely ignore it. However, this time around, Xiao Yan could clearly sense the two auras that were currently colliding. Today, Xiao Yan had sensed them during the day. Those auras belonged to Xianxia of the Sun clan and the heir of the Bai clan. Under the illumination of the silver moon, Xiao Yan's eyes that reflected the bright light slowly narrowed. With a thought, the black robe on his body immediately wrapped around his entire body. In an instant, Xiao Yan's aura had already been completely concealed. His body flashed and he instantly used the sky extinction step. Xiao Yan, who was still standing in the middle of the street a moment ago, had already turned into a cool breeze and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the other side, deep within a remote alley. At this moment, two human figures were standing on one side. Both of them were staring at each other with hostility. The one standing on the left was the heir of the Sun clan, Xianxia. The one opposite him was the heir of the Bai clan. Bai Zhan, since it is inconvenient for the elders of our clans to fight, tonight, the two of us will help our clans determine who is superior. The corner of Xianxia's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His feet gently stomped on the ground. Immediately, an icy blue douqi swiftly surged out from his body. At this moment, the temperature of the space where the two of them were located swiftly dropped. Cuckoo, ever since I have advanced to the Do-D class, I have not had a proper fight with anyone. Today, I will use you as a test. Xianxia's expression was cold and indifferent as he stared at Bai Zhan. He lifted his right hand gently. Immediately, an icy blue douqi swiftly agglomerated at his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into an icicle that was a couple of inches long. The icicle, which was even sharper than the tip of a needle, was suspended in midair and pointed directly at Bai Zhan. Once Xianxia's raised hand was lowered, the icicle would instantly pierce toward the former. Bai Zhan's gaze stared intently at the icicle with a sharp aura. His eyes narrowed and a grave expression was revealed on his cold face. His feet involuntarily took half a step back. After which, he raised his eyes and looked at Xianxia. He coldly said, "Xianxia, is this the reason why you have called me out today?" "That's right." Xianxia similarly replied with an icy cold tone. At the same time, his index finger rotated under the icicle. The icicle emitted a bone-chilling cold air that caused people to feel a chill strike their backs when they saw it. "You are currently an elite Do-D, yet you are here to humiliate me, a bandit. Don't you think that your actions are very embarrassing?" Bai Zhan's gaze was grave. A layer of purple-colored lightning lingered over the surface of his body as he spat out the words from his mouth. He was constantly on guard against Xianxia's sudden attack. "Cuckoo, Bai Zhan, don't you find it laughable when you say such words in front of me? Although there is a great gap between our strengths, we are of the same generation. I am merely representing my clan to spar with you. As long as I do not die, I believe that your father will not dare to do anything to me." Xianxia's mouth was filled with a cold smile when he heard Bai Zhan's words. It seemed that he had already expected the latter's words. Bai Zhan was just about to move when he saw this. However, Xianxia, who was in front of him, was one step faster than him. With a wave of his finger, the icicle immediately penetrated through the air like a sharp arrow. It carried a sharp whistling sound as it shot towards Baijian. Baijian's expression suddenly changed when he saw Sun Hanqi suddenly attack. He knew in his heart that Sun Hanqi had come prepared. His body hurriedly withdrew when his expression changed. However, he had only taken a couple of steps back when the wall behind him blocked him. Damn it! Baijian's face became even more furious when he was unable to withdraw. He waved his large hand and a purple-colored lightning glow immediately shot out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a long lightning spear. Baijian's wrist abruptly shook as the long spear entered his hand. An enormous force shot out. Soon after, the sharp spear tip that was agglomerated from Doqi violently collided with the icicle that was coming toward him. Bang! However, Sun Hanqi, who was currently an elite Dodi, possessed a strength that was far from what Baijian could compare with. That icicle merely made contact with Baijian's long spear before the strength on the icicle violently shattered the long spear in an extremely overbearing manner, in an unstoppable manner. The cold smile on the corner of Sun Hanqi's mouth widened when he saw this scene. On the other hand, the long spear in Baijian's hand was shattered inch by the icicle that was piercing toward him. At the same time that he was furious in his heart, he was forced to release the shaft of the spear in his hand. His body swiftly dodged to the side while his palm was suddenly thrown forward. Lightning covered it and flashed. Soon after, it once again collided with the icicle. Bang! An intense rumbling sound was emitted from this area where no one was present. A powerful Doqi wave suddenly swept through the alley. Immediately, the sound of a wall collapsing could be heard. The house behind Baijian where he was standing earlier had actually collapsed with a loud bang. Baijian's body was already buried within it. Haha, Baijian, looks like your Bai clan will be stepped on by my Sun clan sooner or later. Sun Hanqi's face was filled with a ferocious smile. He rotated his wrist and clenched his hand into a fist. Ice-cold Doqi swiftly agglomerated in his hand. At the same time, numerous icicles were swiftly formed in the sky above the ruins. In an instant, a countless number of icicles were formed in a densely packed manner. All of them were like stalagmites that pointed their sharp ends toward the ruins below. Soon after, a thought passed through Sun Hanqi's mind. In an instant, a countless number of icicles shot out at the same time. They fell like raindrops and violently pierced into the ruins below. Humph humph, Sun Hanqi involuntarily let out a cold laugh when he saw that there was no aura of resistance being emitted from the ruins. Soon after, the expression on his face instantly changed. At a certain spot in the ruins in front of him, a pile of ruins that had been buried by bricks was suddenly blasted apart by an aura. Rock fragments shot out. Only then did Baijian, who was lying under the ruins, turn his head around. His face was covered in blood as he looked at the current Sun Hanqi. His eyes were filled with fury and resentment. Sun Hanqi, Baijian's voice was hoarse as he spat out the name of the former, which he wished he could shatter into pieces. His entire body trembled. Both of his hands forcefully supported himself on the ground as he slowly climbed up. Sun Hanqi parted his mouth and smiled when he saw this weak manner of Baijian. His dark and cold smile caused one's heart to feel extremely terrified. Soon after, Sun Hanqi's feet suddenly stomped on the ground. His body instantly leaped into the air. His body twisted in the air and immediately stepped heavily on the back of Baijian, who was about to get up at this moment. Bang! Following an intense explosion, rock fragments shot out. Baijian's body was violently stepped on by Sun Hanqi. A frightening huge force instantly poured out. Dust flew and numerous cracks, which were as thick as a person's thigh, swiftly spread around Baijian's body like a spider web. Ugh! Under Sun Hanqi's feet, Baijian's mouth emitted a painful groan. His body trembled as he attempted to struggle once again. When the former saw this, his nose emitted a cold snort. He frowned and his body leaned forward slightly. At the same time, the foot that was stepping on Baijian's body suddenly exerted force. A frightening huge force poured out once again. With a bang, the ground around the two of them suddenly collapsed. Baijian's body also sank downwards. Humph, Baijian, compared to you standing up, I prefer the way you are being stepped on by me. Sun Hanqi looked down from above. The foot that was stepping on Baijan's body exerted even more force. Baijan's mouth involuntarily emitted a painful groan after receiving such a serious injury. At the same time, bright red fresh blood continuously surged out from his mouth. His originally pale face also became increasingly pale at this moment. Humph humph. Sun Hanshi let out a cold laugh. His foot was slowly lifted into the air. His expression immediately turned cold as he once again viciously stomped down on Baijan. Little thing from the Sun clan, get lost. You dare to hurt my son. Do you believe that the old me will cripple your dochi? However, at this moment, a furious cry that was filled with fury was suddenly transmitted from the sky. At the same time, an invisible wind suddenly swept out. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Sun Hanshi. This sudden attack did not cause much of a change in Sun Hanshi's expression. Instead, he let out a cold laugh and increased the force of his foot. Bang! The next moment, an earth-shaking bang suddenly exploded in front of Sun Hanshi. This attack of Bai Ying's was forcefully blocked by another force that had suddenly appeared. At the same time, the remnant dochi swept out and forced Sun Hanshi, who was about to land on Baijan, back. Humph. Bai Ying, during the day, I gave in to you on account that you are also from the 4 great clans. Why? Are you still thinking of touching my son now? Sun Shua's body slowly surfaced on a roof outside of the ruins after his cold laughter sounded. His expression was dark and cold as his eyes stared at the roof on the opposite side. Bai Ying, who was wearing a white robe, was leisurely standing at that spot. Sun Shua. Your son has seriously injured my son with the strength of a dodi. He must pay the price today. Bai Ying cried out in a hoarse voice. At this moment, it appeared as though the entire Shilin city was trembling. The originally quiet night had also become noisy because of this unexpected change. Numerous people with various emotions flew out of their houses. Their gazes were all different as they looked at the source of the furious cry. When everyone realized that the person was actually the head of the Bai clan, Bai Ying, the expression on everyone's faces involuntarily changed. The curses that had reached their mouths were forcefully swallowed back into their stomachs. Ha ha ha, Bai Ying. Ha ha, Bai Ying, why are you so angry? My son, Hanshi, only wanted to exchange pointers with your crown prince. His skills were not as good as his opponent's, so a loss is a loss. At worst, he can just lower his head and admit defeat. Hanshi did not want to underestimate his opponent, so he used all his strength to show respect to his opponent. Perhaps he used too much strength, but you can't blame my son for that. Sun Shua's face was cold. His eyes stared at Bai Ying on the opposite side. After sensing the violent aura on the latter's body, the dochi within Sun Shua's body was swiftly raised. Thus, Sun Shua would be able to react in time if Bai Ying made any move. Humph. Only a little heavy-handed? He is a dignified dodi. Would it not be easy for him to defeat my son? Why would he need to use his full strength? He is doing this on purpose. He purposely wants to seriously injure my son and prevent my son from entering the desolate ancient remains. Bai Ying appeared to be gnashing his teeth. The fury in his eyes was about to spew out. His muscular body involuntarily trembled intensely. A low, hoarse roar was emitted from his throat. Powerful dochi continued to surge in the empty space around him. The invisible empty space had already reached the verge of collapse under the pressure of Bai Ying's aura. Haha, since this is the case, at the very most, I will get Hanshi to apologize to your son. Of course, if he admits that he is just a useless person who cannot achieve great things, I, Sun Shua, can still compensate him with 3 tier 3 medicinal pills. Sun Shua's face was filled with a mocking smile. He ignored Bai Ying's gloomy water-like face. His eyes slowly shifted downwards and finally landed on Baijan, who was lying in the ruins with a weak aura all over his body. Cough cough, it was a long while later when Baijan finally climbed up from the ruins with great difficulty in a weak manner. There was even a layer of sand on his bloody face. At this moment, Baijan appeared to be incomparably weak. He first slowly lifted his head and glanced at his father, Bai Ying, who was standing on the roof. After which, he looked at Sun Shua and clenched his teeth. Finally, he violently shook his head. I will never admit defeat. Alright, since nephew Baijan is unwilling to admit defeat, his courage is commendable. By being able to possess such courage, nephew Baijan is really not an ordinary person. Hanchi, you have hurt someone. Moreover, it is nephew Baijan. Why are you still not apologizing to him? Otherwise, if his father comes looking for you, even I will have a difficult time. Even at this moment, Sun Shua did not forget to mock Bai Ying again. When Sun Hanchi heard this, he coldly smiled. His gaze immediately turned, and he stared at Baijan with a sneer on his face as he coldly laughed. Brother Baijan, I am sorry. I was careless earlier and was not careful. I am sorry. Although it was an apology, the tone of his voice was filled with cold laughter and disdain. Sun Hanchi turned around to leave after his words sounded. At this moment, Baijan suddenly opened his mouth. Remember, the humiliation today will be repaid in the future. Under the night sky, Western Lin City was no longer quiet because of Sun Hanchi and Baijan. After the crowd around the ruins left, the people in the city could no longer fall asleep. The pitch-black city immediately became brightly lit. Under the moonlight, the atmosphere in the city gradually became lively. Almost everyone was talking about the incident that happened between Sun Hanchi and Baijan. On the other side, a human figure wrapped in a black robe slowly walked out from a spot not far from the ruins after the Sun and Bai clans had left. The human figure slowly raised his head. The bright moonlight seeped through the gaps of the black robe, illuminating a pair of mirror-like dark black eyes under the black robe that reflected the moonlight. Through the somewhat weak moonlight, one could vaguely see that under the black robe was a young face. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than Xiaoyan? Xiaoyan gently raised his eyes. He opened his dark black eyes and looked in the direction that Baijan's group had left. After which, he looked to the opposite side. That direction was where Sun Shua and Sun Hanchi had left. The corner of the mouth under the black robe was lifted into a cold smile. At the same time, Xiaoyan involuntarily felt surprised for Baijan. Based on what Guyu had said, Baijan's true strength was that of a genuine 2-star Dodi. This kind of strength was not inferior to the heir of the Zhou clan. However, in order to hide his true strength, Baijan was able to remain calm in the face of Sun Hanchi's humiliation. He ended up being viciously beaten by someone who was clearly weaker than him. Even with Xiaoyan's experience, it was likely that there were only a handful of people who could compare with Baijan in Xiaoyan's memories. Compared to Baijan, Sun Hanchi was an extremely domineering person. He had only just broken through to the Dodi class, but he was already so arrogant when he did things. With the strength of a Dodi, he randomly bullied those who were weaker than him. Xiaoyan was curious. What would Sun Hanchi think if he were to learn of Baijan's true strength? However, Xiaoyan began to feel increasingly curious about the Bai clan when he thought about it. From the looks of it, it seemed that the Sun clan was unaware that Baijan had reached the Dodi class. From the sudden appearance of Sun Shua and Bai Ying tonight, it was clear that they had been lying in wait for a long time. Sun Hanchi had not only intentionally injured Baijan, but also wanted to use this opportunity to probe Baijan's true strength. Unfortunately, Baijan had been forcefully enduring Sun Hanchi's ferocious attacks from beginning to end. No matter how Sun Hanchi forced him, Baijan had been forcefully enduring. As a result, even when Bai Ying appeared in the end, Baijan did not display his true strength. Baijan would rather be seriously injured by Sun Hanchi than reveal his strength. From this point, it seemed that the Bai clan was intentionally hiding something from the Heavenly Sword sect. Even the other 3 large clans under them did not know about it. At the same time, the thing that piqued Xiaoyan's interest the most was that while the Bai clan and the Sun clan were arguing, Xiaoyan had secretly sensed 2 other auras observing them. There was no need to think too much to guess who the owners of these 2 auras were. They were naturally the 2 leading elders from the Zhou clan and the Hu clan, Zhou Benteng and Hu Ba. From the beginning, the attention of these 2 people had been placed on Bai Ying and Baijan. Clearly, they were also very curious about Baijan's true strength. After all, they were all part of the 4 large clans. Moreover, they were ranked 3rd among the 4 large clans. Currently, even the Sun clan, which was ranked last, had a young master whose strength had already reached the Dodi class. On the other hand, the Bai clan was indeed suspicious. Cuckoo, Xiaoyan let out a soft cold laugh. No matter how much trouble the four large clans caused, it had nothing to do with him. Currently, Xiaoyan was only concerned about the matter of the desolate ancient ruins. Currently, there were only 5 days left until the opening of the desolate ancient ruins. During these 5 days, Xiaoyan needed to raise his condition to its peak. Only in this way would he be able to obtain a share of the loot during this trip to the desolate ancient ruins. Xiaoyan raised his head and looked at the bright night sky. A beautiful woman appeared in his mind. His heart involuntarily became a little absent-minded. Immediately, he inhaled a deep breath of air. The black robe covered a small portion of Xiaoyan's face that was revealed. After which, his body, which was standing on the spot, trembled slightly. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body instantly disappeared from this place. On the other side, Sun Shua and his son, who had just returned from the Sun clan's encampment, had smiles all over their faces. This was not just because Sun Hanqi had beaten up Bai Zhan. Haha, Hanqi, father is now almost certain that the strength of that little bastard from the Bai clan has not reached the Do D class. After returning to the living room of the encampment, Sun Shua sat down on a chair. The smile on his face was not hidden at all. The joy in his heart was completely displayed on his face. Haha, that's right. Father, during the process of me attacking just now, that fellow did not even have the slightest ability to retaliate. He could not even block an ordinary attack of mine and was seriously injured by me 3 times in a row. The current Bai Zhan is likely to be seriously injured. I believe that he, the young master of the Bai clan, will definitely not be able to participate in this trip to the desolate ancient ruins. Sun Hanqi, who was seated opposite Sun Shua, similarly revealed a cold smile on his face. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. His words were filled with disdain and ridicule. At the same time, within the Hua clan, Hua Ba and the young master of the Hua clan were standing on the same roof. The two of them also firmly believed that Bai Zhan's strength was a 9-star bandit. After all, there was almost no elite Dodi who could endure such humiliation. To be stepped on by someone whose strength was inferior to theirs. This kind of humiliation was something that no one could endure. However, the atmosphere in the Zhua clan's encampment was different from the previous 2 clans. Zhua Bentang's old face contained a smile. His figure appeared respectful as he stood in the small courtyard. In front of him was a spotless white-clothed Shuolin, who was seated beside a stone table in the courtyard. His hand was gently lifting a lustrous jade cup. His sharp eyes stared at the jade cup in his hand. His face revealed an expression of deep thought. You said that Bai Zhan was crushed by Sun Hanqi? Yes, young master. Zhua Bentang's face was respectful as he replied. Although the strength of Shuolin in front of him could not compare with him, the latter's position caused the few upper echelon elders in the clan to have no choice but to treat him with respect. Even though Zhua Bentang was the leader of the Zhua clan in front of everyone during the day, he knew that the true decision-making power of their group was in Shuolin's hands. Did he resist? Shuolin gently placed down the jade cup in his hand and asked faintly. Yes, he did. However, in front of Sun Hanqi, it was useless. Zhua Bentang told the young man in front of him all the information that he had found out. The latter would occasionally frown and nod his head. A moment later, Shuolin finally opened his mouth and asked. What do you think of Bai Zhan's strength? Zhua Bentang involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard that Shuolin had actually passed this question to him. He felt surprised in his heart. Could it be that his young master was still doubting Bai Zhan's true strength? Even though he was doubtful in his heart, Zhua Bentang did not dare to act rashly in front of Shuolin. He could only carefully consider in his heart before answering honestly. Young master, this subordinate thinks that Bai Zhan's strength is indeed that of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Otherwise, if even you think so, then I'm sure that the Hua clan and the Sun clan would also think so. They both think that Bai Zhan is only a 9-star half-martial emperor. Shuolin's feminine slender fingers lightly tapped on the ice-cold table. The words that came out of his mouth caused Zhua Bentang, who was standing respectfully to the side, to feel as if he had suddenly woken up from a dream. The expression on his face rapidly changed. Immediately, an extremely shocked expression emerged from the bottom of his heart. If it was truly as his young master had judged, then this Bai Zhan was truly too frightening. To be able to endure being forcibly stepped on by someone whose strength was clearly inferior to his, how frightening was Baijan's temperament. If it was truly like this, then when Baijan displayed his strength in the future, it was likely that even the four great sects would be shocked. Young master, this shouldn't be possible, right? At this very moment, even with Xue Bentang's cunning temperament, he could not help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. At the same time that he looked at Zhuo Lin, his mouth involuntarily spat out doubtful words. Hearing that, Zhuo Lin's cold and indifferent expression did not fluctuate much. He only slowly inhaled a breath of air. After thinking for a while in his heart, he once again asked Zhuo Bentang, "Let me ask you. How many years has it been since Baijan became an advanced 9-star half-martial emperor?" Hearing those words, Zhuo Bentang's expression was slightly startled. Immediately, he rotated his eyes and hurriedly replied, "Young master, it has already been 13 years. Zhuo Lin gently nodded his head. He softly repeated Zhuo Bentang's words. After that, he softly muttered, 13 years? 13 years, huh? I also used 11 years to raise my strength from a 9-star half-martial emperor to a 2-star dodi. Once these words were spoken, Zhuo Bentang by the side immediately appeared to have thought of something. The pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk and an expression of disbelief was revealed on his old face. The breathing from his nose became slightly sluggish at this moment. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. Young master's words, could it be that? However, immediately following this, Zhuo Lin suddenly raised his hand and stopped Zhuo Bentang's action of continuing to speak. At the same time, a clear and cold voice was once again spat out from his mouth. Don't rashly jump to conclusions about anything. Perhaps I am simply thinking too much. However, you only need to remember that you must be careful of the Bai and Hui clans. As for that Sun clan, they are nothing more than a group of useless wild dogs. Raise them when you need them, and slaughter them when you don't need them. Once these words were spoken, Zhuo Bentang by the side immediately bowed and nodded. Although Zhuo Lin's words sounded extremely calm, the chilling killing intent hidden within them caused one's hair to stand on end. Even Zhuo Bentang, who was also a member of the same clan, was no exception to this. The Bai clan's encampment. There was not a single person in the quiet courtyard. Although this was the Bai clan's encampment, everyone in the Bai clan had been ordered to stay in their rooms. Without the clan leader's summons, no one was allowed to take even half a step out of their rooms. Hence, even though the commotion outside had been great, all the members of the Bai clan could only stare blankly from within their rooms. Even though they wanted to investigate, they were blocked by the aura that enveloped the courtyard. Helpless, the group of Bai clan members could only obediently stay in their rooms. At this moment, the blood-covered Baijan and the gloomy-faced Bai Ying were seated in a spacious hall that was empty of people in the courtyard. After swallowing a Tier 3 medicinal pill, the injuries on Baijan's body had clearly recovered. The bleeding wounds on his body had already stopped, and the dark red blood swiftly condensed into a layer of blood scabs. Baijan's silly white face also recovered its rosy color. "Zhan, are you all right?" The atmosphere in the hall was silent for a long time. Only then did Bai Ying open his mouth and ask Baijan with an ugly expression. "Haha, father, don't worry. I'm fine. I only suffered some superficial wounds. As for the rest, with the medicinal pill, it's nothing." Hearing Bai Ying's slightly complicated tone, Baijan chuckled and said with an indifferent expression. "Zhan, this is all your father's fault. If I didn't insist that you hide your strength, how could that little bastard from the Sun clan be your match?" Bai Ying glanced at Baijan and slowly lowered his head. His face was filled with guilt. "Haha, father, why are you sad? You should be happy. It doesn't matter that I was beaten up by that guy. Most importantly, I believe that apart from the Zhuo clan, the other two clans already believe that my true strength is that of a 9-star half-martial emperor." Hearing Baijan's words, Bai Ying slowly frowned. Indeed, it was as Baijan had said. Of the four great clans, the other two were easy to deal with. However, the Zhuo clan, especially the Zhuo clan's heir, Zhuo Lin, was very suspicious and observant of everything. Even if the Bai clan's trick could easily fool the Sun clan and Hui clan, it would still be very difficult for them to get past Zhuo Lin. The Zhuo clan is merely relying on the might of the Heavenly Sword sect. In the end, it's nothing more than a dog under the Heavenly Sword sect's feet. Once the Heavenly Sword sect falls, let's see who your Zhua clan can use as protection. Bai Ying's eyes narrowed as he fiercely slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair. At the same time, wood chips exploded as he slowly spoke those cold words. The night was still fine and the city below had gradually returned to its calm state. After returning to his residence, Xiaoyan heavily lay down on his bed. His normally tense body had completely relaxed. In just a short moment, he had sunk into his dreams. In the next few days, more and more experts arrived in Xilin City. The crowded city could be said to be overcrowded. As for the 4 great clans, they didn't take a single step out of their homes. They were completely entrenched and quiet. Until the 5th day, the day when the desolate ancient ruins opened. When the first ray of morning light pierced through the sky and landed on the silent land, the darkness of the night was completely expelled in the blink of an eye. The central world was awakened from the night. Countless living creatures were awakened at this moment. At the same time, the figures hiding in the dark corners quietly concealed themselves. Xilin City, which had been silent for an entire night, was awakened the moment the sun shone down. Numerous figures impatiently scuttled out from various parts of the city and flew into the sky. Their eyes were fiery hot as they looked towards the south outside the city. That was the direction of the Xilin mountain range. In 4 different directions within the city, the members of the 4 great clans also left their respective encampments one after another and flew into the sky. Many pairs of eyes were like the people around them as they looked towards the southern horizon. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who had slept for 5 days, finally woke up in a daze from his bed. Ugh, his eyes, which were in a deep sleep, slowly opened. Immediately, the glaring sunlight shot into his eyes. Immediately, the tiredness from his 5 days of deep sleep quickly disappeared like the receding tide. Xiaoyan's pair of slightly lost eyes also regained their calmness in an instant. They were like a deep spring, dark and deep. After waking up, Xiaoyan's body shook slightly and he successfully got up. At the same time, a huge spiritual strength swiftly swept out and observed the various movements within Xilin City. Oh, looks like it's time for the desolate ancient ruins to open. Xiaoyan muttered softly in his mouth. He was surprised that he had slept for 5 days in one go. However, after waking up, Xiaoyan's mental state was completely at its peak. Additionally, Xiaoyan's strength had only increased recently. It could be said that the current Xiaoyan was at his peak in all aspects. Under this condition, Xiaoyan was even confident that he could easily face a Dou Di who had just broken through. Huff. Spirit gathering fruit, I'm coming. Xiaoyan once again muttered in his mouth. His body flashed and disappeared from the room the next moment. In the outside world, Xiaoyan, who had revealed his body, was covered by a dark black robe in the sky. The glaring sunlight mercilessly fell. However, when it shone on the large black robe that Xiaoyan was wearing, it seemed to have been thrown into an endless void. The glaring light was instantly swallowed. This scene also caused some of the Bandi experts, who had coincidentally passed by Xiaoyan, to involuntarily change their expressions. One after another, they threw strange gazes at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan chose to ignore their gazes. With the black robes, Xiaoyan's eyes. Of the 4 great clans. Haha, let's go. Today, it's time for us to experience the desolate ancient remains. Hua Ba from the Hua clan laughed out loud. His gaze swept across the group of Hua clan members behind him. Soon after, he did not hold back. His body moved and he swiftly flew towards the Xilin mountain range. Once the members of the Hua clan had flown some distance away, the members of the Zhua clan did not stand on ceremony. With Shui Bentang leading them, a group of more than 10 people moved and flew towards the Xilin mountain range at a distance away from the Hua clan. Afterwards, the head of the Bai clan, Bai Ying, viciously glared at the Sun clan members. His eyes were filled with fury. Soon after, he turned his head and hatefully said, "Let's go." Then, he led the group of Bai clan members behind him and followed closely behind. Among the Sun clan members, Sun Shua and Sun Hanshi by the side swept past all the members of the Bai clan. Only when they did not see Bai Zhan's figure did they smile coldly. They raised their heads and waved their hands to the members of the Sun clan behind them. after which, they also moved. Following the departure of the four great clans, the other people in Shilin City also flew together at this moment. Immediately, numerous dochi light pillars shot to the sky. An enormous human flow surged in the sky as they majestically flew in the direction of the Shilin mountain range. Looking from a distance, such an enormous human flow appeared as though an enormous army was sweeping through the sky. Wherever the crowd passed, the mountain forest below appeared to be covered by a dark cloud. The magical beasts that were originally quietly resting within the mountain forest were also frightened by this earth-shaking aura until they fled in all directions. Following the departure of the thousands of Bandi experts from the Shilin mountain range, this enormous mountain range had completely descended into panic at this moment. Numerous human figures swiftly fled and hid within the mountain range. They were not real humans. Instead, they were Bandi-class magical beasts that had transformed into humans after their strength had reached the Bandi class. However, it was because of this that these Bandi-class magical beasts, who were usually filled with killing intent, involuntarily felt a wave of fear in their hearts at this moment when they saw the enormous human flow in the sky, which was like a cluster of dark clouds. Moreover, other than the Bandi class, there were also super experts at the Do-D class among this group of people. Xiaoyan had been following this enormous human flow along the way. The people from the four great clans were leading the way from a distance. This caused the magical beasts in the mountain range below to scatter in all directions before they arrived. During the flight, Xiaoyan looked at the familiar mountain range below. He involuntarily curled his mouth helplessly. He had stayed in this place for a couple of months during the past couple of months. He could be said to be extremely familiar with the terrain. However, he did not expect that the so-called desolate ancient remains would actually be located deep within the Shilin mountain range. 4 hours later, this vast and mighty human army finally arrived at their destination, the entrance to the desolate ancient remains, as they flew without any scruples. However, when Xiaoyan saw the familiar scene in the mountain range below, his dark black eyes under the cover of the black robe suddenly shrunk. A surprise immediately rose within his heart. He did not expect that the entrance to the desolate ancient remains would actually be here. Everyone's gaze lowered. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone was a vast and boundless lake. The lake was so big that one could not see the end of it with a glance. The strangest thing was that at this moment, the entire lake revealed a blood-like scarlet color. It looked extremely frightening. The air was filled with a bloody stench that caused one to feel nauseous. When everyone in the sky saw the blood-colored lake below, everyone's eyes similarly revealed a shocked expression. In their hearts, it was even more difficult to imagine that this scarlet lake was actually dyed by fresh blood. At this moment, the shock in Xiaoyan's heart could not be any greater. This was because this blood-colored lake was where the narwhal snake's lair was located. How can this be? It is actually here, among the crowd. Xiaoyan, who was covered by a black robe, tightly knitted his brows. He had never imagined that the entrance to the desolate ancient ruins would actually be here. Although Xiaoyan did not have a good impression of the narwhal snake, he did not reject it either. Now that he had seen the blood in the lake below, Xiaoyan did not doubt that it was the narwhal snake's blood. From the looks of it, the narwhal snake had most likely already died at the hands of some human experts. After all, in the Shilin mountain range, no other magical beast would dare to anger a super magical beast whose strength had reached the level of a 9-star half-emperor. Even magical beasts of the same level as the 9-star half-emperor would rarely invade the territories of other magical beasts. Now that the narwhal snake had already died, it was likely that only humans would be able to do so. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiaoyan could not help but feel pity in his heart. After all, it was very likely that the narwhal snake had become the last narwhal snake in this world. Even Xiaoyan would be somewhat reluctant to let it die at the hands of a human expert. The narwhal snake was exceptionally talented. Its bloodline was an extremely noble existence even among all snake-type magical beasts. If it had been able to mature, the narwhal snake's strength would likely not be too weak in the future. At the very least, it would not have been a problem for it to reach the level of a source ancestor. However, since the narwhal snake had already died, it was useless for Xiaoyan to feel any pity in his heart. After letting out a soft sigh in his heart, Xiaoyan could only helplessly withdraw his gaze. Currently, he should be most concerned about the desolate ancient ruins. However, before this, ever since he had arrived at this place, Xiaoyan had always had a question in his heart that he had not been able to answer. This was why Guyu, who was in his body, did not discover anything about the desolate ancient ruins when he had first arrived. Old Gu, why, there is no need for you to ask about this. The last time I came here, I was indeed unable to detect anything different. From the looks of it, the owner of this remains is likely quite powerful. This question had just appeared in Xiaoyan's heart when Guyu rejected it. This caused Xiaoyan to swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. At this moment, before Xiaoyan could answer the doubts in his heart, the blood-colored lake below suddenly began to churn. Countless pairs of eyes in the sky uniformly landed on the blood-colored lake below. At this very moment, everyone's eyes were filled with a fiery passion. The desolate ancient ruins was finally going to open. Chi, the blood-red lake churned intensely. The originally calm surface of the lake began to churn like boiling water at this moment. A countless number of human figures in the sky surged out the do-chi within their bodies. Powerful auras immediately agglomerated into a frightening pressure in the sky. At the same time, various colored and beautiful do-chi shot to the sky, transforming into numerous do-chi light pillars that shot to the 9 heavens. Their auras were like rainbows. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion, and their hearts were burning with passion. The opening of the desolate ancient ruins was imminent, and they were only waiting for the moment when it truly opened. Then, everyone would enter in a single file. At that time, all the treasures in the desolate ancient ruins would depend on the methods of everyone present. If one was quick, one would obtain something. If one was slow, one would not obtain anything. Everyone understood this principle. However, no one present wished to give up this opportunity to be quick. Many figures swiftly descended. Finally, they paused in the air 100 feet above the lake. The bloody scent that permeated the air became even denser at this point. This caused everyone's breathing to involuntarily become a little hurried. The more this was the case, the denser the bloody scent that everyone inhaled became. Chi. An even denser bloody scent was emitted from the lake as it churned. It turned into a scarlet-red fog that slowly drifted into the sky. When everyone in the sky smelled this bloody scent, their expressions involuntarily changed. The instant they smelled the bloody scent, everyone felt that the do-chi within their bodies involuntarily had a tendency to go berserk. This kind of situation caused everyone present to be incomparably shocked in their hearts. The final result of a do-chi going berserk would be to cause a practitioner to explode and die. No one present was willing to die in such an unresigned manner. Immediately, the people below who were near the lake stood up. Numerous human figures swiftly turned around and flew toward the sky. However, at this moment, Chi. Numerous blood pillars that reached the sky shot up from the lake below. Before those human figures in the sky could respond, the blood pillars that were as thick as a person's leg violently pierced through the chests of those people like numerous enormous spears. Immediately, fresh blood splattered in the sky. Those people, whose eyes were still fiery hot a moment ago, had already turned into a pile of corpses in the blink of an eye. As the blood pillars fell, numerous corpses that had lost control emitted a plop sound as they fell into the violently churning lake below. They disappeared in an instant. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of everyone in the sky to change drastically. Who could have imagined that this scarlet-red lake, which appeared to be dyed by fresh blood, was actually able to kill a couple of Band D experts with one strike? This could really be described as frightening. In the blink of an eye, the wild heat in the eyes of everyone in the sky disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a deep fear. Other than those elite Do-D, most of the Band D experts among the thousands of people had thoughts of withdrawing at this moment. Of course, at the same time, most of them were driven by greed. Everyone was hoping in their hearts that everything that had happened just now was the result of their eagerness for quick success. They were seeking their own deaths, and they could not blame anyone else for this. At this moment, they believed that as long as they waited patiently, they would be able to easily enter the desolate ancient ruins when the entrance was completely opened. At this moment, the hearts of the 4 great clans and even more elite Do-D were filled with disdain. Although the blood pillars that had appeared earlier were quite strong, they could only deal with a Band D class expert. They did not pose much of a threat to them. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, believed that with the addition of the heavenly flame, it would not be a problem for him to finish off those blood pillars with his strength. With the earlier matter, everyone had become much more well-behaved at this moment. They watched the bloody lake below churn increasingly intensely. In the end, the scarlet-red lake water slowly withdrew. An enormous scarlet-red hole appeared in the middle of the lake. At this moment, an even more intense bloody aura slowly drifted out from within it. Upon seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd in the sky were not alarmed but instead rejoiced. Numerous gazes that were filled with greed swiftly shot towards the entrance of the cave. Even the leaders of the 4 great clans revealed a joyous expression on their faces. At this moment, the desolate ancient remains had finally been completely opened. Charge, the desolate ancient remains has been opened. The eyes of the countless number of human figures in the sky immediately turned bright red when the scarlet-red lake water withdrew and the entrance to the remains appeared in front of everyone's sight. Their throats emitted a low and deep greedy roar. Countless numbers of figures instantly became like locusts as they charged explosively toward the deep hole in the middle of the blood-colored lake below. Compared to these people who were charging forward, Xianxia and the members of the 4 great clans in the sky stood in a towering manner. They did not charge forward because of the unusual movement of the people in the sky at this moment. Just as the crowd suspiciously swept their gazes over the members of the 4 great clans, in the next instant, a portion of the people below, who were about to enter the entrance of the ruins, suddenly began to swell uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the dozen or so half-emperors present had swelled to an unimaginable extent. At this moment, the people who were rapidly descending seemed to have received a shock. They hurriedly stopped their rapidly descending bodies and hurriedly turned their bodies around, preparing to fly up into the sky. However, just when these people thought that they could escape death in their hearts, those Bandi experts below, whose bodies had swelled to the limit, were finally unable to continue suppressing the wild and violent doqi within their bodies. Amidst numerous painful screeches, the swollen bodies of those Bandi experts below suddenly exploded. A nose-piercing bloody scent swept over the sky like a storm. Accompanying it was an even more frightening energy storm. The expressions of the group of Bandi experts in the sky suddenly changed when they saw this energy storm. They hurriedly pulled back. Those elite Dodi waved their sleeves and scattered the energy that was heading toward them. Xiaoyan, who was in the middle of the energy storm, did not show the slightest change in his expression under the black robe. He allowed the storm to sweep over his body. The energy that it contained was completely swallowed by the great way of the void on his black robe. Although the others each possessed their own life-saving methods, there were still quite a number of people who were swallowed by the storm that was filled with a wild and violent nature. Of course, Xiaoyan's group, who were a little further away, might have the opportunity to respond in time. However, those Bandi experts who were close by did not even have the time to maneuver their doqi. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Bandi experts were swallowed by the frightening energy storm. Everyone's aura completely disappeared in an instant. Everyone in the sky looked down after the storm scattered. The entrance to the remains below still appeared unusually calm. However, not even the corpses of those Bandi experts who had been swallowed by the energy storm could be seen at this moment. Gulp. Although those Bandi experts were nowhere to be seen, everyone present could clearly see that the Scarlet Lake water, which had retreated, had once again begun to churn at this moment. Numerous enormous bubbles surged out from within. The bubbles emitted a bang and burst apart the moment they came into contact with the air. They transformed into scarlet blood that merged with the lake water. Immediately, the originally scarlet-red lake water became even more glaring. At the same time, the instant the bubble burst, a dense bloody aura also drifted up. It gradually spread in the air above the lake, just like a dense fog. Such a strange scene immediately caused everyone present to fall into chaos. The atmosphere in the area had also become extremely tense. The strange scene that had occurred earlier caused the hearts of all the half-emperors present to be as quiet as cicadas in winter. A deep chill crazily surged out from the bottom of their hearts. Those were nearly 100 Bandi experts. Yet, all of them had died in such an unknown manner within the blink of an eye. This kind of matter was really unbelievable. The leaders of the 4 great clans also turned their gazes to the Scarlet Lake water below. Their deep eyes involuntarily revealed a solemn expression. Compared to the strange bloody fog, this lake water was the thing that truly caused them to be afraid. As expected, this remains is indeed not so easy to enter. From the looks of it, it should be a formation of quite a high tier. It is actually able to rely on blood to affect the dou qi within a person's body. It is really frightening. Indeed, from the looks of the great strength, it is actually able to cause a high-class bandit to lose the ability to resist. From this, it can be seen that the tier of this formation is quite high. It is likely that it is at least a Tier 3 formation. TSK, Tier 3 formation. That is a super formation that can shake an elite Dodi. It is unexpected that it would actually appear here. The few high-class bandits in the sky used resentful eyes to look at the churning lake water below. They involuntarily rejoiced in their hearts. The reason why they did not move was because they wanted to follow the footsteps of the 4 great clans and enter the remains. It was also because of this that these people were able to survive this calamity. Haha, this remains is really extraordinary. I have long heard that its owner was once an expert at the Origin King class. Now that I have seen it, it is indeed extraordinary. Huoba laughed out loud as he lowered his head to look at the entrance of the remains in front of the crowd. The scarlet lake water coupled with the bottomless entrance to the remains caused one's pores to stand on end. The deep remains appeared to be filled with a mysterious color. At the same time, it also seemed to contain an endless amount of killing intent. Huoba's eyes looked around him after his loud laughter sounded. He involuntarily parted his mouth and smiled when he saw that no one was moving. His eyes looked at the other 3 clans around him and laughed. Heh, don't the 3 of you want to go in and take a look? The other 3 clans looked at each other when they heard this. They saw that the other party did not move. The Bai clan and the Sun clan did not speak. However, as the leader of the 4 great clans, the Zhua clan, Zhua Bentang chuckled and cupped his hands towards Huoba. Haha, my Zhua clan has always done things in an orderly manner. We are not in a hurry. If Elder Hua wants to go in and take a look, please do. Huoba's eyes involuntarily narrowed when he heard Zhua Bentang's words. He nodded slightly and cupped his hands towards Zhua Bentang. He put on a fake smile and said, haha, good. Since the Zhua clan intends to let my Hua clan enter first, my Hua clan will not be polite. I will take my leave first. We will meet again in the remains. Huoba took the lead and led the group of Hua clan members after his words sounded. His body moved and he quickly descended towards the entrance of the remains below. Behind him, many of the bandit experts in the sky followed closely after seeing this. They hoped to borrow Huoba's strength to successfully enter the remains. At this moment, Xiaoyan was still standing among the remaining people, quietly waiting for the opportunity to arrive. Chi, however, just as the members of the Hua clan landed, the lake below, which had just calmed down, once again began to churn. The hearts of the people in the sky involuntarily tightened when they saw this. Their gazes looked at the group of people who were swiftly descending. The emotions in their hearts involuntarily became a little anxious. At the same time, Huoba had clearly sensed a dangerous aura from the scarlet lake below. It was fine if he was the only one on this trip. However, he still needed to take care of the members of the Hua clan behind him. Hence, he needed to be careful. Huoba, who was descending, shook his body slightly. Immediately, a circle of surging dou qi swiftly spread from Huoba's body. In the blink of an eye, it had already agglomerated into a dou qi barrier around the members of the Hua clan. After which, the speed at which the members of the Hua clan were descending became a little slower. The group of half-emperors following closely behind did not dare to slight the situation when they saw this. They hurriedly spread out the dou qi within their bodies. After each of them reacted, they swiftly moved and caught up with the members of the Hua clan at the front. Puff puff. At this moment, numerous thick blood pillars suddenly shot out from the churning lake below just like before. They were like numerous huge snakes that had gone crazy. Their bodies emitted a bloody aura that was difficult to endure as they charged explosively toward the members of the Hua clan at this moment. The speed of the blood pillars had clearly exceeded the understanding of most of the half-emperors. Immediately, the expressions of quite a number of members of the Hua clan behind Huoba wildly changed. This was especially so when they smelled the dense bloody scent that permeated the air at this moment. Their expressions involuntarily paled and a fear involuntarily surged into their hearts. Although these members of the Hua clan were quite strong, their training had always been within the clan. They were just like flowers in a greenhouse. In a situation where they had never experienced the true tempering of life and death, just the scene that had happened earlier was already enough to challenge their hearts. However, at this moment, they had suddenly turned from being spectators to being the ones whose lives were about to be threatened. No matter how one looked at it, they still felt a wave of discomfort in their hearts. Huaba was naturally able to understand the reason behind the absent-mindedness of these children of his. However, now was not the time to allow them to be arrogant. If they were careless, their lives might be at risk. How could he allow them to be absent-minded? Brats, wake up. If you want to return alive to see your parents, hurry up and dodge. In the void, Huaba, who was rapidly descending, suddenly turned his head. A shocking angry roar immediately spread into the ears of the members of the Hu clan like a thunderclap. His voice was so loud that it caused the expressions of all the members of the Hu clan behind Huaba to change drastically. At the same time, they hurriedly recovered from their absent-mindedness. At the same time, their bodies rapidly dodged, narrowly dodging the blood pillars that were heading towards them. However, the half-emperors following closely behind. The members of the Hu clan were not so lucky. When the members of the Hu clan dodged, the blood pillars ruthlessly pierced through the chests of the half-emperors following closely behind them. Pu. Immediately, another dozen half-emperors died under the bombardment of the blood pillars. Those half-emperors who were lucky enough to survive did not dare to easily approach the members of the Hu clan. They were afraid that they would end up dying a miserable death like these people. Seeing this, Huaba's old face did not reveal the slightest bit of pity. Instead, his gaze swept over those half-emperors who had separated. The corners of his mouth parted into a cold smile. Immediately, his body moved and led the members of the Hu clan behind him as they swiftly flew towards the entrance of the desolate ancient remains. At the same time, the other half-emperors in the air above the lake did not dare to be slow. Their bodies swiftly flew forward, hoping to enter the remains before the blood pillars arrived again. As everyone rapidly descended, many blood pillars that reached the sky shot up from the surface of the lake. Immediately, they suddenly turned around and shot towards the experts who were approaching the entrance of the remains. When the blood pillars once again fell into the lake below, only less than half of the originally black mass of people remained in the sky above the lake. Thinking back, it took less than 10 minutes for all of this to happen. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of half-emperors had already died in this place. This time around, the sacrifice they had made in order to enter the desolate ancient remains could not be considered small. However, when the remaining people thought that this was the end and that they could finally enter the remains, wave after wave of extremely dense blood-colored fog once again drifted out from the deep hole below. The hearts of everyone present paled when they saw this scene. However, before they could react, the bodies of a couple of half-emperors in the swiftly descending group began to swell uncontrollably. Wild and violent doqi flew all over their bodies. Within a short couple of breaths, the bodies of a couple of half-emperors had already reached the brink of exploding. Bang bang bang. Soon after, an earth-shaking explosion once again spread. At this moment, even Xiaoyan, who was in the sky and covered by a black robe, involuntarily had a change in expression. What a frightening formation. Half-emperors are like ants in front of it. They can easily be finished off by this formation. Xiaoyan quietly muttered in his heart with a grave expression. His eyes under the black robe swept over the entire place in an undetectable manner. Immediately, his originally frowning eyebrows became even more tightly knit. Currently, most of the people present were half-emperors. Once these people approached the sky above the lake, forget about the blood pillars. However, once they were contaminated by the bloody aura, the doqi within their bodies would become violent. It was likely that even with Xiaoyan's ability, it would be difficult for him to not be injured. Just as Xiaoyan was thinking of a solution with a grave expression, the people from the Hu clan had already disappeared from the sky above the blood lake following the scattering of the energy storm below. From the looks of it, they should have already entered the remains. After the first wave of people entered, the people from the Sun clan, led by Sun Shua, began to move toward the entrance of the remains below. The Zhou clan and the Bai clan did not move. No one knew whether it was because they were not in a hurry or because of other reasons. However, just as Xiaoyan was patiently waiting for the people from the Sun clan to enter the remains, 3 familiar figures suddenly appeared in his sight. The expression on Xiaoyan's face under the black robe suddenly became sluggish when he saw these three figures. He had never imagined that he would actually meet them here. These three people were the three great beast kings of the Shilin mountain range, the Sky Eagle, the Flame Lion and Xionggang. They have also come this time. Xiaoyan's old face involuntarily twitched under the black robe. He had never expected that these three fellows would actually be attracted by this desolate ancient remains. If it was during an ordinary time, Xiaoyan might feel a joy in his heart. However, the current situation caused Xiaoyan to be unable to smile. Despite the two miserable results from the previous two times, there were still quite a number of Band D experts following the Sun clan as they flew down. The densely packed heads were like locusts passing by. This time around, there were over a dozen other elite Do D other than the Sun clan. There were also an innumerable number of Band D experts following close behind. Tianying's trio were three of these countless number of Band D experts. Although the aura present was quite shocking at this moment, from the way Xiaoyan saw it, it did not mean that these people would be able to successfully enter the remains. On the contrary, the more half-step D there were, the more half-step D experts would be eroded by the blood fog. At that time, if anything were to happen, even with the strength of Tianying's group, it would be difficult for them to survive. These three fellows are really, Xiaoyan quietly cursed in his heart. He watched Tianying's trio follow the crowd and charge down. Only then did he bitterly clench his teeth. A thought passed through his heart and the do qi within his body began to circulate. Immediately, the body under the black robe trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan, who was among the crowd, instantly disappeared from the sky. Bai Ying and Zhuo Bentang frowned from the direction of the Bai clan and the Zhuo clan after Xiaoyan instantly disappeared. Both of their gazes looked at the spot where Xiaoyan had been standing earlier. The two of them looked over and found that there was already nothing there. From the distribution of the surrounding people, there should have been a person there before their gazes looked over. Other than this, at a certain spot in the crowd, there was a human figure who was also wrapped in a black robe. The pair of eyes under the black robe stared at the spot where Xiaoyan had disappeared. His heart was deep in thought. Who is that person? He can actually disappear under this old man's watch. Who exactly is this person? Zhuo Bentang's gaze was still fixed on the empty space, a rare solemn look appearing in the depths of his old eyes. At this moment, Bai Ying was also staring at the void. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. His gaze then swept across the crowd as if he was looking for someone. At this moment, below the crowd in the sky, a large number of people were swarming towards the entrance of the ruins. At the same time, the blood-colored lake below began to churn again. Chi. All of a sudden, pillars of blood that emitted a strong stench shot out once again. From the bottom to the top, they charged towards the swarming crowd in a haphazard manner. The crowd immediately turned chaotic. Everyone's faces carried a solemn expression. One by one, they raised the do qi within their bodies and the seals on their palms changed. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky had already been covered by various kinds of powerful do skills. With the previous example, everyone had come prepared. In order to deal with those blood pillars, they had already made all the necessary preparations. However, they had clearly underestimated just how frightening those blood pillars were. Bang bang bang. Even though there were many Band D experts present, all of them were only able to break a small portion of those blood pillars with their combined strength. The remaining blood pillars used the most overbearing method to break the various do skills that were heading towards them. Although it was a formation, a mere Band D was far from enough to defeat it. Puff puff puff, soon after, as dark red blood splattered across the sky, countless half-martial emperors were penetrated by the pillars of blood. As for the pillars of blood, they were extremely strange. Even if they did not injure any vital organs, they would emit a strange suction force that would directly absorb one's blood. Thus, at this moment, the majority of the half-martial emperors present had died from having their blood devoured by the pillars of blood. Amongst the chaotic crowd, Tianying and the other two were 9-star Band D. Their strength was quite extraordinary. Additionally, the three of them had great teamwork. Hence, they were not harmed by the blood pillars within a short period of time. However, this did not mean that they would have the opportunity to enter the desolate ancient remains. Above the lake of blood, numerous pillars of blood shot through the sky like enormous pythons. Every single time a pillar of blood shot through the sky, one or even more quasi-emperors would have their chests pierced through. In the blink of an eye, less than 100 quasi-emperors remained from the hundreds of quasi-emperors that had been there before. Being one of the 4 great clans, it was naturally extremely easy for the Sun clan to avoid those blood pillars, with Sun Shua personally leading the group. As for those 10+ elite Dodi, they relied on their great strength and were similarly unharmed. As for those half-martial emperors, with the exception of a very small number of groups, all the other groups that were alone were unable to avoid being targeted by the pillars of blood. Bang! Tianying's body flew back after his Do technique was broken. Behind him, the Flameshare and Xianxia once again attacked. Powerful Do techniques repeatedly struck a blood pillar that was charging over. Finally, the blood pillar was shattered by the combined strength of the 3 brothers when it was a couple of dozen feet in front of the 3 of them. However, before the 3 of them could catch their breath, the blood lake below once again churned. Another couple of blood pillars shot to the sky. This time around, they seemed to have a target as they charged explosively toward Tianying's group. Damn it! This strange thing will never be destroyed. Regardless of how many we break, it will still charge out of this blood lake. At the same time that the Do technique in his hand once again flew out, the Flame Lion involuntarily cursed out loud. He exchanged glances with the Sky Eagle duo by the side and hurriedly turned his body. His waist twisted in a strange arc and narrowly dodged the 3 blood pillars that were charging in front of him. This won't do. We must be quick. We must be the first to enter the remains before this blood pillar attacks us. Tianying's expression was extremely solemn. The strength of this blood pillar caused him to feel a sense of helplessness that he had never felt before. Currently, a forceful attack was useless. Hence, he could only rely on speed to obtain victory. I will delay it. All of you should withdraw first. Xianxia roared furiously. His body suddenly shook and an earthen yellow doqi immediately spluttered out. It swiftly agglomerated on the surface of his body. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a thick rock armor. But, the Flameshare by the side was just about to open his mouth. However, before he could say anything, the body of Xianxia, who had just agglomerated an armor, was suddenly sent flying by a bright red blood pillar. Xianxia. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of Tianying and the Flameshare to change drastically. The 2 of them exclaimed in unison. They turned their eyes, but did not expect that other than the 3 blood pillars from earlier, another blood pillar had unknowingly charged toward them. Xianxia had been sent flying by this attack due to his carelessness. The 2 of them followed their gazes and looked over. At the end of the blood pillar, there were a total of 4 blood pillars. At this moment, they were surrounding Xianxia, who was in the middle. Looking over, the armor on Xianxia's body had already been completely destroyed by the attack earlier. Perhaps it was because of this armor that Xianxia was lucky enough to survive. However, the armor was broken and the 4 blood pillars surrounded Xianxia alone. Even if he were to go all out and resist, it was likely that he would not be able to survive. Immediately, the eyes of Tianying and the Flameshare immediately turned bright red. They had lived together with Xianxia for an unknown number of years. Currently, their strength had yet to break through to the DD class. How could they bear to see one of them die like this? Immediately, Tianying roared furiously in his heart. He used his fastest speed to charge towards Xianxia. The Flameshare, on the other hand, used all his strength to use his strongest Do skill to violently attack the blood pillar. However, this was just like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. There was no result at all. Damn it. Get lost. Turn around. If you have the ability, turn around and kill me. On top of being furious, the Flameshare's mouth also emitted a furious roar. However, the 4 blood pillars remained indifferent. Xianxia, who was surrounded by them, not only had his armor broken after receiving the attack earlier, but his body had also suffered quite a serious injury. At this moment, he was also surrounded by the 4 blood pillars. There was no way for him to retreat. At the same time, Tianying's face was flushed red. The doqi in his body had already been circulated to the limit. However, there was still a small distance between him and Xianxia. However, the blood pillar appeared to be unable to continue waiting. Its bright red body suddenly twisted. Soon after, it violently smashed toward Xianxia with a lightning-like speed. Xianxia felt a wave of helplessness in his heart when he saw the blood pillar that was charging toward him. He knew that at this distance, it was impossible for him to self-destruct even if he wanted to. From the looks of it at this moment, other than waiting for death, there was nothing he could do to resist. No. The Flameshers and Tianying's faces were crazy. The expression on their faces had become unusually distorted because of the grief and fury in their hearts. However, regardless of how hard they tried, it was ultimately useless. Xianxia's death was already set in stone. Given the distance between the two of them, it was impossible for them to take any action to salvage the situation. Ugh, Xianxia slowly shut his eyes. Perhaps this would be able to reduce the endless pain that he would have to endure later on. If only Xiaoyan was here. That fellow seems to be able to do anything no matter what. The moment Xianxia shut his eyes, his heart inexplicably thought of Xiaoyan. However, he also knew that Xiaoyan had already left the Shilin mountain range. Currently, there was only them in this place. However, the next moment, swoosh, a thunderous roar that resounded across the sky was suddenly transmitted over. Soon after, the ferocious attack of the blood pillar forcefully missed. Haha, brother, it is not the time to despair yet. If you don't try, how do you know that it will definitely fail? A familiar soft laughter was transmitted from beside his ear. Suddenly, Xianxia's mind shook violently. His tightly shut eyes abruptly opened. A handsome face leisurely stood in front of him. Soon after, Xianxia's pupils abruptly shrunk. The emotions in his heart had also reached the peak in an instant. His heart was filled with disbelief as he looked at Xiaoyan in front of him. It was a long while later before Xianxia's hoarse voice slowly spoke. You. Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan. Shu. Xianxia had just spat out these words from his mouth when the expression of Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, immediately changed. He hurriedly gestured for the latter to keep quiet. Soon after, Xianxia quickly reacted and gently nodded his head. His somewhat simple and honest face was currently filled with a joyous smile. He knew that since Xiaoyan had appeared at this moment, it would not be a problem for the three of them to enter the desolate ancient remains. Even though they had not truly interacted with Xiaoyan for a long time, they had unknowingly become friends with each other. Moreover, Xiaoyan's strength caused them to be filled with confidence. This was especially so after the incident at the eastern wall where Xiaoyan had entered the hinterland of Shilin. The three of them firmly believed in Xiaoyan in their hearts. It seemed that as long as any trouble was placed in front of Xiaoyan, it would be easily solved. Even though they did not know where this confidence came from, it did not cause them to have the slightest doubt in their hearts. Haha, I really did not expect that you would actually appear here. Haha, I really have to thank you for saving my life. If it was not for you today, I'm afraid that the current me would have been under that blood pillar. Xianxia's somewhat pale face was filled with smiles as he stood up. He inhaled 2 deep breaths of air and his mind swiftly recovered from the incident earlier. After which, his large palm violently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder. His gaze turned. In the distant empty space, Sky Eagle and Flame Lion had also discovered the commotion here at this moment. Seeing that Xianxia was fine, a joyous glow was emitted from the eyes of the two of them. Their bodies moved and they hurriedly flew over. The two of them approached and saw that Xianxia was indeed fine. Only then did the two of them let out a long sigh of relief. Their tensed hearts also suddenly relaxed. Haha, look at how nervous the two of you are. Am I not fine? Haha. Xianxia laughed when he saw the two people in front of him. His face involuntarily revealed an expression of lingering fear as he spoke. You are really a stubborn person. If it was not for this Mister's timely intervention earlier, it is likely that you would have already become another dead soul under that blood pillar. You actually still dare to laugh here. We should have really let that blood pillar take you in earlier. Although Tianning understood in his heart that Xianxia was only doing this to reassure them, he still involuntarily scolded when he heard this. After which, he turned his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan, whose back was facing them and whose body was hidden under a black robe. His gaze ruthlessly cut at Xianxia before exchanging glances with the Flame Lion by the side. The two of them nodded in unison. Soon after, they cupped their hands to the mysterious black-robed human figure in front of them. The both of us thank Elder for saving my younger brother's life. The expression on Xianxia's face immediately became dull when he heard this. Even Xiaoyan, who was in front of the three of them at this moment, involuntarily revealed a playful smile on his face under the black robe. Immediately, he slowly turned around in front of the respectful gazes of the two behind him. Soon after, a familiar handsome face appeared in front of Sky Eagle and the Flame Lion's eyes. Haha, these two old brothers, this little brother is really unable to accept this great gift from the both of you. The expressions on the faces of Sky Eagle and the Flame Lion froze the moment they saw this familiar face. Soon after, the two of them opened their mouths to exclaim. However, Xiaoyan was already prepared. The moment the two of them exclaimed, an invisible strength immediately sealed the empty space where the three of them were located. Any sound within it was naturally blocked. Xiaoyan. Words that were filled with surprise were emitted from the mouths of the two of them. The expressions on their faces instantly became wild joy. They did not expect that they would actually meet Xiaoyan during this trip to the desolate ancient remains. Xiaoyan, it is really you. Sky Eagle's face was filled with disbelief as he looked at Xiaoyan in front of him. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually appear in the Shilin mountain range. Haven't you already passed through the Shilin mountain range? Why have you appeared here again? The Flame Lion by the side also walked forward with a face filled with surprise. However, soon after, he frowned slightly and asked with a somewhat doubtful tone. Upon hearing this, not only Sky Eagle, even Xianxia by the side also involuntarily frowned. Could it be that Xiaoyan in front of them did not pass through the Shilin mountain range? Xiaoyan smiled faintly as if he had guessed the thoughts of the three in front of him. Immediately, he smiled and explained to the three of them in front of him. Cuckoo, the three of you are thinking too much. Although I have indeed passed through the Shilin mountain range, I will naturally be able to return after leaving. Sky Eagle and the other two came to a sudden understanding when they heard this. However, Sky Eagle's expression involuntarily changed when he turned his eyes. This was because while the three of them were focused on conversing, the four blood pillars in the sky appeared to have been angered. They suddenly turned in the sky and the four blood pillars immediately charged towards Xiaoyan's group. From the looks of it, it seemed that they would not rest until they killed Xiaoyan's group. Damn it. I have nearly forgotten that now is not the time to talk. Everyone be careful. Those damn things are coming again. Sky Eagle's voice was solemn as he spoke. His body shook and the doqi within his body once again spluttered out. At the same time, the Flame Lion and Xianxia by his side also maneuvered the doqi within their bodies in preparation to face the four blood pillars that were about to arrive. However, just as the three of them were preparing to attack, Xiaoyan, who was currently standing behind the three of them, used his hand to gently pat Sky Eagle's shoulder. The latter's eyes hardened. Soon after, Xiaoyan blocked the three in front of him. Cuckoo, these three old brothers, leave this thing to me. Xiaoyan laughed faintly. His gaze calmly swept over the faces of the three of them. Immediately, it landed on the four blood pillars. The hand under his sleeves was slowly clenched. The fury that had been suppressed within his chest since the beginning had finally shown some unusual signs at this moment. He treated the Sky Eagle trio as his friends and naturally did not wish for any of them to be hurt. However, Xianxia had nearly lost his life to these strange blood pillars earlier. It was just as Xianxia had said. If it was not because Xiaoyan was coincidentally present today, he would really have no way to survive. Moreover, the Sky Eagle duo might even risk their lives for Xianxia. This was something that Xiaoyan was unwilling to see no matter what. However, the Sky Eagle trio involuntarily frowned in the face of Xiaoyan's actions. Even though they had some understanding of Xiaoyan's true strength, the strength of these blood pillars was even more frightening than the cold wind under the eastern wall back then. If Xiaoyan was careless, would it not? Xiaoyan, cuckoo, does old brother Sky Eagle not believe in my ability? Ugh, however, just as Sky Eagle was about to open his mouth, Xiaoyan laughed softly, forcefully stopping the words that were about to reach his mouth. Immediately, Sky Eagle glanced at the Flame Lion and Xianxia beside him. He helplessly laughed bitterly. The three of them shifted their feet slightly, giving Xiaoyan the space in front of them. At the same time, other than the group of Band D experts near the lake, the other group of Band D experts in the sky were looking at the Sky Eagle trio below with doubtful faces. These three fellows were actually still standing there in a daze when they saw the blood pillars charging toward them. Were they seeking death? Of course, other than these Band D experts, the eyes of those elite Dodi present, including Zhuo Benteng and Bai Ying, had landed on the black-robed Xiaoyan below at this moment. No one could tell, but they were aware that the reason why the Sky Eagle trio had moved aside was likely because this mysterious black-robed person was about to personally intervene. Just who is this person? Even the old me is unable to detect his aura. Zhuo Benteng's eyes were cautious as he stared at Xiaoyan below. He involuntarily thought quietly in his heart. At the same time, Bai Ying's heart was also filled with doubt as he stared at Xiaoyan. The doubt in his heart was not smaller than Zhuo Benteng's. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face, which was covered by a black robe, was calm as he faced the four blood pillars that were about to arrive in front of him in the empty space below. On the other hand, Tianning and the other two behind him involuntarily felt a wave of worry in their hearts despite being clearly aware of Xiaoyan's great strength in their hearts. A thought passed through his mind and the Dou-Qi within the vortex within his body began to circulate. Following Xiaoyan's control, threads of tiny great Dao strength gradually appeared in the invisible empty space. Immediately, they were absorbed into Xiaoyan's body. Soon after, the four blood pillars that reached the sky arrived in front of Xiaoyan's group in the blink of an eye. Seemingly having seen that Xiaoyan's group did not react, the blood pillars suddenly became furious. The aura on them also became increasingly frightening. However, in the next moment, when the four blood pillars ruthlessly pierced through the bodies of Xiaoyan's group, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his large hand under the black robe. Suddenly, as his palm cut through the empty space, a pitch-black great Dao strength swiftly condensed in the empty space and instantly transformed into four pitch-black tents. Soon after, the four blood pillars that reached the sky violently collided with the four tents that had suddenly appeared. However, in the next moment, the expected scene of the tents exploding did not occur. Instead, the four blood pillars actually disappeared the moment they came into contact with the tents. Immediately, everyone's eyes were stunned. Numerous gazes filled with disbelief stared fixedly at the four blood pillars that reached the sky. However, when the four blood pillars completely disappeared into the tents, everyone focused their eyes. The four tents stood flat while the four blood pillars had completely disappeared. Everyone in the sky was in an uproar. Many pairs of eyes that were filled with disbelief landed on the black-robed figure below. It was difficult to imagine that the blood pillars that had caused hundreds of Band D experts to lose their lives a moment ago would actually disappear in such a strange manner in front of this mysterious black-robed person. The blood pillars have actually disappeared. The group of Band D experts in the sky were stunned as they stared at the four dark black tents in front of Xiaoyan. They found it hard to believe that these four inconspicuous dark black tents had actually easily destroyed the four blood pillars that had killed hundreds of Band D experts. This matter was too shocking. Disappeared? What do you mean by disappeared? The blood pillars should have been swallowed. What a frightening fellow. Just who is he? The muscles on Zhuo Benteng's old face involuntarily twitched when he heard the voice that was transmitted from the crowd. He had clearly sensed an extremely strange energy being emitted from the four tents the instant the blood pillars touched them. This was the reason why the four blood pillars had completely disappeared within the tents. Great Dao energy. Moreover, this is the void Great Dao. At this moment, even Zhuo Lin, who was quietly standing beside Zhuo Benteng, could not help but look at Xiaoyan below. This was especially the case when his gaze landed on the four tents. His eyes involuntarily emitted a shocked glint. In the entire western region, there were many people who were stronger than Zhuo Lin. However, there were very few people who could truly cause Zhuo Lin to feel surprised. With Zhuo Lin's status and strength, he had already seen far too many elite Dodi. However, the number of people who could truly arouse his interest could be counted with one's fingers. It was these few people that could be counted with one's fingers that all controlled a powerful Great Way strength. Today, however, he had met an even more frightening person. The Void Great Dao. Even when placed among all the Great Dao energy, it was an existence that was ranked at the top. Compared to the great Tao energy that he had seen in the past, it was not even worth mentioning. Young master, I'm afraid this person will be our biggest opponent on this trip. Shui Bentang's eyes revealed a grave expression. The great Tao strength was something that was hard to find. Even though he was a 3-star Dodi, he had yet to comprehend it. Now that he had seen it, his heart naturally did not dare to be careless. Moreover, from the looks of this black-robed person's attack, it was likely that his strength was quite strong. The other party might also be a 3-star Dodi or even stronger than him. Facing an opponent of this level, he could not afford to be careless. If we become enemies with him, he will naturally become our opponent. However, if we can become friends with him, then perhaps we will be able to gain quite a bit from this trip. Shuolin narrowed his eyes. Compared to Shui Bentang's seriousness, he was much more relaxed. No one would be willing to become enemies with a Dodi. It would naturally be best if they could become friends. However, if they could not, they would definitely not become enemies with him. Otherwise, no one would be able to easily endure the fury of a Dodi. Young Lord wants to join forces with him? However, we do not know his true identity. If he has other thoughts, won't we be in trouble? Shui Bentang involuntarily frowned when he heard Shuolin's words. Traveling with a person whose identity they did not know would ultimately be unable to guarantee their safety. Cuckoo, trouble? We are already in trouble. If we do not join forces with him, he will definitely stand against us. However, if we take the initiative to join forces with him, we might still have other choices. After all, even if he is also an elite Dodi, he will not be able to fight against the combined strength of the 4 great clans by himself. Shuolin coldly laughed. He had already considered this point in his mind. However, even if we join forces with this fellow, won't we have to face the combined strength of the other 3 clans? Once they join forces, it is likely that we will be in a very passive position. So what if we join forces? Since when has our Shui clan not been a thorn in the eyes of the other 3 clans? As long as we can join forces with him on this trip, we will still be the winner. At the very most, we will split everything that we obtain with this fellow in a 40-60 split. Shuolin's expression was calm as he continued to speak after Shui Bentang's words sounded. These things that an ordinary person would need to think about seemed to have already been arranged by Shuolin. Shui Bentang's heart began to admire this young master of his when he heard Shuolin speak without any hesitation. With such a mind, why would his Shui clan need to worry about not being able to prosper? Young Lord's intelligence is outstanding. This subordinate admires you greatly. Suddenly, Shui Bentang took a step back and actually cupped his hands toward Shuolin in midair. A surprised expression flashed across the latter's eyes when he saw this. However, he ultimately laughed coldly in his heart. He had seen quite a number of people who flattered him. It was just that he did not expect that Shui Bentang, a 3-star Dodi, would actually lower himself to do such a thing. However, the more he acted in this manner, the more Shuolin avoided him in his heart. Now is not the time to be happy. Instead of saying such nonsense, why don't you think about how to get closer to this person? Otherwise, no matter how much we take the initiative, we will only be rejected by him. Shuolin let out a faint cold snort. Immediately, he ceased speaking. Instead, his eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan below. There was a glint flowing deep within his eyes. At the same time, on the other side, the head of the Bai clan, Bai Ying, also revealed a surprised expression as he looked at Xiaoyan in the empty space below. However, compared to the former, the corner of Bai Ying's mouth carried a vague smile at this moment. He had already paid attention to everyone in the city before they had left. His aim was to see if Xiaoyan was among them. Unfortunately, with the Great Way strength acting as a barrier, he could only return empty-handed no matter how he searched. But now, Xiaoyan had taken the initiative to reveal his grand Tao. For Bai Ying, who had seen this tent before, there was no need to even think about it. He immediately recognized the black-robed person in the sky. It was definitely Xiaoyan. This guy has hidden himself well. With the Great Way strength, even I am unable to detect him. Fortunately, the people from the Sun clan have already entered the ruins. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't even have the chance to enter the ruins today. Bai Ying laughed. He glanced at the empty space above the entrance of the remains. Earlier, the members of the Sun clan had taken the lead to enter the remains. It was because of this that Xiaoyan's identity was able to be hidden. The smile on the corner of Bai Ying's mouth gradually disappeared. At the same time, Xiaoyan's dark black eyes seemed to have sensed something as they swept across everyone in the sky. When they swept past Bai Ying, Xiaoyan's eyes paused for a moment. Immediately, they quickly landed on Zhuolin. Although Bai Ying and Xue Bentang were both 3-star Dodi, for some unknown reason, the only person present who made Xiaoyan feel pressured was not Zhuolin alone. Immediately, a solemn expression involuntarily surged deep within Xiaoyan's dark black eyes. Although he did not know what that strange feeling was, Xiaoyan did not doubt his intuition. This Zhuolin is likely not easy to deal with. After a couple of consecutive attacks by Xiaoyan, the blood pillar that soared high into the sky gradually scattered. Soon after, the blood lake below also recovered its calmness. Although this was the case, the hearts of everyone who was still standing on the surface of the lake began to feel increasingly anxious. With the experience from the previous 2 times, they already knew that when the blood pillar fell, the strange blood fog would officially appear soon after. Sure enough, when everyone's eyes landed, a bright red blood fog gradually drifted out from the deep hole below. At this moment, the expressions of these experts standing in the air changed one after another. At the same time, everyone circulated the doqi within their bodies and agglomerated a doqi film on the surface of their bodies, wrapping around their entire bodies. Everyone's expression was grave as they looked at the bright red blood fog that was slowly drifting in the air below. Even though they were a great distance away, the dense stench that was emitted from the blood fog still caused their noses to be piercing. At this moment, the expressions of Tianning and the other 2 standing beside Xiaoyan involuntarily changed once again. Compared to the strange blood pillar earlier, this blood fog was even more frightening, causing one's heart to feel fear. How should we deal with this thing? Although your great Dao strength can block the blood pillar, this blood fog is after all an invisible thing that is difficult to grasp. It is impossible to completely block it outside. Tianying's expression was grave. He could only try his luck when faced with this blood fog. He wanted to see if he could charge into the entrance of the remains before this blood fog affected the doqi within his body. Haha, 3 old brothers, you can rest assured that with me around, this blood fog can forget about entering even the slightest bit of your bodies. However, Xiaoyan merely smiled faintly in the face of this. It seemed that he was not concerned about this blood fog. Immediately, before the 3 people beside him could recover, Xiaoyan waved his sleeve. 3 black lights immediately rushed out. Soon after, they covered the bodies of the 3 people in front of him. Tianning and the other 2 immediately recovered. The 3 pairs of eyes swept over each other. At this moment, they saw that the 3 of them were wearing the same large black robe that Xiaoyan was wearing. The 3 of them involuntarily raised their eyebrows when they saw this. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. He took the lead to turn around and swiftly flew towards the entrance of the remains below. Old brothers, you must remember that the empty space robes on your bodies can only be maintained for 15 minutes. During this period of time, the empty space robes will be able to hide all the auras on your bodies. The blood fog will also be isolated outside. I believe that this 15 minutes is sufficient for us to enter the remains. Tianning and the other 2 immediately nodded when they heard this. At the same time, there was an additional fiery heat in their eyes when they looked at the entrance of the remains below. Tianning. If we have the opportunity in the future, the 3 of us. We. Tianying's words undoubtedly represented the intentions of the other 2. Yanshi and Xionggang by the side nodded heavily after Tianying's words were emitted from his mouth. Tianning and the other 2 actually once again respectfully cupped their hands together and bowed to Xiaoyan in front of the gazes of countless experts in the sky. Xiaoyan was involuntarily startled when he saw this. He immediately waved his large sleeve. An invisible force immediately swept out and hurriedly lifted the 3 of them in front of him. Only then did he smile and say, "It is merely a small matter. Why should the 3 of you be bothered by it? Moreover, the 3 of you are my friends. As the saying goes, one should sacrifice oneself for a friend. I am merely doing my best. It is nothing." Tianning and the other 2 involuntarily smiled when they heard this. Just as they were about to speak, many miserable cries were suddenly transmitted from the empty space below, interrupting the four of them. Ah! 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 Xiaoyan immediately frowned when his eyes fell. Indeed, the most troublesome thing was not whether the few of them would be eroded by the blood fog. Instead, it was the Ban D experts below. Let's leave quickly. The doqi within the bodies of those few fellows is about to explode. My empty space robe is unable to block that damn thing. Let's quickly descend. Xiaoyan's expression was somewhat grave as he spoke in a deep voice. Immediately, Tianying and the other two did not dare to hesitate any longer. Their bodies moved and they swiftly flew towards the entrance of the remains below. Xiaoyan's eyes were grave as they once again swept over those Ban D experts below, whose bodies were swiftly swelling. Just as he was about to move, the expression in his eyes involuntarily changed. He suddenly turned his head. Under the cover of his black robe, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly looked towards the black mass of people in the sky. He could clearly sense that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from that spot earlier. Who is it? Although Xiaoyan had turned his head in time, the owner of that pair of eyes had already turned away. At this moment, all that Xiaoyan could see was a large group of Ban D experts standing high in the empty space, overlooking everything that was happening below. Humph! A cold snort that was neither soft nor heavy was emitted from Xiaoyan's nose. After which, his body twisted and he turned into a ray of light. He carried a lightning-like speed as he swiftly charged towards the entrance of the remains below. Bang bang bang! Soon after, the wild and violent doqi within the bodies of those Ban D experts in the empty space below, who had been eroded by the blood fog, also erupted uncontrollably at this moment. One by one, the Ban D experts exploded like human bombs. Immediately, an extremely destructive and frightening energy storm once again swept over this empty space. This time around, Xiaoyan was no longer as calm as before in the face of this powerful energy storm. At such a distance, the strength that they had to endure was the combined strength of those Ban D experts exploding together. If they were the slightest bit careless, it was likely that even Xiaoyan would suffer quite a lot. The powerful energy storm crazily wreaked havoc in the sky from all directions. The invisible space was like glass shattering with a bang. In the blink of an eye, the entire place collapsed within the endless void. Endless darkness covered the entire place, causing shock to spread in everyone's hearts. Even though all the Ban D experts were doing their best to block this frightening storm, it was after all the energy released from over a dozen Ban D experts exploding together. Under this energy, all those below the strength of a 7-star Ban D were instantly and mercilessly killed in the sky. Of course, Xiaoyan was an exception. The black robes that were draped over Tianying's group were formed from Xiaoyan's tent. Their effects were naturally extraordinary. Although they were unable to completely block the strength of this storm, they were more or less effective. Moreover, Tianying's group were advanced 9-star Ban emperors. Although it was unavoidable for them to suffer some injuries when they used their full strength, they were ultimately in a much better state than the other Ban D experts. As for Xiaoyan himself, the instant the energy storm arrived, Xiaoyan immediately took out 3 tents. Soon after, a small half of the energy was blocked by the tents. After that, by relying on his powerful physical strength and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor, Xiaoyan was able to forcefully block this attack. Of course, even though this was the case, Xiaoyan still involuntarily emitted a muffled groan from his throat. A trace of fishy sweetness also entered his mouth. That frightening energy storm continued for over 10 minutes. Everyone in the area was deeply shocked by this energy storm. When the storm dissipated, the entire world became pitch black, just like night. At a glance, the land within a radius of 1,000 miles was originally a lively mountain range. However, at this moment, it had been forcefully flattened by the storm. The blood lake below churned as though it was mocking the experts in the sky. The remaining 100+ experts in the sky had pale faces. Almost all of them had fresh blood hanging from the corner of their mouths. There were even some who had managed to preserve their lives but ended up with seriously injured bodies. Even if they wanted to recover, they did not know how long they would have to wait. When the experts in the sky saw this scene below, quite a number of them began to think of retreating in their hearts. Although the treasures were good, they needed to be alive to obtain them. Currently, they could not even pass the first hurdle. How could they even talk about entering the remains and fighting for the treasures inside? At this moment, Xue Bentang and Xue Lin by the side were frowning. Both of them used their gazes to stare intently at Xiaoyan below. Their eyes were filled with suspicion. From the way they saw it, the strength of this black-robed person in front of them was likely at least a 3-star Dodi. However, why was he actually forced back in one strike when faced with that energy storm? This was not quite right. What is going on with this fellow's strength? Hasn't he already comprehended the Great Way energy? Why does his strength not appear to be that of an elite Dodi? Xue Bentang's brows were tightly knit together. He could not understand why this black-robed person, who had clearly grasped the Great Way energy, would be forced back by that energy storm. Moreover, from the looks of it, the black-robed person should be injured. The moment Xue Bentang spoke, Xue Lin seemed to have thought of something. A glint flashed in his sharp eyes, and he let out a cold snort. Soon after, he said in a low voice, "Don't worry, I'm not going to give you a chance." It is true that he has grasped the Great Way energy. However, who told you that one must be an elite Dodi in order to grasp the Great Way energy? The look in Xue Bentang's eyes froze. Then, Xue Lin opened his mouth again and said, "Don't worry. As long as some people have sufficient talent and a comprehension ability that exceeds an ordinary person, it is not impossible for them to comprehend the strength of the Great Way before they are a Dodi. After all, even in this entire continent, no one can be certain that a Bandi is unable to comprehend the strength of the Great Way." Young master, you mean this guy is actually a half-martial emperor who has comprehended the great Tao energy? Hearing Xue Lin's words, Xue Bentang's face was suddenly shocked, and he felt a burst of disbelief in his heart. Seeing this, Xue Lin frowned and nodded slightly. That is extremely possible. After all, a person who is unable to unleash the strength of a Dodi but has grasped the strength of the Great Way. Unless his talent is shocking, there is no other answer. Heavens, if this is really the case, isn't this fellow a little too frightening? A person who had grasped the strength of the Great Way even though his strength had yet to reach the Dodi class. This kind of person would definitely become a person that various factions would fight to rope in. Being a Bandi, he had already grasped the strength of the Great Way. If his strength were to reach the Dodi class, would he not be able to defy the heavens? While Xue Bentang's heart was feeling shocked by Xiaoyan's strength, a large cluster of scarlet red hot blood fog slowly floated out from the deep underground hole below, seemingly intending to give everyone a blow. It emitted a dense stench that caused one to feel nauseous as it slowly flew toward everyone in the empty sky. This time around, before the blood fog could come close, the expressions of the remaining Bandi experts in the empty sky suddenly changed drastically. The expressions on their faces were as though they had seen something frightening. All of them hurriedly dragged their injured bodies and swiftly ran toward the sky. At this moment, even Tianning and the other two involuntarily felt some disappointment and regret in their hearts after seeing Xiaoyan's somewhat pale face. Although they knew that there were quite a number of treasures within the remains, at the same time, they also knew that if it was not for Xiaoyan lending a hand at a critical moment during this trip to the desolate ancient remains, they would have long since died under the blood pillar. How would they end up in such a state now? Although the three of them were not strong enough, they did not wish to implicate Xiaoyan. The latter's potential and strength were far from what the three of them could compare with. If it were not for the three of them, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not have split his strength and ended up being injured. The three pairs of eyes under the black robes exchanged glances with each other. Given the tacit understanding between the three of them, even just a glance was sufficient for them to express many things. Hence, the three of them immediately nodded in unison. After which, they turned their eyes to Xiaoyan. Tianning, who was the leader, opened his mouth once again. However, unlike before, the three of them chose to withdraw this time around. "Brother Xiaoyan, it looks like the three of us are not fortunate enough to enjoy the treasures in the remains." A regretful expression appeared on Tianying's face as he stared intently at Xiaoyan in front of him and said in a serious voice. Xiaoyan could not help but frown when he heard this. He immediately asked, "Brother Tianning, may I know what you mean by this?" "Haha, Brother Xiaoyan, there is no need to overthink. I just feel that the three of us are not strong enough. I believe that even if we enter the remains, we will not be able to obtain any benefits. If we are unlucky, we might even lose our lives. Hence, I feel that, Brother Tianning, don't worry. I have said that with me around, the blood fog will not be able to harm you at all. Don't worry, I will definitely bring all of you in alive. Similarly, I will be able to bring all of you back alive. As soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, he immediately called out to Guyu in his heart. Old Gu, lend me a hand. Guyu did not hesitate after hearing Xiaoyan's words. A soft acknowledgement was emitted from his heart. A thought passed through his mind and a dense white flame immediately rose from within Xiaoyan's body with a puff sound. Huh! Xiaoyan let out a stern cry in his heart. Before Tianying's trio in front of him could recover, he suddenly waved his large hand. Soon after, a dense white flame immediately spluttered out of Xiaoyan's palm at the same time the three of them recovered. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered the entire empty space. Under the control of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, the dense white flame turned into a circular fire barrier that swiftly spread with Xiaoyan at the center. After which, it gradually descended under Xiaoyan's control. Wherever it passed, the blood fog that had drifted upwards would turn into white smoke with a chi-chi sound and disappear. Finally, the enormous dense white flame barrier completely sealed the enormous hole below in front of everyone's stunned expressions. The blood fog that continued to surge out from within was completely incinerated by it. At the same time, Zhuo Bentang and Zhuo Lin in the sky were staring at Xiaoyan in the empty space below. At this moment, both of their eyes revealed a surprised expression. This is a heavenly flame? Xiaoyan's body was as steady as Mount Tai as he stood in the air in this world that was shrouded by clouds and mist. He remained unmoved no matter how hard the great beauty in front of him pulled. Husband, let's go quickly. We don't know where Sun-Er is now. We must find her as soon as possible. Kai Lin's beautiful face revealed an anxious expression. Her lotus root-like snow-white arm was exposed to the air. Her tender hand tightly grabbed Xiaoyan's wrist as she tried her best to bring Xiaoyan away from this place. At this moment, the expression in Xiaoyan's dark black eyes appeared indifferent. However, his gaze still involuntarily swept over the familiar lovely body in front of him. Only then did he slowly inhale a deep breath of air. He gently shook his head and slowly said in a calm yet firm tone, "You are right. You are right. Let go. You are not Kai Lin." The movement of the great beauty in front of Xiaoyan immediately became sluggish after these words were uttered. A couple of breaths later, she finally released her hand, which was tightly holding Xiaoyan's wrist. Soon after, the surrounding fog swiftly gathered around Kai Lin. In the blink of an eye, the human figure in front of Xiaoyan had transformed into a cluster of blurry human figures whose face could not be seen clearly. At the same time, a somewhat indifferent, unfamiliar female voice was spat out from her mouth. How did you discover it? Xiaoyan's heart was suddenly startled when these words were uttered. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. Surprise involuntarily surged into his dark black eyes. His eyes stared intently at the fog in front of him that had the appearance of a human. The shock in his heart was unimaginable. This formation, has actually gained sentience. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan finally revealed a surprised expression as he spoke in a deep voice. His tone was grave. It was likely that no one would be able to maintain a calm state of mind in the face of such a shocking matter. He had heard of a Do technique transforming into a spirit, but he had never heard of a formation that could do so. If this was really the case, would he not be in danger if this person in front of him wanted to attack him? The cluster of cream-white fog surged slightly after Xiaoyan's words were uttered. It immediately became quiet. However, soon after, a soft laughter with unknown meaning was emitted from the fog. At the same time, the unfamiliar and indifferent female voice was quickly emitted. Perhaps. Hiss, Xiaoyan involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air under the black robe when he heard this ambiguous answer. His originally frowning eyebrows were tightly knit together at this moment. The seriousness in his heart did not reduce because of this. After all, regardless of whether the other party was the spirit of this formation or not, it was likely that it would not be difficult for her to deal with him. Xiaoyan could only helplessly withdraw his thoughts after thinking for a while in vain. His breathing was a little heavy as he inhaled a deep breath of air. His eyelids were lowered and a glint flowed deep within his dark black eyes. Only then did he look at the cluster of fog in front of him. He paused for a moment before the corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. The reason I am able to recognize that you are a fake is because Kai Lin does not address me as husband. She has always called me by my name. The cream-white human figure in front of him involuntarily fluctuated after Xiaoyan's words were uttered. Immediately, a soft laugh was emitted from the human figure. It seemed to be mocking itself, but it also seemed to represent that this was the case. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. A thought passed through his heart and the dou-qi within the vortex within his body began to quietly circulate at this moment. He was prepared to deal with this strange formation in front of him at any moment. There is no need to be nervous. You can leave this place. The faint voice of a woman was emitted from the fog in front of him after seemingly sensing the dou-qi fluctuation within Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened. Soon after this woman's voice sounded, the fog that filled the space in front of Xiaoyan seemed to have received an order and swiftly scattered to the sides. A 2-meter-wide path appeared in front of Xiaoyan. A surprised expression involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes when he saw this. He frowned slightly and his spiritual strength spread out. It swiftly spread toward the end of the path in front of him. After the fog scattered, the speed at which Xiaoyan's spiritual strength spread out seemed to have unknowingly increased. As expected, within a couple of breaths, the spiritual strength that Xiaoyan had spread out swiftly found the exit of the formation that he had sensed earlier. Xiaoyan's expression was immediately startled when he found the exit of the formation. It was unexpected that the formation in front of him would actually take the initiative to allow him to leave the formation. This was really strange. You are really letting me leave. I don't believe that you, as the spirit of the formation, are able to do such a disobedient thing. Xiaoyan's voice hesitated for an instant before he finally could not resist asking. The cluster of fog in front of him involuntarily became silent when it heard this. Soon after, a lovely laughter was swiftly emitted from within. Ha 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 ha, why? Are you afraid that I will scheme to harm you? Since I am the spirit of the formation, I can directly attack you if I want to deal with you. Why should I waste so much effort? Wouldn't that be asking for a rebuff? Of course, if you are unwilling to leave, I can also allow you to stay forever. Towards the end, the tone actually caused one to involuntarily feel a chill in one's heart. Immediately, even Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily turned cold. However, after pondering for a moment in his heart, he still carefully lifted his feet and slowly walked towards the end of the tunnel in front of him. Only after he walked 100 steps did Xiaoyan turn his head and look behind him. The scattered fog gradually spread, causing the current Xiaoyan to have no way of retreat. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xiaoyan's face changed once again. However, in the end, he still helplessly moved his body. As his spiritual strength spread out, he swiftly flew towards the direction of the exit. When Xiaoyan's figure gradually disappeared into the fog, a milky white fog gradually condensed at a certain spot in the formation. However, unlike before, this time around, a beautiful lady wearing a long dress appeared. The lady was wearing a long golden dress. Various kinds of formation pictures were drawn on it. The most mysterious thing was that those formation pictures were actually faintly flickering with a bright light. The spirit of the formation. What an interesting person. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was on the other side, flew at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already seen a dazzling white light at the end of the tunnel in front of him. It can't be wrong. This is indeed the exit. Xiaoyan cried out in surprise in his heart. Soon after, he instantly used the sky extinction steps. In the next instant, Xiaoyan had already appeared in front of the white light. As a smile appeared on his face, his body moved forward and instantly entered the white light in front of him. Are you even worthy? The faint voice continued to resound beside everyone's ears. Although these words sounded calm, anyone could sense the coldness and disdain contained within them. Indeed, in front of a 4-star dou-di, they, as ordinary dou-di, were really nothing in his eyes. Humph! A cold snort was emitted from Xiaoyan's nose. He took a step forward. At the same time, the thick white flame under his feet spread in all directions like ripples of water. At the same time, a powerful aura and pressure locked onto Shuibentang below. Seeing this, the expression of Zhuo Lin, who was high up in the sky, involuntarily changed. Zhuo Benteng was the strongest person from their Zhuo clan on this trip. From the looks of it, this mysterious 4-star Do Di clearly intended to continue attacking Zhuo Benteng. If Zhuo Benteng were to fall here, not only would their Zhuo clan be unable to enter the desolate ancient remains this time around, even the overall strength of the clan would be affected. Once this was the case, even if Zhuo Lin was the heir of the Zhuo clan and had the backing of the Heavenly Sword sect, it was likely that he would also be severely punished. Even his position within the clan would be affected. When he thought of this, even with Zhuo Lin's character, he could not help but feel a wave of seriousness in his heart at this moment. Although he usually had a high status in the clan, this was not only because he had the support of the Heavenly Sword sect, but also because he never made any mistakes in the clan. Otherwise, the powerful elders in the clan would not be so afraid of him. Now that Zhuo Benteng was to die, Zhuo Lin would naturally have made a big mistake within the clan. On the other hand, those elders would have something to do. This elder, I am the young master of the Endless City's Zhuo clan, Zhuo Lin. The person below is, Endless City's Zhuo family, one of the 4 great families. This old man has heard of this before. But what does your bullshit Lin have to do with this old man? This old man has only heard that there's a punk called Xiaoyan who caused so much trouble that even the 4 great sects couldn't have peace. As for what kind of thing you are. Although Xiaoyan was already aware of Zhuo Lin's identity, he still deliberately acted as though he did not know him at this moment. His old disdainful words slowly drifted out. Under the black robe, Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily changed. He had borrowed Guyu's voice to scold Zhuo Lin, but he did not expect Guyu to follow up with his words. Moreover, his words had instantly shifted the focus of their conversation to him. At the same time, the mocking words from Xiaoyan and Guyu caused the expression on Zhuo Lin's face to turn green. Even his body, which was hidden under his sleeves, involuntarily trembled. Just what kind of training genius was Zhuo Lin? Even in the entire western region, there were many people who knew about him. He was even groomed by the Heavenly Sword sect, one of the 4 great sects, as the next chief of the sect. Today, however, someone dared to insult him in front of so many people and even dared to say that he had never heard of him. This caused Zhuo Lin to feel that he had lost all face. Immediately, a fury surged from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, the powerful doqi within Zhuo Lin's body suddenly churned. Even the expression on his face was filled with viciousness and resentment. After so many years, you are the only person who has truly incited the fury in my heart. After Zhuo Lin spat out the extremely cold words, a soul-shaking, buzzing sound immediately sounded in the space around him. Soon after, everyone in the area could clearly see numerous pitch-black spatial cracks rapidly appearing in the space. At the same time, the energy in the world swiftly gathered there. In the blink of an eye, dozens of golden longswords that emitted a sharp sword aura slowly floated in the space above. As these longswords slowly rotated, a glaring cold light was reflected from them in all directions, causing one to feel a chill in one's heart. Deep within one's heart, one involuntarily felt a shock because of these strange golden longswords. Just the cold light reflected from these longswords caused one's spirit to be so frightened. It was difficult to imagine just how shocking the strength of these golden swords would be when they were truly unleashed. The moment Xiaoyan saw these golden swords, he instantly understood in his heart. No wonder the Sky Sword sect would groom Zhuo Lin as the next sect leader. This was not only because of his strength. What caused Xiaoyan to feel surprised was that Zhuo Lin in front of him had actually practiced the Sky Sword sect's sect leader's famous Do skill, the defensive sword skill, to such an extent. Just this point alone was enough to allow Zhuo Lin to be proud of himself in many aspects compared to those of the same generation. At the very least, according to what Xiaoyan knew, the number of people within the Sky Sword sect who could agglomerate over 10 golden swords using this defensive sword skill could be counted with one's fingers. In the crowd high in the sky, there was a human figure who was similarly wrapped in a black robe. At this moment, a pair of eyes that were revealed under the black robe were also staring intently at Zhuo Lin in the arena. Deep within his eyes, a deep seriousness was also revealed. At this moment, even Xiaoyan had no choice but to admit that Zhuo Lin's training talent was indeed so high that it was frightening. However, if he wanted to use this to defeat the current Xiaoyan, it was somewhat unrealistic. Humph, today, I will let you experience the strength of my sky sword sect's defensive sword skill. A cold snort was emitted from Zhuolin's mouth. Soon after, one could see him suddenly waving his sleeves. Immediately, over a dozen golden swords that were emitting a glaring golden light around him suddenly moved. They carried an extremely sharp and frightening might as they instantly transformed into numerous golden meteors that cut through the empty air and swiftly charged towards Xiaoyan at this moment. Xiaoyan's expression changed. Haha. Xiaoyan's nose involuntarily emitted a faint cold laugh when he saw this. Immediately, he gently shook his head in front of the countless number of experts in the area, facing the dozen-plus golden swords that were swiftly shooting toward him. Immediately, his tone was neither light nor heavy as he slowly said, "What are you waiting for?" Then, he slowly said, "These words might be quite powerful for your heavenly sword sect master, Jianming. If it were you, it would just be a joke." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuolin's face, which was already filled with anger, immediately revealed a faint killing intent. Then, he couldn't help but let out a low roar. Then, he roared at Xiaoyan in a crazed manner, "Defensive sword skill. Kill." As the roar fell, the sharp aura on the dozen or so golden swords became even more domineering. However, Xiaoyan still shook his head in disdain. When the dozen or so golden swords arrived in front of him, he slowly raised a finger and smiled. Then, a clear word floated out from Xiaoyan's mouth. "Freeze." Following Xiaoyan's order, the dozen or so golden swords seemed to have received Xiaoyan's order. The golden swords that were originally shooting towards Xiaoyan instantly froze in the air in front of Xiaoyan. Then, Xiaoyan slowly retracted his extended finger. Under the countless shocked gazes in the world, the dozen or so golden swords that were fixed in the air in front of Xiaoyan actually exploded into golden light fragments that filled the sky. Then, they gradually disappeared from this world. Soon after, Xiaoyan slowly raised his gaze and once again looked at Zhuolin. He slowly said in front of the latter's solemn eyes that were filled with viciousness. "You said earlier that I am the first person who has truly angered you. Since this is the case, the fire started because of me, so it will also be extinguished because of me." After his faint voice fell, Xiaoyan's mind moved. Immediately, the dense white heavenly flame suddenly swept out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had already surrounded Zhuolin, who was currently in the Zhuo clan's group. Without any explanation, just as he was about to move, the unique ice flame of the bone-chilling flame swept out. In the next moment, Zhuolin's body was covered by a layer of solid blue ice. Even though he did not die, he was already seriously injured. "Let's go." In the sky, Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze indifferently as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Immediately, he looked towards the entrance of the remains below. Given the strength that Xiaoyan currently possessed, he could easily kill Zhuolin and even everyone from the Zhuo clan. However, Xiaoyan did not do so. As someone of the same generation, Xiaoyan's pride did not allow him to borrow the strength of others to kill an opponent who was stronger than him. From Xiaoyan's point of view, the best way to defeat an opponent was to rely on one's own strength. Only by truly surpassing the opponent would it be considered a defeat. Otherwise, regardless of how many tricks he had up his sleeves, he would only be able to kill his opponent and not defeat him. Of course, doing so would eliminate any hidden dangers. However, at the same time, Xiaoyan would not gain any growth. If one wanted to become strong, one must first learn to respect one's opponent. Only by respecting one's opponent would one be able to see oneself clearly. The path of cultivation was not easy and everyone needed a mirror. A sufficiently strong opponent would undoubtedly become the brightest and most transparent mirror. Under the suppression of the heavenly flame, the scarlet blood fog within the cave was completely refined into nothingness by the bone-chilling flame. Xiaoyan and the Sky Eagle trio behind him also swiftly arrived in front of the entrance of the remains. At this moment, countless experts behind the four of them hurriedly followed after seeing that the blood fog had been suppressed. Now that the strange blood pillar was no longer present and the blood fog was suppressed by the heavenly flame, was this not the best time to enter the remains? Of course, even though everyone had such thoughts in their hearts, they did not dare to get too close to Xiaoyan's group. After all, they had personally witnessed Xiaoyan's strength a moment ago. If they angered Xiaoyan, who was in front of them, he would turn around and slap them. Given the strength of these people, they did not think that they had the chance to survive a strike from Xiaoyan. At this moment, the black-robed person, who had been hiding in the crowd earlier, was quietly standing within this crowd. The powerful aura within Xiaoyan's body gradually disappeared after he arrived in front of the entrance of the remains. At the same time, a paleness involuntarily surged onto Xiaoyan's face under the black robe. Using Guyu's strength in this manner was quite a big burden on Xiaoyan's body. After the strength was removed, Xiaoyan's body was like a deflated ball. Although he still appeared tough on the outside, he was actually weak on the inside. Xiaoyan, are you alright? The Sky Eagle trio had sensed the strangeness of Xiaoyan's body the moment the powerful aura was transmitted from Xiaoyan's body. The Xiaoyan in front of them seemed to have suddenly become a different person. Not only had his strength become extremely frightening, but the feeling that he gave off had also become extremely frightening. This feeling was similar to the strength that Xiaoyan had displayed outside the eastern wall deep within the Xiling mountain range back then. At the same time that they were shocked by his strength, their hearts involuntarily felt an unfamiliar chill. I am fine. I am just a little weak, Xiaoyan, who was covered by the black robe, gently shook his head. A familiar voice was once again emitted. In an instant, the unfamiliar feeling that lingered in the hearts of the Sky Eagle trio immediately scattered. Instead, it was replaced by a familiar feeling that was no different from before. The Sky Eagle trio involuntarily frowned in the face of this strange change on Xiaoyan's body. Fortunately, this was not the first time that they had seen Xiaoyan in such a state. They nodded. Their eyes involuntarily swept over Xiaoyan's body. Unfortunately, even though they intended to probe, any probing of their auras was useless under the obstruction of the black robe. The three of them helplessly withdrew their gazes. Only then did they withdraw their thoughts. At the same time, Xiaoyan, whose back was facing the three of them, also turned his eyes to the entrance of the remains below, which was close at hand. Only when they approached this deep and serene cave, did everyone finally see clearly that although this cave appeared deep and serene, there were circles of invisible spatial ripples on the space that was at the same level as the surface. This was the true entrance to the remains. Huff. Xiaoyan gently exhaled. The pair of pitch-black eyes under the black robe once again looked towards the Sky Eagle trio beside him. The three of them sensed Xiaoyan's gaze shooting over. They also lifted their gazes at the same time, meeting Xiaoyan's gaze in the air. My three old brothers, it is time to enter the remains. After entering, the three of you must follow closely behind me. We are still completely unaware of the situation within the remains. Just from the Blood Lake Great Formation outside, it is likely that there are even more formations within the remains. If we are not careful, it is likely that we will be consigned to eternal damnation. It was not that Xiaoyan did not want to hear these words. After all, just the formation at the entrance of the remains was already so powerful. It was not difficult to imagine just how powerful the formation within would be. If it was just Xiaoyan's own strength, he might be able to rely on the advantage of the heavenly flame to barely suppress this Blood Lake Great Formation. However, if it was the formations within the remains, he did not dare to be certain. Moreover, Guyu had already said that the attack earlier was the last time that he would help Xiaoyan. In the future, Xiaoyan could only rely on himself. Hence, he needed to be careful. Tianing and the other two behind him nodded with solemn expressions when they heard this. They were naturally able to understand the meaning behind Xiaoyan's words. They did not dare to be careless. Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze after seeing the three of them nod. He immediately exhaled a deep breath of air. His body moved, and he slowly descended. He slowly entered the remains in front of everyone's eyes. The Sky Eagle trio followed close behind. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body completely entered the remains entrance. Everyone in the surroundings seemed to have gone crazy as they charged downwards. Some of the people who were close to Xiaoyan's group also charged in the instant that they entered the remains. Soon after, a countless number of Bandi experts and even elite Dodi followed close behind. They were just like a school of fish that had seen water. They impatiently and wildly charged into the remains entrance below. In the blink of an eye, the entire place was in chaos. At this moment, the dense white heavenly flame, which had been blocking the blood fog, suddenly emitted a puff sound and completely disappeared. Soon after, a large cluster of scarlet-red blood fog surged out from under the ground. At the same time, the hundreds of Band D experts who were continuously descending from the sky uncontrollably charged into the blood fog. This was a world of white fog. The milky white fog lingered in the space like clouds. With just the naked eye, one could only see a mere 10 feet in front of them. At this moment, in this world of clouds and mist, somewhere in the space, the milky white fog suddenly fluctuated. It was as if someone had suddenly thrown a huge rock into the originally calm water surface, causing it to surge violently. The clouds and mist scattered in all directions. Immediately, a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared in this space extremely abruptly. At first, the black-robed figure closed his eyes tightly, as if he was waiting for something. It was not until a few breaths later that the figure's tightly shut eyes trembled slightly, and then he carefully and slowly opened them. The eyebrows under the black robe were deeply furrowed together. Xiaoyan's gaze vigilantly looked around the world around him, and a hint of seriousness gradually surged between his brows. From the looks of it, he seemed to have entered some kind of formation. Damn it, I didn't expect to encounter a formation as soon as I entered. This ruin is really not easy to break through. With a slightly ugly expression, Xiaoyan cursed in his heart. Immediately, the eyes that had just opened slowly closed at this moment. At the same time, the vast soul power between his eyebrows also rapidly spread out at this moment, quickly spreading out in this misty white world. If it was an ordinary person when faced with this kind of situation, they would definitely move in the direction that they thought was right. However, Xiaoyan was different. If he were to rashly move in a situation where he was not clear of the situation within the formation and did not know the exit, he would only cause himself to fall into a deep maze and be unable to extricate himself. Once he landed in that kind of situation, no one would be able to save him. Therefore, for the sake of insurance, Xiaoyan still decided to use his soul power to investigate this formation. If he could use this opportunity to find a way out, it would naturally be best. Sure enough, just a few minutes after Xiaoyan's soul power spread out, a weak aura was quickly transmitted back in the direction that Xiaoyan's soul power spread out. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A pair of pitch-black eyes quickly flashed, and even the expression on Xiaoyan's pale face recovered a little. Found it, it's here. The moment he opened his eyes, Xiaoyan let out a cry of surprise. This time, Xiaoyan did not hesitate. His body turned and faced the direction where the strange aura came from. His feet gently stepped on the empty space below his feet, and the milky white clouds churned. Xiaoyan's body also shot out at this moment like a sharp arrow piercing through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown a few thousand feet away. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already flown for 15 minutes in this space where the clouds rose. In the empty space, Xiaoyan rapidly flew forward. However, unknowingly, Xiaoyan's face under the black robe could not help but frown slightly. At the same time, a feeling of doubt gradually rose in Xiaoyan's heart. In the previous investigation, Xiaoyan's soul power had only spread out for a few minutes, but he had already found the exit of this strange formation. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan had already rapidly flown in that direction for 15 minutes. However, even so, Xiaoyan did not see the so-called exit of the formation. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's body, which was originally rapidly flying forward, suddenly paused in the empty space. At the same time, the expression on the face under the black robe instantly became grave. Xiaoyan did not doubt that he had discovered the exit of the formation earlier. With his soul power, although this formation was indeed frighteningly nimble, since he had already caught the flaw, there was definitely no mistake. However, what made Xiaoyan feel surprised in his heart was that he had clearly flown in the correct direction for a long time. However, why was he still unable to see the exit? Logically speaking, he should have already passed the location of the exit long ago. No, there is something strange about this place. I must not be careless, Xiaoyan secretly said in his heart. He immediately felt that something was wrong. His body moved and he was about to explosively charge forward. Since he was currently trapped in the formation and had no way to find the exit, he might as well decisively continue forward. Perhaps, by doing so, he would be able to seize a chance of survival. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to move, within this space, a soft voice that caused one's heart to palpitate suddenly rang out. Big brother Xiaoyan. The instant this voice was transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears, Xiaoyan's body, which had just moved, immediately stilled on the spot. His pair of dark black eyes widened until they were the size of a copper bell in an instant. Even his entire body involuntarily emitted an intense tremble at this moment. On his face, there was a deep expression of disbelief. Just at this moment, that familiar cry rang out once again. Compared to before, this time, it seemed as if it was right beside his ear. Big brother Xiaoyan. The instant this cry fell, Xiaoyan, who was standing in the air, suddenly turned his head. His eyes, which were already bloodshot, immediately turned. Immediately after, in the next moment, as expected, a familiar and beautiful figure was standing in front of Xiaoyan. Seeing this beautiful figure, Xiaoyan's entire person was initially startled. Soon after, his entire body involuntarily trembled once again. Immediately, the emotions within his heart were like the yellow river bursting its banks. He suddenly hugged the pretty person in front of him tightly in his embrace. The longing in his heart could no longer be suppressed at this moment. Sonair. Because of the longing, Xiaoyan's voice actually sounded a little hoarse. The young girl, who was tightly hugged in his arms, also revealed a warm and moving sweet smile on her face. Then, she gently pushed Xiaoyan away. A pair of bright and beautiful eyes looked at Xiaoyan in front of her for a long time. It was only after a long while that Sonair slowly said, "Big brother Xiaoyan, let's go. Let's go home." Hearing this, Xiaoyan was startled at first. Then, he asked softly, "Go home? Go back to where?" As if she had heard something funny, the smile on Sonair's sweet face suddenly became even more beautiful. Her white jade-like hands gently caressed Xiaoyan's cheeks and said softly, "Big brother Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Of course we're going back to the Xiao family in Wutan City." Hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. But immediately, he could not help but ask again then. "What about teacher? All these years, has he been well?" When Xiaoyan's words sounded, the pretty face of the young lady in front of him was startled. It was as though she had never heard of this so-called teacher. Her pair of beautiful eyes involuntarily revealed a lost and doubtful expression. Seeing this, the scarlet color in Xiaoyan's eyes quickly retreated. His face, which had become pleasantly surprised because of the appearance of the young girl in front of him, also gradually became indifferent. In the end, Xiaoyan still shook his head with a disappointed face. He took a deep breath and let go of Sonair in front of him. He could not help but whisper in a low voice, "Ah. Thank you for allowing me to see Sonair again. However, a fake. In the end, it's a fake. It can't become real. Goodbye." "Big brother Xiaoyan, what are you saying?" Why didn't Sonair understand a single word? After pushing Sonair away, Xiaoyan was about to leave. However, Sonair, who was beside him, hurriedly hugged Xiaoyan's arm as if she did not know. Her beautiful face was filled with a pitiful expression at this moment. However, Xiaoyan was indifferent. Just as he was about to push the person in his arms away, suddenly, in the void beside him, a figure flashed quickly and took the lead to pull away Sonair, who was hugging Xiaoyan at this moment. Immediately after, before Xiaoyan regained his senses, he grabbed Xiaoyan's arm and was about to pull him in a certain direction. At the same time, the familiar voice that was filled with warmth also entered Xiaoyan's ears. "Husband, let's leave quickly. These fellows are all fake. Sonair and I accidentally entered this place a month ago. It is very likely that she is facing the same danger now. We must quickly find her." A voice that was filled with anxiety entered Xiaoyan's ears. Immediately, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was stunned. From the sound of it, it was actually Kai Lin's voice. Xiaoyan's body was as steady as Mount Tai as he stood in the air in this world that was shrouded by clouds and mist. He remained unmoved no matter how hard the great beauty in front of him pulled. "Husband, let's go quickly. We don't know where Sonair is now. We must find her as soon as possible." Kai Lin's beautiful face revealed an anxious expression. Her lotus root-like snow-white arm was exposed to the air. Her tender hand tightly grabbed Xiaoyan's wrist as she tried her best to bring Xiaoyan away from this place. At this moment, the expression in Xiaoyan's dark black eyes appeared indifferent. However, his gaze still involuntarily swept over the familiar lovely body in front of him. Only then did he slowly inhale a deep breath of air. He gently shook his head and slowly said in a calm yet firm tone, "You are right. You are right. Let go. You are not Kai Lin." The great beauty in front of him immediately paused when these words were uttered. Only after a couple of breaths did she slowly release her hand that was tightly grabbing Xiaoyan's wrist. Soon after, the surrounding fog swiftly gathered around this Kai Lin. In the blink of an eye, the figure in front of Xiaoyan had transformed into a blurry human figure whose face could not be seen clearly. At the same time, a somewhat indifferent and unfamiliar female voice was spat out from her mouth. "How did you discover it?" Xiaoyan's heart was suddenly startled when these words were uttered. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. A surprise involuntarily surged into his pair of dark black eyes. His gaze stared intently at the cluster of fog in front of him that appeared like a human. The shock in his heart was difficult to imagine. This formation, has actually gained sentience. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan finally revealed a surprised expression as he spoke in a deep voice. His tone was grave. It was likely that no one would be able to maintain a calm state of mind in the face of such a shocking matter. He had heard of a Dou technique transforming into a spirit, but he had never heard of a formation that could do so. If that was really the case, would he not be in danger if this person in front of him wanted to attack him? The cluster of cream-white fog surged slightly after Xiaoyan's words were uttered. It immediately became quiet. However, soon after, a soft laughter with unknown meaning was emitted from the fog. At the same time, the unfamiliar and indifferent female voice was quickly emitted. "Perhaps." Hiss, Xiaoyan under the black robe involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he heard this ambiguous answer. His originally frowning eyebrows were tightly knit together at this moment. The seriousness in his heart did not reduce because of this. After all, regardless of whether the other party was the spirit of this formation or not, it was likely that it would not be difficult for her to deal with him. Xiaoyan could only helplessly withdraw his thoughts after thinking for a while in vain. His breathing was a little heavy as he inhaled a deep breath of air. His eyelids were lowered and a glint flowed deep within his dark black eyes. Only then did he look at the cluster of fog in front of him. He paused for a moment before the corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. "The reason I am able to recognize that you are a fake is because Kai Lin does not address me as husband. She always calls me by my name." The cream-white human figure in front of him involuntarily fluctuated after Xiaoyan's words were uttered. Immediately, a soft laugh was emitted from the human figure. It seemed to be mocking itself, but it also seemed to represent that this was the case. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw this. A thought passed through his heart and the Dou Qi within the vortex within his body began to quietly circulate at this moment. He was prepared to deal with this strange formation in front of him at any moment. There is no need to be nervous. You can leave this place. The faint voice of a woman was emitted from the fog in front of him after seemingly sensing the Dou Qi fluctuation within Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened. Soon after this woman's voice sounded, the fog that filled the space in front of Xiaoyan swiftly scattered to the sides as though it had received an order. It opened up a 2-meter-wide path in front of Xiaoyan. A surprised expression involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes when he saw this. He frowned slightly and his spiritual strength spread out. It swiftly spread toward the end of the path in front of him. After the fog scattered, the speed at which Xiaoyan's spiritual strength spread out seemed to have unknowingly increased. As expected, within a couple of breaths, the spiritual strength that Xiaoyan had spread out swiftly found the exit of the formation that he had sensed earlier. Xiaoyan's expression was immediately startled when he found the exit of the formation. It was unexpected that the formation in front of him would actually take the initiative to allow him to leave the formation. This was really strange. You are really letting me leave. I don't believe that you, as the spirit of the formation, are able to do such a disobedient thing. Xiaoyan's voice hesitated for an instant before he finally could not resist asking. The cluster of fog in front of him involuntarily became silent when it heard this. Soon after, a lovely laughter was swiftly emitted from within. He, why? Are you afraid that I will scheme to harm you? Since I am the spirit of the formation, I can directly attack you if I want to deal with you. Why should I waste so much effort? Wouldn't that be asking for a rebuff? Of course, if you are unwilling to leave, I can also let you stay forever. Towards the end, the tone actually caused one to involuntarily feel a chill in one's heart. Immediately, even Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily turned cold. However, after pondering for a moment in his heart, he still carefully lifted his feet and slowly walked towards the end of the tunnel in front of him. Only after he walked 100 steps did Xiaoyan turn his head to look behind him. The scattered fog gradually spread, causing the current Xiaoyan to have no way of retreat. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xiaoyan's face changed once again. However, in the end, he still helplessly moved his body. As his spiritual strength spread out, he swiftly flew towards the direction of the exit. When Xiaoyan's figure gradually disappeared into the fog, a milky white fog gradually condensed at a certain spot in the formation. However, unlike before, this time around, a beautiful lady wearing a long dress appeared. The lady was wearing a long golden dress. Various kinds of formation pictures were drawn on it. The most mysterious thing was that those formation pictures were actually faintly flickering with a bright light. Ah, the spirit of the formation. What an interesting person. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was on the other side, flew at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already seen a dazzling white light at the end of the tunnel in front of him. It can't be wrong. This is indeed the exit. Xiaoyan cried out in surprise in his heart. Immediately after, he instantly executed the sky extinction steps. In the next instant, Xiaoyan had already appeared in front of the white light. As a smile appeared on his face, his body straightened forward and instantly disappeared into the white light in front of him. https Genius remembers this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Golden light lingered over the enormous hall. Numerous bright golden beads were embedded into the ring-shaped walls. They emitted a gentle golden light that illuminated the entire hall. Numerous golden lines were connected together on the ground of this large hall, forming an enormous formation. It flickered from time to time and emitted a mysterious glow, causing this originally bright and beautiful hall to become incomparably bright. The entire space was filled with a gentle golden light, causing this large hall to appear extremely majestic. At a glance, one would think that this was a magnificent palace. At this moment, a couple of mysterious passageways that looked like wormholes stood within this large hall. They emitted an even gentler milky white light. However, the aura that was emitted from these passageways caused one to not dare to underestimate this seemingly gentle white light. At this moment, in this tunnel that was surrounded by white light, as the white light above the tunnel buzzed and flickered, figures were spat out from time to time. At a certain moment, a figure wrapped in a black robe finally rushed out from the tunnel. Hum hum hum, a low buzzing sound appeared. The light on one of the passageways suddenly brightened. The milky white flowing light that lingered around the passageways also fluctuated intensely. Soon after, a black flowing light suddenly shot out from within like lightning. This person was Xiaoyan, who had escaped from the formation. Xiaoyan's swiftly moving body suddenly paused in the empty space after he appeared and saw the gentle golden light in the sky. At the same time, Xiaoyan's eyes swept across the large hall below. Only then did he discover that there were actually quite a number of people in this large hall. At this moment, Xiaoyan's sudden appearance, coupled with his frightening speed, immediately attracted the attention of everyone in this large hall. Xiaoyan ignored the many surprised gazes. His eyes swiftly scanned the entire large hall. However, he did not discover any traces of the Tianing trio. Immediately, he involuntarily frowned. Soon after, he sighed helplessly in his heart. Currently, he could only hope that they had already left this place. Xiaoyan's eyes swept once again. He immediately saw 5 exits within this large hall. The exits were located in different directions. At this moment, the human figures that had exited from the passageways were all flying towards those exits. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan once again spread his spiritual strength and swiftly spread it towards the 5 exits. However, a moment later, Xiaoyan could only helplessly frown in his heart. This time around, he was not as lucky as when he was in the formation. Even though his spiritual strength had surged into those exits, Xiaoyan was unable to find anything regardless of how he extended it. Damn it. Looks like I can only make a choice on the spot. Xiaoyan cursed in his heart. Only then did he lift his eyes and sweep them around the 5 exits. Finally, he chose the closest exit to him. His body moved and he disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye under the shocked gazes of everyone present. After entering the exit, this place was just like what Xiaoyan had probed earlier. Both sides were completely bare walls. There was basically nothing. Although Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little vexed in his heart, he was also able to understand why this place was purposely designed in such a manner. It was likely that this place was designed to prevent people with powerful spiritual strengths from probing it. After enduring this boring journey for 2 hours, Xiaoyan finally came to a gradual halt in front of a shattered stone door. The stone door was shattered. Behind it was a huge stone room. At this moment, other than a few worthless medicinal ingredients left behind, the rest of the stone room was completely empty. It was not difficult to imagine that this stone room had been plundered. Of course, other than these traces left behind, there were still some bloodstains left on the floor of this stone room. It looked like the strong practitioner who had opened the stone door had paid quite a hefty price in order to obtain the items inside. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's heart moved slightly. Since he had found the first stone room, it meant that he could still find the other stone rooms. In that case, he would finally be able to obtain some rewards from this trip to the desolate ancient remains. As he thought of this, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth slowly curled into a smile under his black robe. He looked at the intersection at the end of the tunnel not far in front of him. Without any hesitation, his body moved and he swiftly flew over. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already seen more than 10 shattered stone doors like the one from before. Most of the items within these stone doors were completely gone. However, from the remnant pill fragrance or medicinal fragrance, the items within were definitely not ordinary. At the same time, with the help of his spiritual strength, Xiaoyan was also able to clearly sense that there were some powerful auras left behind on these shattered stone doors. It looked like there was an even more powerful seal formation on each stone door. In order to obtain the items behind the stone door, one must first break the formation. Finally, after Xiaoyan had passed through more than 10 shattered stone doors, a complete stone door finally appeared in front of him. Xiaoyan's body also stopped because of this. This stone door looked exactly the same as the other places. There was some kind of formation pattern carved on the surface of the stone door. A faint energy fluctuation spread out from it, causing the entire stone door to be protected within. Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled. No matter what, he had finally found a stone room. Naturally, he could not bear to miss it. With a thought, his soul strength immediately swept out. After slowly approaching the stone door, it was about to gently approach the array pattern on it. Soon after, however, one could see a bright glow being emitted from the formation. After a buzzing sound, a powerful aura was suddenly emitted from the formation. Soon after, the spiritual strength that Xiaoyan had spread out was shattered in one strike the instant Xiaoyan recovered. Ah! Xiaoyan could not help but cry out in surprise. He never expected the formation to be so tyrannical. Just by approaching it with energy, it actually took the initiative to launch a counterattack. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was not something that ordinary half-emperor experts could compare to. It was no wonder that this stone door was the only one that remained undamaged among so many other stone doors. However, immediately after, Xiaoyan chuckled. The formation on the stone door had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, he had only been carelessly probing it earlier. That was why he had suffered a setback. However, it was not certain what would happen next. The corners of Xiaoyan's mouth gradually curled into a sneer under his black robe. Soon after, the hand under his sleeve suddenly clenched into a fist. Immediately after, his body suddenly twisted, and a heavy punch fiercely smashed against the stone door before him. Boom! Immediately, following a violent explosion, Xiaoyan could not help but take a few steps back. When he looked at the stone door again, although the formation was still there was already an obvious crack on the stone door. I've really underestimated this formation. However, it'll still be broken. Xiaoyan's mouth was slightly surprised as he emitted a soft laugh. Soon after, his gaze suddenly became violent. A stern cry was emitted from his heart. Soon after, his body abruptly moved and arrived in front of the rock door in the blink of an eye. He lifted his body and a heavy whipping kick violently landed on the rock door in front of him. Octane blast. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying force poured out like a collapsing mountain. 8 layers of hidden force exploded. Following a violent muffled sound, Xiaoyan's body did not move at all. On the other hand, the light of the formation on the stone door in front of him quickly dimmed. At the same time, cracks rapidly spread across the entire stone door like a spider web. Immediately after, the huge stone door collapsed in front of Xiaoyan with a loud bang. After doing this, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his right leg. At the same time, his gaze followed the collapse of the stone door and looked at the space behind the stone door. The moment Xiaoyan's gaze shot into the space, he only saw a dazzling white light. Immediately, Xiaoyan could not help but squint his eyes. After a few breaths, he slowly looked at the white light in the space. After seeing the white light clearly, Xiaoyan's eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise and fanaticism. These white lights were actually pieces of spirit stones. Spirit stones were the most basic source of spirit coins. They were the currency of the Yuanwu continent. At the same time, spirit stones were also one of the many training resources. Moreover, compared to an ordinary training resource, spirit stones not only provided more doqi energy, but they were also much purer. A portion of high-tier spirit stones had even reached the stage where a practitioner could directly swallow and refine them. The so-called high-tier spirit stones were a classification of spirit stones. This was similar to the classification of qi methods and do techniques. Spirit stones were also divided into 4 grades. They were low-tier spirit stones, middle-tier spirit stones, high-tier spirit stones, and top-tier spirit stones. These 4 types of spirit stones were of different grades and the gap between them was like the distance between heaven and earth. The lowest grade low-tier spirit stone was the spirit coin that Xiaoyan currently possessed. As the low-tier spirit stones contained extremely little natural energy and the energy was mixed, it was basically useless to a true expert. Hence, low-tier spirit stones were decisively turned into the currency of the continent's experts. As for medial-grade spiritual stones, most of these spiritual stones were in the hands of some powerful sects and forces. The energy contained within these spiritual stones would increase the number of powerhouses in those forces. Therefore, comparatively speaking, medial-grade spiritual stones had become a superior cultivation resource that various forces would fight over. Of course, other than this, a middle-grade spirit stone was also an essential material in the hands of all array masters. Many high-grade arrays required a huge amount of energy as the foundation. If one only relied on manpower, it would be very difficult to maintain the array for a long period of time. At this moment, a middle-grade spirit stone could replace manpower and replenish this portion of energy. As for the higher-grade high-tier spirit stones, they were extremely rare. Once they appeared, it would cause an uproar in the continent. Every time someone on the continent discovered a mine that might contain high-tier spirit stones, it would instantly cause a huge bloodbath. Countless factions and countless experts would pay the price with their lives in order to obtain a few high-tier spirit stones. From this, one could tell just how precious high-tier spirit stones were. As for the top-tier spirit stones that seemed to only exist in legends, according to the records of the continent, it had likely not appeared for hundreds of years. That kind of thing was not only rare, but the information that people had about it was so little that it could be ignored. Other than the fact that top-tier spirit stones contained an extremely large amount of energy, no one knew anything else. In front of the rock door, the expression on Xiaoyan's face had completely solidified the moment he saw those spirit stones. Soon after, a wild joy that could not be suppressed immediately surfaced in Xiaoyan's eyes after a couple of breaths. The expression on his face was so excited that it was flushed red. His widened mouth was also unable to speak because of the excitement in his heart. At a glance, all that entered one's eyes was a large pile of spirit stones. Regardless of the tier, as long as one could take out such a large number of spirit stones, it would definitely attract the attention of a countless number of people. However, at this moment, so many spirit stones were placed in piles in front of Xiaoyan. How could this not cause one's heart to feel excited? It was a long while later that Xiaoyan gradually woke up from the excitement in his heart. His gaze hurriedly glanced at the tunnel on both sides. Only when he realized that no one had arrived did he hurriedly move and store all the spirit stones in the stone room into his storage ring. In the blink of an eye, the stone room, which was still surrounded by white light a moment ago, was now empty. There was a slightly bleak atmosphere. In this regard, Xiaoyan did not care. The surprise in his heart made Xiaoyan's heart even more excited at this moment. With so many spirit stones, although he did not have the time to carefully inspect them, Xiaoyan was certain that with these spirit stones, the problem of the strength of his 9 incarnations would be solved. He believed that as long as his 9 incarnations were able to refine these spirit stones, even if they were unable to all become 6-star half-martial emperors, Xiaoyan was certain that the majority of them would be able to become 5-star half-martial emperors. To be able to accomplish this, Xiaoyan was already perfectly satisfied. Of course, if these spirit stones were used to increase Xiaoyan's strength, it would not be a problem. However, Xiaoyan had just increased his strength. To be able to refine spirit stones again in such a short period of time was not a good thing for Xiaoyan. While being able to increase one's strength was good, everything had to be done step by step. As the saying goes, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. If one were to excessively pursue one's own strength and forcibly refine those spirit stones, even if Xiaoyan's strength increased on the surface, a gap would appear in his foundation. This was not something that Xiaoyan wished to see. However, incarnations were different. The strength of an incarnation was determined by the strength of the main body. As long as the main body was strong enough, and with sufficient natural energies, the incarnation's strength would be able to increase to the same level as the main body in a short period of time. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that there must be sufficient natural energies to support it. Evidently, this was something that the current Xiaoyan did not possess. The only thing that he could hope for was for his incarnation's strength to reach that of 5-star half-martial emperors after consuming all of the spirit stones in his spatial ring. This would be sufficient to prove that this journey was not in vain. After withdrawing his thoughts, Xiaoyan turned his gaze to the end of the passageway. There was another intersection there. Xiaoyan also believed that, other than these spirit stones, this remnant would definitely give him an even greater surprise. With a faint smile, Xiaoyan raised his hand and pulled down the black robe on his head, covering his entire body. After that, Xiaoyan lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Soon after, his body moved, and he immediately turned into a ray of black light. Like lightning, in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the end of the passageway. In the following period of time, Xiaoyan rapidly traveled through the passageway. The long and winding passageway seemed to have no end. During this process, Xiaoyan also saw many stone doors that had already been destroyed. Of course, at the same time, he also saw some half-martial emperors who were doing their best to attack the stone doors. When those people saw Xiaoyan again, a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Xiaoyan's speed had greatly shocked these people. However, even more so, they were filled with hostility. They did not wish for the result of their painstaking effort to destroy the stone doors to become someone else's. Thus, no matter how they attacked, they would ultimately leave some leeway. In response to this, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. Like lightning, his body flew extremely quickly. Every time he found a stone door that was not attacked by anyone, he would use the most ferocious and overbearing method to destroy it. This attracted extremely shocked gazes from the crowd. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already stored the items within the stone room into his storage ring. Xiaoyan directly chose to ignore those shocked gazes. After a few consecutive attacks, the medicinal ingredients and pills within the stone doors, regardless of their grade, were all stuffed into Xiaoyan's storage ring. Soon after, his figure came and went like the wind, quickly disappearing from the sight of the statue-like crowd behind him. Human figures flashed within the tunnel that was dozens of feet wide. There would be a stone door every 100 feet or so. A large portion of them had already been forcefully opened under the bombardment of many experts. The formations on the stone doors had been broken, and the various treasures within had been completely looted. Bang! An intense bang sound appeared and the thick stone door was broken. The stone door collapsed and Xiaoyan stood in front of the stone door in an imposing manner. He eyed the various medicinal ingredients that were scattered all over the stone room in front of him. Both of Xiaoyan's eyes swiftly took a look around it. Finally, he withdrew his gaze with some disappointment. At this point, Xiaoyan did not know how long he had been in the ruins. However, according to Xiaoyan's rough guess, it had been 4 to 5 days. In these few days, Xiaoyan had broken through nearly 100 stone doors. However, other than the large amount of spirit stones he had obtained the first time, he did not gain anything else. Currently, the thing that Xiaoyan looked forward to the most was naturally the soul-gathering fruit and the last 2 medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill. However, after searching for a couple of days, he was unable to find any of these 3 ingredients. Casually putting away the medicinal herbs in the stone room, Xiaoyan's figure flashed and disappeared again. A moment after Xiaoyan left, a couple of human figures quietly appeared in front of the shattered stone door where Xiaoyan had been standing earlier in a ghost-like manner. Numerous pairs of sharp gazes randomly swept over this stone room in front of them, which had already become empty. Immediately, the leader of the few of them waved his large hand. Soon after, these few people swiftly chased in the direction that Xiaoyan had disappeared in. In merely an instant, they had already disappeared from the end of this tunnel. A moment later, Xiaoyan's body once again paused in front of a stone door. Compared to earlier, the stone door in front of Xiaoyan was different. The formation that was carved on it appeared even more complicated. The aura that was emitted from it caused one's heart to involuntarily become solemn. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's face revealed an expression of anticipation. He hoped that after opening this stone door, he would be able to find the things he needed. With an expression of surprise on his face, Xiaoyan stood in front of the stone door. His feet slowly moved back half a step. His white hand extended out of his sleeves and suddenly clenched. The doqi in his body also suddenly gathered in his palm. Immediately, Xiaoyan twisted his body and a fist violently smashed towards the stone door in front of him. 8-level collapse. With a stern cry in his heart, Xiaoyan's fist, which was enough to cause a 7-star half-emperor to instantly lose the ability to fight, violently smashed against the stone door in front of him. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion instantly spread. The mysterious formation on the stone door also emitted a dazzling golden light at this moment. A powerful force suddenly swept out from between Xiaoyan's fist and the stone door. The powerful force directly shook Xiaoyan's body and forced him to take a step back. Hiss, this formation is indeed not something that those formations before could compare with. However, with its rebounding power, it is already several times stronger than those formations. With such a powerful defense, it is likely that even an 8-star half-martial emperor would find it very difficult to break through it. However, until the end of his words, Xiaoyan, who was under the black robe, actually revealed a smile on his face. Immediately, the gaze under the black robe was swiftly lifted. Both of his hands rotated and doqi gathered in his palms. After which, 2 more palms violently landed on the stone door in front of him. Yellow Spring Palm. Ancient God Seal. 2 Tian-class Do skills were released in succession. Immediately, circular energy ripples began to rapidly spread on the stone door in front of him. At this moment, the formation also flickered with a golden light and completely blocked Xiaoyan's 2 palms. After the 2 Tian-class Do skills were blocked, the powerful force was immediately reflected back. Xiaoyan's body was involuntarily forced back once again. However, before the energy ripples on the formation in front of him could scatter, Xiaoyan's body turned and his right shoulder violently smashed against the formation. Bang bang bang. After 5 consecutive attacks, the energy on the formation in front of Xiaoyan had already become increasingly weak. Circular energy ripples began to spread out one after another, just like intensely churning water. This continued until the 7th time. The instant Xiaoyan's heavy whip leg smashed against the formation in front of him, one could hear a bang sound. The glow on the formation swiftly dimmed. At the same time, the formation diagram on the stone door behind also began to swiftly form numerous spiderweb-like crack lines. Immediately, the entire stone door collapsed in front of Xiaoyan, lifting a dense cloud of dust. After doing all this, Xiaoyan involuntarily exhaled a long breath. He immediately waved his sleeve and an invisible wind immediately swept out, completely sweeping away the cloud of dust that was blocking his sight. Immediately, Xiaoyan focused his eyes and looked over. His eyes immediately brightened. Indeed, the strength of the formation also represented the extraordinariness of the things within it. At this moment, in the stone room in front of Xiaoyan, there were 5 storage shelves neatly arranged. This was something that the stone rooms that were randomly arranged earlier could not compare with. On these shelves, there were also many jade boxes neatly arranged. Moreover, from the size of these jade boxes, it was not difficult to tell that these jade boxes definitely contained medicinal pills without a doubt. Although they were medicinal pills, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel joy in his heart was that those jade boxes that contained medicinal pills that Xiaoyan had discovered earlier had already reached the level of a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Hence, it was not difficult to imagine that among all the jade boxes that were placed within this stone room, the lowest quality medicinal pill was likely a Tier 3 medicinal pill. Moreover, from the looks of the number of jade boxes, there were at least 100 of them. In other words, there were at least 100 Tier 3 medicinal pills in this place, nearly 100 Tier 3 medicinal pills. This was likely something that even the Alchemist Alliance's foundation could not compare to. TSK, this time, I have really struck it rich. Xiaoyan could not help but click his tongue. At the same time, a cold glint flashed across the pair of pitch-black eyes under the black robe. After saying this, Xiaoyan lifted his foot and slowly walked towards the depths of the stone room. At the same time, in the passageway outside the stone room, a few human figures quietly arrived and swiftly approached the stone room. Within the stone room, Xiaoyan arrived in front of the 5 shelves. With a thought, all the jade boxes on the shelves were all stored into Xiaoyan's storage ring in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 5 human figures suddenly appeared in front of the door of the stone room. Haha, thank you sir for helping us collect so many treasures. In return, we will take your life as quickly as possible. HTTPS Genius remembers home address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. A sinister and sinister laughter slowly reverberated within the stone room. 5 figures were standing in a disorderly manner before the stone door. The person leading them was a gray-robed old man with a sharp mouth, monkey-like cheeks, and sinister eyes. The laughter from before had come from his mouth. In the past few days, the 5 of them had done quite a lot of things like killing and robbing. Whenever they encountered someone with a bit of strength and the ability to open the stone door, they would quietly wait by the side for the moment the stone door was opened. Then, the 5 of them would attack at the same time and kill the person who opened the stone door. In this way, not only would they be able to obtain the treasures from the stone door, they would also be able to obtain even more things. In the short span of a few days, they had already consecutively killed over a dozen half-martial emperors. At this moment, Xiaoyan was their 15th target. When this gray-robed, old man's treacherous words sounded, the 4 human figures behind him also emitted a cold laugh from their mouths. The 5 of them took a step forward at the same time. Immediately, a frightening aura and pressure swept toward Xiaoyan, who was currently within the stone room, without uttering a single word. Only when he sensed the incoming aura did Xiaoyan slightly turn his head around. As if he had just noticed them, the pair of pitch-black eyes under the black robe stared at the 5 people in front of the stone room. A light flashed through his eyes, and soon after, he softly muttered, 2 9-star half-martial emperors, 3 8-star half-martial emperors. I must say, if this lineup was placed elsewhere, there would truly be no one who would be a match for you all. However, before me, towards the end, Xiaoyan's voice gradually became softer. In the end, he became completely silent. At the same time, the combined aura of the 5 half-martial emperors had already arrived before Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. An indifferent cold snort was heard. Immediately, an incomparably tyrannical aura appeared within Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, it turned into a storm and violently swept out from Xiaoyan's body. Soon after, the 2 equally powerful auras violently collided. Bang! Following a low and deep bang, the 2 powerful auras collided in the space in front of Xiaoyan. Immediately, the invisible space abruptly surged. Soon after, the combined aura of the 5 half-martial emperors was actually shattered in front of the shocked gazes of the 5 half-martial emperors. The expressions of the 5 half-step emperors changed abruptly when their auras were destroyed, and their eyes revealed expressions of disbelief. The combined auras of the 5 of them had actually been destroyed by a single strike from the black-robed man before them. Exactly how strong is this fellow? Don't tell me he's a Dodi? Damn it. why would such an expert appear here? Shouldn't they have gone straight into the depths of the ruins? What should we do now? We have offended an elite Dodi. Even with our strength, we are definitely no match for him. But if we don't attack, do you think he will let us off? The four half-martial emperors behind the grey-robed old man had extremely ugly expressions as they softly muttered to each other. Faced with an opponent whose strength was very likely to be a Dodi, their hearts were unable to raise any thoughts of fighting him. In the eyes of a Dodi, these so-called high-class half-martial emperors were not even worth mentioning. When these words were transmitted into the ears of the grey-robed old man, the old man's expression immediately became gloomy. These few fellows were at the very least high-class half-martial emperors. Usually, they would act high and mighty in front of others. Why was it that they had actually become so timid and fearful in the face of a fellow whose strength they could not be certain of? What useless trash! The old man softly cursed in his heart. He raised his eyes and looked at Xiaoyan within the stone room. The muscles on the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. Immediately, he suddenly turned his head. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the four people behind him. His voice was soft and deep as he reprimanded. Why are you panicking? If he is really an elite Dodi, why would he need to waste any effort to break this formation? His true strength is not something that can be explained by his aura alone. The four people behind the grey-robed old man finally reacted after these words were uttered. If this black-robed person in front of them was really an elite Dodi, would it not be extremely easy for him to break the formation on the stone door? Moreover, given the pride of an elite Dodi, it was likely that he would have already attacked if there was really someone who dared to say those words to him. Yet, from the looks of the current situation, this black-robed person did not seem to have any intention of attacking. After thinking this through, the expressions of the four half-martial emperors immediately became dark and cold in the blink of an eye. Humph, deliberately acting mysterious. You are seeking death. Hey, we have nearly fallen for your trick. Everyone, attack together. Let us see just how strong you are. The four of them each emitted a cold laugh from their mouths. Immediately, their bodies, which were standing on the spot, suddenly moved. They instantly transformed into four rays of light that carried a fierce aura. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. With a wave of their large hands, the weapons in each of their hands flashed in an orderly manner. They carried a sharp, cold glint as they violently attacked Xiaoyan's head. The grey-robed old man also followed closely behind these four people. Doqi swiftly agglomerated in his hand, appearing as though he wanted to kill Xiaoyan in one strike. Xiaoyan's expression did not change in the face of this. However, the cold glint that overflowed from those dark black eyes under the black robe became increasingly obvious. The doqi within his body had already circulated throughout his entire body. As long as Xiaoyan thought about it, he would be able to unleash a fierce attack at any time. In the next moment, the sharp blades in the hands of the four figures in front of him emitted a cold glint. They had already arrived above Xiaoyan's head. Powerful doqi ripples caused the empty space around these few people to repeatedly tremble intensely. At the same time that the sharp blades in their hands cut through the empty space, they also emitted an ear-piercing explosive sound. Threads of spatial crack lines continued to appear around these four people. Die. The ferocious expression in the eyes of these four people became even denser when they saw Xiaoyan, who appeared to have been overly frightened, in close proximity. Even the weapons in their hands had become increasingly sharp. However, in the next moment, the pupils of these four people, who saw that the black-robed person had already become a dead soul under their hands, suddenly shrunk. The breathing from their nostrils suddenly became sluggish at this moment. Even their charging bodies appeared to have lost all control. The instant they were about to make contact with Xiaoyan's body, they were blocked by an invisible force. Immediately, their bodies became soft. The instant they were about to land on the ground, they quietly disappeared, turning into a pile of ashes. Behind them, the expression in the eyes of the grey-robed old man suddenly became one of shock and horror when he saw the extremely strange manner in which the four people in front of him had died. No matter what, he did not expect that this strange black-robed person in front of him was actually this strong. Could it be that he was really an elite Dodi? Soon after, however, a sinister expression surged into the old man's eyes. Regardless of whether the person in front of him was an elite Dodi or not, he had just attacked those 4 people and was currently in an empty spot. This was the best opportunity to attack. Die. A sinister sharp roar was emitted from his mouth. Soon after, the body of the gray-robed old man had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Immediately, a firm palm violently smashed onto Xiaoyan's chest. Puff, however, after the palm of the gray-robed old man landed, what was exchanged was a low and deep muffled sound. In an instant, the expression of the old man suddenly changed drastically. Before he could react, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. A huge force immediately poured out and sent the gray-robed old man flying with one strike. After the old man stabilized his body with a frightened expression, he raised his gaze. Before he could say anything, the expression on his face changed once again. The spot where the black-robed person was standing earlier had already become empty. Soon after, the eyes of the old man suddenly shrunk. A chill was immediately transmitted from the back of his neck. I gave you a gathering to leave on your own accord. Since you insist on seeking death, you can't blame me. The instant the indifferent voice sounded, a fire glow immediately flashed in Xiaoyan's palm. Immediately, a fire arrow instantly penetrated the neck of the gray-robed old man. HTTPS Genius remembers this address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. The fragments of the stone door that had been shattered by the enormous force had collapsed and piled up in front of the door of the stone room. Many natural treasures were placed in an orderly manner within the stone room. From the looks of the energy ripple that was emitted from the air, the things in this place were also extraordinary. At this moment, there were 7 half-martial emperors standing in the stone chamber. However, these 7 half-martial emperors all had some injuries on their bodies. One of them had even fainted. The remaining 6 people were currently staring at the mysterious black-robed person with shocked faces. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. There were a total of 7 of them and 3 of them were 9-star bandits. Even the strength of the remaining 4 were 8-star bandits. This kind of lineup was sufficient to allow them to defeat anyone below the elite Do-D class on this trip to the remains. Yet, it was unexpected that the 7 of them would be defeated by a single person despite joining hands. Moreover, they had been defeated in such a miserable manner. Even though they had attacked with all their strength, they were unable to last more than 3 exchanges in the hands of this black-robed person in front of them. Just who was this person in front of them? At this moment, the hearts of these 6 people had completely understood. By being able to rely on his own strength to easily defeat 7 bandit experts, it was likely that the person in front of them was at least an elite Do-D. Gulp, as they thought of this, a few streams of cold sweat uncontrollably flowed down their foreheads. A sense of fear swiftly rose from the bottom of their hearts. Their figures, which were barely standing, could not help but tremble slightly at this moment. Even their hands, which were holding their weapons, could not help but feel a wave of numbness. It was as if the weapons in their hands were about to slip out. The atmosphere of the square became increasingly tense following the silence of the black-robed person. Cold sweat that caused one's heart to feel a chill surged out from all over the bodies of these 6 people. It swiftly drenched the clothes on the surface of their bodies. A moment later, the black-robed person finally let out a faint cold snort. His voice was indifferent as he spoke, "Those who do not wish to die should get lost now." The voice was cold, as if it came from the underworld. However, when it reached the ears of the 6 people in front of him, their expressions immediately changed. It was as if they were prisoners who had been sentenced to death but were suddenly pardoned. The ecstasy in their hearts was indescribable. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them hurriedly turned around and dashed out of the stone room without a care for anything else. Just as they turned around, the black-robed man in front of them suddenly spoke again. "Wait." In an instant, the breathing of the 6 half-martial emperors turned sluggish at the same time. Their eyes instantly shrunk as a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. "Senior, is there anything else? Take this guy away too." The black-robed man pointed at the ground in front of him and said coldly. Hearing this, the 6 of them hurriedly recovered. Only then did they hurriedly help up the other person who had fainted on the ground. After which, they respectfully bowed to the black-robed man. Only then did they hurriedly turn around and swiftly fly out of the stone room. Only when the few of them disappeared from the stone room did the black-robed man raise his pitch-black eyes. He casually swept his gaze over the empty stone room in front of him. Soon after, he waved his large hand and kept all the medicinal ingredients and various rare metal materials on the storage shelf to the side into his storage ring. His body moved and he instantly disappeared from the stone room. Ever since the last time he met the 5 people who had joined hands in the stone room, this was already the 4th group of people that Xiaoyan had met in succession within 5 days. However, unlike the first time, Xiaoyan did not kill these people the next few times. For Xiaoyan, there were an unknown number of people who had joined hands with him in this remains. If he were to kill every single one of them that he met, just when would he be able to kill them all? Killing for no reason would only increase the viciousness in his heart. This was not a good thing for a practitioner. When he recalled Wu Hao from the Jianan Academy back then, he had nearly gone down the wrong path because his viciousness was too strong. Xiaoyan would naturally be careful in this regard. Xiaoyan admitted that he was not a good person. However, he was able to distinguish between right and wrong. Some unnecessary trouble would naturally be avoided as much as possible. After breaking open a few more stone doors, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. All in all, it had been less than 10 days since Xiaoyan had entered this remains. After 10 days of searching, Xiaoyan had already broken open over 100 stone doors. Although his harvest was not bad, he was still unable to find the spirit-gathering fruit and the other 2 medicinal ingredients that he wanted. This caused Xiaoyan's patience to be somewhat exhausted. Ugh, looks like I can only place my hopes in the depths of this remains, Xiaoyan sighed helplessly in his mouth. His body moved and once again flashed into this empty tunnel. According to Xiaoyan's speculation during these few days, he discovered that as long as he continued to walk along this endless tunnel, it seemed that the deeper he went into the remains, the higher the grade and value of the treasures within the stone doors would be. Based on Xiaoyan's harvest during these few days, he had even seen a human class Qi method and Do technique within a couple of stone rooms. As long as one of these things was randomly taken out and displayed outside, it would be considered a priceless treasure. However, they were only placed within these stone rooms in an orderly manner. From this, one could tell that the things within these stone rooms were merely the smallest portion of the entire remains. Hence, at this moment, Xiaoyan decided to target the deepest part of this remains. After all, the truly valuable treasures were all located there. Clearly speaking, the things within these stone rooms might be able to attract the attention of quite a number of Ban Di experts, but they were merely some ordinary things in the eyes of a true elite Do Di. What they wanted was those treasures that could allow them to raise their strength. For example, these medicinal pills and Qi methods might allow them to save their lives, but if they possessed sufficient strength, why would they need to use external things like medicinal pills to protect themselves? As the saying goes, it is better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. After a couple of flashes, Xiaoyan's body swiftly flew toward the deepest part of the remains. With the black robe on his body and the sky absolute steps, Xiaoyan's body was not only invisible but it also caused others to have difficulty detecting his aura. Thus, even though Xiaoyan had flashed past many Ban Di experts, these people did not discover that someone had flashed past them. They did not even sense the slightest movement of the wind. In the face of such a frightening speed, it was likely that only an elite Do Di would be able to discover Xiaoyan's traces. This continued until a certain moment when a voice was suddenly transmitted into Xiaoyan's ear while he was swiftly flying. This caused his body, which was originally swiftly flying forward, to suddenly stop. The pair of sharp eyes under the black robe instantly looked toward a certain direction within the tunnel. That direction was where the voice had originated from. Humph. The old me is warning you. We are people from the Yuning Pavilion. If anything happens to the 2 of us today, there will definitely be someone who will take revenge for the 2 of us once you leave this place. People from the Yuning Pavilion, huh? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. His tone gradually softened as he muttered. Ha 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 ha, have the 2 of you really become muddle-headed from fear? Do you think that this is the territory of your Yuning Pavilion? Even if you die here, no one will know that you were killed by us 3 brothers. 3 black-robed human figures stood within the spacious stone room. They formed an encirclement and surrounded the 2 embroidered-robed old men. The person who spoke at this moment was one of the 3, an old man with a shady face. When the strange laughter from this old man's mouth sounded, the other 2 old men on the 2 sides also emitted a wave of strange, dark, cold laughter. Humph, Although the old man's words were a little arrogant, it also caused the expressions of the two old men who were surrounded by white to become increasingly solemn. Although the old man's words were not pleasant to the ears, this was the truth. If the two of them really died here, it was impossible for these three people to link this matter to the three of them even if they left. After all, the desolate ancient remains was a place that was filled with various kinds of danger. Even though they were quite strong, it was normal for them to die in this place. Moreover, there were countless strong people in the desolate ancient remains. The Yuning Pavilion could not possibly search for them one by one. Even if they were suspicious, the first target of suspicion would definitely be the people from the four large clans. With this shield, they did not have any worries. Haha, second brother, third brother, quickly attack. Don't give them any chance to catch their breath. After the battle earlier, I think that they have suffered quite a serious injury. Now, it is time to end them. The old man leading the group let out a strange laughter. Immediately, his skinny body suddenly shook. He waved his hands and powerful doqi swiftly agglomerated at the tip of his 5 fingers. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into 5 sharp thorns. His body moved and the other 2 old men on the 2 sides also moved at the same time. They angrily charged toward the 2 embroidered-robed old men. However, at this moment, an icy voice that was filled with a cold laughter was suddenly transmitted from within the stone room. Haha, 3 against 2, yet you still dare to take advantage of the situation. All of your training has really been wasted. Who is it? Get the hell out here. In an instant, the 3 old men suddenly stopped in their tracks. At the same time, 3 pairs of eyes instantly turned. The old man in the lead suddenly waved his hand as he shouted angrily. 5 sharp strength chi immediately tore apart the space in front of him and fiercely smashed into the space behind him. Boom! With a loud bang, a formation lit up on the stone wall and blocked the old man's attack. Hee, are you looking for me? At this moment, that faint cold laughter was once again transmitted over. Soon after, the gazes of the 5 people in the square turned over at the same time. Immediately, the expressions in their eyes changed. They saw a black-robed human figure standing strangely in front of the 2 elders from the hidden cloud pavilion. However, in the face of such a strange scene, not to mention the 3 old men with their backs facing the black-robed man, even the 2 old men in embroidered robes standing behind them instantly had a look of shock in their eyes. Even they did not realize when the black-robed man in front of them had appeared in front of them? What a terrifying speed! The 2 old men couldn't help but look at each other. Even with their strength, they didn't realize when the black-robed man in front of them had appeared in front of them. At the same time, this shocking thought suddenly rose in the hearts of the 3 black-robed old men. Humph. I wonder who you are. We don't seem to have seen you before. I also hope that you won't meddle in other people's business and cause trouble for yourself. It wasn't until a long while later that the black-robed old man in the lead took a deep breath and signaled for the other 2 old men to retreat. At the same time, he cupped his hands towards the black-robed man in front of him and said in a low voice. Cuckoo, the black-robed man laughed when he heard this. The old man in the lead narrowed his dark old eyes. A cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. I don't know all of you, then why are you? The voice of the old man in the lead was still low and deep. At the same time, the doqi in his body quietly circulated. Doqi quietly gathered in his hand, which was behind him and covered by his sleeve. Although I don't know all of you, not just anyone can touch them. Under the black robe, the expression on Xiaoyan's face became increasingly cold. With his spiritual strength, how could he not sense the little action of the old man in front of him? Immediately, a cold glint shot out from deep within the pair of dark black eyes that were covered by the black plate. Are you certain that you want to intervene in this matter? The voice of the old man in the lead became increasingly deep and icy. At the same time, the dense expression in his old eyes became even denser. Just as Xiaoyan and the 2 parties were about to attack, the 2 old men behind Xiaoyan suddenly spoke. Sir, the 2 of us thank you for helping us without regard for your own safety. However, these 3 fellows are not weak. The 2 of us are also quite injured. It is impossible for us to deal with them. Once the 2 of us lose the ability to fight, you will have to face the 3 of them alone. Cuckoo, there is no need to worry. You only need to tell me where the Yuning Pavilion is located. Eh? Hearing this, the two old men were slightly startled. Soon after, they understood the reason why the black-robed man in front of them was helping them. The two of them immediately looked at each other. The joy in their eyes could not be any greater. Sir, the two of us are elders of the Yen City Yuning Pavilion branch. Respectfully cupping their hands towards the black-robed man, the two old men honestly reported the location of the Yuning Pavilion. When they heard Xiaoyan say something that only someone from the Yuning Pavilion would say, the two old men immediately thought that the black-robed man in front of them was an important person from the Yuning Pavilion. Oh? Yen City. Xiaoyan softly muttered. Back then, he did not pay much attention to Yen City. Hence, he did not realize that there was actually a Yuning Pavilion branch in Yen City. Alright, I understand. Xiaoyan immediately nodded gently to the two old men in front of him. The expressions on the faces of the two old men were filled with joy when they saw this. It seemed that the guess in their hearts was indeed correct. Humph, you actually dare to talk to us three brothers without fear. Die. Suddenly, the old man who was the leader of the three people in front of Xiaoyan suddenly attacked. He was like an attacking poisonous snake as he swiftly pounced toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, the other two black-robed old men also suddenly moved. The three figures simultaneously rushed towards Xiaoyan and the other two in the middle. The old man in the lead, in particular, had secretly prepared himself, causing the power of his sudden attack to appear even more terrifying. From the looks of it, he seemed to intend to use this attack to directly take Xiaoyan's life. Humph, what, are you the only one who is prepared? Don't tell me that I'm not prepared. The two of you delay them. Let me deal with this fellow. However, in the face of the sudden attack from the old man in the lead, Xiaoyan coldly snorted. The instant he lifted his gaze, the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated. His hand rotated and suddenly clenched tightly. Soon after, he viciously punched towards the black-robed old man in front of him. HTTPS Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Bang! Soon after, an earth-shaking bang was suddenly emitted. A frightening Doqi remnant wave abruptly swept apart within this stone room. The powerful strength caused the entire stone room to suddenly shake at this moment. A formation with a golden glow lingering over it appeared on the wall and completely blocked the Doqi remnant wave. Xiaoyan and the black-robed old man each pulled back after the attack landed. The other two black-robed old men were blocked by the two elders from the Yuning Pavilion. Although they were currently injured, it was not difficult for them to delay the other two. The strength of each of them was about the same. It was just that the black-robed person was able to suppress the two of them by relying on numbers. However, since it was a one-on-one, they would naturally not be afraid. At the same time, on the other side, Bandy? Soon after, the black-robed, old man took a couple of steps back and steadily stood on the ground. His nose involuntarily emitted a surprised sound. After the collision earlier, he clearly sensed that the strength of this black-robed person in front of him had clearly yet to reach the Do D class. However, the thing that caused him to be surprised was that his palm had actually been forcefully blocked by this person. That's right. At this moment, other than Xiaoyan, the remaining 5 people in the arena, regardless of whether it was the 3 black-robed old men or the 2 elders from the Yuning Pavilion, had all reached the 1-star Do D class. Although they were only 1-star Do D, they were similarly powerful existences that could not be matched in the eyes of an ordinary Bandi. However, at this moment, the thing that caused this old man to feel surprised was that the aura that this fellow in front of him emitted was clearly not comparable to a Do D. However, why was it that the person in front of him was actually able to fight evenly with him in that exchange earlier? How is this possible? You are only a Bandi. The old man's eyes were filled with surprise as he stared at Xiaoyan. It was really difficult to imagine that a Bandi would actually be able to force him, a Do D, back. Logically speaking, even if the strength of the person in front of him had reached the peak of the advanced 9-star Bandi class, it was impossible for him to be a match for him, a dignified elite Do D, even if he had not broken through. However, the current situation, this kind of thing was really too unbelievable. Why? Do you look down on a Bandi class expert? Xiaoyan coldly laughed when he saw the expression of disbelief on the other party's face. He rubbed his somewhat numb right hand and his body immediately shook. The aura that belonged to a 6-star bandit was immediately emitted from Xiaoyan's body. The moment this force was emitted, the expressions on the faces of the 5 people in the arena, including the 4 people who were fighting behind Xiaoyan, instantly became dull. This 6-star bandit, this guy is actually a bandit. Immediately after, words filled with disbelief were suddenly spat out from the mouths of the 4 people behind Xiaoyan. This was especially true for the 2 old men from the Yuning Pavilion. When they saw that Xiaoyan possessed the strength of a 6-star bandit class expert, a fury that seemed to want to devour someone emerged from their old eyes. His strength was clearly only that of a 6-star bandit class expert. Yet, he still insisted on boasting, saying that with him here, these people would not be able to touch them. This guy, could it be that there is something wrong with his head? The 2 old men silently glanced at each other. Despair involuntarily appeared in the depths of their eyes. This black-robed man was likely here to make them laugh. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, the 2 black-robed old men involuntarily emitted a loud laughter from their mouths. Indeed, the scene in front of them really caused their hearts to feel incomparably funny. However, before they could catch their breath from laughing, the black-robed old man standing in front of Xiaoyan suddenly knit his brows and furiously reprimanded the 2 black-robed old men, "Don't be so arrogant. What are you laughing at? Quickly finish off these 2 fellows for me. Leave this brat to me to deal with." After being reprimanded, the 2 old men hurriedly withdrew their thoughts of joking. Their gazes turned and the expression in their eyes suddenly became stern. Their bodies moved and once again collided with the 2 old men. This time around, the hope in their hearts had been obliterated. The fighting strength of the 2 old men had also been imperceptibly affected. However, they immediately fell into a disadvantage the moment they collided. In the end, their defeat was only a matter of time. At the same time, on Xiaoyan's side, compared to the thoughts in the hearts of the 4 old men, the expression in the eyes of the black-robed old man was not much more relaxed because of this. After all, he had personally sensed the strength of the person before him. He believed that the true strength of the person before him, who was completely wrapped in a black robe, was likely far greater than this. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the attack from earlier to force him back. Trying to act mysterious. Since you wish to fight, this D shall let you experience the strength of an elite Dodi. A stern cry was emitted from his mouth. Soon after, the old man's body suddenly shook. An even more powerful force and pressure suddenly swept out from within his body at this moment, suppressing Xiaoyan from all directions. A cold snort was emitted from Xiaoyan's nose in the face of this. His hands under his sleeves were abruptly clenched into fists. Immediately, his feet abruptly took a step forward the moment the aura and pressure came attacking. Flame domain. When the domain was activated, a hot flame immediately spread out from under Xiaoyan's feet. The temperature of the entire stone room also swiftly rose at an unusual speed. At the same time, powerful Do Qi also swarmed out from Xiaoyan's body, forcefully breaking apart the force and pressure that was coming at him. Soon after, Xiaoyan took a few steps forward. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the old man. He waved his hand and a fist violently smashed toward the old man's face. "Damn it! You should be faster," the old man quietly said in his heart. He did not dare to be careless on the surface. Just from this aura alone, the strength of the other party was already not as simple as a bandit. It was likely that the strength of a 6-star bandit was merely what it appeared to be on the surface. The old man suddenly waved his large hand the instant Xiaoyan's punch was thrown. He also threw a punch at Xiaoyan. Soon after, the two violently collided in the next instant. Bang! After his attack failed, Xiaoyan hurriedly withdrew his numb right arm at the same time as he turned around. He once again threw a punch with his left fist. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already collided nearly 100 times. Finally, the two of them once again separated after an intense collision. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily became a little pale. He was indeed inferior to an elite Dodi in terms of pure strength. It was still too difficult for him to rely on his own strength to defeat an elite Dodi. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body shook. The numbness on his arms was instantly removed. At the same time, his feet moved and he once again rushed toward the black-robed old man in front of him. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan saw from the corner of his eyes that one of the two Yunin Pavilion elders behind him was finally unable to endure any longer. He was forced back by a palm of the black-robed old man, revealing an opening. At this moment, the black-robed old man took the opportunity to kill that elder with one strike. As for the other elder, his situation was not too bad. However, his intention to save someone was stopped by the other black-robed old man. This caused him to be like an ant on a hot pan, unable to move even if he wanted to save someone. Damn it! Stop right there! Xiaoyan's heart immediately became furious when he saw this scene. The eyebrows on his face under the black robe were tightly knit. At the same time that a stern cry was emitted from his mouth, his body moved and shot toward the black-robed old man, who was about to attack, without any hesitation. At this moment, the black-robed old man behind Xiaoyan coldly smiled. His body moved and he charged toward Xiaoyan, intending to stop Xiaoyan's attempt to save someone. He, your opponent is me. If you want to save someone, you have to see if this D agrees or not. The old man let out a stern laugh. His body flashed and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared behind Xiaoyan. He extended his large hand and viciously grabbed at Xiaoyan's ankle. Bastard! Get out of my way! Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan was instantly enraged. On the other hand, the black-robed old man had already arrived in front of the Yunin Pavilion elder who had been blasted back. He raised his large hand and was about to ruthlessly slap down on the old man's face. At this critical moment, Xiaoyan finally waved his large hand. The storage ring on his finger instantly flickered. In the next instant, a black light ruthlessly bombarded the chest of the old man behind Xiaoyan. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body took the opportunity to instantly flash. As he executed the sky extinction steps, the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was pushed to the limit. With a wave of his large hand, purple gold dragon scales instantly covered his body. In the next instant, he had already appeared in front of the Yunin Pavilion elder. At the same time, Xiaoyan's expression was fierce. He tightly clenched his right fist and suddenly punched out. The instant the black-robed old man's palm landed, Xiaoyan's fist was already like a piece of steel and ruthlessly smashed into the old man's chest. 8. Extreme. Bang! Bang! The moment the furious roar sounded from the bottom of his heart, the black-robed old man in front of Xiaoyan, as well as the old man who was the leader of the three, were all ruthlessly sent flying. Bang! Following an intense explosion, Xiaoyan's footsteps were swiftly pushed back within the stone room. Each step he took would leave a shallow footprint on the ground. This was the result after the formation had dispersed the force. One could imagine just how strong the force of the collision was. After stabilizing his body, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his sleeves and dispersed the force from his body. Behind him, the elder from the Yunin Pavilion also recovered. He looked at Xiaoyan with blood on the corner of his mouth. A shocked expression involuntarily surged into his turbid old eyes. He had never expected that the 6-star half-D in front of him would actually be able to block an attack from a Do-D. Moreover, from the looks of it, he did not seem to be seriously injured. Immediately, this elder from the Yunin Pavilion could not help but feel shocked by Xiaoyan in front of him. At the same time, he also felt ashamed of the negative thoughts he had in his heart earlier. As for the current Xiaoyan, after stabilizing his body, the pair of eyes under the black robe immediately lifted. His expression was stern as he looked at the black-robed old man who had been forced back. The hand under his sleeves could not help but tremble slightly. Although he had acted in an emergency and resolved the crisis of the old man behind him, the palm from earlier had caused Xiaoyan to suffer quite a bit of hidden damage. Even at this moment, the blood in his body was still churning unceasingly. On the other side, the black-robed old man, who had been forced back by the black light, was in an even worse condition than Xiaoyan at this moment. Not only was there bright red blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, but even the expression on his old face appeared incomparably dark and solemn. Originally, he had wanted to use this opportunity to kill this strange black-robed person. However, who would have thought that Xiaoyan would actually take out such a frightening killing weapon at such a critical moment? Under that kind of distance, this old man did not even have the slightest opportunity to dodge. He was completely struck by the black light from the front. The direct result was that a couple of the ribs in front of the old man's chest were instantly broken. The thing that caused him to be furious in his heart was that even the do-chi within his body was scattered the instant the black light attacked. This caused him to be unable to retaliate for an instant after the black light struck him. He could only be forced back with a heart filled with anger. The black-robed old man lifted his dark old eyes. His face was filled with resentment as he stared at the strong human figure in front of him that was emitting a purple-gold glow. Only when he saw it clearly did the expression on his old face change once again. His eyes suddenly shrunk and a feeling of disbelief rose in his heart. Puppet. How is this possible? The strong human figure in front of him was actually a puppet that did not have any aura. When the old man's shocked voice was emitted, everyone present, with the exception of Xiaoyan, involuntarily turned their gazes toward the old man. Soon after, their gazes uniformly landed on the Northern King. Immediately, the expression in everyone's eyes became one of shock. Clearly, they had also discovered that the human figure in front of them was actually a puppet that did not have any aura. Northern King, do it. Suddenly, Xiaoyan, who was standing in front of the Yuning Pavilion's elder, emitted a thunder-like command from under his black robe. Soon after, the Northern King, who had lowered his head slightly, instantly lifted his cold face. At the same time, his feet violently stomped on the ground. A frightening strength instantly poured out. With just one strike, the formation under his feet was forcefully shattered. At the same time, the Northern King's body was like an arrow that instantly disappeared from the spot. The next time he appeared, he was already in front of the black-robed old man. His fist was waved angrily. It carried a shocking aura as it violently smashed toward the old man in front of him. The old man's heart was greatly alarmed in the face of this sudden attack from the Northern King. Only then did he understand that the puppet in front of him actually possessed a frightening strength that was comparable to an elite do-di. His heart suddenly tightened. A whistling wind had already pounced toward him, causing his breathing to involuntarily become sluggish. Humph. So what if your strength is comparable to a do-di? A puppet is ultimately a puppet. Withdraw. The old man, who had recovered, immediately let out a furious cry. His body suddenly twisted in midair as he pulled back. His leg violently kicked at the Northern King. The fist and leg collided. The surrounding space immediately collapsed due to the force. The Northern King and the old man's bodies were also pulled back. The Northern King's body shook. His body, which had just taken a step back, was forcefully halted. Immediately, he leaped forward and once again charged toward the old man, who was swiftly retreating. Humph, so you are merely a quasi-do-di. Get lost. A ferocious smile was emitted from the old man's mouth after sensing the Northern King's true strength. His retreating body suddenly paused. Soon after, he violently threw a palm forward. It landed on the chest of the Northern King, who was charging toward him. Bang! Surging do-chi immediately poured out from the old man's palm after this attack landed. The powerful strength instantly caused the Northern King's chest to cave in. Ga, the black-robed old man involuntarily let out a strange laugh when he saw the scene. His other hand quickly followed and another palm violently landed on the Northern King's chest. Do-chi poured out and the Northern King's chest completely caved in an instant. This scene could really be described as the front of the Northern King's chest being pressed against the back. At the same time, the Northern King's fist also smashed into the chest of the black-robed old man. Bang! The black-robed old man instantly felt pain. Both of them involuntarily flew back. Their old faces paled. The muscles on their faces were distorted and fresh blood involuntarily seeped out from their mouths. Even though this was the case, the old man's face still had a smile on it. This puppet was already so weak after just one exchange. The quasi-do-di class was nothing in his eyes. Ga, a strange laugh was involuntarily emitted from the old man's mouth. However, the smile on his face suddenly stiffened when he raised his eyes in the next moment. Soon after, the disdain in his eyes swiftly disappeared. What replaced it was a shock that came from deep within his heart. How is this possible? It was a long while later that the old man's stunned body finally relaxed. The muscles on the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched intensely. His lips trembled as he softly muttered in his mouth. One could see that the Northern King's chest, which had originally caved in, was emitting numerous black thunderbolts at this moment. The wild and violent energy that was emitted from them swiftly healed the Northern King's caved-in chest in the blink of an eye. Moreover, under the careful observation of this old man, not only did the Northern King's chest completely recover, but the purple-gold color on the surface of its body had also become purer for some unknown reason. This, however, before the black-robed old man could open his mouth, the Northern King, who was a short distance in front of him, suddenly moved. Immediately, it was like a cannonball that had been fired. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the old man. Its metal fist danced violently in an unstoppable manner. It violently tore through the empty air and emitted an ear-piercing sonic boom. The wind stirred as a fist once again smashed furiously toward the old man's head. Bang 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 bang, a series of bangs reverberated through the stone chamber. The battle between the Northern King and the old man became more and more intense. However, at the same time, the expressions of the other two black-robed old men became increasingly gloomy and grave. This was because after the repeated collisions between the old man and the Northern King, all the injuries that the Northern King had suffered were swiftly healed by the dark black lightning. On the other hand, the black-robed old man was made of flesh and blood. The exhaustion of his do-chi, the frightening recovery ability of the Northern King, and this puppet body made him an undefeatable war god. Even though the black-robed old man was stronger than the Northern King, he was ultimately no match for the Northern King after such a long period of exhaustion. If this continued, it was likely that he would be completely defeated by the Northern King's hands. At that moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in the old man's heart. After another fierce collision with the Northern King, both of them retreated dozens of steps. Seeing that the sunken part of the Northern King's body was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, the old man felt a wave of anxiety in his heart. Using the time he took to catch his breath, he quickly looked at the other two black-robed old men and immediately shouted, "Let's go!" He immediately shouted, "Second, third, what are you waiting for? Quickly attack and end this battle quickly. Finish off that fellow as soon as possible. Damn it. It is easy for you to say. Why don't you come if you have the ability?" The two old men could not help but curse furiously in their hearts when they heard these words. Originally, with their strength, they should have been able to easily finish off two experts of the same level, especially when they were already injured and their strength had been greatly reduced. However, perhaps it was because the strength that the black-robed person had displayed earlier had given them a great boost in morale. In an instant, the combined attacks of the two of them were completely blocked by them. Moreover, this mysterious black-robed person was eyeing them with hostility by the side. Each time the two of them launched a fatal attack, they would be forcefully blocked by him. This caused the two of them to be unable to truly unleash their strength. Helpless, they could only restrain each other and were unable to find a way to completely finish them off. At this moment, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile after seeing that the Northern King's side was correct. From the battle results of the Northern King, the current Northern King was able to rely on the recovery ability of the Thunderbolt to fight an ordinary elite Do-Di without being at a disadvantage. Once enough time passed, it would be able to rely on the advantage of its puppet to defeat the other party. Moreover, this was merely the current quasi-Do-Di class Northern King. Once his strength truly reached the Do-Di class, it was likely that he would be able to fight against a middle-level 1-star Do-Di with just the strength of an initial 1-star Do-Di. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a fiery passion in his heart. The North King's strength also represented his strength. In this way, when he faced the four major sects in the future, he might even have the strength to make the four major sects take him seriously. Phew, Xiaoyan involuntarily exhaled a long breath when he thought of this. He smiled in his heart. Now that the Northern King had become a Do-Di, he had to settle the score with the four large sections. The future was long. The four large sects would definitely pay the price for the matter back then. Swoosh! Suddenly, Xiaoyan's eyes under the black robe were lifted. At the same time, he waved his large hand and a dark black heavy ruler appeared in his hand. Since he had already chosen to fight, he was naturally not afraid of being recognized by the other party. Moreover, Xiaoyan did not think that he would be able to hide for long during this trip to the desolate ancient remains. Since his identity would be exposed sooner or later, what difference would it make if he revealed it sooner or later? The moment the heavy ruler appeared in Xiaoyan's hand, the two black-robed old men immediately turned their eyes over. Currently, they did not dare to treat Xiaoyan as an ordinary bandit. After all, they had never seen a bandit who could force back an elite Dodi in one strike. However, when they saw the enormous black ruler in Xiaoyan's hand at this moment, the expressions in their eyes changed drastically. A person immediately appeared in their minds. That person was currently renowned throughout the entire western region. Xiaoyan, you are Xiaoyan. Their eyes were filled with fear as they stared at Xiaoyan in front of them. The doqi within their bodies became sluggish at this moment. Their mouths trembled and the words that were spat out from their mouths appeared unclear. They could not be blamed for feeling fear in their hearts. After all, Xiaoyan was not only the person with the greatest reputation in recent times, but his battle results could also be considered legendary. The three of them naturally had some understanding of the big battle in Coldstream City 3 months ago. Although it was not as miraculous as described by ordinary people, they also knew that Xiaoyan in front of them had truly slapped Sun Shua's face. Just think about it. Xiaoyan was able to slap Sun Shua's face in front of everyone in Coldstream City and emerge unscathed. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for him to deal with them now? The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth lifted slightly under the black robe when he heard the words from the two old men's mouths. He immediately laughed coldly. Congratulations, you have guessed correctly. However, the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. The cold laughter had just been emitted from his mouth when the huge ruler in Xiaoyan's hand was suddenly raised above his head before his voice sounded. Immediately, the two hands that were holding the huge ruler suddenly exerted force. The doqi within his body was wildly poured into the heavy ruler. In an instant, the flame on the heavy ruler soared wildly. The temperature of the entire stone room also became incomparably hot in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the heavy ruler was violently swung out. A shocking ruler glow basically filled most of the stone room. The horror on the faces of the two black-robed old men became even denser the instant they saw the startling ruler glow. However, they were at the very least elite Dodi. Their mental fortitude was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. Immediately, the expressions on their faces swiftly became calm after a short moment. Third brother, let's attack together. I don't believe that he is as miraculous as the rumors say. One of the two old men let out a stern cry. Immediately, the body under the black robe suddenly shook. The doqi in his body instantly surged out, transforming into a doqi light pillar that shot to the sky and violently smashed into the ceiling of the stone room. Buzz buzz, the enormous force poured down and the entire stone room trembled slightly at this moment. At the same time, the body of the other black-robed old man also shook the instant the words from the former's mouth sounded. The same scene appeared once again. High human level Do technique. Tearing windbreak. High human level Do technique. Raging sea waves. HTTPS Genius remembers home address in 1 second, mobile version reading website, human class high level Do technique. Tearing windbreak. Raging sea waves. Within the large stone room, the mouths of the two black-robed old men emitted an earth-shaking cry at the same time. At the same time, powerful doqi energy swiftly agglomerated in the air above the two of them. In the blink of an eye, a flying eagle that was transformed from green-colored doqi and a substance-like wave were agglomerated and formed. The powerful aura and pressure caused the surrounding space to collapse an inch at a time. The remaining might that was emitted caused one's heart to tremble. Faced with the powerful human-class Do techniques of these two people, even the current Xiaoyan also felt an invisible pressure surging into his heart. The other party was after all an elite Dodi. It was a little too simple for him to think that he could fight against them by himself. However, his sword had already been unsheathed and he could not easily withdraw it without seeing blood. If he wanted to end the fight, he must go all out. Only after finishing off the two people in front of him would he be able to calm this storm. Huh. Xiaoyan suddenly let out a stern cry in his heart when he thought of this. A thought passed through his mind and the originally powerful doqi within his body wildly poured out at this moment. At the same time, a clear symbol slowly appeared between his brows. This symbol represented the clan tattoo of the Xiao clan. The moment the clan tattoo appeared, the doqi within Xiaoyan's body immediately soared. Even the aura within his body swiftly soared. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's aura had already reached the advanced level of a 6-star half-martial emperor. Soon after, it reached the peak of the advanced level. Finally, in front of the shocked eyes of the two people in front of him, he forcefully broke through to the 7th-star half-martial emperor level. However, this was not all. After the aura within Xiaoyan's body completely stopped, his strength had shockingly reached the intermediate level of a 7-star half-martial emperor. This fellow's aura, why, damn it. No matter what, use all your strength to kill him. At the same time that the expressions of the two black-robed old men changed drastically, an even more turbulent doqi began to wildly pour out from their palms. The strength of the flying eagle and the sea wave had become increasingly shocking at this moment. Screech! All of a sudden, an earth-shaking screech was emitted from the mouth of the almost corporeal eagle. At the same time, a pair of enormous wings violently flapped. Immediately, its enormous body violently collided with the incoming ruler light. At the same time, the other old man also moved his hand seal. Above his head, the raging waves surged crazily at this moment. The seemingly substantial waves quickly rose. In the blink of an eye, they had already approached the top of the stone room. The waves surged, emitting a wave of crashing sound like seawater hitting the reef. It was as if everyone was really beside a sea at this moment. Huh! Immediately, a stern cry was emitted from this old man's mouth. A thought passed through his heart, and the wave above his head immediately carried a turbulent aura as it violently pounced toward Xiaoyan. However, at this moment, the two Yunin Pavilion elders beside Xiaoyan suddenly appeared. The hands of the two of them each displayed two different do skills. Powerful doqi continued to rise on the surface of their bodies. In the blink of an eye, powerful doqi had already agglomerated on the surface of their bodies. Humph, don't forget that there is still us. The two old men immediately let out a loud cry after the do skills were formed in their hands. At the same time, the human-class do skills that were formed in their hands were also suddenly unleashed at this moment. They violently smashed toward the incoming wave. Mr. Xiaoyan, the two of us do not have sufficient strength and are unable to help you much. We can only temporarily delay one of you. As for that fellow, it's enough. Leave him to me to deal with. The attack of the two Yunin Pavilion elders instantly removed a lot of pressure from Xiaoyan's heart. If he were to really deal with two elite Dodi alone, he would really be unable to handle it. However, if it was only one person, Xiaoyan believed that it should be enough to deal with him under the circumstances of using the clan tattoo and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline. As expected, after seeing the two Yunin Pavilion elders attack, the expressions of the two black-robed old men on the opposite side involuntarily changed. Soon after, the graceful ruler glow that was swung out from Xiaoyan's hand violently collided with the incoming eagle. Immediately, an earth-shaking explosion suddenly swept across the stone room. A powerful doqi ripple swiftly swept out from the center of the explosion. In the blink of an eye, all the formations that were protecting the stone room were instantly shattered by this powerful energy. The entire stone room began to tremble intensely at this moment. Even the experts in the stone rooms that were closer to the stone room also sensed this powerful energy ripple. After the attack landed, Xiaoyan's ruler glow immediately fell into a disadvantage in front of the eagle. After all, the strength of both parties was still present. It was a little wishful thinking to rely on just one ruler glow to defeat the other party. Hee. Xiaoyan, I thought that you would have some great ability. It turns out that you are only SOSO. You are delusional to think that you can contend with the old me with just this little strength of yours. You are really seeking death. Seeing that Xiaoyan's do skill was easily suppressed, the black-robed old man immediately revealed a disdainful smile on his face. With a thought, the eagle immediately emitted a sharp eagle cry. At the same time, the glow on it suddenly shook greatly. A pair of enormous eagle claws violently grabbed at Xiaoyan's ruler glow. From the looks of it, it seemed to have the intention of crushing it. Faced with the ridicule from the black-robed old man's mouth, Xiaoyan's face under the black robe was lifted into a cold smile. Soon after, just as the eagle was about to move, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He suddenly waved the enormous ruler in his hand and another majestic ruler glow instantly shot out. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. 2 feet. 3 feet. 4 feet. 5 feet. 6 feet. 7 feet. Each successive 6 feet was stronger than the previous one. They basically merged with the first ruler glow in an instant. Only at this moment did the eagle claw violently grab at it. However, at this moment, this ruler light was completely different from before. The ruler's radiance shocked the heavens. It was like a fire banner was erected in this huge stone room. It reached up to the dome and down to the ground. Just the majestic appearance of connecting heaven and earth was not something that the eagle in front of him could compare with. What? The expression on the black-robed old man's face suddenly changed when he saw this shocking scene. However, before he could do anything, a fire glow suddenly soared on the shocking ruler glow, emitting a glaring light. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Break! A stern cry was suddenly emitted from the bottom of Xiaoyan's heart. At the same time, the frightening ruler glow that rose from the heavenly flame also suddenly fell towards the eagle. Bang! Under this ruler glow, the eagle was merely able to endure for a couple of breaths before it exploded with a bang sound. At the same time, the black-robed old man's face instantly paled. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. https Genius 1 second remember this address. Mobile version reading website. Within the large stone room, a black-robed human figure flew backwards uncontrollably. Finally, he violently collided with the wall of the stone room. A huge force poured down and his entire body was instantly embedded into the wall. Poochie! After suffering such a heavy injury, the old man could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Even his face quickly turned pale. The strength contained in Xiaoyan's attack earlier was not the least bit inferior to an attack from him at his peak condition. In his hurry, he was unable to retaliate. This attack had already caused this old man's strength to suffer quite a serious injury. At this moment, his condition was already close to that of a seriously injured body. Second brother. Second brother. While the old man was defeated, in the other two battlefields, the expressions of the two black-robed old men changed drastically. They could not help but look at the injured old man, and they could not help but cry out. At the same time, the two Hidden Cloud Pavilion's elders and the current Northern King also took advantage of that opportunity to attack the other two black-robed old men, forcing them back with a single attack. After forcing the two of them back, the two Yunin Pavilion elders wanted to follow up with another attack. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly shouted. Enough, come back! With a low shout, the two elders immediately froze in midair. They looked at each other and frowned. However, they still unwillingly retreated. At the same time, under Xiaoyan's mental command, the North King's body of steel instantly flashed and he returned to Xiaoyan's side. A pair of empty and indifferent eyes stared at the three people in front of him. As long as Xiaoyan gave the order, he would charge out again. As for the old man who was the leader of the three, as well as the old man who was called third brother, their figures quickly flashed and they quickly arrived beside the old man who had been forced back by Xiaoyan. Second brother. Second brother. They hurriedly helped the old man up from the ground. Seeing the latter's pale face, the two of them hurriedly grabbed his wrist. With a thought, a trace of spiritual strength quickly entered the old man's body. After sensing the meridians in the old man's body that were on the verge of collapse, the expressions in the eyes of the two men immediately became incomparably gloomy. Although the three of them usually did not think highly of each other, now that one of them was injured, their feelings for each other immediately spread out like a river that had broken through a dam. Xiaoyan! The old man who was the leader roared in a hoarse voice. Although he did not turn around, Xiaoyan and the other two could imagine the ferocious look on his face. Puff. Compared to the former, the latter was even more direct. The doqi in his body also surged out with a puff sound while his expression changed. He waved his large hand and water vapor churned, swiftly agglomerating into a water-blue longsword in his hand. His arm shook and the sword immediately cut through the air, forcefully tearing the space in front of him apart. The tip of the sword, which was emitting a cold glow, was pointed at Xiaoyan. There was an invisible force that shot toward Xiaoyan. Sensing the force that was shooting toward them, the expressions of the two Yunin Pavilion elders beside Xiaoyan changed slightly. They were about to intervene when Xiaoyan was a step faster. He spun the giant ruler in his hand and swung it from left to right. Although he did not use any douqi, this casual swing caused an invisible force to immediately rush out. It turned into a gust of wind that caused a layer of ripples to form in the air. In just one exchange, Xiaoyan's invisible gust of wind destroyed the gust of wind that was heading toward him with an unstoppable force. After which, it viciously charged toward the old man without losing any of its strength. Ah! The old man was furious in his heart when he saw that his force had been broken so easily. At the same time, the long sword in his hand was slashed out. Douqi shot out and turned into a sharp sword glow. Only then did it manage to block the invisible ruler glow. Even though this was the case, the sword glow that the old man had slashed out with his long sword was also destroyed. Hiss! The faces of the two hidden cloud pavilion elders beside Xiaoyan involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when they saw this scene. Their mouths involuntarily emitted sounds of inhaling cool air. The two of them secretly looked at each other and felt incomparably shocked in their hearts. Since when did a douqi become so weak? A sword glow that was agglomerated from douqi was actually destroyed by an invisible force that was casually swung out. Moreover, before this, it had already suppressed a force that was not inferior in strength. This kind of thing was too inconceivable. At the same time, even the old man with the sword in his hand could not help but narrow his turbid eyes. The shock in his heart was even greater than the two opposite him. He was a douqi. Logically speaking, even if he casually swung out a force, it should be enough to make a 9-star half-step emperor pay attention to him. Moreover, Xiaoyan's strength was only a 7-star half-step emperor. However, it was just like this that Xiaoyan had not only suppressed his sword aura with one strike, he had even used it to break his douqi. This kind of thing was really unbelievable. Damn it. I don't believe that you are really as godly as the legends say. The old man let out an unwilling roar from his mouth. His body shook and he once again swung the long sword in his hand. Douqi shot out and his body instantly charged furiously toward Xiaoyan. Who, under the black robe, Xiaoyan's somewhat pale face frowned slightly. Although one of the three people on the other side was seriously injured, he was after all still a douqi. With the strength of the other two, it was impossible to defeat them within a short period of time, much less make them stay here forever. The strength of a douqi was not something that anyone could easily deal with. It was impossible to meet someone like Zhao Xian who had delivered himself to their doorstep every single time. Moreover, their battle here had likely already alerted some people in the surroundings. Soon, there would be people coming here. Before that, Xiaoyan needed to end this battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, regardless of whether they were able to finish off the three people in front of them, it would bring even more trouble to Xiaoyan. At this moment, Xiaoyan could only strive to end this battle as soon as possible. Mr. Xiaoyan, we will help you. Xiaoyan was just about to intervene when the two Yunin Pavilion elders by the side once again spoke out. At the same time, the douqi in their bodies was raised and they were about to step forward. No, all of you should stay here and try your best to recover your douqi. I will finish him off as quickly as possible. It will not be too late for you to intervene if any accident occurs. Xiaoyan flipped his hand and tossed a jade bottle to each of the two elders. Each jade bottle contained 4 medicinal pills. Immediately, without waiting for the two of them to open their mouths, Xiaoyan suddenly turned his head. He waved the huge ruler in his hand and a beautiful ruler glow immediately shot out. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body also rushed out. Like a bolt of lightning, he forcefully broke through the douqi pillar that was coming at him. Soon after, he violently collided with the black-robed old man who was charging from behind. Seeing Xiaoyan charge out, the two Yunin Pavilion elders lowered their heads to look at the jade bottles in their hands. They thought about Xiaoyan's words and nodded their heads. Without any hesitation, they opened the jade bottles with one hand. Immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance pounced over. The expressions on the two elders' faces also swiftly changed at this moment. Tier 3 medicinal pills. The two of them let out a cry of surprise at the same time. What was inside these 2 jade bottles were actually 3rd-tier medicinal pills, 4 pills each. When added together, there was a total of 8 pills. 8 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Even with their collections, they could only barely gather all of them. However, this Xiaoyan in front of them had actually taken them out in such a casual manner. This could really be called a great expenditure. I remember that before coming here, I had heard that Mr. Xiaoyan had already become a Tier 3 alchemist. Previously, I was still half skeptical. Now, it seems that it is indeed true. One of the two old men, a blue-robed old man, involuntarily exclaimed. With Xiaoyan's current age, he was merely a member of the younger generation in the Yuanwu continent. However, the frightening strength that he had displayed was something that even some experts from the older generation were unable to reach. It must be said that this could really be called frightening. TSK, he is truly a young hero. With his talent, I'm afraid that even in the entire continent, the number of people who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him can be counted on one hand. No wonder even someone like young Master would praise him several times. If there is another day, Xiaoyan's achievements will definitely not be limited to this corner of the continent. That's right. The stage that belongs to him should be there, the middle region. The two elders stared at Xiaoyan, who was in the midst of an intense battle. For a moment, they had actually forgotten about everything else. They had even nearly forgotten about the injuries on their bodies. When the two of them recovered, they hurriedly sat down cross-legged. After swallowing one of the medicinal pills in their hands, they carefully kept the rest. Immediately, they hurriedly entered a training state and did their best to refine the medicinal pills within their bodies. As the medicinal strength of the medicinal pills spread within their bodies, the injuries on the two elders' bodies were swiftly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, although the injuries on the surface of their bodies were easily healed, the injuries within their bodies were the most difficult to heal. However, under the frightening medicinal strength of the Tier 3 medicinal pills, it was sufficient to allow the two of them to recover 70 to 80% of their condition despite being unable to completely recover. Thus, even if they were to meet an elite Dodi, they would still have the ability to retaliate. At this moment, Xiaoyan's attacks were becoming increasingly powerful as he faced the sword-wielding elder. In an instant, he had pressured the other party until he was unable to catch his breath. In terms of strength alone, Xiaoyan's strength was not inferior to the latter after he had activated the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and the clan tattoo. Additionally, Xiaoyan's frightening physical body was something that even some of the stronger elite Dodi could not compare with. With the support of the Heavenly Flame and the heavy Xian ruler, the black-robed elder in front of him was no match for Xiaoyan. The heavy Xian ruler was able to force the longsword in the latter's hand into an extremely dangerous arc each time they collided. The doqi that covered the longsword was repeatedly burned and refined into nothingness by the Heavenly Flame. At this moment, his one-star bandi strength was completely useless in front of Xiaoyan. Damn it! Get out of my way! The heavy ruler once again narrowly brushed past his body. At this moment, the ashen-faced elder could not help but let out a furious roar. He heavily pushed back the huge ruler with a palm and quickly twisted the long sword in his hand. In an extremely tricky direction, he ruthlessly pierced towards Xiaoyan's head. Seeing this, Xiaoyan coldly smiled. The huge ruler that had just been pushed back suddenly turned around. Immediately after, the broad and thick ruler's blade heavily smashed onto the tip of the longsword. The powerful force caused the longsword to quickly bend. At the same time, sparks flew. The elder's hand, which was tightly holding the longsword, could not help but tremble intensely. Immediately after, the web between his thumb and index finger was actually forcefully torn open by the huge force. Scarlet blood immediately gushed out from it and splashed onto the shattered floor below, turning into beautiful blood flowers. Fight! Enduring the movement that came from his wound being torn open, the elder held the sword hilt with both hands. The already bent longsword fiercely blocked the tip of the heavy ruler. Doqi crazily poured into the longsword, intending to ruthlessly push back the heavy ruler. Huh! However, immediately after, Xiaoyan's mouth suddenly emitted a furious roar. The fire in the eyes under the black robe agglomerated. At the same time, the beautiful heavenly flame that covered the heavy Xian ruler also rose even more violently. Crack! Suddenly, a clear and crisp breaking sound rang out between Xiaoyan and the elder. Immediately, the elder's expression changed drastically. However, before he could do anything, the long sword that he tightly held in his hand actually emitted a clear breaking sound. Immediately, the longsword shattered with a bang in front of the elder's eyes. Grug, when the longsword shattered, the elder was immediately implicated. His face abruptly turned red and his mouth involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Immediately after, Xiaoyan's heavy ruler also violently smashed onto the elder's chest in the next moment. Bang! When the attack landed, the originally injured old man's body immediately flew out uncontrollably. He was like a kite with a broken string. In the end, he was supported by the green-faced old man behind him. At this moment, 2 of the 3 Dodi had already been defeated by Xiaoyan. As for the last person, he was the leader of the 3. Although he saw that his 2 brothers had been seriously injured by Xiaoyan, this elder could not vent the anger in his heart. It was for no other reason than the Northern King, who was standing behind Xiaoyan. Currently, 2 of the 3 brothers had already been injured. He could no longer easily attack. Otherwise, once the 3 of them were seriously injured, it would be difficult for them to survive in these dangerous remains. Therefore, one of them had to stay alive no matter what. After forcing back the black-robed elder, Xiaoyan's body stood straight in midair. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand was stored into his storage ring in a flash. A pair of flickering fiery eyes were revealed under the black robe. His expression was cold as he looked at the black-robed elder standing opposite him. Immediately, he looked at the door of the stone room. At this moment, it was just as Xiaoyan had expected. Quite a number of experts had already gathered there. Of course, the strength of these people were only at the Band D level. This was something that caused Xiaoyan to rejoice in his heart. Otherwise, if a couple more elite Dodi had arrived, he would really be in trouble today. After using the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler, Xiaoyan had once again seriously injured an elite Dodi. It was likely that even an ordinary Dodi would not be able to do such a thing. Yet, he had relied on the strength of a Band D to forcefully accomplish it. This battle result could be said to be heaven-defying. Of course, behind this heaven-defying battle result, the current Xiaoyan had already reached the stage where he was completely exhausted. If it was not because he wanted to deter this group of hungry wolves in front of him, it was likely that he would have already fallen to the ground. It was also because he wanted to save his last bit of energy that Xiaoyan involuntarily put away the heavy Xian ruler in order to prevent the other party from seeing any openings. Although he was not afraid, a hero could not win against a large number of people. This was ultimately not a long-term plan. After all, there were quite a number of experts who had entered the remains this time around. If this continued to drag on, it would only harm Xiaoyan. Those people outside the stone room hurriedly shrank back and hid when they saw the gaze that Xiaoyan shot over. They were afraid that this frightening fellow would attack them with his ruler. If that attack were to land on their bodies, it was likely that it would be difficult for them to survive. Xiaoyan. Opposite Xiaoyan, the old man's tone was filled with extreme unwillingness. The words that came out of his mouth seemed to have been forcefully squeezed out from between the gaps of his teeth. Anyone who heard it would be able to feel the violent murderous intent that was mixed within. The old man did not deliberately lure the group outside the stone room and let them become cannon fodder. It was not because he did not expect this, but because he understood that in the face of absolute power, no matter how many people there were, it was ultimately useless. From the way he saw it, the current Xiaoyan possessed a frightening strength that could kill anyone present. Although those people outside the door were not strong, they were not fools. It was impossible for them to foolishly charge forward just because of a few words from him. Cough cough. Big brother, let's fight it out with him. Even if we die today, we must drag him down with us by self-detonating. The old man in the old man's arms, whose face was completely pale, struggled to speak. At this point, it was already impossible for them to survive. Since this was the case, even if they died, they must not let Xiaoyan live on opposite them. Shut up. Today, as long as I am around, he can forget about killing us. I will definitely bring all of you out alive. The big brother's voice was extremely solemn. However, it was not difficult to hear from his words that other than being solemn, there was also a determination mixed within. Since he could say such words, he would definitely be able to do it. The body of the old man in black robes suddenly shook when these words were emitted. The little doqi in his body suddenly surged out at this moment. He was already prepared to have a final battle with Xiaoyan in front of him. If he failed, he would go all out and bring Xiaoyan down with him. Seeing this scene in front of him, even with Xiaoyan's character, his heart could not help but be moved. Although the three people in front of him were ruthless, it must be said that their brotherhood was incomparable. This point caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily recall his big brother and second brother. The eyes under the black robe slowly shut. The atmosphere in the square also solidified. Everyone outside the stone door held their breaths. The atmosphere in the square was so quiet that it was somewhat frightening. "All of you, leave." Suddenly, Xiaoyan under the black robe spat out such a sentence from his mouth that caused everyone present to be stunned. No one had expected this, including the two black-robed old men, who were still conscious and standing opposite of Xiaoyan. Their hearts were also incomparably shocked. They basically did not dare to believe their ears. This Xiaoyan, who had forced them to the brink of death with his own strength, actually wanted to let them leave. "You, what did you say?" The big brother's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiaoyan and asked with a trembling voice. "All of you, leave." Xiaoyan once again spoke. His voice was suppressed until it trembled. The weakness in his body had already caused him to be unable to endure. At this moment, everyone did not have the time to bother about these details. At this very moment, the only thing that they felt shocked in their hearts was that Xiaoyan would actually let them leave. If the three of them had the ability, Xiaoyan would have already become a dead soul in their hands. However, in front of them, you really want to let us leave?" The anger in the big brother's scarlet eyes quickly faded. No matter what, if he could let the three of them live, why would he care about the current Xiaoyan? There would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. However, the most important thing now was to survive. This time, Xiaoyan did not speak. Instead, he silently nodded. At the same time, the scarlet color in the big brother's eyes had completely faded. He did not dare to be careless. On one hand, he was careful of Xiaoyan. On the other hand, he held up the second brother behind him. An invisible force lifted the two injured men into the air. The big brother's face was filled with caution as he stared at Xiaoyan, constantly on guard. However, just as the three of them carefully arrived in front of the stone door that everyone had retreated to and were just about to leave the stone room, behind the three of them, Xiaoyan under the black robe once again spoke. "Wait." The nerves all over the big brother's body suddenly tightened. The doqi in his body rapidly flowed. His gaze turned and stared intently at Xiaoyan. The killing intent in his eyes once again gathered. https Genius remembers this site address. Mobile version reading site. If you want to fight, just come at me directly. There is no need to deliberately tease me. The leader's expression was ugly as he stared at Xiaoyan. His scarlet eyes instantly appeared as though he wanted to forcefully swallow him. If looks could kill, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have died an unknown number of times. When these words were viciously spat out from between the old man's teeth, the old man waved his large hand. Turbulent doqi immediately agglomerated in his palm. The aura of his body was instantly raised to its peak condition. He was prepared to have a final fight with Xiaoyan in front of him at any moment. A powerful aura rippled and spread around the old man's body. Everyone outside the stone room immediately retreated in shock. They did not dare to get close to watch. They could only watch the black-robed old man in front of the door from a distance as well as Xiaoyan, who only revealed a small part of his black robe in the depths of the stone room. Swoosh, just as the old man was preparing to attack, a ray of light suddenly shot out from Xiaoyan's sleeves. It was like a shooting star that shot directly toward the black-robed old man. Huh? The old man involuntarily frowned when he sensed that the ray of light did not have any energy aura. The instant the ray of light arrived in front of him, he suspiciously controlled it in his palm. For safety's sake, the old man did not hold it in his palm. Instead, he controlled it so that it was suspended in the air above his palm. Immediately, when the old man focused his eyes, he saw that it was an exquisite jade bottle that was suspended in the air above his palm. Within the jade bottle, there were clearly 6 perfectly round medicinal pills. Seeing this, the old man's expression was involuntarily startled. Immediately, he raised his head and looked at Xiaoyan. Both of his eyes narrowed as he said in a low and deep voice, "What do you mean by this? There are 6 tier 3 medicinal pills in here." A low and deep voice was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. The body under the black robe was already trembling involuntarily. Large beads of perspiration repeatedly appeared on his forehead. Ugh, Xiaoyan's words had just sounded when the old man's eyes suddenly shrank. The jade bottle that was suspended in the air above his palm was involuntarily grabbed by him. 6 Tier 3 medicinal pills. This was already sufficient to cause the expressions of most experts to change. Even though he was an elite Dodi, he was still unable to ignore a Tier 3 medicinal pill, especially 6 Tier 3 medicinal pills. At the same time, the expressions of the group of half-martial emperors outside the stone room also instantly changed. Even their eyes involuntarily revealed a trace of greed when they looked at the old man before them. Humph. However, the old man suddenly let out a disdainful snort from his nose. The space shook, and the people behind him immediately shrank back like a flock of frightened sheep. The atmosphere in the square once again became silent. Everyone's eyes were staring at Xiaoyan and the black-robed old man, and they did not leave for even a moment. What exactly do you mean by this? After a moment, the old man could not resist asking. Being an elite Dodi, he clearly understood the value of a Tier 3 medicinal pill. 6 Tier 3 medicinal pills were already sufficient for Xiaoyan to invite a Dodi class expert to be his helper. At this moment, however, Xiaoyan's actions caused him to be a little confused. However, Xiaoyan was non-committal in the face of this. This caused the old man to involuntarily frown quietly. However, the scarlet color in his eyes had once again disappeared. However, the gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan still vaguely contained a trace of enmity. However, compared to before, this was ultimately much better. Just as the old man was about to open his mouth and ask again, the 2 Yunin Pavilion elders, who were not far behind Xiaoyan, finally opened their tightly shut eyes at this moment. A glint quickly flashed across their turbid eyes. Immediately, the 2 of them smiled and hurriedly stood up. They took a few steps forward and arrived beside Xiaoyan. The gazes of the 2 of them swept past Xiaoyan and directly looked at the black-robed old man in front of the stone room. The expression in their eyes was ice-cold. With a thought, the doqi that had just recovered in their bodies immediately swarmed out at this moment. The powerful aura caused the space around the 2 of them to fluctuate. "Mr. Xiaoyan, leave this fellow to us brothers," one of the old men said hatefully. Previously, this old man in front of them had made them suffer for a long time. Now, it was time to pay him back. The other old man nodded in agreement. They would not have any pity for these 3 fellows. After all, when the 2 of them were about to die, no one would pity them. On the opposite side, when the black-robed old man saw the 2 of them stand up, the expression on his face, which had just calmed down, immediately changed. He did not dare to be negligent in his heart. With a thought, the doqi in his body once again surged out of his body. He took a step forward and protected his 2 brothers behind him. If these 2 people really attacked, then even if he had to give it his all, he would definitely block them in front of him. After making up his mind, the expression on the old man's face gradually became cold. A trace of determination could be seen between his brows. Just as the 2 people beside Xiaoyan were about to attack, Xiaoyan, who was barely supporting himself, suddenly grabbed their wrists. Immediately, the 2 of them could not help but frown. They were suspicious in their hearts. Why would Xiaoyan stop them? However, when the 2 of them sensed that Xiaoyan's hand was somewhat icy cold, the expression deep within their eyes could not help but change. Only then did they know the specific condition of Xiaoyan at this moment. Yes. The 2 old men looked at each other. Immediately, they gently inhaled a breath of air and nodded to Xiaoyan. At the same time, the doqi that surged out from the surface of their bodies was gradually withdrawn back into their bodies. Seeing this scene, the black-robed old man could not help but frown slightly. In his heart, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. His doqi quietly circulated and he was constantly on guard. "You should leave. Since Mr. Xiaoyan has spared your lives, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, even if Mr. Xiaoyan does not go back on his words, once the 2 of us do, you can forget about leaving this place," one of the old men said in a low voice from the 2 of them. Hearing these words, the muscles on the corner of the old man's eyes involuntarily twitched. However, when he thought of the current situation, he had no choice but to suppress the unwillingness in his heart. His eyes revealed a grave expression as they swept over the two old men. Only then did he look at Xiaoyan. His tone was dark and solemn as he spoke. Xiaoyan, remember today's debt. Even if you have taken out a Tier 3 medicinal pill, today's matter will not end so easily. After his words sounded, the black-robed old man ignored the icy-cold expression in the eyes of the two old men beside Xiaoyan. He dragged the bodies of the two behind him and chased away all the half-emperors in front of him as he walked out of the stone room. After which, he swiftly disappeared into the tunnel. Only at this moment did the body of the black-robed, pale-faced Xiaoyan in the stone room suddenly softened. He fainted with the support of the two people beside him. At this moment, two old men with thick auras were seated cross-legged on a broken stone slab that could be considered complete within the somewhat dilapidated stone room. A black-robed human figure was quietly standing in front of the two of them. Following the inhalation and exhalation of the human figure, threads of natural energy within this space appeared to be attracted. They gradually surged into his body, causing the pale white face of the black-robed person to gradually reveal a sleek redness. At this moment, other than the two old men seated cross-legged, there was another strong human figure emitting a faint purple-gold flowing light. He was standing motionlessly beside the black-robed person. At such a distance, he would be able to instantly launch a counterattack if either of the two of them wanted to attack the black-robed person. This involuntarily caused the two old men to be quietly surprised in their hearts. This human figure was clearly a puppet. However, from the looks of it, it seemed to have retained an intelligence that was different from an ordinary puppet. Moreover, during the battle earlier, the two old men had clearly sensed that this puppet in front of them possessed an extremely rich combat experience. Each time it attacked, it would cause its opponent to feel that it was as troublesome as fighting a living person. This was especially the case with its diamond body, which caused it to become unusually difficult to deal with. A quasi-D-class puppet was able to fight with a true 1-star Do-D without being at a disadvantage. It was even able to vaguely suppress the latter. It was difficult to imagine that if the strength of this puppet were to rise to another level in the future, would it not mean that even a high-class Do-D would not be a match for it? Despite the mental fortitude of these two old men, their mouths involuntarily emitted a sound of cold air when they thought of this. It was no wonder that they would be so shocked. After all, this was a puppet whose strength was comparable to a human elite Do-D. It was likely that no one would dare to easily underestimate such a puppet. Of course, while their hearts were shocked by the strength of this puppet, they did not forget that the owner of this puppet was an even more frightening person, using his own strength to consecutively defeat two elite Do-D. This kind of pride was not something that just anyone could achieve. Moreover, the person who had done this was merely a 6-star bandit. When the two old men thought of this, shock involuntarily surged in their eyes when they looked at the black-robed man before them. Such a powerful master and a puppet whose strength was not inferior to his master's. Such a combination would probably be able to do as he pleased in the entire western region. It was no wonder that the 4 great sects were unable to capture him after such a long time. However, the thing that caused the two of them to rejoice in their hearts was that the owner of this puppet was on the same side as them. Otherwise, if they had met such a frightening opponent, it was likely that their Yunin pavilion would have encountered quite a lot of trouble regardless of how powerful they were. Ugh, however, just as this thought appeared in the hearts of the two old men, Xiaoyan, who had been unconscious in front of the two of them, suddenly emitted a soft moan. Immediately, his tightly shut eyes trembled gently and he slowly opened them. A gentle light surged into Xiaoyan's eyes the moment he opened them. This caused him to involuntarily frown. After adapting to the light for a short moment, he finally slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Xiaoyan immediately saw the Northern King, who was guarding beside him. The latter's body was like a metal tower that did not move. Wei Ran's aura caused Xiaoyan to feel a lot more at ease. Currently, he was not in his best condition in all aspects. The Northern King had unknowingly become his greatest support. With the Northern King by his side, Xiaoyan could ultimately feel a sense of security. Even though he still had the two elders from the Yunin Pavilion by his side, this was ultimately unable to make him feel completely at ease. Only this strength that truly belonged to him could truly make him feel at ease. This was also the reason why the two old men were unable to approach the unconscious Xiaoyan. "Mr. Xiaoyan, are you all right?" At the same time that Xiaoyan stood up, the two old men beside him immediately came forward and asked Xiaoyan in a respectful and concerned voice. Hearing this, Xiaoyan took in a deep breath. Soon after, he slowly exhaled and said with a frown, "It's nothing. It's just that I've overused my dou qi. It's not a big deal. However, I'm afraid that I'll need a few days to fully recover." In this battle, although Xiaoyan had seriously injured two elite Dodi in succession, it was also because of this that Xiaoyan had used both of his trump cards. The Dragon Phoenix Bloodline and the Clan Tattoo, these two trump cards played an extremely important role in this battle. It was because of these two methods that Xiaoyan was able to rely on his full strength to forcefully injure the two elite Dodi to such an extent. After using the Dragon Phoenix Bloodline and the Clan Tattoo, the exhaustion of the two bloodline strengths meant that Xiaoyan would not be able to use these two methods again for a period of time in the future. This would undoubtedly lower Xiaoyan's overall strength. However, it was useless to think about these now. What Xiaoyan was most worried about in his heart was the whereabouts of the soul-consolidating fruit. After all, that thing was too important to him. If he wanted to refine the ice spirit pill, Xiaoyan must first obtain the soul-consolidating fruit. Of course, Xiaoyan did not forget that there were still the last two medicinal ingredients. These three were one of the reasons why Xiaoyan was unable to refine the ice spirit pill. Hearing the words from Xiaoyan's mouth, the two old men gradually relaxed in their hearts. After complimenting Xiaoyan a little more, one of the old men respectfully handed a snow-white storage ring to Xiaoyan. "This," Xiaoyan frowned. His pale face involuntarily revealed a doubtful expression. Although he had intervened to save them, he did not say that he was here for their things. "Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan, this storage ring contains all the items in this stone room. These were originally in the pockets of us two brothers. However, we did not expect to meet those three fellows. If Mr. Xiaoyan had not arrived in time, not to mention these things, I'm afraid that we would not be able to keep our lives. Therefore, the things inside should belong to Mr. Xiaoyan." The old man who handed the storage ring to Xiaoyan respectfully smiled at the latter. When the other old man saw this, he similarly smiled and nodded his head. It was not easy for them to be able to keep their lives this time. They no longer had any extravagant hopes of being able to obtain the items in this stone room. Furthermore, these remains were not small. They did not lack the items in this stone room. At the very most, they could just find another stone room. Seeing the two old men reveal such expressions, Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head. Soon after, he took the storage ring from the old man with one hand. At the same time, from the depths of his brows, a wisp of spiritual energy swiftly gushed out at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered the snow-white storage ring and swiftly began to search, hoping to find the soul-consolidating fruit that he needed. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, Xiaoyan did not find the slightest trace of spiritual energy undulations. This involuntarily caused Xiaoyan to be a little disappointed. Indeed, a precious item like the soul-consolidating fruit was not something that could be easily found by him. However, just as Xiaoyan was helplessly prepared to give up and was about to withdraw from the spiritual energy search, suddenly, a piercing chill that caused one's soul to feel a piercing cold was suddenly emitted from a certain corner of the storage ring. Sensing the chill, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly moved. He hurriedly dug out from the pile of natural treasures. Immediately, a strange ice-blue herb with snowflake-like leaves appeared in front of Xiaoyan. "This is rapid freeze grass." HTTPS Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Quick freeze grass. Xiaoyan's face was filled with excitement as he stared at the ice-blue grass stalk that was currently floating in front of him. His pair of pitch-black eyes were filled with surprise. Quick freeze grass. This medicinal ingredient was just like its name. It contained an extremely terrifying icy aura. Its medicinal properties were of the Yin attribute and could withstand the refinement of most flames for a long time. It could be said that the quick freeze grass was one of the few medicinal ingredients that could be used to restrain flames. However, right now, the quick freeze grass was one of the last two medicinal ingredients that Xiaoyan needed to refine the ice spirit pill. This is really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. Previously, I couldn't find you. I didn't expect that after saving them, you would appear so obediently. Staring at the quick freeze grass in front of him with a fiery gaze, Xiaoyan could not help but let out a sigh. Immediately, under the sighing gazes of the two people at the side, he carefully placed the quick freeze grass in front of him into a jade box. After which, he placed it into the storage ring. Although he did not find the spirit consolidating fruit, this quick freeze grass could be considered an unexpected surprise to Xiaoyan at this moment. Ever since he had entered the remains, Xiaoyan's heart had a kind of premonition that he would definitely gain quite a lot from this trip to the desolate ancient remains. The spiritual stones that filled the stone room was only the beginning. Even this rapid freezing grass was only a portion of the total gains. It was likely that what would greet him in the future would be an even greater surprise. Thinking of this, the fiery gaze in Xiaoyan's eyes became even more intense. However, waves of weakness that came from his body immediately pulled Xiaoyan back to reality at this moment. Indeed, no matter how wonderful his imagination was, he was currently in a weak state. Even the doqi in his body had not recovered, let alone the so-called greater harvest. Sighing helplessly in his heart, Xiaoyan did not stand on ceremony in front of the two old men. He directly put the snow-white storage ring on his finger. After a round of investigation just now, in this storage ring, except for a small part of various strange stones, the rest of the things were some medicinal materials. The two old men in front of him were obviously not alchemists. Anyway, keeping it was just keeping it, so it was better for Xiaoyan to keep it for himself. With regards to this point, the two old men naturally had some thoughts in their hearts. Otherwise, they would not have honestly given this storage ring to Xiaoyan. However, when Xiaoyan lifted his head, he saw a trace of a different expression in the pair of old eyes in front of him. Seeing this, Xiaoyan immediately smiled in his heart. Although their mouths said that it was fine, these things were after all the result of their efforts. Now that all of them were taken away by Xiaoyan, the two of them still felt a little reluctant in their hearts. Rolling his eyes slightly, Xiaoyan immediately smiled and did not stand on ceremony. His white wrist rotated slightly and a golden light immediately flashed across the storage ring on his finger. Immediately, another two exquisite jade bottles appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. The instant these jade bottles appeared in Xiaoyan's hand, the expressions on the faces of the two old men in front of him could not help but change slightly. Even the breathing between their nostrils had involuntarily become a little hurried. Haha, after all, I have taken your things. Treat these medicinal pills as some compensation to the both of you. There are 6 Tier 3 medicinal pills in each of these 2 jade bottles. The both of you should keep them. Xiaoyan flicked his finger and the 2 suspended jade bottles flew toward the 2 old men. Seeing this, the 2 of them hurriedly extended their hands and carefully received the 2 jade bottles in their hands. These were 6 Tier 3 medicinal pills. They could not bear for Xiaoyan to treat them so casually. After receiving the jade bottles, the 2 of them immediately opened them and violently inhaled a mouthful of the rich pill fragrance. The faces of the 2 of them immediately became excited. Even the expression in their eyes appeared unusually excited. These 6 medicinal pills were not only Tier 3 medicinal pills, but their quality could definitely be considered high grade among all Tier 3 medicinal pills. If Tier 3 medicinal pills of this grade were to be brought to the auction house, even some elite Dodi would not be able to resist bidding for them. After all, even for medicinal pills of the same tier, the difference in their medicinal strength would be extremely great if the quality was different. Normally speaking, even if 2 types of medicinal pills were of the same type, the quality would determine their value. Some high-quality Tier 3 medicinal pills could even cause some low-quality Tier 4 medicinal pills to be unable to compare with them. In medicinal pills, there were times when the quality of the medicinal pill was the key to determining its value. Even if it was a high-tier medicinal pill, under the premise that it did not possess good quality, its value would also be greatly reduced. Currently, the 6 Tier 3 medicinal pills that Xiaoyan had given to the 2 old men were undoubtedly able to squeeze into the upper middle tier of Tier 3 medicinal pills. How could this not cause them to feel excited in their hearts? After recovering, the 2 old men saw the strange gaze that Xiaoyan had thrown at them. The 2 of them could not help but awkwardly smile. Only then did they hurriedly withdraw the expression on their old faces. Immediately, the 2 of them looked at each other and hurriedly stood up. they respectfully bowed to Xiaoyan as a junior. At the same time, their mouths also respectfully said, "The two of us thank Mr. Xiaoyan for your kindness." Seeing this, the expression on Xiaoyan's pale face could not help but be slightly startled. He immediately waved his hand, hurriedly stood up and shook his head. "There is no need for the two elders to be so courteous to me. No matter how one puts it, I am only a junior in front of the two of you. I am unable to accept the way the two elders are treating me. Mr. Xiaoyan really knows how to joke. In the Yuanwu continent, strength is respected. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one is a senior. As the saying goes, those who reach first are respected. Mr. Xiaoyan's strength is extremely great. Naturally, you can accept the bow of the two of us." As the two of them spoke in this manner, their waists, which were bowing to Xiaoyan, became increasingly lower. Seeing this, Xiaoyan also understood in his heart that it was completely impossible for him to stop them. After all, the two of them were elite Dodi. At this moment, he was not in his best condition. How could he stop them from doing whatever they wanted to do? Helpless, Xiaoyan could only quietly accept the bow of the two of them. Soon after, Xiaoyan's gaze glanced outside the stone room and involuntarily frowned. Just now, he seemed to have vaguely sensed a pair of strange eyes looking in his direction. However, it was only for a short instant. This caused Xiaoyan to be unable to capture the source of the gaze. Helpless, he could only mistakenly assume that he was overthinking. After all, Xiaoyan's current condition was extremely poor. It was already very difficult for him to use his spiritual strength to investigate. It was not surprising that he had seen wrongly. Xiaoyan helplessly withdrew his gaze. Immediately, he once again looked at the two elders in front of him. At this moment, the two of them had also coincidentally stood up. Seeing that there was no unusual expression on their faces, Xiaoyan confirmed the thought in his heart. Since even these two elite Dodi did not sense anything unusual, he must have seen wrongly. "Cuckoo, Mr. Xiaoyan is really a dragon amongst men. You are already so promising at such a young age. It is likely that your future achievements will be extraordinary." The three of them once again sat down cross-legged. One of the two elders, who was wearing a long blue robe, involuntarily cupped his hands to Xiaoyan. The words in his mouth were half complimentary as he spoke. The other elder by the side also cupped his hands and spoke with an accompanying smile after the laughter from the blue-robed elder's mouth sounded. The eyes of the two of them were filled with respect when they looked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan involuntarily smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. He had indeed displayed his overbearing strength in the battle earlier. However, so what? The current him was still in a miserable state. "Cuckoo, the two of you need not tease me. If the two of you were not by my side today, it is likely that those fellows outside the door would have already charged in and attacked me. Mr. Xiaoyan, you must be joking. With that puppet of yours, forget about a few insignificant bandits. Even if an elite Dodi were to come, it is likely that they would not be able to get close to you." The old man laughed out loud. His eyes involuntarily glanced at the Northern King, who was standing beside the three of them. That unparalleled metallic feeling, the purple-gold flowing light slowly flowed, and the icy-cold aura seemed to keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles. Even though the two of them were elite Dodi, their hearts still felt an endless seriousness when facing the Northern King. This was something that the three black-robed elders combined could not give them. Xiaoyan only smiled in a noncommittal manner when he heard this. He did not continue to be entangled with this question. The two elders in front of him had clearly seen this point. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, they laughed and changed the topic. "Cuckoo, may I know what plans Mr. Xiaoyan has after this?" This time around, the blue-robed old man's question hit the nail on the head. Once these words were spoken, the expression on Xiaoyan's pale face immediately became solemn. The joking expression on the faces of the two of them was completely swept away when they saw this. They did not dare to be careless. "May I know if the two of you know where the soul-gathering fruit can be found within this remains?" Following the silence of the atmosphere, Xiaoyan finally asked the two elders in front of him in a serious voice a long while later. The two elders involuntarily frowned when they heard this. The blue-robed old man lowered his head and thought for a moment before frowning and gently shaking his head. "The soul-gathering fruit. That thing is really too valuable. If Mr. Xiaoyan wishes to find it in this outer area, it is likely that it will not be easy. Outer area? Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He was surprised in his heart. Along the way, he had heard the way that everyone addressed their current location. The stone room that they were currently in seemed to be the outermost part of the remains. However, he did not know just what kind of scene it was in the deepest part of the remains. Yes, the location that we are currently in is only the outer area of the remains. The blue-robed old man nodded and said. Xiaoyan involuntarily extended 2 fingers and rubbed his chin when he heard this. He quietly thought about something in his heart. At the same time, the blue-robed old man in front of him once again opened his mouth and said, according to what I know, this remains is divided into 3 levels. Of course, this is also the common stratification of most remains. The first level is the outermost part of the remains that we are currently in. The things in the outermost part are the cheapest goods in the entire remains. I believe that there is no need to say more about this point. Mr. Xiaoyan will also understand. Xiaoyan once again nodded when he heard this. He continued to listen to the old man's explanation. The outermost part of the remains is called the enormous rock hall. The most valuable things within it are at the very most only able to arouse the interest of a 3-star Dodi. The reason why the 2 of us are staying here is also because of this. The old man's face involuntarily revealed an embarrassed expression when he spoke until this point. The old man by the side also involuntarily laughed dryly. Only then did the old man continue speaking. It is rumored that the middle layer of this remains is an ancient forest. The things within it can be considered the true treasures. After all, the ancient forest has existed for an unknown number of years. The magical beasts within it have generally reached the Do D class. That place is the tomb of all the Ban D class experts. At the same time, the entire remains is divided into different grades. It can be said that there is not the slightest difference between the grades. Xiaoyan involuntarily nodded quietly when he heard the emotional words from the old man's mouth. His heart was similarly emotional. Unfortunately, the rules of this continent were like this. Whoever had the biggest fist had the qualification to speak. This place would forever be a world filled with barbarism and overbearingness. If one wanted to survive and grow in this place, one would not only need a frightening training talent, but various opportunities were also extremely important. Just like the interior of this remains, the strong would always be the strong. Although the weak could obtain small benefits, in their eyes, the weak would always be the weak. Without the ability to enter the deepest part of the remains, they also did not have the qualification to enter. The so-called ability was the fist used to defeat them. The so-called qualification was to defeat them. As for the deepest part of the remains, the situation there is still unknown. After all, even those people who had barged into the remains back then, very few of them were able to leave alive from the middle layer. The blue-robed old man involuntarily frowned and shook his head when he reached the end of his words. Forget about him, it was likely that even the members of the 4 great clans did not know much about the deepest part of the remains. When he heard this, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. Although the blue-robed old man had roughly explained the layout of the remains, Xiaoyan had not obtained the answer that he wanted to obtain the most in his heart. The whereabouts of the soul condensation fruit. Right now, if Xiaoyan really had to explain the whereabouts of the soul condensation fruit himself, then it was likely that it could only be in the middle layer of the remains, or perhaps in the deeper parts of the remains. When he thought of this, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but sink a little. If the soul condensation fruit was really in the deepest part of the remains, then when the time came, he would inevitably have to face the 4 great clans head-on. If this was at the peak of Xiaoyan's strength, perhaps he would really have the confidence to tangle with them for a while. But now, sigh, when he thought of this, Xiaoyan could not help but sigh softly once again. At this moment, the other old man dressed in a long grey robe to the side hesitated for a moment before he suddenly frowned at Xiaoyan and said, Mr. Xiaoyan, perhaps I know where the soul condensation fruit is. HTTPS Genius remembers this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website, Mr. Xiaoyan, perhaps I know the location of the soul agglomerating fruit. While Xiaoyan was frowning, the grey-robed old man in front of him hesitated for an instant. Only then did he open his mouth and speak to Xiaoyan with uncertainty. However, the instant the old man's words sounded, Xiaoyan's pair of dark black eyes suddenly lifted. His gaze stared intently at the gray-robed old man in front of him. The emotions in his heart were completely displayed on Xiaoyan's face at this moment. You say, you know where the soul-agglomerating fruit is? It was only a long while later that Xiaoyan's tone was a little uncertain as he asked. Hearing this, the colorful-robed old man also threw a curious gaze toward the gray-robed old man at this moment. Noticing the gazes that the two of them shot over, the gray-robed old man could not help but once again become a little hesitant. His heart was similarly uncertain about this information that he knew. It was only a long while later that the gray-robed old man finally raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaoyan. He deliberated for a moment in his heart before speaking truthfully. This information is something that a friend of mine told me. At that time, this remains had just been discovered and quite a number of strong people had barged in. However, they seemed to have activated the formation within the remains in the end. Most of the people who barged in died here. Only an extremely small portion of them managed to escape with great difficulty. That friend of mine was coincidentally one of those people who managed to escape. Additionally, he was also an elite Dodi. The old man's expression was solemn when he said this. At the end of his words, he did not forget to add on the strength of his friend. Although he was lucky enough to escape, he paid a terrible price. Not only was his strength unable to recover during this period of time, but he had even lost an arm because of it. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily changed slightly when he heard the gray-robed, old man's words. Although the old man's words were not very detailed, Xiaoyan could already imagine the miserable state of his friend back then from this result alone. At the same time, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but feel a shock because of this. By being able to cause an elite Dodi to flee miserably and even lose an arm, causing his strength to be damaged, it seemed that the interior of the remains was not as simple and easy as what they had seen. Perhaps his friend had encountered some terrifying fellows in the ancient forest within the ruins. Sure enough, the gray-robed old man opened his mouth again. According to my friend, after entering the remains, most of the people successfully passed through the outermost large stone hall and arrived at the ancient forest. That place is vast and it is far from what a broken heart can compare with. Of course, the treasures contained within can also be considered as truly precious. It is also at that place that my friend seemed to have found something similar to the spirit-gathering fruit tree. Huh? Xiaoyan's expression instantly froze when he heard about the soul-condensing fruit tree, and a fervent expression couldn't help but surge from the depths of his eyes. The soul-condensing fruit tree was the ultimate source of the soul-condensing fruit. It was the soul-condensing fruit that gave birth to the soul-condensing fruit that contained a powerful spiritual strength. At this moment, the thing that moved Xiaoyan the most was that if the soul-condensing fruit tree had really appeared, it meant that there might be more than one soul-condensing fruit growing on the soul-condensing fruit tree. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart immediately began to churn. If that was really the case, just one soul-condensing fruit would allow Xiaoyan to successfully advance to a rank 3 alchemist. If there were 2 or 3 of them, wouldn't Xiaoyan be able to raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 4 alchemist within a short period of time? Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily became even more fiery. Rank 4 alchemist. Alchemists of that level would probably only exist in the Alchemist Alliance in the entire western region. Now, as long as he could obtain 3 soul-condensing fruits, he would have absolute confidence that he could raise his spiritual strength to the level of a rank 4 alchemist. Of course, in the end, this was only a beautiful fantasy in Xiaoyan's heart. The soul-condensing fruit tree would only bear fruit once every 500 years, and it would only bear 1 fruit each time. There would only be a total of 3 fruits. Every time a new soul-condensing fruit was about to mature, the other 2 fruits would have almost rotted away. Therefore, on a soul-condensing fruit tree, there would only be 1 soul-condensing fruit. Other than that, it was absolutely impossible for there to be more. This meant that Xiaoyan's thoughts were only a beautiful fantasy. Quickly following this, the gray-robed old man frowned slightly. His mind carefully recalled all the information that his friend had told him back then. Immediately, he spoke to Xiaoyan. Although he saw that thing, he merely glanced at it from afar. When he approached it, he discovered that the soul-condensing fruit tree was on a small island by itself. Around the island was a huge lake. The reason he was injured was because of that lake. When he spoke until this point, there was no need for the old man to say anything more. Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan could also imagine that the reason why the old man's friend was injured was likely because there was a Do D-class magical beast in the lake. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily flickered. His heart sank slightly. If that was really the case, it was likely that it would not be easy to obtain this soul-condensing fruit. To be able to cause a Do D to flee in panic and end up in such a state, the strength of this magical beast was likely extraordinary. I wonder if my northern king will be able to fight with it. Xiaoyan's face was solemn. He could not help but quietly compare in his heart. If the northern king had the ability to fight with that magical beast, perhaps he would also have the opportunity to obtain the soul-condensing fruit. Otherwise, it was likely that he would not be able to protect his only trump card at that time. Appearing to have seen the seriousness in Xiaoyan's heart, the gray-robed old man mused for a moment in his heart before immediately speaking. According to my understanding, the magical beast in the lake is an ancient underworld demon python. Its strength is equivalent to an advanced 1-star Do D human expert. That friend of mine is slightly stronger than me and has already reached the intermediate 1-star Do D level. Even though this is the case, he was unable to last more than 100 moves in front of that fellow. Xiaoyan's heart immediately sank when he heard these words. It was not an easy task to defeat a magical beast whose strength had reached the advanced 1-star Do D level. This was especially the case when the other party was a magical beast. Its physical body was naturally strong. It was likely that even the Northern King would have difficulty fighting against it. After all, in summary, the Northern King's current strength was at the very most comparable to an ordinary initial 1-star Do D. Even defeating the other party would be incomparably difficult. There was no need to even mention the ancient underworld demon python whose strength had reached the advanced 1-star Do D level. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already rested in the stone room for 2 days. Adding the time from before, it had already been 10 days since Xiaoyan had entered the desolate ancient ruins. If one were to carefully calculate the time of 10 days, it was likely that the members of the 4 great clans had already arrived at the ancient forest. If Xiaoyan were to continue staying in this place and the soul-gathering fruit was obtained by the members of the 4 great clans before him, he would really lose all hope. After all, with just the current Xiaoyan, he did not think that he would be able to snatch the soul-gathering fruit from the hands of those fellows. Since he wanted to obtain it, he must be one step faster than the others. Suddenly, Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone slab, opened his tightly shut eyes. A sharp light suddenly flashed across the depths of his eyes. An invisible aura caused the space in front of Xiaoyan to fluctuate slightly. Huff! After letting out a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest, Xiaoyan's pale face gradually regained its rosy color. However, there was still some lingering dispiritedness between Xiaoyan's brows. Knitting his brows, Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head and sighed. Soon after, he slowly stood up from the stone slab. This time around, Xiaoyan had indeed exhausted too much of his strength. Within 2 days, Xiaoyan had only recovered less than 50% of his strength. If he wanted to completely recover, it was likely that he would not be able to do so without another 4 to 5 days. However, time waited for no one. If Xiaoyan wanted to obtain the soul-consolidating fruit, he had to quickly pass through the large stone hall and reach the ancient forest. Only then would he have a chance to obtain the soul-consolidating fruit. However, if he continued to stay here like this, it was hard to say who would obtain the soul-consolidating fruit in the end. Mr. Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Seeing Xiaoyan stand up, the 2 elders of the Yuning Pavilion frowned slightly and also stood up from their cross-legged positions. Currently, Xiaoyan's position in their hearts was not inferior to their pavilion master. Facing Xiaoyan, they naturally did not dare to be careless. I think it's time for me to leave. Hearing the doubtful voice of the golden-robed elder, Xiaoyan slowly turned around and faced the 2 elders. After pondering for a moment, he said. The expressions of the 2 old men were immediately startled when Xiaoyan's words were uttered. They immediately faced each other before looking at Xiaoyan. Their faces involuntarily revealed a worried expression. Mr. Xiaoyan, you can't be planning to go. That's right, the soul-consolidating fruit is my biggest goal in entering the desolate ancient ruins this time. No matter what, I must obtain it. No matter how dangerous it is, I must give it a try. Perhaps I will really obtain it. Before the golden-robed elder could finish speaking, Xiaoyan interrupted him. At the end of his words, Xiaoyan pretended to be relaxed and ridiculed him. Seeing this, the golden-robed elder duo could only silently nod their heads. They secretly prayed for Xiaoyan in their hearts. Since the former had already made his decision, they naturally could not change it. Therefore, they could only secretly hope that nothing would happen to Xiaoyan. Otherwise, even if they returned, it would be difficult to explain to their superiors. Mr. Xiaoyan, I'm afraid that the two of us will not be able to accompany you in the future. Therefore, I hope that Mr. Xiaoyan can take care of yourself. Everything must be done with your own life as the most important. The golden-robed elder's gaze was solemn as he stared at Xiaoyan. However, he could not help but feel ashamed in his heart. Speaking of which, if it was not for Xiaoyan, it was likely that the two of them would have already died in the hands of the three brothers. Now that Xiaoyan was in trouble, the two of them did not dare to travel with him because they were afraid of those magical beasts within the ancient forest. This really caused one's heart to feel ashamed, as if he could read the elder's thoughts. Xiaoyan smiled without a care. He gently waved his hand and said with a smile, "Elder, don't blame yourself. This is my personal matter and I do not wish to implicate the two of you. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I will cause more trouble for you." Seeing this, the two elders could not help but look at each other. They smiled awkwardly but did not say anything else. Soon after, Xiaoyan did not say anything else. He cupped his hands towards the two elders, turned around and walked out of the stone room. Behind him, the two elders hesitated for a moment before slowly following behind. The reason why they remained in this stone room was because Xiaoyan had not recovered. Since Xiaoyan had already decided to leave, there was naturally no need for them to continue staying. "Mr. Xiaoyan, if you really meet with any trouble that Mr. Xiaoyan is unable to resolve, please return to this place. We may not be able to do anything to those fellows inside, but as long as the two of us are here, we will definitely not allow anyone to harm even a single hair on Mr. Xiaoyan's head." When they reached the entrance of the stone room, the golden-robed elder once again cupped his hands towards Xiaoyan and said solemnly. Hearing this, Xiaoyan was first slightly startled. Soon after, he heavily nodded his head and thanked the two of them. Soon after, with a thought, a pitch-black robe immediately condensed on the surface of his body and covered his entire body. After which, he turned around and flew towards the end of the tunnel. Behind him, the two elders once again looked at Xiaoyan, who had turned around and left. Soon after, they slowly turned around and flew towards the other direction. The instant Xiaoyan turned around and left, a bright light flashed in the depths of the pair of pitch-black eyes under the black robe. Moments later, within the seemingly endless tunnel, Xiaoyan's figure was like a gust of wind as he rapidly flew through the tunnel. Around him, the number of undamaged stone doors increased. From this, one could see that the formations on them were becoming increasingly powerful. In fact, it was so powerful that even a 9-star half-emperor would find it difficult to destroy them. Of course, he believed that the value of the items within was rather high. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan did not have the time to care about these things. For the current Xiaoyan, no matter how good the treasures within these stone doors were, they could not compare to the spirit condensation fruit that he needed. Furthermore, at this moment, there was a rat sneakily following behind him. As expected, "It seems that the gaze I felt that day was you, Brother Bing," Xiaoyan softly muttered in his heart. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan's rapidly flying figure suddenly came to a halt. His feet fiercely stomped on the air, and at the same time, his figure under the cover of the black robe suddenly twisted backwards. With a twist of his palm, a palm viciously blasted out behind him. "Where did this rat come from? After following me for so long, it's time for you to reveal your true form." In the next instant, the formless void behind Xiaoyan suddenly shook violently. A white palm viciously shot out and instantly collided with Xiaoyan's palm strike. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion continuously reverberated within the wide tunnel. The echoes were like waves of bell ringing, shaking one's mind. At the same time, two figures, one black and one white, flew backwards in the middle of the tunnel. In the empty passageway, the energy storm dissipated, and a soft golden light gradually filled the passageway. At this moment, two figures, one black and one white, stood opposite each other, each standing on one side of the passageway. Because of the collision just now, the ground between the two of them was torn apart by the powerful force. Cracks spread out like a spider web until they reached the ground where the two of them were standing at this moment. Humph, I didn't expect the Hulk to recover to this extent in just 2 days. But you are too confident to defeat me with just this. The words that were emitted from the mouth of the elegant white-clothed young man in the tunnel at this moment appeared to be bone-chilling. The ridicule and disdain within his words were not even the slightest bit concealed. It's you, Xianxia. Opposite him, Xiaoyan, who was frowning under the black robe, also said in a solemn tone. As the words came out of his mouth, between Xiaoyan's eyebrows, soul power gushed out crazily and spread out quickly along the passage, carefully exploring inch by inch. Since the other party was the young master of the Sun family, one of the 4 major families, it would be really troublesome if the people of the Sun family gathered here. Haha, you are indeed worthy of being Xiaoyan, who is famous in the western region. You know our 4 major families quite well. At this moment, Xianxia's face was filled with disdain as he eyed Xiaoyan on the opposite side. From the looks of the collision earlier, the strength that Xiaoyan currently displayed was far from sufficient to contend with him. In other words, with just the current him, he could easily kill Xiaoyan here, and as Xianxia's words came out of his mouth, Xiaoyan quickly withdrew the soul power he spread out. After a round of investigation, Xiaoyan did not detect any other strange auras around him. From the looks of it, Xiaoyan was only facing Xianxia alone. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's face under the black robe could not help but reveal a cold smile. If Xianxia was with his father, Xiaoyan would have no choice but to withdraw. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that he had been separated from his family when he had just entered the remains. Since this was the case, there was nothing to be afraid of. Soon after, just as Xiaoyan had some thoughts in his heart, Xianxia, whose white clothes were fluttering, suddenly moved. In a flash, he had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His body in midair suddenly twisted and a whip leg violently landed on Xiaoyan's head. Today, I will let you experience the strength of an elite Dodi. When the cold cry from Xianxia's mouth sounded, a powerful Doqi swiftly agglomerated on the leg that was violently descending on Xiaoyan's head, causing the strength that it contained to become even more frightening. At the same time, an ear-piercing, rushing wind sound exploded beside Xiaoyan's ear. The sound of the wind whistled. The invisible wind was just like a sharp blade that had already descended above Xiaoyan's head. In merely an instant, Xiaoyan would die under this attack of Xianxia's. This was only the first time they had met head-on, but he had already used such a heavy blow to take someone's life. It must be said that Xianxia could really be called a vicious and merciless person. However, even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's expression did not change at all at this moment. The expression in his pair of dark black clear eyes was unusually calm, just like the surface of a windless lake. Within the calmness, there was a trace of strangeness. Soon after, just as Xianxia saw that his attack was about to land on Xiaoyan's head, a black light suddenly flashed out from Xiaoyan's side. At the same time, a forgiving palm that contained a purple gold glow quickly and violently grabbed the ankle of Xianxia's leg that was descending on Xiaoyan. Bang! A muffled sound like metal colliding was emitted. In the next instant, the expression on Xianxia's face suddenly stiffened. An expression of disbelief swiftly surged into his eyes. What? Xianxia's heart was suddenly startled. His reaction was also shockingly fast. Soon after, his body forcefully twisted in midair and his other leg violently stomped toward the human figure that had suddenly appeared. However, bang! In exchange for Xianxia's attack, another steel-like fist heavily smashed into the center of his foot. Instantly, a huge force poured out, and the sole of his foot and his entire leg were instantly paralyzed. At the same time, a few of his bones were violently pressed together, emitting a muffled sound of bones colliding. As the intense pain spread, the expression on Xianxia's face instantly turned deathly white. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans quickly poured out from his body. This heart-wrenching pain caused his entire body to tremble violently. Soon after, the Northern King, who was standing on the spot, suddenly twisted his strong body. Immediately, his right knee violently smashed into Xianxia's abdomen. Immediately, a huge force poured out, and Xianxia's body flew backward with a bang like a deflated balloon. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless at this moment. Even though Sun Hanqi appeared to have suffered serious injuries, the other party was after all an elite Dodi. The strength of his physical body was not something that an ordinary person could compare with. The Northern King's attack might appear powerful, but it was actually just some physical pain. How could it be so easy to seriously injure a Dodi? A thought passed through his mind and he stopped the Northern King, who was about to continue attacking. Under the black robe, Xiaoyan revealed a pair of dark black eyes. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at Sun Hanqi opposite him. Although Sun Hanqi did not suffer any serious injuries after receiving 2 consecutive heavy blows, he appeared to be in an incomparably miserable state. Is this a puppet? Sun Hanqi slowly raised his head. His eyes instantly stared at the Northern King opposite him. If it was not for him, Xiaoyan would have already become a dead soul under his leg. But why is this puppet, the bloody aura on this thing? I seem to have felt it somewhere before. Soon after, Sun Hanqi could not help but frown slightly. A suspicious expression appeared in his eyes. He felt that he had felt the icy cold murderous aura from the Northern King somewhere before. Suddenly, Sun Hanqi appeared to have thought of something in his mind. Immediately, he raised his head and stared intently at Xiaoyan on the opposite side. An ice-cold killing intent crazily agglomerated within his eyes. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in an extremely icy voice. Sun Che, was killed by you? HTTPS Genius remembers this website address in 1 second. Mobile version website. The ice-cold voice appeared to be about to turn the air into ice. Xiaoyan could even clearly sense that the temperature of the space where the two of them were in had instantly become cold the moment the voice was emitted. Xiaoyan did not know whether it was because his body's attribute rejected cold or because the temperature in the air was too low, but he clearly sensed that the temperature around him had become many times colder than other places. When Xiaoyan clearly heard the words from Sun Hanqi's mouth, his face under the black robe involuntarily revealed a suspicious expression. Sun Che. He did not seem to have much of an impression of this person. However, Xiaoyan quickly recalled this person when he thought of the 4 great clans. Back then, when he had just arrived at the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range, he had met the people from the 4 great clans in Mulberry Town. After which, he had killed a group of people from the Sun clan in order to save Morong Xianxia in the mountain range. In the end, the person who had escaped and was killed by the Northern King seemed to be called Sun Che. Sun Che, would you believe me if I said that I did not kill him? Xiaoyan's attitude was as calm as before in the face of Sun Hanqi's ice-cold, abyss-like questioning. If Sun Shua was present, Xiaoyan would not have any ability to retaliate. However, if he was only facing Sun Hanqi, the Northern King alone would be sufficient to suppress him. If it were not for the fact that Xiaoyan was not in his best condition, Xiaoyan believed that he would be able to suppress Sun Hanqi by relying on his various tactics. When Sun Hanqi heard Xiaoyan's blunt words, his face became distorted because of the fury that had suddenly risen in his heart. An extremely icy killing intent surged out uncontrollably. A pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan in front of him. If it was possible, he would have used his gaze to kill Xiaoyan 1,000 times over. Xiao Yan, do you know that Sun Che is my younger brother? He is my closest relative. You actually dare to kill him. Sun Hanqi, whose killing intent was about to explode in his heart, had a ferocious expression on his face. The expression on his face could not help but distort as he roared in an extremely hoarse voice. Haha! What a joke! At that time, he brought many people to take my life. If I didn't kill him, could it be that I would just stand there and allow him to kill me? Hearing this, Xiaoyan did not show any fear on his face. Instead, he curled his lips and laughed coldly. Pooh! With a sudden sound, an icy blue dough chi suddenly surged out from the surface of Sun Hanqi's body. In the blink of an eye, numerous sharp blades that were agglomerated from cold ice were swiftly formed in the empty space around her. At the same time, Sun Hanqi's hands also began to form some seals. Thick dough chi crazily surged out from his palm. Xiaoyan could clearly sense that the energy within this space was swiftly agglomerating following the changes in the seals formed by Sun Hanqi's hands. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless in his heart. A thought passed through his mind, and the Northern King's metal tower-like body immediately stood in front of Xiaoyan. From this angle, any attack from Xianxia would be completely blocked by the Northern King. Soon after, when the seals in Xianxia's hands were completely formed, an endless murderous intent in a pair of scarlet eyes turned into an earth-shaking roar. At the same time, Xianxia's hand, which had formed a seal, suddenly smashed violently toward the Northern King. The instant Xianxia's hand smashed forward, the invisible empty space suddenly collapsed. At the same time, an icy blue handprint also flew out from Xianxia's hand. Looking at the crystal-clear appearance of the hand, those who did not know would think that it was merely an ornament. However, only a truly strong person would be able to see the strength contained in this palm. On top of this, countless sharp blades that were agglomerated from cold ice also flew out along with this palm. The combination of the two tore through the empty space in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the Northern King. The Northern King waved his large hand in the face of this powerful attack from Xianxia. A fist suddenly smashed into the empty space in front of him. Immediately, a frightening strength caused an invisible pit to appear in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, the space collapsed and an invisible fist shot out. It violently charged toward the incoming handprint. Bang bang bang, immediately after, the Northern King threw over a dozen punches without any hesitation. The formless space rippled violently in front of him. Numerous fist imprints shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth as they swept out. Bang! A powerful energy immediately exploded when the two came into contact. Although the strength of this attack from Xianxia was extraordinary, the current Northern King was at the very least an expert at the quasi-Do-D class. The strength of over a dozen consecutive punches would not be weak. Hence, the handprint that Xianxia had agglomerated was ultimately destroyed by the Northern King's hands. Soon after, those ice blades that were agglomerated from cold ice still carried a sharp aura. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the empty space and landed on the Northern King's body. Bang bang bang. The numerous sharp ice blades carried a sharp aura that was just like the edge of a sword. The moment they touched the Northern King's body, they left behind inch-deep pits. These countless ice blades continued to land. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King's body had become uneven. Moreover, at the same time, the spot where the Northern King's body came into contact with each ice blade would immediately be covered by a layer of cold ice. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King's entire body had been completely sealed by the cold ice. The thick layer of ice tightly bound the Northern King's body, causing it to be unable to move even a little. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He immediately waved his large hand and the heavenly flame within his body charged out to help the Northern King melt the hard ice on its surface. At this moment, a sharp rushing wind sound suddenly appeared above Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan, die! The expression on Xiaoyan's face under the black robe involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. His feet moved and he instantly used the Sky Annihilation step. Soon after, his body became like a gust of wind and instantly disappeared from the spot. Soon after, the anger in Xianxia's heart grew even stronger after his attack missed. His body flashed once again. The moment Xiaoyan appeared, Xianxia's body had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Damn it! Xiaoyan quietly cursed in his heart. He was currently not in his best condition and was unable to completely unleash the might of the Sky Annihilation step. This was why Xianxia was able to catch up to him so quickly. Now that Xianxia had attacked again, Xiaoyan had no way of dodging. Even with the wonders of the Sky Annihilation step, it was still difficult to dodge at such a short distance. Helpless, Xiaoyan could only raise the little douqi in his body. He waved his large hand and douqi gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire hand. Bang! The two white palms separated as they made contact in midair. Xiaoyan's body under the black robe suddenly shook. His body was immediately pulled back uncontrollably. His feet stomped violently on the ground. Each time his foot landed, it would leave an inch-deep footprint on the ground. When Xiaoyan stabilized his body with a grave expression, a muffled groan was involuntarily emitted from his throat. His originally pale face became even paler at this moment. Damn it! With my current condition, it is impossible for me to be a match for him. Xiaoyan inhaled 2 deep breaths. He sensed the traces of bloody sweetness that was transmitted from his throat. He involuntarily cursed in his heart. However, when he looked at the Northern King, he found that the latter was still firmly sealed by the hard ice. It was unable to escape, much less help Xiaoyan. Seeing this, the muscles on Xiaoyan's face could not help but twitch. He clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to move, his gaze, which had just retracted from the Northern King, suddenly froze. He hurriedly looked over again. Immediately, a joyous expression appeared deep in Xiaoyan's eyes. This is about to break through. Immediately, the haze in Xiaoyan's heart was swept away. What replaced it was a deep sense of joy. As he focused his gaze, he saw that streaks of black lightning were continuously flowing across the frozen Northern King's body like spiritual snakes. Under the solid ice, the Northern King's uneven body was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the slightly dim purple-gold flowing light on the surface of the Northern King's body gradually became purer. Swoosh, just as Xiaoyan was distracted, Xianxia sneered. His body suddenly flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm down on Xiaoyan's face. At the same time, Xiaoyan swiftly recovered as he sensed the wind that was pouncing toward him. A thought passed through his mind and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor covered his body. Both of his arms hurriedly blocked in front of him and blocked the attack that was coming toward him. Bang! As the attack landed, Xiaoyan's body flew backwards. Xianxia took advantage of his body and quickly followed up with a vicious attack aimed at Xiaoyan's head. Under the black robe, Xiaoyan's expression swiftly changed as he helplessly tried his best to block Xianxia's attack in front of him. Xiaoyan, how dare you kill my younger brother? Today, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. A furious cry was emitted from Xianxia's mouth. The attacks from his hands became increasingly sharp. Doqi wildly surged, and each of his attacks was fatal. Under such a sharp attack, even Xiaoyan could only miserably defend. Helplessly, Xiaoyan could not be blamed for being so passive. If his strength had not been greatly reduced, it would not have been so easy for the person in front of him to hurt him. On the other side, the Northern King, who was sealed in the ice layer, gradually recovered. The purplish gold flowing light that lingered over his body became increasingly clear. Unknowingly, numerous tiny cracks had swiftly covered the entire ice layer. Bang! Xiaoyan's body flew back miserably after the kick landed. A trace of blood involuntarily flowed down from the corner of his mouth under the black robe. Xiaoyan's face had turned pale. Xianxia's mouth carried an extremely icy smile. His eyes were filled with a cold killing intent. In the next moment, Xianxia's body suddenly moved. By the time Xiaoyan lifted his head, he had already appeared above Xiaoyan's head. His body twisted and a whip kick violently landed on Xiaoyan's head. This time around, Xiaoyan was completely defenseless. Even if he wanted to retaliate, it was already too late. Xiaoyan, die! As the cold cry from Xianxia's mouth sounded, the expression on Xiaoyan's face changed the next moment. At the same time, that whipping kick had already descended on Xiaoyan's head at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, Xiaoyan would become a dead soul under Xianxia's hand. Bang! However, at this moment, the layer of ice behind Xianxia that had imprisoned the Northern King suddenly exploded. At the same time, a purple-gold flowing light flashed and appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed drastically as a fist violently smashed into his face. A huge force poured down. Amidst a wave of cracking sounds, Xianxia's body immediately flew back uncontrollably. Finally, he violently smashed into a wall at the end of the tunnel. His entire body was deeply embedded into the wall. At a glance, he appeared extremely miserable. When Xiaoyan lifted his gaze and looked in front of him, the expression in his eyes was clearly filled with joy. Finally, at this critical moment, he had managed to make it in time. The purple-gold flowing light that had suddenly appeared in front of him was naturally the Northern King. The difference from before was that the current Northern King's strength had truly broken through and reached the Do D class. If the Northern King from before could only be considered a quasi-emperor, then the one standing in front of Xiaoyan at this very moment was a true one-star Do D, the Northern King. Xiaoyan, it's you again. Are you planning to spoil my plans again? Yi Luotian's expression was extremely gloomy. The Doqi inheritance was so close to him, yet it had been spoiled by the person in front of him. This really caused him to be extremely furious. At the same time that Yi Luotian's gaze landed on Xiaoyan, a black-robed person beside him was also looking at the latter with a sinister gaze. That gaze was just like a poisonous snake, causing one to shudder. Haha, Yi Luotian, you and I are already like fire and water. Isn't it reasonable for me to spoil your plans? Moreover, he is not someone you can touch. Xiaoyan merely laughed when he heard this. Immediately, his eyes involuntarily landed on the black-robed person beside Yi Luotian. It's him, that fellow beside Qin Yun. Why would he appear beside Yi Luotian now? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. He felt a little suspicious in his heart. Just where did this black-robed person come from? From the way he was currently standing, it did not appear that he was being controlled by Yi Luotian. There was definitely some kind of special relationship between the two of them that maintained the balance between them. Xiaoyan's gaze once again turned when he thought of this. Soon after, he found Yan Hua and Yan Lai's figures in the crowd. However, he ultimately did not see Qin Yun. This caused Xiaoyan to feel incomparably surprised in his heart. Xiaoyan would not be surprised if the black-robed person had betrayed Qin Yun. However, Yan Hua and Yan Lai were Qin Yun's personal guards. Why would they stand with Yi Luotian's group? Of course, all of this was no longer important to the current Xiaoyan. The most important thing was to finish off this group of people in front of him. Why did you save me? At this moment, Morongxian had already recovered from the sudden change. He turned his gaze and saw Xiaoyan beside him. Immediately, his expression was slightly startled as he involuntarily asked. Just like what I said earlier, he and I are like fire and water. Ruining his plans is actually a good thing for me. What's more, you're Morongxian's brother, so I have even more reason to take action. Xiaoyan smiled and had no intention of hiding anything. I think the last sentence is more reliable, but even so, I will still blame you for my sister running away from home. When he heard Xiaoyan's words, the shock on Morongxian's face gradually dissipated. His previous impulsiveness was quickly suppressed at the bottom of his heart. He calmly swept his gaze across Xiaoyan before he glared hatefully at Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian, I will remember this. In the future, I will personally repay you for what you did today. For some unknown reason, even though there were 29-star Dodi in front of him, the despair in Morongxian's heart was instantly swept away when Xiaoyan appeared beside him. Even his tone had become a little colder. TSK, in the future? What future? This old man wants to see how the two of you, oh no, the four of you will be able to escape from this old man's palm. Yi Luotian's gaze swept across Morongxian's two protectors in disdain. One was a 9-star Dodi while the other was an 8-star Dodi. Such strength was not even worth mentioning in the current situation. Haha, Yi Luotian, I did not expect that you would rely on the withered leaf goo to control so many 9-star Dodi. However, you are not popular and I believe that you will sooner or later get yourself killed. Xiaoyan ignored the former's words as his gaze swept across the 29-star Dodi. His tone was cold and mocking. Controlling by force would only lead to one's own death. As of now, Yi Luotian's fate was obvious. He would die by Yi Luotian's hands sooner or later. Might trumps truth. Perhaps you are right. However, I'm afraid that you won't be able to wait until that day because you will die now. Yi Luotian coldly snorted. He immediately waved his sleeve and ordered the 29-star Dodi around him to charge at Xiaoyan's group of 4. The two elite Dodi beside Morongxian swiftly stepped forward and protected him from both sides. At the same time, they turned their solemn eyes to the 29-star elite Dodi who were charging toward them. They had no chance of winning against such a terrifying lineup. Even so, they would not retreat even half a step in order to protect Morongxian from harm. Haha, let me do it. Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes flickered slightly. There was a cold smile on his face as he slowly stepped forward. He walked to the front of the 4 and slowly raised his hand under the shocked gazes of the 2 elders behind him. He raised his hand and his palm faced the 29-star Dodi who were charging over. However, he did not use any strength. The 2 elders behind him faced each other. They violently clenched their teeth and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, their hearts did not dare to relax even a little. Although they had personally witnessed Xiaoyan defeating their group, the current situation was very different from before. Regardless of how strong Xiaoyan's fighting strength was, it was impossible for him to be a match for 29-star Dodi. Hence, even they did not dare to completely trust Xiaoyan in their hearts. TSK. Even Yi Luo Tian could not help but laugh strangely at this strange scene. His laughter was filled with disdain. In a situation where he was facing 29-star Dodi, he actually dared to act in such an arrogant manner. This was no different from seeking death. As for the black-robed man standing beside him at this moment, when he saw this, his face under the black robe frowned and pondered. He understood Xiaoyan better than the people beside him. He believed that Xiaoyan was definitely not someone who would foolishly send himself to his death. The reason he dared to act in such a manner was definitely because he was certain of something. However, at this moment, even he could not imagine how Xiaoyan would have the ability to retaliate when facing 29-star Dodi at the same time. This was simply inconceivable. Soon after, the doubt in the black-robed person's heart was immediately answered. Freeze! A faint word was spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. In the next instant, the group of elite Dodi surrounded Xiaoyan's group. Various powerful Do techniques fell from the sky like raindrops, violently exploding toward the four of them. However, the entire place suddenly froze. No, it was not frozen. Instead, all the actions of the people present were controlled by a strong strength. Even those Do skills that flew out were similarly forcefully paused in midair. Xiaoyan's one word had really stopped the attacks of the 29-star Dodi. Immediately, two black-robed human figures appeared beside Xiaoyan in a faint manner while everyone's hearts were feeling incomparably frightened. They appeared just like ghosts. Mobile version update website. The black-colored thunderbolt was like an enormous python as it coiled around the Northern King's body. The frightening thunderbolt strength seemed to have received an order the moment the Northern King appeared as it violently smashed towards Xianxia, who was charging toward it. Bang! Soon after, an explosive sound was emitted. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as his body involuntarily flew backwards. His feet stomped violently on the empty space. Sounds of air exploding were emitted from under Xianxia's feet. Only after 100 steps did his body come to a stop in a somewhat miserable manner. The murderous intent in Xianxia's eyes became even denser when he raised his head and looked over. Humph! Do I need to rely on this puppet again? Since that is the case, I will finish off this puppet before I kill you. Xianxia snorted coldly. A thought passed through his mind as an icy blue doqi swiftly spread under his feet. The extremely cold temperature sealed the entire space they were in ice in the blink of an eye. Cold ice domain, shattering star break. Xianxia waved his large hand as he let out a cold cry. Immediately, numerous cold glows agglomerated in the air. They turned into raindrop-like doqi pillars that violently attacked the Northern King and Xiaoyan from all directions. Bang! At the same time, the Northern King's feet violently stomped on the ground. The hard layer of ice was immediately broken apart. The black-colored thunderbolt that coiled around his body seemed to have come alive. As the Northern King threw punch after punch, the black-colored thunderbolt also separated into a black-colored lightning glow that violently shot out. Unlike before, the current Northern King had not only completely recovered from the injuries he had suffered, but even his attacks were accompanied by thunderbolts. Each time his fist landed, the sound of an ear-piercing thunderbolt would appear within this space. The invisible space trembled intensely under this thunderbolt. Finally, with a bang, it shattered like a mirror and turned into an endless darkness. Bang bang bang. Continuous rumbling sounds continued to resound within this tunnel that was covered by cold ice. At the same time, powerful doqi ripples also swept apart within this space. The ice layer that had just covered the tunnel gradually cracked and formed numerous clear crack lines under this frightening strength. Immediately after the explosion, Xianxia's figure flashed and appeared in front of the North King in the next moment. With a twist of his left hand, he slammed it down on the North King's chest. At the same time, the North King threw a punch at Xianxia. Black lightning spread up his arm and eventually covered his entire arm. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and separated upon contact. However, what was different from before was that this time around, both the Northern King and Xianxia were pushed back. With such a powerful attack, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Even someone like Xianxia did not expect such a result. How did the Northern King, whom he had easily suppressed earlier, become so frightening in the blink of an eye? This puppet is really strange. How can its strength be? Could it be? Xianxia's left arm shook and expelled the black lightning that had surged into his chi paths immediately. He lifted his eyes and looked at the North King with a grave expression. While he was feeling doubtful in his heart, his eyes swept over the black lightning that lingered over the North King's body. Immediately, the expression in Xianxia's eyes changed. At the same time, he fell into deep thought. Bei Wenk did not use the black lightning in the earlier collision. It was also because of this that the lightning had neutralized most of the strength of his palm in the earlier collision. When the lightning had entered his body, it had caused him to helplessly withdraw in a miserable manner. It's because of the lightning. Suddenly, the expression in Xianxia's eyes hardened. He could not help but softly exclaim. On the other side, Xiaoyan's eyes were also filled with surprise as he looked at the North King in front of him. This was especially the case when he looked at the black lightning. His eyes were filled with surprise. Although the Northern King had been able to use those black-colored thunderbolts a long time ago, it was at the very most able to achieve a numbing effect. However, this was the first time that Xiaoyan had seen the Northern King use the black-colored thunderbolts to fight. Moreover, from the looks of it, the North King had clearly refined the lightning. The two had merged into one. The lightning was just like the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body. It had completely become a part of the North King's strength. TSK, this is really unexpected. This puppet is actually able to coincidentally merge with the natural strength under the bombardment of countless lightning bolts. Come to think of it, the way this puppet of yours obtains strength is much simpler and faster than you, its master. I even suspect that between you and him, who will have greater achievements in the future. Guyu's mocking voice was faintly transmitted from within Xiaoyan's body while he was feeling surprised by the strange scene of the North King. Xiaoyan involuntarily felt a little stunned when he heard these words. He glanced at the North King in front of him before his eyes involuntarily swept over himself. He felt helpless in his heart. From the looks of it, it seemed that the North King's achievements were indeed greater. When comparing the two of them, their methods of obtaining strength were the most extreme. Xiaoyan chose to swallow the heavenly flame, while the North King swallowed the lightning. Both were natural strength. Xiaoyan obtained the heavenly flame. Not only did he have to endure the pain of the heavenly flame burning his body, but if he was not careful, he might even be in fatal danger. On the other hand, the North King's steel body was indestructible. Being a puppet, it did not know pain. No matter how the lightning struck, it would eventually be swallowed by it. This method of obtaining strength could be called barbaric. Most importantly, the North King's strength did not encounter any bottlenecks. In other words, as long as it possessed sufficient lightning strength, the North King's strength would continue to grow. In other words, Xiaoyan was likely inferior to the North King. However, Xiaoyan finally laughed. The corner of his mouth parted into a smile under the black robe. So what if this was the case? Regardless of how strong the North King was, it was still not his. Xiaoyan involuntarily laughed in his heart when he thought of this. Immediately, Xianxia, who was standing a short distance away from the North King, slowly lifted his eyes when Xiaoyan raised his head. A pair of dark and stern eyes stared at the North King like a poisonous snake. Ice blue doqi gradually rose on the surface of his body. I really did not expect that a mere puppet would possess such powerful strength. It is even able to control such a strange lightning. Even so, a puppet is ultimately a puppet. In front of true strength, it is merely an ice-cold corpse. Xianxia's left hand slowly clenched into a fist. His knuckles emitted a slight cracking sound. At the same time, his right arm gradually regained its agility under the recovery of the medicinal pill. Although his injuries had yet to fully recover, he was barely able to move with the doqi wrapped around him. Even if it is a corpse, it is more than enough to deal with you. Xiaoyan coldly laughed. He believed that with the lightning on his body, the strength of the current North King was not inferior to a 1-star middle-level Do-D. Moreover, under the suppression of the lightning, Xianxia's strength would be greatly reduced. Xianxia would undoubtedly be defeated in the following battle. Since this is the case, allow me to personally try. Xianxia's face was ferocious. He clenched his large hand and an ice-blue crystal-clear broadsword appeared in his hand. The blade shook and an ice-cold air immediately lingered over it. Do-Chi surged and swiftly wrapped around the entire blade. Xianxia immediately swung his arm and the sharp blade immediately cut through the empty air. It carried a sharp ear-piercing explosion as it violently hacked toward the North King's head. The North King slowly lifted his indifferent eyes when faced with this attack. Soon after, his metal fist suddenly tightened when the broadsword was about to reach him. The sound of metal colliding was emitted from his palm. The black lightning was like an enormous python that coiled around his fist. Soon after, a simple punch was violently thrown forward. Clang! The metal fist, which had a purple-gold flowing light flowing over it, violently collided with the broadsword that was coming toward him while being wrapped by the black lightning. Immediately, sparks flew in all directions. A buzzing sound reverberated within the tunnel. The two figures were shaken until they took a couple of steps back when the attack landed. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. His gaze swiftly swept over the trembling broadsword in his hand. The muscles on the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. A thought passed through his mind. The Do-Chi within the vortex in his body hurriedly followed his chi paths and circulated throughout his body. After swiftly removing the lightning that had entered his body, the numbness that was transmitted from his body disappeared. What a strange lightning! Xianxia quietly exclaimed in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless. This was because the North King had taken the initiative to launch an attack while he was waiting. The broadsword in Xianxia's hand randomly danced. Numerous sharp Do-Chi pillars carried a frightening aura that tore through the empty air as they violently shot toward the North King. The Northern King was completely fearless in the face of these Do-Chi bolts. His pair of iron fists violently swung, forcefully shattering most of the blade glows into pieces. As for the small portion, he used his body to forcefully block them. Two human figures chased each other in the midair. Do-Chi soared wildly as thunderbolts shot out. Their ghost-like speed caused the bodies of the two to gradually become illusionary. If Xiaoyan's strength was not quite strong, it was likely that he would not have been able to clearly see the figures of the two. The two figures collided intensely in midair. Each time they collided, they would add new damage to the broken walls around them. In just a short moment, the walls, which were already unable to endure the pressure, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. It was as though they would collapse at any moment. With the flow of time, the situation in the arena gradually became clear. Xianxia's strength was originally at the initial 1-star Do-D level. Although he had used the secret technique to temporarily raise his strength, this was not a long-term solution. If he continued to exhaust himself like this, he would immediately fall to rock bottom once the time limit of the secret technique was up. At that time, he would really become a fish on the chopping block, allowing Xiaoyan to do whatever he wanted. This was an outcome that he was unwilling to see no matter what. From the looks of the current situation, he either needed to defeat the North King in front of him and kill Xiaoyan in one fell swoop, or he could only miserably flee from this place. Clang! A loud sound appeared. Xianxia and the North King each took 100 steps back. Under the restoration of the Black Thunderbolt, the injuries left behind by the broadsword on the North King's body were swiftly being healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, Xianxia only discovered that quite a number of cracks had appeared on the broadsword in his hand after he stopped his body. At this moment, there were even 2 eye-catching crack lines that were quietly spreading across the broadsword. Xianxia's heart involuntarily sank when he saw this scene. Before he could do anything, Xianxia was shocked to discover that the little remaining Do-Chi within his body was swiftly flowing away at this moment. This also meant that the secret technique that Xianxia had used was about to reach the end of its time limit. The 2 unexpected changes in front of him gave Xianxia a head-on blow. Only then did he hurriedly wake up in his heart. The current him was no longer an intermediate level 1-star Do-D. The Do-Chi within his body had already begun to flow away. If he was unable to end this battle within the shortest amount of time, it was likely that he would receive a fatal blow. At this moment, the North King on the opposite side of Xianxia once again shot forward. The turbulent thunderbolt was like a serpent that lingered around the North King's body. With the help of the thunderbolt, the North King's speed had become increasingly frightening. "Bastard! I will fight it out with you." Xianxia's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene. Both of his hands were swiftly raised. Even the doqi within his body began to swiftly circulate at this moment. Xianxia's 10 fingers moved together, and a series of complicated seals were rapidly formed between his hands. The afterimages were endless, and at a glance, it was actually a dazzling sight. As these seals were swiftly formed, all of the remaining doqi within his body swiftly flowed along his chi paths. Finally, it followed the chi paths in his arms and gathered in his palms. Although the speed of Xianxia's hands was not fast, the North King's speed was even faster. Just as the do skill in Xianxia's hands was about to be completed, the North King's body had already appeared in front of him. What? The enormous black figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him caused Xianxia's heart to suddenly become sluggish. Soon after, a metal fist violently smashed into Xianxia's hands. Soon after, it heavily landed on his chest. Bang! A bang sound that was like a balloon exploding was emitted. Immediately, fresh blood scattered. Quite a number of fragments of internal organs were mixed within it. At the same time, Xianxia's body was instantly bent in an extremely exaggerated manner as he shot backward. Finally, he was deeply embedded into the already shattered wall. However, just as the North King was about to move, 2 firm palm prints had unknowingly been deeply imprinted on his chest. Soon after, bang! An earth-shaking explosion resounded throughout the tunnel. Everyone within a 10,000 feet radius clearly heard it. At the same time, everyone's faces had become completely shocked at this moment. Soon after, a frightening doqi wave suddenly swept through the tunnel in front of Xiaoyan's wildly changing expression. In merely an instant, the surrounding walls completely collapsed. Even the various treasures within the stone rooms were instantly destroyed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since the battle between Xiaoyan and Xianxia, or perhaps the battle between the Northern King and Xianxia. No one had expected that Xianxia would actually use all of his strength to unleash that frightening do skill at the end of the battle. With just one attack, he had instantly destroyed a large portion of the stone room. Quite a number of Ban Di experts had lost their lives because of it. Fortunately, Xiaoyan did not meet with much accident in that energy storm. Although he had suffered some injuries, Xiaoyan was undoubtedly lucky compared to those Ban Di experts who had lost their lives. Even the current Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little resentful when he thought of the scene back then. The frightening energy storm had destroyed a large portion of the stone room in the blink of an eye. That strength could only be described by the word frightening. The thing that caused Xiaoyan to be even more shocked was that even the Northern King had suffered quite a serious injury from that attack. It was likely that Xiaoyan would not be able to use the Northern King for the next couple of days unless Xiaoyan was willing to see a Do D-class fighter completely crippled in front of him. That Do skill is likely at the very least a low spirit class. During the flight, Xiaoyan's mind involuntarily recalled the battle 2 days ago. His heart involuntarily moved when he thought of the Do skill that Xianxia had unleashed. It was likely that only his Angry Buddha Lotus Flame and Angry Buddha Reincarnation could compare with a spirit class Do skill in the hands of the current Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan involuntarily revealed an emotional and helpless smile when he thought of this. Being born was indeed a good thing. With a background, one would have everything regardless of whether it was training resources or various high-class Do skills. On the other hand, Xiaoyan had to rely on himself to give up everything in order to have the chance to obtain them. Moreover, he had to walk on the edge of a knife every time. However, Xiaoyan understood in his heart when he turned his head and thought about it. Although it had not been easy for him to obtain his strength, it was precisely because of this that Xiaoyan treasured this strength that he had obtained with great difficulty. This caused him to be even more focused on his doqi training. At the same time, compared to those members of the aristocratic families, Xiaoyan's strength was much stronger. Was this not the reason? Haha, brat, not bad. You are finally able to think through all of this. Gu Yu, who was within Xiaoyan's body, involuntarily laughed in a teasing manner after having seen through him. Xiaoyan was Gugu's body. Xiaoyan, who was wrapped in a black robe, immediately turned into a breeze. Xiaoyan had disappeared from the end of the tunnel. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the end of the tunnel. Currently, Xiaoyan did not have any other expectations within this large stone hall. Compared to them, he was more concerned about the movements of the four great clans. Xiaoyan had originally thought that given the overall strength of the four great clans, they should have already entered the ancient forest. However, from what Xiaoyan could see, this did not seem to be the case. It had been over 10 days since everyone had entered the remains. However, Xiaoyan was still able to meet Sun Hanqi. This also meant that the four great clans were not in a hurry to the deeper regions of the remains. It seemed that even they had remained in the large stone hall for a long time. Even though they had already exited the large stone hall, it should not have been more than 5 days. Xiaoyan was confident that 5 days was enough for him to catch up to the four great clans. While Xiaoyan was wholeheartedly flying in the direction of the ancient forest, Sun Hanqi, who was covered in injuries, was still seriously injured at a certain spot within the large stone hall. Sun Hanqi was seated cross-legged in an empty stone room. His deathly pale face was completely devoid of blood. Half of his face was purplish-black, causing him to appear even more miserable and weak. Cough cough. Xiaoyan, this time around, I will definitely get back at you. Sun Hanqi's lips and teeth trembled as he spat out these words with great difficulty. At the same time, a cold murderous intent crazily gushed out from his eyes uncontrollably. Haha, I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to do so. However, at this moment, there was no one else other than Sun Hanqi in the empty stone room. A cold laughter filled with ridicule was suddenly heard. The instant this voice was heard, the expression on Sun Hanqi's originally pale face changed drastically. A pair of frightened eyes involuntarily swept around the stone room. The expression on his face was extremely grave. After entering the stone room, he had clearly set up a powerful formation in front of the stone room. It was impossible for an ordinary half-martial emperor to break it. It was even more impossible for an ordinary half-martial emperor to enter the stone room without him noticing. Since that was the case, what was going on right now? I am Sun Hanqi, the young master of the Sun clan of the four great clans. May I know who this friend is? You actually dare to make such a joke with me. Sun Hanqi forcefully pulled himself together. His pair of sharp eyes cautiously swept around the stone room. It was as though he would attack at any moment. Haha, what a coincidence. I am Baijan from the Bai clan of the four great clans. I am also the young master of the Bai clan. After Sun Hanqi's words sounded, the empty space at a certain spot within the stone room gradually distorted. A human figure wrapped in a black robe slowly appeared in the stone room. At the same time, a faint cold laughter was emitted from his mouth. The instant these words entered Sun Hanqi's ears, the expression in his eyes suddenly hardened. Immediately, a disdainful cold smile surfaced on his face. I was wondering who it was. So it is you, trash. Baijan, I did not expect that you actually managed to sneak into the remains. Unfortunately, you are destined to stay in this shabby large stone hall. Sun Hanqi's words were filled with disdain. Baijan was merely a half-martial emperor. Even though he was currently seriously injured, it would not be so easy for Baijan to kill him. Hearing this, Baijan's face under the black robe involuntarily revealed a cold smile. He took off the cloak on his head with one hand, revealing a fair and handsome face. At this moment, there was a cold smile that was filled with ridicule on his face. Seeing this, Sun Hanqi could not help but frown slightly. No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure out how the half-martial emperor in front of him was going to kill him. Haha, good. Good, Baijan. A mere half-martial emperor dares to speak such nonsense in front of me. I want to see how you are going to kill me. Baijan smiled in a noncommittal manner. Soon after, his footsteps slowly walked towards Sun Hanqi, who was currently seated in the middle of the stone room. At the same time, he slowly said, that day, I told you that the humiliation today will be repaid in the future. Today, it is time for you to repay everything. After his words sounded, before the smile on Sun Hanqi's face could spread, in the next instant, a powerful aura spread out from Baijian's body with every step he took. When Baijian arrived in front of Sun Hanqi, the aura in his body had already reached an extremely frightening degree. It was so much so that it was not inferior to the heir of the Zhou clan, Zhou Lin. The expression on Sun Hanqi's face finally gradually changed at this moment. The cold smile that had just surfaced on his face gradually solidified when this aura was transmitted over. Finally, it disappeared. Finally, it was replaced with a completely dull expression. His heart and even his soul were filled with incomparable fear at this moment. It was a long while later before Sun Hanqi's entire body trembled as he slowly spoke. His voice was filled with deep disbelief. You. Do Di. 2-star Do Di. The interior of the remains was an ancient forest filled with tens of thousands of beasts. The tall and straight ancient trees were like a group of mysterious strong people who did not know anything about the world. They were overlooking everything that was happening within the remains. At this moment, a group of people were seated cross-legged at a certain spot within the forest. From the looks of it, they seemed to be waiting for something. If one were to look carefully, there was a middle-aged man with an extremely dense aura among this group of people. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut as he calmed his emotions. This middle-aged man was the head of the Sun clan, Sun Shua. He didn't know why, but ever since he left the giant rock hall, Sun Shua kept having a bad premonition. He kept feeling that he was missing something, which made him feel rather uneasy. But no matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't understand. With his strength, what could possibly happen? Could it be Sun Hanqi? Sun Shua's heart immediately tightened when he thought of this. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. Currently, Sun Hanqi was also an elite Do Di. Among all the people who had entered the remains this time around, the number of people who could pose a threat to him could be counted with one's fingers. However, even if those people were able to suppress Sun Hanqi, he was after all a Do Di. If they could not defeat him, it would not be so easy to kill him. Sun Shua was ultimately unable to come up with an answer no matter how he thought about it. Finally, he could only use training to gradually calm the emotions in his heart. As the head of a clan, his emotions would affect the younger generation members of the clan around him. His uneasiness would also unknowingly reduce the overall strength of this group of people. This was not a good thing. However, at a certain moment, the tightly knit eyebrows of Sun Shua, who was quietly sitting cross-legged, suddenly relaxed. However, the expression on his face did not become relaxed because of this. Instead, it faintly revealed a worried and furious expression. After a couple of breaths, Sun Shua's tiger body trembled slightly. His white hand was slowly spread open. A pair of eyes that were filled with a glint stared at his opened right palm. Due to his nervousness, his throat involuntarily emitted a sound of swallowing his saliva. The anxiety in his heart had also become extremely intense at this moment. In the next moment, a round jade tablet appeared in Sun Shua's palm without the disciples of the family noticing. Upon closer inspection, the two words Han Shi were shockingly written on this jade tablet. However, at this very moment, crack lines after crack lines swiftly spread out on this jade tablet like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, they had densely covered the entire jade tablet. Han Shi. The situation that appeared on the jade token caused the expression on Sun Shua's face to suddenly change drastically. In the end, under Sun Shua's gaze that was on the verge of going crazy, the jade token in the center of his palm shattered with a bang and transformed into numerous fragments. No. Sun Shua's entire body trembled. The doqi within the vortex within his body began to churn intensely and uncontrollably at this moment. Suddenly, an unbelievable furious roar was emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. Soon after, a frightening doqi wave suddenly erupted from Sun Shua's body. In an instant, it formed an earth-shaking energy storm that began to wreak havoc in this ancient mountain forest. As the storm swept over, the first to be injured were the younger generation members of the Sun clan. With just one attack, these younger generation members, whose strength had yet to reach the Do Di class, were immediately seriously injured and sent flying one after another. At this moment, Sun Shua did not have the time to bother about all of this. His widened eyes were filled with killing intent that soared to the sky. The scarlet color caused this entire place to be filled with an additional killing intent. A merciless murderous aura lingered over this place. Sun Shua's right hand was firmly holding the already shattered jade tablet in his palm. That was the soul tablet of his son, Sun Hanqi. If the soul tablet was complete, it meant that he was still alive. If the soul tablet was only shattered, it meant that he was seriously injured. Now, however, the soul tablet had completely shattered. This meant that Sun Hanqi had died. From today onwards, there would no longer be such a person on this continent. Hanqi, my son, who is it? Who is it that dares to kill my son? I will definitely pull out your tendons and pull out your bones so that you will die without a burial ground. Sun Shua's body trembled intensely. His right hand, which was holding the jade tablet, suddenly exerted a force and forcefully crushed the shattered jade tablet into powder. The powder exploded in the air and scattered with the wind. Only at this moment did those members of the Sun clan, who did not know what had happened, recover. When they heard the wild roar from Sun Shua's mouth, the expression on everyone's faces immediately changed. No one had expected that Sun Hanqi had actually died. As Sun Shua stood in the square, the other members of the Sun clan also held their breaths and focused their attention. Everyone's eyes revealed shock and horror as they stared at Sun Shua in the square. The terrifying Doqi storm continued to wildly wreak havoc in this place. As he stood in the middle of the storm, the emotions in Sun Shua's heart were unable to calm down for a long time. However, after a few years, his two sons had lost their lives in the hands of others. The most infuriating thing was that even so, Sun Shua did not even know who had killed his sons. How could he calm down when faced with such a matter? Who is it? Who is it? Don't tell me it is the Bai clan? Sun Shua's heart was about to go crazy. When he thought of the deaths of his two sons, the turning Doqi in his body was immediately unable to be suppressed. No, it is impossible. Other than Bai Ying, there is no one in the Bai clan who is a match for Hanqi. Moreover, Bai Ying also left the large rock hall with me. It is impossible for him to kill Hanqi. Sun Shua carefully pondered in his heart. He guessed that it could be anyone who had killed his sons. If he really determined the murderer, he would definitely not hesitate to kill him in these remains. What clan? That group of people is extremely mysterious. Don't tell me it is them? The killing intent in Sun Shua's heart gradually rose when he thought of the Hu clan. However, it was quickly eliminated by him. Although the Hu clan was strong, they had already left the large rock hall a long time ago. They had even left earlier than the other two clans. However, if one were to exclude the Hu clan and the Bai clan, there was only one remaining, the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan was the last clan among the four great clans to enter the remains. Moreover, the Zhou clan was also the strongest among the four great clans. Although Sun Hanqi had already advanced to the Do Di class, there was still quite a large gap when compared with the middle-level 2-star Do Di Zhuolin. Moreover, the two of them had the status of heir. The Do skills that they practiced were also of quite high ranks. If they were to really fight, Zhuolin's chances of victory were still higher. Of course, other than this, there were naturally quite a number of elite Do Di from various places in the remains. Even though this was the case, it was likely that those people would not dare to easily offend the heir of the four great clans. Hence, from the looks of it, the person who had the highest possibility of killing Sun Hanqi was the Zhou clan. 3 days later. Within the enormous rock hall, Xiao Yan was recovering from the injuries within his body with the help of medicinal pills while swiftly flying toward the end of the enormous rock hall. With Sun Hanqi as an example, this time around, Xiao Yan was even more careful as he hurried along the way. Along the way, he used his spiritual strength to probe his surroundings. On one hand, he was probing the end of the tunnel, searching for a method to leave the enormous rock hall. On the other hand, he was also carefully guarding against his surroundings. Who knew if there were any strong people who were good at hiding their chi following him, wanting to take his life? Finally, his efforts paid off. On this day, when Xiao Yan spread out his soul power to explore his surroundings, his soul power suddenly seemed to be devoured by something mysterious. He couldn't find the end of it for a while. Xiao Yan's heart rejoiced instead of feeling shocked when he sensed this. The sky extinction steps under his feet were unleashed to its limit in an instant. His body, which was covered by a black robe, immediately transformed into a breeze. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from this endless tunnel. After a short while, Xiaoyan's figure was already standing in front of a space tunnel that was surrounded by a milky white light. This space tunnel looked no different from the space tunnels that Xiaoyan had seen at the beginning. This was one of the reasons why Xiaoyan could recognize it at a glance. Phew! Finally found it. Seeing the space tunnel in front of him, Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel relieved. Thinking about it carefully, it had been half a month since he had entered the ruins. During this time, Xiaoyan had gone through more than 10 battles. Fortunately, he had finally arrived here without any danger. Xiaoyan bitterly smiled. Immediately, he inhaled a deep breath of air through his nose. His feet moved and he stepped into the spatial tunnel in front of him. Soon after, Xiaoyan's figure was like a leaf that was submerged in water as he was instantly swallowed by the milky white light. At the same time, on a certain huge open space outside the ancient forest, 2 huge space tunnels that were close to each other suddenly shone brightly. Soon after, 2 black-robed human figures leaped out from within. Immediately, they stood steadily on the open space under their feet. At this moment, there were quite a number of scattered elite Dodi who had passed through the space tunnel and arrived at the large open space. Everyone looked over and saw a tall, towering, ancient pine tree that stood proudly in the distance. Its tall tree trunk reached the clouds. Despite being a great distance away, those ancient trees still gave people an indescribable pressure when they looked at them. This aura pressure was not a pressure that was formed from any kind of strength. Instead, it was the most natural pressure. This pressure was the natural strength that had gradually settled in this ancient forest after a countless number of years. Under this pressure, even an elite Dodi would need to show some respect. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, landed on the ground. A pair of clear eyes under the black robe swiftly swept around the square. Finally, when his gaze landed on his right, the expression of the pair of clear eyes under the black robe involuntarily became a little solemn. At this moment, there was actually a similarly black-robed human figure standing quietly on Xiaoyan's right. His actions were similar to Xiaoyan's. He first glanced at the ancient forest in front of him with a vast and mighty aura. The eyes under the black robe revealed a shocked expression. Soon after, he seemed to have sensed the gaze that Xiaoyan shot over from the side. Immediately, the 2 gazes swiftly clashed in midair. Soon after, they turned away one after another. Who is this person? What a powerful strength! The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he sensed the powerful aura that filled those eyes. His heart involuntarily felt a solemnness. The strength of the person in front of him was likely not weak. On this point, he was even stronger than Sun Hanshi. While this thought rose in Xiaoyan's heart, the black-robed person beside him was similarly guessing the current Xiaoyan in his heart. However, the nose of the human figure under the black robe immediately emitted a soft laugh. Immediately, his body moved and he ignored Xiaoyan. Instead, he took the lead and flew towards a certain direction in this ancient forest. Xiaoyan's face carried some suspicion as he frowned slightly when he saw this human figure leave. Only then did he ignore the other party. His body moved and he similarly flew towards a certain direction that he believed to be going. Old Gu, do you know that person from earlier? I don't know. Don't ask me. Xiaoyan had just asked Guyu a question in his heart while he was flying when Guyu poured a bucket of cold water on him, extinguishing the doubt in Xiaoyan's heart. Hee, brat, since you are curious, why don't you personally ask him? Why must you ask an old man like me all these questions? What do you take this old man for? Guyu laughingly scolded. Xiaoyan could only helplessly smile upon hearing this. He lifted his eyes and looked at the tall trees in the distance. Shock gradually surged into his heart. A short moment later, Xiaoyan finally entered this ancient forest. He found what he believed to be the tallest ancient tree in this place and immediately leaped onto it. He found a thick tree trunk, but he did not immediately use his spiritual strength to search for the soul-gathering fruit. Instead, he twisted his legs and sat down on this tree trunk. Traveling for a couple of days was quite exhausting on one's qi. Moreover, the injuries within Xiaoyan's body had yet to be healed. Searching for the soul-gathering fruit at this moment was really not a wise choice. Hence, Xiaoyan planned to rest in this place for a night. It would not be too late to begin searching for the soul-gathering fruit after he had recovered most of the injuries and doqi within his body. Otherwise, excessive exhaustion would not be a good thing for Xiaoyan. After all, the people he was about to face next were all genuine elite dodi. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might lose his life in this place. No matter how one put it, this did not allow him to act impulsively. As Xiaoyan sat cross-legged, the flame mantra qi method within his body began to circulate. Immediately, waves of natural energy swiftly gathered toward Xiaoyan. They passed through the clothes on the surface of his body, followed all the pores on his body, and poured into his body. They entered his qi paths and followed the route of the flame mantra qi method. After circulating one round within his body, they were finally completely refined by the heavenly flame. Immediately, they transformed into a drop of extremely pure doqi water droplet that entered the vortex space in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the injuries within Xiaoyan's body also gradually recovered as the heavenly flame rose within his body. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight from the horizon scattered onto Xiaoyan's face, Xiaoyan's eyes, which had been tightly shut for an entire night, suddenly opened at this moment. A beautiful flame glow instantly flashed across his pair of dark black eyes. Even the aura around his body had become incomparably thick. Xiaoyan slowly exhaled a deep breath of air. He raised his eyes and his gaze shot toward the deep parts of the forest in the distance. His dark black gaze was like an arrow that pierced through the clouds. It penetrated through the countless number of gaps between the branches and leaves. At the edge of his sight, Xiaoyan seemed to have vaguely seen an ancient magical beast that was in a deep slumber. Ugh, Xiaoyan's heart was slightly startled. His mouth involuntarily let out a surprised cry. Soon after, the magical beast at the edge of his sight also seemed to have discovered something. A pair of tightly shut huge beast eyes suddenly opened. The brown-colored beast eyes, which were the size of a human, revealed a warm fury. "Human, you dare to spy on this D?" A low roar was emitted. In an instant, it was like a rumbling thunder. The entire mountain forest shook intensely at this moment. The magical beasts in the mountain forest were shaken back by this sound. Even some of the human dodi, who heard this roar, had a drastic change in their expressions. At the same time that their hearts were shocked, their bodies also hurriedly pulled back. Buzz. When Xiaoyan withdrew his mind, the low beast roar continued to reverberate in his mind. It was like the sound of a bell. The invisible pressure that it contained almost caused his head to feel like it was about to split apart. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's entire face had turned red. The veins on his forehead bulged. Even his pair of dark black eyes were actually filled with fresh blood at this moment. One could imagine just how much pain Xiaoyan was enduring at this moment. The intense pain that was transmitted from his mind caused Xiaoyan's expression to suddenly become distorted. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! Suppress him! Suddenly, Xiaoyan, whose face was filled with pain, emitted a furious roar from his mouth. His body shook and a frightening spiritual strength immediately swept out from within the soul bead in his mind. It swiftly spread out from his body and wrapped around the space within dozens of feet around Xiaoyan. Within this space, a powerful spiritual pressure continued to rise. Finally, the low roar that shook one's soul was completely eliminated from Xiaoyan's mind. Only then did Xiaoyan slowly relax his body. His face involuntarily revealed an expression that still had some lingering fear. What frightening strength! Just his roar alone is enough to make me exhaust all my energy. Just how frightening is this fellow's actual body? Xiaoyan resentfully withdrew his gaze. However, he no longer dared to look in that direction. What a joke! If he really offended an expert of that level, it was likely that even with Xiaoyan's speed, he would not be able to leave his current position. Xiaoyan did not doubt in his heart that the strength of this magical beast far surpassed the 4 elite dodi from the 4 great clans who had come this time around. Its strength was likely at least that of a 4-star dodi. Hee, you are really lucky. Fortunately, he did not really attack you. Otherwise, you would have already died. At this moment, Gu Yu, who was within Xiaoyan's body, slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard Guyu's mocking words. Old Gu had really done a good job of leaving all the work to others. He really did not care when he said that he would not intervene. If Xiao Yan's willpower had not been firm earlier, it was likely that he would have been killed by that roar if he had allowed it to reverberate. Old Gu, just what kind of magical beast is that? It is actually this frightening. Hee, it is merely a small monkey. Of course, it can indeed be described as frightening to you. Guyu laughed as he spoke in a mocking tone. Xiao Yan involuntarily curled his mouth when he heard this. Soon after, Guyu continued. Towering giant ape, 5-star Dodi. These words caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to become dull. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect this fellow to actually be a 5-star Dodi class magical beast. 5-star Dodi. TSK, how frightening. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened as he involuntarily exclaimed in shock. 5-star Dodi. This kind of strength was sufficient to kill anyone present in this remains. It must be said that this towering giant ape was really extremely frightening. However, soon after, Guyu once again softly spoke in an unknown manner while Xiao Yan was feeling surprised in his heart. Huh? Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled. He involuntarily felt a little doubtful. This towering giant ape seems to have some kind of seal placed on it by someone. Xiao Yan's expression was immediately startled when these words were uttered. However, his face quickly became stunned. A 5-star Dodi towering giant ape. This kind of strength was actually sealed by someone. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening this fellow's true strength was. Alright. Don't think too much about it. You should leave. You have yet to find the soul-gathering fruit. Don't tell me that you are not going to find the soul-gathering fruit just because of a 5-star Dodi? Guyu urged. Xiao Yan only nodded after recovering. Currently, it was more important to find the soul-gathering fruit. Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts and continued to sit cross-legged. Both of his eyes were slowly shut. A thought passed through his mind and a vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately swept out in all directions from between his brows. With the earlier lesson, the current Xiao Yan was a lot more cautious. He tried his best to avoid the powerful magical beasts within the mountain forest while his spiritual strength searched in all directions. The vastness of this ancient forest was clearly beyond Xiao Yan's expectations. Even with the current Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he was still unable to discover anything after searching for 15 minutes. Instead, he had nearly ended up provoking a couple of powerful magical beasts. However, even though this was the case, Xiao Yan did not feel anxious. Instead, he calmed his heart and carefully searched every inch of the mountain forest. He hoped that he would be able to find some information related to the soul-gathering fruit. As Xiao Yan's spiritual strength continued to spread, time quietly flowed by like sand between his fingers. Xiao Yan had unknowingly searched for a total of 2 hours. Xiao Yan's meticulous search finally paid off as he searched inch by inch. When Xiao Yan's face appeared pale, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength suddenly spread to a certain spot and finally found the lake that the gray-robed old man had mentioned back then. It was a ring-shaped lake. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, there was indeed a small island in the middle of the lake. Found it. This sudden unexpected change in the battleground caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe to abruptly change drastically. He did not expect that this ancient towering tree in front of him, which appeared to be quite old, was actually a living one. However, in the face of the numerous arrows that were shot at him from behind, Xiao Yan could no longer react in time. Even if he were to turn around at this moment, he would not be able to avoid being hit in a vital spot. Damn it! Xiao Yan cursed unwillingly in his heart. He could only wildly circulate the dou qi within the vortex in his body, hoping that he would be able to use this to block the numerous jade-green arrows behind him. At this moment, under the black robe, the narwhal snake that was clinging onto Xiao Yan's arm suddenly moved. Compared to Xiao Yan, as a magical beast, it was always filled with reverence toward this world. In this world, as long as it was around, it would be able to react at any time no matter how sudden the attack was. At this moment, especially when it was related to Xiao Yan's accident, the narwhal snake did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The instant the dozen arrows were shot at it, the narwhal snake under the black robe suddenly twisted its body. Although its body appeared to have shrunk by more than 1,000 times, its strength did not change at all. On the contrary, due to its shrunken body, the speed at which it attacked seemed to have become even faster. In the next instant, just as the flame doqi was ignited on the surface of Xiaoyan's body, a blood-colored glow suddenly shot out from under Xiaoyan's sleeve. In an instant, it shattered all the arrows that were shot at him. After doing all this, the narwhal snake's seemingly small body suddenly twisted and appeared in the air beside Xiaoyan. A pair of bright ruby-like eyes stared at the giant tree that had completely come to life in front of it. A murderous intent surged from deep within its eyes. At the same time, Xiaoyan by the side also recovered. His gaze was filled with gratitude as he looked at the small snake that was floating in the air beside him. Immediately, the instant he looked at the giant tree in front of him, the expression in his eyes also became icy cold. So it's alive. Xiaoyan's gaze sized up this enormous towering tree in front of him as he spoke in an extremely dense tone. After Xiaoyan spoke, the petite narwhal snake by the side also spat out its scarlet tongue. Its exquisite body trembled slightly. Immediately, a terrifying aura erupted from its body and instantly descended upon the world around it. The powerful aura and coercion directly bent the tall and straight body of the giant tree in front of them. Compared to the ordinary trees around them, the tree in front of them was obviously a living tree with spiritual intelligence. It was also a type of magical beast. Naturally, it would be oppressed by the aura of the narwhal snake. Roar. Damn it, you and I are both magical beasts, but you actually chose to help this human. Suddenly, a pair of dark green eyes that were filled with anger opened on the trunk of the giant tree in front of them. At the same time, a furious voice was transmitted from the so-called tree hole. Humph, although you and I are both magical beasts, what right do you have to be compared to me? A disdainful cold snort was emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Immediately, the aura and coercion that enveloped the world became even more terrifying following the narwhal snake's cold snort. At this moment, the emerald leaves on the giant tree in front of them began to fall one after another. Roar. An unwilling roar was emitted from the tree hole in front of Xiaoyan. However, under the terrifying aura and coercion of the narwhal snake, the ancient tree was once again threatened by the coercion. Currently, the narwhal snake's strength had reached the level of an advanced 1-star Dodi after swallowing the monster core. On the other hand, the ancient tree in front of them only had the strength of an initial 1-star Dodi. In front of the narwhal snake, the ancient tree could not even unleash 1/10 of its usual strength. Even so, the ancient tree in front of them continued to struggle unwillingly following the repeated roars. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan, who had not opened his mouth all this while, slowly lifted his eyes. A pair of icy cold eyes stared at the giant tree in front of him. The expression in his eyes did not reveal the slightest fear because of the latter's huge body. On the contrary, a cluster of brilliant flames gradually rose deep within Xiaoyan's pupils. Puff. Following a sudden puff sound, the narwhal snake and the enormous ancient tree in front of them finally noticed that Xiaoyan had unknowingly raised his right hand. His white palm appeared bright red under the afterglow of the setting sun. At this moment, a cluster of brilliant flames the size of a fist curled and rose in the air above Xiaoyan's palm. The instant this cluster of flames rose, the narwhal snake and the towering ancient tree in front of them immediately realized that the temperature between heaven and earth had instantly become scorching hot. This is a heavenly flame. Faced with the heavenly flame, the ancient tree could not help but let out a terrified voice despite its strength being at the Dodi level. As a tree, it did not have much resistance against flames. Even though its strength had reached the Dodi level, it did not have the slightest ability to retaliate under the pressure of the narwhal snake's aura. Once Xiaoyan by the side was added, the heavenly flame would only need to ignite a part of the ancient tree's trunk, following which, the entire tree would be ignited. At that time, even if the narwhal snake did not intervene, it would still undoubtedly die. Now, do you still wish to attack me? Xiaoyan's eyes were cold. His words did not contain the slightest emotion. No, human, no, sir, how would I dare to attack you? As long as you can keep it, I will listen to you. A pair of dark green eyes were filled with shock and fear. Faced with Xiaoyan's words, the ancient tree no longer dared to have the slightest resistance. It did not think that it had the ability to block the might of the heavenly flame. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake beside Xiaoyan involuntarily parted its mouth and smiled. However, this smile appeared quite horrifying. Xiaoyan also glanced over and smiled in a non-committal manner. Turning his gaze back to the enormous tree in front of him, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes once again became bone-chillingly cold. He waved the heavenly flame in his hand and flicked his finger. Over 10 flame lights landed on the ground around the enormous tree like meteors. In an instant, the weeds on the emerald green ground were immediately turned into ashes. However, under the control of Xiaoyan's mind, the frightening might that could incinerate everything did not spread. Even so, this scene still caused the ancient tree to emit a trembling low roar. "We are going to spend the night here. During this period of time, if there is any noise that disturbs us, those weeds will be your vanguard." After coldly uttering these words, Xiaoyan took a step forward. There was not the slightest bit of worry in his heart as he walked into the tree hole in front of him. Behind him, the exquisite body of the narwhal snake also followed closely behind. Its scarlet eyes glanced at the enormous tree in front of it and its mouth emitted a cold chuckle. Soon after, it also entered the tree hole in front of it, leaving behind the terrified ancient tree. Not only was it unable to sleep at night, but it also had to carefully guard Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake who had entered the tree hole. It really wanted to cry but had no tears. Narwhal snake. Seeing this enormous creature in front of him, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes instantly hardened. Soon after, the expression on the face under the black robe also became stunned at this moment. Roar. "Human, this is my territory. If you don't want to die, get lost. Otherwise, I will swallow you alive." Although Xiaoyan recognized the narwhal snake in front of him, the current Xiaoyan was wearing a black robe. With this black robe blocking his aura, even the narwhal snake, which had met him once before, was unable to recognize the identity of the person in front of it. A thunder-like roar was emitted from the narwhal snake's bloody mouth. Immediately, the space where Xiaoyan was standing began to tremble intensely. Wave-like spatial ripples swept out in all directions. Waves of buzzing sounds were emitted. The invisible energy was like a storm that violently attacked Xiaoyan. In response to this, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed an astonished expression under the black robe. In less than 2 years, the strength of this big fellow in front of him had actually surprisingly reached the level of a Dodi. This was really surprising. Although the current narwhal snake's strength had already reached the level of a Dodi, Xiaoyan felt a lot more relaxed in his heart when facing it. Xiaoyan allowed the hurricane to blow away the doping on his head. His body, which was standing in the same spot, did not move even a little. His handsome face carried a shallow smile as his gaze warmly eyed the enormous being in front of him. An elite Dodi was an expert who no one dared to underestimate within the remains. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan had ended up in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Soon after, when the narwhal snake in front of him clearly saw the face of the tiny ant-like human in front of it, the pupils of the huge scarlet beast eyes of the narwhal snake suddenly shrunk. The part of its body that was exposed on the surface of the lake could not help but retreat a little. "You. Aren't you, hee, old friend, it has been a long time since we last met." Xiaoyan parted his mouth and laughed when he saw the huge snake in front of him revealing a seemingly frightened manner. Roar. Soon after, the huge snake in front of Xiaoyan suddenly roared at the sky. Immediately, its huge body suddenly charged out of the lake under Xiaoyan's stunned gaze. It coiled around Xiaoyan's body and surrounded him in the middle. As for the incarnation and the northern king, they were left to the side in a daze. Cough cough, seeing the huge snake in this manner, even with Xiaoyan's character, he could not help but reveal an embarrassed smile on his face. Could it be that this big fellow in front of him still remembered how he had toyed with it in order to practice the sky's absolute sky step and wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge? Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly sank. The development of this situation was different from what he had imagined. Soon after, however, Xiaoyan's heart was about to involuntarily act when the whale snake that was surrounding him suddenly let out a loud woo-woo cry. From the sound of that voice, it was as though it had seen its savior. Roar. Xiaoyan, how did you enter this lousy place? A rough voice that was filled with surprise was emitted from the narwhal snake's mouth. The thunder-like sound caused the entire space to tremble intensely. After hearing these words, the expression on Xiaoyan's face swiftly calmed down. At the same time, surprise involuntarily surged into his heart. From what he remembered, he seemed to have only mentioned his name once to this fellow in front of him. The thing that caused Xiaoyan to be surprised was that the narwhal snake was actually able to call out his name without any hesitation. However, Xiaoyan immediately withdrew his thoughts. In his heart, he quietly guessed that perhaps the narwhal snake in front of him had a good memory. Soon after, he explained to the narwhal snake in front of him how he had entered the remains. After Xiaoyan's explanation, the huge snake in front of him nodded repeatedly. In the end, Xiaoyan also looked up at the narwhal snake in front of him with a curious face and asked in a puzzled tone. "What about you? How did you enter this ruin?" When the outside world saw the Scarlet Lake for the first time, the first thought in Xiaoyan's mind was that it was the blood of the huge snake in front of him. But now, it seemed that all this was not the case. "I came here a few months ago. I came in a few months ago. At that time, a group of humans found the ruins at the bottom of the lake, so they chased me away. When I returned there, other than a hole at the bottom of the lake, those human experts had disappeared. I was curious, so I entered the hole, and then came here. But I didn't expect that not long after I came in, the ruins were completely closed. After that, I accidentally came to this ancient forest and found that the guy on the shore was on the verge of death, hee." At this point, the huge snake laughed. Its voice was so ear-piercing that it made Xiaoyan's scalp tingle. "I discovered that the monster core in this fellow's body was still considered complete. In order to not waste his strength, I could only help him keep it. Hee." At this point, Xiaoyan finally understood. No wonder the strength of the narwhal snake had actually reached the level of a 1-star Dodi from an initial 9-star half-emperor in just 2 years. Xiaoyan sighed and smiled. At the same time, the huge snake in front of him also recovered at this moment. A pair of huge scarlet eyes stared at Xiaoyan in front of him as it asked in a rough voice. "Since you said that this ruin has been completely opened, can you help me leave this place?" Although there were many natural treasures in this ancient forest, this place was ultimately a man-made space. Compared to this place, the outside world was where the strong lived. The narwhal snake was one of the higher bloodlines among the snake-type magical beasts. Deep in its bones, it could not tolerate being restricted. Only the outside world could allow it to feel freedom and strength. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression was slightly startled. Immediately, a glint flashed in his dark black eyes. He nodded to the narwhal snake in front of him and smiled. "Haha, this is naturally not a problem. To be able to travel with a Dodi is something that I wish for." Xiaoyan's words were indeed true. Currently, Sun Hanshi had yet to die. It was likely that the members of the 4 great clans already knew that Xiaoyan was in the ruins. During this trip, it was extremely likely that his identity had already been exposed. If he was able to travel with this big fellow in front of him, Xiaoyan would be able to reduce a lot of pressure on his subsequent journey. However, matters of the future could be discussed later. Everything was more important in the present. Before this, Xiaoyan still had something that he had yet to settle. Standing in front of the lake, Xiaoyan's gaze passed over the surface of the lake in front of him. Finally, it landed on the center of the lake, on the jade-like white fruit tree. That was the soul-consolidating fruit tree. Looking at the soul-consolidating fruit tree on the island in the middle of the lake, even with Xiaoyan's temperament, he could not help but feel a surge of fiery emotions in his heart. After searching bitterly for such a long time, the soul-consolidating fruit had finally appeared in front of his eyes. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Immediately, Xiaoyan's body moved. With the narwhal snake following behind him, they had already appeared on the island in the blink of an eye. Looking at the soul-consolidating fruit that was almost within reach, Xiaoyan's emotions became even more excited. Unknowingly, his face had become a little flushed. Standing beside the soul-consolidating fruit tree, Xiaoyan's eyes carefully sized up the soul-consolidating fruit tree in front of him. A ray of astonishment flashed across the depths of his eyes. He could not help but feel astonished by the creation divine art of heaven and earth. The trunk of the fruit tree was only as thick as an adult's arm. As the branches intertwined, they extended out like vines, outlining a strange silhouette. If one were to look at it from afar, one would realize that the posture of the entire tree was like a child laughing foolishly. This is the soul consolidating fruit tree. Looking at the soul consolidating fruit tree in front of him, Xiaoyan could not help but click his tongue in amazement. In this slightly fluctuating tone of his, it was not difficult to hear that Xiaoyan was suppressing a sense of ecstasy in his heart. Quickly following this, Xiaoyan's eyes, which had a glow lingering over them, continued to slowly shift downwards. As his gaze descended, he saw that in the child's hands, there was a completely snow-white fruit that was as smooth as jade. It was emitting a bright milky white glow as it stood there leisurely. The smooth fruit was perfectly round and shaped like a precious pearl. There was not a speck of dust on it, and it emitted a faint exotic fragrance that made one feel relaxed and happy. Even one's spirit would be raised by several times in an instant. Soul consolidating fruit. Finally seeing the thing that he had been thinking about the most for a long time, Xiaoyan felt a little helpless in his heart for a moment. I didn't touch this thing. I kept it for you. At this moment, behind Xiaoyan, the huge narwhal snake moved its huge head closer to observe the small tree that was as small as a grass stamen in its eyes. When it looked at the soul-consolidating fruit, there was a hint of desire in its eyes. However, in the end, the narwhal snake kept its thoughts away. Upon hearing the whale serpent's words, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly stunned. Soon after, he also thought of this point. Indeed, if the narwhal serpent was willing, it could have swallowed this soul condensation fruit before the ruins opened. However, he did not expect that it would actually keep it until now and even say such words. You deliberately left this for me? Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the whale serpent behind him, asking in a puzzled voice. This thing is useless to me even if I swallow it. What use do I have for it? However, I know that you are an alchemist and should be able to use it. I left this thing for you, you can help me refine pills, Xiaoyan came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. From the looks of it, this enormous beast in front of him was not a fool. Since it was able to think of Xiaoyan, it naturally had its own thoughts. I didn't know if there would be any harm in plucking this fruit directly, so I didn't dare to pluck it. I didn't expect you to come here, The narwhal snake laughed foolishly. Although its laughter was terrifying, Xiaoyan had gradually gotten used to it. He gave the narwhal snake a grateful smile. Although the narwhal snake had its own plans for doing so, no matter what, the one who benefited the most from this was still Xiaoyan. Just based on this point, Xiaoyan felt that the huge snake in front of him was enough to make him feel grateful. Otherwise, if it had really swallowed this condensing soul fruit, he wouldn't have been able to wait until now. Turning his gaze, Xiaoyan looked at the condensing soul fruit tree in the middle of the small island. He couldn't help but feel thankful for the condensing soul fruit. The narwhal snake was right. The safekeeping of the condensing soul fruit wasn't that simple. If it was directly plucked using the usual method, the result would be the rapid loss of the spiritual energy within the condensing soul fruit. Unless it was swallowed and refined on the spot, it would turn into a rotten fruit and the spiritual energy within it would naturally dissipate. In order to pluck such a high-grade natural treasure, the only way was to use some similarly high-quality jade artifacts. The spiritual energy contained within the condensing soul fruit was extremely pure. It was also because of this that the condensing soul fruit couldn't be tainted at all. In order to perfectly preserve the spiritual energy within it and prevent it from dissipating, one had to use jade artifacts that didn't contain any impurities. Xiaoyan didn't know how long he had been looking forward to this day. With regards to this scene in front of him, he didn't know how many times he had imagined it in his heart. As for those high-quality jade artifacts, he was naturally prepared. Walking in front of the condensing soul fruit tree, Xiaoyan flipped his palm. Suddenly, a crystal-clear jade dagger appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. He held the dagger tightly in one hand. At the same time, a light flashed in his other hand and a jade box made of the same material appeared in his hand. With the combination of the two, it was able to ensure that the condensing soul fruit would be kept in the jade box the moment it was separated from the condensing soul fruit tree. This was the most perfect way to preserve the spiritual energy within the condensing soul fruit. Slowly squatting down in front of the condensing soul fruit tree, Xiaoyan carefully controlled the dagger with one hand to approach the stem between the condensing soul fruit tree and the condensing soul fruit tree. At the same time, his other hand held the jade box and placed it below the condensing soul fruit. After which, he used the dagger in his hand to gently cut the condensing soul fruit from the stem. Without the infusion of Do Qi, a jade dagger normally wouldn't be able to hurt anyone. However, at this moment, facing this condensing soul fruit tree, Xiaoyan didn't even use any strength, and the condensing soul fruit tree completely separated from the condensing soul fruit tree. Immediately after, it fell into the jade box below. Immediately, Xiaoyan's mind moved. The jade box that he had prepared earlier hurriedly rose into the air and perfectly sealed the jade box. After ensuring that the condensing soul fruit within was not damaged at all, Xiaoyan finally exhaled softly. He hugged the jade box with both hands. The wild joy in his heart was completely displayed on his face. Xiaoyan carefully stored the jade box into his storage ring. Only after everything was prepared did he stand up. Immediately, Xiaoyan felt that an enormous rock in his heart had finally been completely removed. Deep within his heart, he was finally able to breathe. Haha, I've finally gotten it. Let's go. Since we're here, let's take a look at the depths of these remains. With a soft laugh, Xiaoyan's face was filled with joy. Even the narwhal snake beside him also let out a happy low roar. After being trapped here for so long, it could finally leave. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to move, Ling Tian's body paused slightly in the air. His mouth laughed as he slowly turned his body in front of the confused large eyes of the whale snake by the side. He looked at the dead snake on the shore. Even though a Do D-class magical beast was dead, its value was still quite high. Even other elite Do D would be moved by it. In front of Xiaoyan, how could he easily let go of such a huge gold mine? After Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake had left the lake for a long time, quite a number of elite Do D finally arrived one after another. However, all they saw was an empty lake. This place and the spirit-gathering fruit had already been taken away by someone. This place was still empty. This is the spirit-gathering fruit tree. Don't tell me that the spirit-gathering fruit has appeared here. Some of the elite Do D who had arrived also recognized the small tree when they saw it. Immediately, numerous words that were filled with surprise were emitted from the mouths of the elite Do D present. Soon after, they turned into numerous helpless sighs. At the same time, Xiaoyan was also swiftly traversing through the mountain forest alone at a certain spot within the ancient forest. His body, which was wrapped in a black robe, was just like a dark black arrow that instantly passed through the empty space. A soft buzzing sound was emitted one after another from the adjacent towering ancient trees. With Xiaoyan's incomparably fast speed, it caused those sounds to sound as though they were one. At this moment, the narwhal snake had transformed its body in order to not attract the attention of the various experts within the forest. It had become a mini snake that was only a couple of inches long. It clung to Xiaoyan's arm under the black robe. Under the cover of the black robe, no one could discover the powerful magical beast that was hidden under the black robe. The vastness of the ancient forest caused Xiaoyan to be destined to stay in this place for a couple of days. However, this was also good. In this way, Xiaoyan would be able to recover his strength as much as possible before he reached the deeper regions of the remains. This would also allow Xiaoyan to have more confidence in competing with the people from the four great clans in this remains. During the journey, Xiaoyan had naturally seen quite a number of elite Do D who were resting. These people were different from those elite Do D. As Do D, most of them traveled alone. Their powerful strength was sufficient to allow them to face various dangers alone. Of course, this was only a partial explanation. Perhaps it was because of their great strength that they became even more afraid of death, causing them to no longer trust anyone. Blindly being cautious had caused them to lose something more important than strength. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes under the black robe was indifferent in the face of these various gazes that were filled with caution. He was already used to such people. Naturally, he would not feel anything. On the other hand, the narwhal snake that was currently climbing on Xiaoyan's arm carefully glanced at the gazes of those people in the outside world. Even though it was a magical beast, its heart could not help but feel a chill. These humans. Aren't they a little too scary? Their eyes even scare us magical beasts. You humans say that magical beasts are scary, but in my opinion, you humans are the scariest. A soft voice was transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears. From these words, Xiaoyan did not hear any intention of joking. It was completely cold ridicule and ridicule. Xiaoyan's flying body suddenly became sluggish when he heard this. This small change immediately attracted the gazes of those strong people. A mysterious black-robed person whose strength they could not see through. This person did not allow them to be careless in their hearts. Of course, while these people were on guard against Xiaoyan, this mysterious person, everyone was naturally on their guard against each other. Currently, all of them were competitors within these remains. As the saying goes, there are too many monks and too little gruel. There were only a few treasures that could catch the eye of a Dodi. Other than the 4 great clans, the amount of profit that the Dodi present could get was even more pitiful. Hence, these people would often treat others as prey. It was also because of this that almost everyone had such thoughts in their hearts. Naturally, they would be even more careful and cautious with each other. Of course, this kind of atmosphere was destined to not be maintained for long. This was because as long as an opportunity appeared, a treasure that could move all the Dodi's heart, appeared in front of these people, this group of people would immediately turn into a pack of hungry wolves. They would crazily bite and snatch without caring about anything else. Humph humph, Xiaoyan's nose involuntarily emitted a cold laugh as he glanced at the many elite Dodi present. That's right, it was just like what the narwhal snake had said. Sometimes, once a human became terrifying, even the magical beast race, which was synonymous with ferocity, would have to temporarily hide. At the very least, from the looks of it at this moment, the narwhal snake that resided on Xiaoyan's arm was still worthy of Xiaoyan's trust. It was not like this group of people in front of him. Once he revealed a wound to them, not only would he not receive the care that a human should receive, but he would instead cause them to reveal rows of bloodthirsty shark-like teeth. Xiaoyan's gaze indifferently swept over the many elite Dodi who were currently seated cross-legged in the forest. The eyes under the black robe flickered slightly. Immediately, his body moved and flew toward the deep regions of the mountain forest. When Xiaoyan's figure completely disappeared from their sight, those elite Dodi who were seated cross-legged in the forest withdrew their pair of cautious eyes. Immediately, they swept over the other people around them. The cautious expression in their eyes did not decrease but instead increased. A moment later, Xiaoyan raised his head and watched the sky that was gradually becoming dark in the mountain forest. The special envoy could not help but frown slightly. No wonder those elite Dodi would gather in one place. The ancient forest at night was likely the most dangerous time. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan took in a deep breath. His gaze randomly swept across the mountain forest. After a few breaths, the gaze under the black robe locked onto a remote tree hole. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Immediately, his body moved. In the next moment, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared in front of the tree hole. Most of the ancient trees in the ancient forest had a cross-section that was a few feet long. At this moment, the ancient tree in front of Xiaoyan was even larger. Therefore, standing in front of this tree hole, Xiaoyan seemed to be standing in front of a natural villa. Just by looking at it from the outside, the size of this tree hole was enough for more than 100 people to stand there at the same time. Furthermore, there was only Xiaoyan at this moment. Haha, I did not expect that I would actually encounter such a natural place in this deep mountain forest. Xiaoyan smiled. Without thinking much, he took a step forward and was about to step into this tree hole. However, at this moment, in front of Xiaoyan, this huge tree that could support the sky actually began to move. In an instant, this ancient tree appeared to have come alive. The numerous vines on the ground immediately stood up like numerous large snakes. Green dochi instantly spat out from the vines, transforming into numerous dark green arrows that shot explosively toward Xiaoyan. At the same time, under the black robe, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed drastically at this moment. This sudden unexpected change in the battleground caused the expression on Xiaoyan's face under the black robe to abruptly change drastically. He did not expect that this ancient towering tree in front of him, which appeared to be quite old, was actually a living one. However, in the face of the numerous arrows that were shot at him from behind, Xiaoyan could no longer react in time. Even if he were to turn around at this moment, he would not be able to avoid being hit in a vital spot. Damn it! Xiaoyan cursed unwillingly in his heart. He could only wildly circulate the do-chi within the vortex in his body, hoping that he would be able to use this to block the numerous jade-green arrows behind him. At this moment, under the black robe, the narwhal snake that was clinging on to Xiaoyan's arm suddenly moved. Compared to Xiaoyan, as a magical beast, it was always filled with reverence towards this world. In this world, as long as it was around, it would be able to react at any time no matter how sudden the attack was. At this moment, especially when it was related to Xiaoyan's accident, the narwhal snake did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The instant the dozen arrows were shot at it, the narwhal snake under the black robe suddenly twisted its body. Although its body appeared to have shrunk by more than 1,000 times, its strength did not change at all. On the contrary, due to its shrunken body, the speed at which it attacked seemed to have become even faster. In the next instant, just as the flame doqi was ignited on the surface of Xiaoyan's body, a blood-colored glow suddenly shot out from under Xiaoyan's sleeves. In an instant, it shattered all the arrows that were shot at him. After doing all this, the narwhal snake's seemingly small body suddenly twisted and appeared in the air beside Xiaoyan. A pair of bright ruby-like eyes stared at the giant tree that had completely come to life in front of it. A murderous intent surged from deep within its eyes. At the same time, Xiaoyan by the side also recovered. His gaze was filled with gratitude as he looked at the small snake that was floating in the air beside him. Immediately, when he turned to look at the giant tree in front of him, the expression in his eyes also became icy cold. So it's alive. Xiaoyan's gaze sized up this enormous towering tree in front of him as he spoke in an extremely dense tone. The moment Xiaoyan's words were uttered, the small narwhal snake by the side also extended its scarlet snake tongue. Its exquisite body trembled slightly. Immediately, a frightening aura erupted from its body and instantly descended upon the area around it. The powerful aura and coercion directly bent the tall and straight body of the giant tree in front of them. Compared to the ordinary trees around them, the tree in front of them was obviously a living tree with spiritual intelligence. It was also a type of magical beast. Naturally, it would be oppressed by the aura of the narwhal snake. Roar. Damn it, you and I are both magical beasts, but you actually chose to help this human. Suddenly, a pair of dark green eyes that were filled with anger opened on the trunk of the giant tree in front of them. At the same time, a furious voice was transmitted from the so-called tree hole. Humph, although you and I are both magical beasts, what right do you have to be compared to me? A disdainful snort was emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Immediately, the aura and coercion that enveloped the world became even more terrifying following the snort of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the emerald green leaves on the giant tree in front of them began to fall one after another. Roar. An unwilling roar was emitted from the tree hole in front of Xiaoyan. However, under the terrifying aura and coercion of the narwhal snake, this ancient tree was once again threatened by the coercion. Currently, the strength of the narwhal snake had reached the level of an advanced 1-star Dodi after swallowing the monster core. On the other hand, the ancient tree in front of them only had the strength of an initial 1-star Dodi. In front of the narwhal snake, this ancient tree could not even unleash 1/10 of its usual strength. Even so, the ancient tree in front of them continued to struggle unwillingly following the repeated roars. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan, who had not opened his mouth all this while, slowly lifted his eyes. A pair of icy cold eyes stared at the giant tree in front of him. The expression in his eyes did not reveal the slightest fear because of the latter's huge body. On the contrary, a cluster of brilliant flames gradually rose deep within Xiaoyan's eyes. Puff. Following a sudden puff sound, the narwhal snake and the enormous ancient tree in front of them finally noticed that Xiaoyan had unknowingly raised his right hand. His white palm appeared bright red under the afterglow of the setting sun. At this moment, above Xiaoyan's palm, a cluster of brilliant flames the size of a fist rose in spirals. The instant this cluster of flames rose, the narwhal snake and the towering ancient tree in front of them immediately realized that the temperature between heaven and earth had instantly become scorching hot. This is a heavenly flame. Faced with the heavenly flame, this ancient tree could not help but emit a terrified voice from within the tree hole even though its strength had reached the level of a Dodi. As a tree, it did not have much resistance against flames. Even though its strength had reached the level of a Dodi, it did not have the slightest ability to retaliate under the pressure of the narwhal snake's aura. Once Xiaoyan by the side was added and the heavenly flame was unleashed, as long as a part of the ancient tree's trunk was ignited, it would immediately ignite the entire tree. At that time, even if the narwhal snake did not attack, it would still undoubtedly die. Now, do you still wish to attack me? Xiaoyan's gaze was cold. His words did not contain the slightest emotion. No, 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 human, no, sir, how would I dare to attack you? As long as you can keep it, I will listen to you. A pair of dark green eyes were filled with shock and fear. Faced with Xiaoyan's words, this ancient tree no longer dared to have the slightest resistance. It did not think that it had the ability to block the might of the heavenly flame. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake beside Xiaoyan also involuntarily parted its mouth and smiled. However, this smile appeared quite horrifying. Xiaoyan also glanced over and smiled in a noncommittal manner. Turning his gaze back to the huge tree in front of him, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes once again became bone-chillingly cold. He waved the heavenly flame in his hand and flicked his finger. Over 10 flames landed on the ground around the huge tree like meteors. In an instant, the weeds on the emerald green ground were immediately turned into ashes. However, under the control of Xiaoyan's mind, the frightening might that could incinerate everything did not spread. Even so, this scene still caused the ancient tree to emit a trembling low roar. We are going to spend the night here. During this period of time, if there is any noise that disturbs us, those weeds will be your vanguard. After coldly uttering these words, Xiaoyan took a step forward. There was not the slightest bit of worry in his heart as he walked into the tree hole in front of him. Behind him, the exquisite body of the narwhal snake also followed closely behind. Its scarlet eyes glanced at the huge tree in front of it and its mouth emitted a cold chuckle. Soon after, it also entered the tree hole in front of it, leaving behind the terrified ancient tree. Not only was it unable to sleep at night, but it also had to carefully guard Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake who had entered the tree hole. It really wanted to cry but had no tears. The next day. In the ancient forest with luxuriant foliage, towering ancient trees stood tall. Between the dense foliage, beams of sunlight passed through the cracks and shone on the ground of the forest, forming round spots of light, just like the bright stars in the night sky. At this moment, Xiaoyan was seated cross-legged within a spacious tree hole under a particularly tall and towering ancient tree. Following the slow circulation of the flame art chi method in his body, the threads of TNT energy in the world seemed to be attracted by something as they gathered toward Xiaoyan's body within the tree hole. The mixed natural energy lingered around Xiaoyan's body before it passed through the black robe that Xiaoyan was wearing and gradually poured into his body through the pores all over his body. After which, it quietly flowed along the route of the flame art chi method. After one cycle of refinement, it was refined a second time by the heavenly flame until it agglomerated and transformed into a drop of pure do chi water droplet that merged into the space within the vortex. This repeated refinement continued for a long time. Only when the sky was already bright did Xiaoyan withdraw from his training state. A pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for an entire night also slowly opened at this moment. The instant he opened them, an extremely obscure glow flashed across the depths of his eyes. After opening his eyes, Xiaoyan gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest for an entire night. Immediately, his gaze gently glanced at his surroundings and a smile involuntarily flashed across the corner of his mouth. He shook his head gently and stood up from the ground. Moving his feet, he walked out of the tree hole. After walking out of the tree hole, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. Those brilliant flames that were still floating in midair immediately turned into a couple of rays of light that entered Xiaoyan's body in the blink of an eye. With the protection of this ancient tree, Xiaoyan was indeed not disturbed by any sound for the entire night. In this regard, Xiaoyan could not help but quietly laugh in his heart. It seemed that this fellow had really put in all his effort in order to survive. As Xiaoyan quietly laughed in his heart, the miniature panic-stricken body of the narwhal snake slowly appeared in the empty space beside him. Hee, you are really diligent. Since this is the case, we will not take your life. The narwhal snake laughed as it eyed the ancient tree in front of it. At this moment, it had already guessed most of what Xiaoyan was thinking. Walala, once these words were spoken, the ancient tree, which had been quiet for an entire night, suddenly shook intensely. A pair of jade-green beast eyes also involuntarily revealed a resentful expression. Soon after, however, it turned its gaze toward the current Xiaoyan, Although the narwhal snake had already spoken, after experiencing this matter, it understood in its heart that between the human and beast in front of it, this human wearing a black robe was clearly the leader. The right to make the final decision in any matter was still in the hands of this human. This also included its life and death. With this thought in mind, the ancient tree's heart, which had just calmed down, immediately became anxious again. When Xiaoyan in front of it saw this scene, he also sensed something in his heart. He smiled faintly and immediately turned around. At the same time, he gently lifted his hand and spoke to the narwhal snake. "All right, I have rested for a night. It is time to leave. Also, thank you for your hospitality." At the end of his words, when Xiaoyan said the word hospitality, his tone was slightly heavier. This also caused the ancient tree, which had just calmed down, to suddenly become tense again. It resentfully let out 2 low roars. Immediately, the figures of Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake slowly disappeared from its sight under the latter's respectful gaze. After resting for a night, Xiaoyan's aura had clearly recovered quite a lot. During the next few days, Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake continued to travel in this manner during the day and rest at night as they continued to travel deeper into the remains. Along the way, Xiaoyan also discovered quite a number of traces left behind by elite Dodi when they passed by. However, judging from the length of time that the traces were left behind, Xiaoyan's and the narwhal snake's traveling speed was not much different. After 4 consecutive days, the injuries within Xiaoyan's body had completely recovered under the slow training. Even his strength, which had just broken through to the middle level of a 6-star Dodi, had completely stabilized. Other than this, the Northern King's strength within the storage ring had also completely recovered. In other words, the current Xiaoyan already had 2 elite Dodi by his side. Adding Xiaoyan, whose strength far exceeded his own level, it was likely that only the people from the 4 great clans could swallow their group in this entire remains. Finally, after 4 consecutive days of traveling, Xiaoyan led the narwhal snake and finally walked out of this incomparably vast ancient forest at noon on the 5th day. As the black-robed Xiaoyan's body was completely bathed in the sunlight, the field of vision in front of Xiaoyan had completely widened. His body once again flew forward for a distance. Soon after, an enormous ancient hall finally appeared within Xiaoyan's sight. From the looks of it, this should be the main hall. His mouth softly muttered. At the same time, Xiaoyan's gaze also landed on the large hall in front of him. This large hall was entirely golden in color. The glazed golden light covered the entire ancient hall, causing the entire hall to appear extremely grand and majestic. It was also paved with golden stone slabs to form a wide road. It seemed to be welcoming the arrival of guests. Xiaoyan's body moved and his feet landed. His vigorous body had already landed on this golden road. The moment Xiaoyan's body landed, suddenly, an ancient aura filled with vicissitudes emanated from the golden stone slabs under Xiaoyan's feet. In an invisible manner, there was an extremely powerful pressure that descended on Xiaoyan's head. Although the pressure only lasted for a short moment, the expression on Xiaoyan's face under the black robe couldn't help but instantly become aghast. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel reverence for the owner of this ruin. Just how powerful was this person to be able to leave behind such a terrifying pressure in the ruin after so many years after his death? Immediately, Xiaoyan, who had regained his senses, no longer dragged his feet. His body moved and he leaped towards the magnificent hall in front of him. After a short while, Xiaoyan's figure finally arrived in front of the hall. At this very moment, there were already many people gathered outside the hall. Although Xiaoyan wasn't considered late, he definitely wasn't early either. The interior of this large hall was extremely spacious. A person standing within it was just like an ant. At this moment, there were already quite a number of human figures standing in a disorderly manner within the large hall. These people were all elite Dodi. They were all people who were renowned in the outside world. However, within this remains, the strength of a Dodi was so common that it was as common as a passerby. There were at least dozens of elite Dodi present, if not over 100. However, at this moment, all of them were carefully looking at each other. Indifference was written all over their faces. It was as though they were placing others at a distance of 1,000 miles. Xiaoyan was non-committal with regards to this point. He had seen such an expression many times during these few days. Following Xiaoyan's entrance, the gazes of everyone within the large hall involuntarily turned over. The caution in their eyes did not decrease. On the contrary, an enmity surged within them. At this moment, every additional person present basically meant that the chances of them obtaining the treasure would be reduced. Hence, they naturally did not wish to see anyone else. Coincidentally, following Xiaoyan's entrance, quite a number of elite Dodi entered the large hall one after another. During this period of time, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to reveal surprise in his eyes was that he actually saw the three black-robed brothers who had fought a big battle a couple of days ago. Xiaoyan was surprised in his heart. It was unexpected that they were actually still able to arrive at this place despite being injured to such an extent. However, after thinking about it, Xiaoyan understood in his heart. After all, there were 6 Tier 3 medicinal pills. After refining all of them, it was naturally sufficient for them to arrive at this place. Naturally, only Xiaoyan recognized the other party when both parties met. After all, under the cover of the black robe, forget about these 3 1-star Dodi, even a 3-star Dodi like Bai Ying would be unable to discover Xiaoyan's true identity. After which, Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, slowly walked toward the deepest part of the large hall among the scattered people. From the impatient expressions that were revealed on everyone's faces, it seemed that they were waiting for something. This was something that Xiaoyan was curious about in his heart at this moment. A couple of minutes later, Xiaoyan's figure arrived at the deepest part of the large hall. At this place, Xiaoyan saw the members of the 4 great clans from a distance. At a glance, he saw that the members of the Hu clan were surprisingly standing on the empty ground on the right side of the square. The leader of the Hu clan was naturally Hu Ba. The black-robed Hu Tianyi was seated by the side with his eyes closed. Behind the two of them was a group of members of the Hu clan. Moreover, from their relaxed manner, it seemed that not a single member of the Hu clan was missing during this trip. Xiaoyan saw the members of the Bai clan on the left side of the large hall. His eyes followed and looked over. The leader, Bai Ying, seemed to have sensed something when Xiaoyan's gaze shot over. Their gazes had just made contact when Xiaoyan's gaze was shot over before they quickly turned away. Under the black robe, Xiaoyan's dark black eyes narrowed slightly. Light flowed deep within them. Humph humph. Although Bai Ying's expression didn't change at all, he chuckled in his heart as if he had expected this. Immediately after, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly. He did not see the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhan, in the Bai clan. Could it be that he really did not enter the ruins? With this trace of doubt in his heart, Xiaoyan's gaze once again turned. Immediately after, Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the members of the Sun clan. However, compared to the previous 2 clans, the atmosphere in the area where the members of the Sun clan were at was exceptionally solemn and oppressive. It was so oppressive that one would find it difficult to breathe upon seeing it. Oh? Seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel puzzled. His gaze continued to shift, only to be surprised to discover that he did not see Sun Hanqi's figure in this group. Xiaoyan felt extremely surprised in his heart when he sensed this. During the battle back then, the Northern King might have seriously injured Sun Hanqi, but Sun Hanqi had clearly escaped alive in the end. However, looking at the appearance of the members of the Sun clan, it seemed that something had happened to Sun Hanqi. Xiaoyan involuntarily felt a surprise in his heart. Although he did not have a good impression of the members of the 4 great clans, Sun Hanqi was after all an elite Dodi. As long as he did not die, even if he ended up seriously injured, an ordinary Bandi would not have the ability to kill him. Even if he was an elite Dodi, given his status, an ordinary person would not dare to kill him. After all, the Sun clan was one of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. Its strength was not something to be looked at. Daring to kill the young master of the Sun clan was equivalent to pushing oneself onto the path of death. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Since this was the case, why did Sun Hanqi die? Soon after, Xiaoyan's gaze noticed an empty space on the other side. The doubt in his heart was greatly reduced. It seemed that the true murderer of Sun Hanqi had been found. Could it be the Zhou clan? Xiaoyan could not help but let out a doubtful voice in his heart. After all, from the looks of the current situation, the Sun clan clearly did not suspect the Hu clan or the Bai clan for the result of this matter. From the looks of it, even Sun Shua's heart had also pushed the final result onto the Zhou clan. After all, if one were to look at the order of entering the remains, the Zhou clan was indeed the last to enter the remains. Moreover, from the positions of the three clans, it seemed that the Bai clan had arrived earlier than the Sun clan. Just from this, one could almost be certain that Sun Hanqi had definitely died in the hands of the Zhou clan. However, in this way, Xiaoyan felt a wave of relief in his heart. Back then, he had let Sun Hanqi escape. His heart was filled with regret. However, since the Zhou clan had taken care of his funeral, Xiaoyan naturally did not have any worries in his heart. On the contrary, he might even be able to see this group of people kill each other. To Xiaoyan, this could be considered a good show. Cuckoo, I really like to be a fisherman. Smiling in his heart, Xiaoyan slowly extended his right hand and gently pulled the dopung on his head. Immediately, his body twisted and he slowly walked toward an empty space beside the large hall where there were few people. At this moment, another powerful aura slowly stepped in from outside the large hall. Before they even got close, Xiaoyan could already feel the terrifying aura from this group of people. Compared to the three clans in front of him, this group of people was undoubtedly much more powerful. The people who had just arrived were the Zhou clan's group. It was also at this moment that Sun Shua, who had been sitting cross-legged without moving in the depths of the hall, suddenly opened his scarlet-red eyes that were filled with rage and overflowing with killing intent, and he instantly stared at the group of people that were walking slowly towards him. Zhuolin! A hoarse low roar was furiously emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. At this moment, everyone present could clearly sense that the space within the large hall was actually trembling slightly. The crazy killing intent was just like an invisible giant beast that stood within the large hall. Immediately, the large hall was filled with a dense smell of gunpowder. A deep solemnness swiftly surged onto the faces of everyone present. Soon after, everyone within the large hall leaped and withdrew to the sides. At the same time, the expressions of the Zhou clan members, who had just entered the large hall, swiftly changed. They could clearly sense that the killing intent was directed at them. At the front of the Zhou clan, the leader, Zhuo Bentang, and Zhuolin by the side involuntarily frowned. The two of them exchanged glances. Soon after, their eyes were filled with suspicion as they looked at Sun Shua. Zhuolin frowned tightly. This crazy killing intent that had suddenly appeared in front of him was something that even he had difficulty understanding. Logically speaking, the clan present with the worst relationship with the Sun clan should be the Bai clan. Why would this lunatic in front of him suddenly target his Zhou clan? Sun Shua, what are you planning to do? Zhuo Bentang, who was beside Zhuolin, also frowned tightly. The suspicion in his heart was not any less than Zhuolin's. What am I planning to do? Don't tell me that all of you still do not understand what I am planning to do. Zhuo Bentang's cry caused the fury in Sun Shua's heart to instantly erupt. He waved his large hand and viscous doqi immediately surged out of his body. Soon after, Sun Shua's feet violently stomped on the ground. The golden glass floor instantly burst apart and Sun Shua's body shot forward like a cannonball. In the next moment, he had already appeared above Zhuolin's head. Both of his hands were tightly clenched into fists. Viscous doqi covered them as a fist violently smashed furiously toward Zhuolin's head. From the looks of it, he was intending to take Zhuolin's life with a single punch. Sun Shua! Are you crazy? Sun Shua's sudden attack caused Zhuo Bentang's heart to be greatly startled. At this moment, he did not dare to hesitate even a little. His shriveled body swiftly moved to the side. At the same time, he twisted his right wrist and violently swung it toward the incoming Sun Shua. Boom! Everyone from the Zhou clan staggered back after the attack landed. Frightening doqi ripples raged within the large hall. Sun Shua stood in the middle of the storm. Soon after, he once again crazily attacked the members of the Zhou clan. Whoosh! The appearance of this scene caused an uproar to immediately ring out in the square at this moment. He had single-handedly repelled so many people from the Zhou clan with a single blow. Even the spectators could not help but feel aghast when they saw such a terrifying scene. Bastard! Sun Shua, have you really gone mad? How dare you attack my Zhou family here? The expression on Zhuo Bentang's old face suddenly became ice-cold when he saw that Sun Shua was actually going all out to furiously attack his group. At the same time, his heart also felt incomparably solemn. Although Sun Shua was also a 3-star Dodi, the gap between the two of them had already become clear after the collision earlier. Being the head of a clan, Sun Shua's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Even if it was a normal situation, Xiaoyan might not be a match for him. Moreover, Sun Shua was currently in a furious state. The strength that he could unleash under this kind of condition was many times greater than usual. If Sun Shua was allowed to continue in this manner, it was likely that Xiaoyan's group would suffer greatly. However, Sun Shua was currently unable to listen to anything. Regardless of what Xue Bentang said, this fellow would only turn a deaf ear. He would turn all of Xue Bentang's words into a furious eruption. At this moment, it was likely that Xue Bentang must first find the reason for this battle that he did not know the reason for. You should stop him first. I will think of a way to make this fellow stop. Remember, try not to use your true strength. Now is still not the time. At such a critical moment, Zhuo Lin, being the heir of the Zhuo clan, was the most sensible one. He immediately thought of a countermeasure. Xue Bentang immediately nodded heavily when Zhuo Lin's words were uttered. He immediately turned his gaze and looked at Sun Shua, who had once again shot over. His feet violently stomped on the ground and his skinny body shot out like an arrow that had left the bow. In an instant, he tore through the empty space and violently collided with Sun Shua, who was shooting over. Immediately, Doqi shot out in the air within the large hall. A frightening remnant. Force continued to sweep over, causing the entire large hall to tremble slightly. At the same time, Zhuo Lin also turned his gaze. His toes repeatedly pressed on the ground a couple of times. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the group of people from the Sun clan. Zhuo Lin, who had suddenly appeared, had clearly caused this group of younger generation members of the Sun clan to feel extremely terrified in their hearts. However, Zhuo Lin clearly did not have any intention of killing them. Instead, a thought passed through his heart and a majestic aura spread out, pressing on the heads of this group of people from the Sun clan. After giving this group of people sufficient pressure, Zhuo Lin's tone was indifferent as he slowly asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened? Why did Sun Shua attack my Zhuo clan?" The group of Sun clan members involuntarily sighed in relief when these words were uttered. They involuntarily rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Zhuo Lin in front of them did not have any intention of killing them. "Humph, you have killed our first young master. Don't tell me that you need us to explain something that you have done?" Even though this was the case, this group of people did not lack some people with backbone. Immediately, a cold snort was emitted and Zhuo Lin immediately understood in his heart. No wonder. No wonder he had felt that something was amiss since earlier. There seemed to be something missing from the Sun clan. If this person had not mentioned it, it was likely that he would have forgotten. Sun Hanshi, the first young master of the Sun clan, had just broken through a couple of months ago and successfully advanced to the elite Dodi class. Such a person might have some impression in the hearts of the other people present, but Zhuo Lin's heart was completely uninterested. If this group of people in front of him had not mentioned it, he would not have even thought of this point. Oh? Sun Hanshi ha. If he is dead, so be it. What does it have to do with my Zhuo clan? Zhuo Lin softly muttered in his mouth. Soon after, Zhuo Lin involuntarily frowned. Indeed, even if Sun Hanshi was dead, what right did Sun Shua have to immediately point the spearhead at his Zhuo clan? With his Zhuo clan's position, there was no need for him to kill someone whose strength had just broken through to the Dodi class. Zhuo Lin's delicate and handsome face involuntarily frowned when he thought of this. A pair of sharp sword-like eyes slowly swept over the place. Finally, for some unknown reason, they actually paused on Buying. Could it be him? Zhuo Lin's sharp sword-like eyes slowly narrowed. The deep region of his eyes was filled with doubt. At this moment, it was likely that the only one present who had a grudge with the Sun clan was the Bai clan. If all of this was a scheme by the Bai clan to shift all of the Sun clan's attention to his Zhuo clan, causing the two clans to fight in full swing, it was likely that two portions of the treasures deep within the remains would be divided. If that is really the case, Bai clan, you are really scheming. Zhuo Lin's voice was a little hoarse and cold as he slowly spoke. At the same time, the pressure that descended on the heads of the Sun clan members in front of him had also become even more frightening at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the faces of the Sun clan members swiftly turned pale. It was a long while later before the cold-faced Shuolin finally withdrew his gaze. He turned his body and looked at Shuobentang and Sun Shua, who were in an intense collision. At the same time, Bai Ying, who was the leader of the Bai clan, carefully looked at Shuolin. He frowned slightly and could not help but feel a wave of fear for this person's mind. This fellow is really a frightening person. He is actually able to link it to my Bai clan so quickly. However, Bai Ying softly muttered in his heart. He paused at the end. Immediately, a cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. That's all there is to it. Sun Shua, I, Shuolin, can clearly tell you that the person who killed your son is not my Shuo clan. It is someone else. Shuolin let out a loud cry. His pure white body suddenly shook. Immediately, a powerful aura swept out, transforming into an energy storm that violently charged towards Sun Shua, who was currently engaged in an intense collision with Shuobentang. Ha! At the same time, Shuobentang's body in the air also suddenly shook. The aura that belonged to a 3-star Dodi immediately erupted from his body. It merged with Shuolin's aura and forcefully forced Sun Shua back. After which, Shuobentang appeared somewhat weak as he repeatedly panted in midair. Although the two of them had only fought for a short time, Sun Shua's original strength was stronger than Shuobentang's. Adding his current condition, it was normal for Shuobentang to be unable to defeat him. Shuolin's body flashed when Sun Shua was forced back. Soon after, he had already appeared in front of Shuobentang. Facing Sun Shua, the usual calmness on his face had already disappeared. What replaced it was a sharp cold glint that was as sharp as the edge of a sword. Even though Sun Shua's strength was quite strong, as long as Shuolin was on the Zhuo clan's side, Sun Shua would definitely not be able to rely on his own strength to deal with two elite Dodi regardless of how strong he was. At the same time, Sun Shua, who had been forced back by Shuolin and Shuobentang, quickly regained his senses under the pressure of this aura. Just as the two of them had guessed, it was impossible for Sun Shua to fight against the two of them by himself. Therefore, no matter how furious and crazy he was, he had to do his best to calm himself down. You say that my son was not killed by you. Who else could it be? It was a long while later before Sun Shua slowly lowered his tightly clenched fist. The turbulent Do-Chi on the surface of his body was also withdrawn into his body at this moment. Even though this was the case, the viciousness that filled his words did not reduce even a little. Shuolin's heart on the other side relaxed when he heard Sun Shua's words, which were dark to the extreme. As long as this fellow in front of him was willing to stop, he was confident that he could convince Sun Shua. It is naturally the Bai clan. Shuolin took half a step forward in the air. His body stood steadily in the air as he spoke with a cold expression. The expression on Sun Shua's face was initially startled when he heard this. Soon after, the expression on his face immediately became even more furious. Good Shuolin. You actually still want to deny it at such a time. The people from the Bai clan had clearly entered the ancient forest earlier than my Sun clan. You may have seen Bai Ying, but have you seen his son, Bai Zhan? The furious words from Sun Shua's mouth had yet to fade when Shuolin's expression turned cold as he immediately cried out. When these words were uttered, not only Sun Shua, but even Bai Ying from the Bai clan, Xiao Yan in the crowd, and a black-robed person who was standing in an unknown part of the crowd had a change in expression. Bai Ying was surprised in his heart. He did not expect that Shuolin would not suspect him first. Instead, he would directly target Bai Zhan. It seemed that even after the previous incident, Shuolin still held a grudge against Bai Zhan's strength. The expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe in the crowd involuntarily changed. Logically speaking, Shuolin should not be aware of Bai Zhan's true strength. However, from what he had said, it seemed that he had already guessed Bai Zhan's strength. The fact that he was able to directly target Bai Zhan meant that he was not shooting without thinking. On the other side, there was a mysterious person who was similarly wearing a black robe. His face could not be seen clearly. At this moment, a solemn expression involuntarily surged onto his face under the black robe. However, soon after, the corners of his mouth under the black robe lifted into a cold smile. Shuolin, how can I not know that you are suspicious of me? However, do you really think that I will not be on guard against you? Humph humph, under the black robe, after a low whisper sounded out, the black-robed person once again calmed down. From the way the black-robed person addressed him, this person was the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhan. At this moment, the expression on Sun Shua's face completely froze the instant Shualin's words sounded out. However, soon after, the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Shualin. Bai Zhan's strength is merely a half-step emperor. Forget about the fact that he is currently seriously injured and unable to enter the remains. Even if he did enter, how could he be a match for Han Shi? Sun Shua's face was filled with malevolence. The more Shualin spoke in this manner, the more he believed that Shualin was forcefully arguing. Humph, do you really think that Bai Zhan only has the strength of a 9-star half-step emperor? Have you ever seen a person with outstanding cultivation talent who could stay in the same level for over 10 years? Bai Zhan had already stepped into the 9-star half-step emperor realm 10 years ago. Do you think that with his cultivation talent, 10 years would not be enough for him to reach the Do-D level? Even that trash of a son of yours had only stepped into the 9-star half-step emperor realm a couple of years ago. Do you think that Bai Zhan's cultivation talent would be inferior to his? After being mercilessly mocked by Shualin, Sun Shua's expression involuntarily turned ashen. Especially when Shualin mentioned Sun Hanqi, he was unable to vent the anger in his heart. Humph, that day, Bai Zhan said to that trash of a son of yours that he would definitely return the grudge from that day. What's wrong? Now that it has come true, as his father, you do not dare to believe it and do not dare to admit it. Humph humph, this is truly laughable to the extreme. His own son was being called trash by someone else. Even though Sun Shua's heart was currently filled with anger, after hearing Shualin's words, he could not help but suspect Bai Zhan in his heart. Bai Zhan. Baiing. Bai clan. Bai, I want your Bai clan. I want your entire Bai clan to pay for my son's life. It was a long while later before Sun Shua suddenly turned his gaze around. The doqi in his body also surged out with a puff sound at this moment. He waved his large hand and the crimson-yellow doqi immediately agglomerated into a large knife. His body moved and he rushed in the direction of the Bai clan. However, at this moment, just as the corners of Shualin and Shuabentang's mouths were slowly lifted into a smile, a loud cry was suddenly emitted from behind Sun Shua in the hall. Chief Sun! Chief Sun! Your clan's heir, something has happened to the heir. As the voice sounded, Sun Shua, who was in a fit of anger, suddenly turned around. At the same time, the large knife in his hand violently slashed down. Immediately, a crimson-yellow knife glow suddenly shot out and violently slashed past the two people who were running in the hall. Although the two of them were lucky not to be injured, the corpse they were carrying in their hands was forcefully knocked to the ground by the force contained in the knife glow. Soon after, Sun Shua was about to attack with a heart filled with killing intent. However, in the next moment, the expression on his face suddenly froze. This was because when he clearly saw the clothes and the rough outline of the body of the corpse lying on the ground, Sun Shua immediately recognized that this corpse was his eldest son who had just died a few days ago, Sun Hanqi. Hanqi! The pain in his heart could no longer be suppressed at this moment. Sun Shua crushed the weapon in his hand. In the next instant, he had already appeared beside the already dead Sun Hanqi. His hands reached behind his neck and hugged Sun Hanqi's body. Hanqi, father guarantees that the person who killed you will be torn into 10,000 pieces and used as blood as an offering to you. Sun Shua's arms tightly hugged Sun Hanqi, who had already died a few days ago. His voice was low and trembling. The crazy killing intent within his words could not be contained. Sun Che's death had already caused Sun Shua's heart to be extremely sorrowful. This also caused him to pour all of his thoughts onto Sun Hanqi. Yet now, Sun Hanqi had actually died. How could Sun Shua endure this in his heart? Soon after, just as Sun Shua was about to slowly put Sun Hanqi down, the remaining two conspicuous injuries on the latter's face attracted Sun Shua's gaze. On the left side of the corpse's face, there was an extremely conspicuous large fist imprint. This fist imprint caused Sun Shua involuntarily to frown. He had a feeling that he had seen this fist imprint somewhere before. Immediately afterward, there was a clear scar on the right half of the corpse's face. Judging from the appearance of the scar, it was as if the corpse had been smashed by a brick from the side. However, the expression in Sun Shua's eyes suddenly froze when he saw the tiny wound. There was no other reason other than the fact that the scar on Sun Hanqi's face was something that he had also suffered before. A few months ago, in Coldstream City, Xiaoyan had once left a clear ruler imprint on his face with a ruler. That attack was deeply etched in Sun Shua's memory until now. In his heart, he hated Xiaoyan to the bone. At this moment, when he saw this familiar ruler imprint once again, Sun Shua's heart immediately thought of something. This is, only after a long while did Sun Shua slightly open his mouth as his teeth trembled. Although his voice was trembling, it was filled with endless killing intent that could pierce the heavens. Xiaoyan. The hoarse and low voice slowly drifted to every corner of the large hall. In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces uniformly changed. When they looked at Sun Shua, astonishment involuntarily surged into their eyes. Could it be that the true culprit behind Sun Hanqi's death was actually Xiaoyan? Although everyone present was an elite Dodi, the name Xiaoyan reverberated like thunder in their ears. This was especially the case when they heard of the battle result that Xiaoyan had created in Coldstream City a couple of months ago. It caused all the elite Dodi present to feel inferior in their hearts. At this moment, everyone present naturally turned their attention away from the Bai clan when they heard Sun Shua say Xiaoyan's name. At the same time, even the Zhua clan's attention slowly shifted away from the Bai clan. What do you mean? Are you saying that Xiaoyan killed Sun Hanqi? Even though this was the case, Zhua Lin still held some doubt in his heart. Although he had heard quite a lot about Xiaoyan's legendary battle result, he ultimately thought that Xiaoyan was merely a bandit. Regardless of how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be a match for an elite Dodi. As for the battle in Coldstream City, if Xiaoyan had not relied on the Great Way strength to cause Sun Shua to be careless, it would have been impossible for him to injure a Dodi. Hence, Zhua Lin involuntarily frowned and asked when he heard the furious words that were emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. Who else could it be other than him? This ruler mark can only be left behind by that strange weapon of his. Sun Shua's hand gently rubbed the clear ruler mark on the right side of Sun Hanqi's face. At the same time, his voice was extremely hoarse as he slowly spoke. From this voice, it was not difficult to hear just what kind of terrifying fury was surging in his heart at this moment. Hearing this, everyone present, including Xiaoyan in the crowd, involuntarily threw their gazes over. Sure enough, on the right side of Sun Hanqi's face, there was a ruler scar that contained a scarlet color standing leisurely. Huh? When Xiaoyan saw the ruler mark for the first time, the expression on his face under the black robe involuntarily changed. He felt a surprise in his heart. His heart was completely unaware of this so-called ruler mark. Looks like there are some people who do not wish for me to remain in the dark. The dark black eyes under the black robe slowly narrowed. There was a cold glint lingering deep within his eyes. Suddenly, Xiaoyan raised his eyes and once again looked in the direction of the Bai clan. Currently, among all the people within the remains, other than the three brothers, only Bai Ying was aware of his identity. Although the three brothers were elite Dodi, they did not dare to attack Sun Hanqi. From the looks of it, it was likely that only the members of the Bai clan would dare to kill Sun Hanqi and push the blame onto Xiaoyan. Bai Ying, Xiaoyan softly muttered in his heart. Only then did he withdraw his gaze without anyone noticing. At the same time, Bai Zhan, who was also wearing a black robe, emitted a cold laugh at this moment from another spot in the crowd. In this way, regardless of what Zhua Lin guessed in his heart, the spearhead would ultimately turn toward Xiaoyan. However, just as everyone's gazes were focused on the already dead Sun Hanqi, the entire large hall under everyone's feet suddenly began to shake intensely. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed. One after another, they stepped into the air. Only then did they see a heavy stone door, which had been sealed for an unknown number of years, slowly being lifted at the deepest part of the large hall at this moment, accompanied by the sound of a mechanism turning. Immediately, the gazes of everyone in the large hall were attracted to it. Following the opening of the stone door, numerous glaring golden lights shot out from within, causing everyone present to be unable to open their eyes for a moment. It was a long while later when the golden light slowly scattered. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. Only then did they discover that there was actually another stone room behind the stone door. Moreover, it was an even larger stone room. Found it. The instant he found the lake, a wild joy involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's heart. His heart involuntarily let out an exclamation. Even the spiritual strength that he had spread out also began to fluctuate a little. Roar. Because of this slight fluctuation, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, which had already spread to the air above the lake, suddenly shook. A shocking beast roar was once again transmitted into Xiaoyan's ear from within the mountain forest. At the same time, the strength that had spread to the air above the lake was also forcefully scattered by this beast roar. Xiaoyan, who was seated cross-legged within the mountain forest, suddenly paled. A solemn expression immediately surged into his eyes. As expected, this fellow's strength is indeed not something that an ordinary one-star Dodi can compare with. Recalling the words that the black-robed old man had said, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily hardened. Soon after, however, his pair of white hands slowly clenched into fists. His black eyes revealed a determined expression. Even though the current Xiaoyan's strength was not comparable to his peak, he had to give it a try no matter what in order to obtain the spirit-gathering fruit. Xiaoyan's mouth once again exhaled a deep breath of air. His seated body slowly stood up. He turned his gaze and looked in the direction of the lake. If he was right, the soul-agglomerating fruit was located there. Soon after, Xiaoyan's toes pressed gently against the tree trunk. Doqi shot out from under his feet. Xiaoyan's body was like an arrow that had left the bow as he swiftly flew toward the deep parts of the mountain forest. Xiaoyan's body was like a ghost as he shuttled through a countless number of towering ancient trees with a lightning-like speed. Even when he passed by some human elite Dodi, those people could only see a blurry black light flash before their eyes. They were unable to clearly identify what it was. The area of this ancient forest was so large that even though Xiaoyan's speed could be said to be frightening, there was still an extremely long distance between him and the lake after continuously shuttling for over 10 minutes. While Xiaoyan was surprised, he couldn't help but marvel at the owner of the ruins. With such extravagance, he really didn't know how powerful the owner of this ruin was. Along the way, Xiaoyan had sensed quite a few ferocious auras. There were even a few times when Xiaoyan brushed shoulders with some large and ferocious-looking magical beasts. If it were not for Xiaoyan's astonishing speed, it was likely that a fierce battle would have been unavoidable. Qi. However, at a certain moment, Xiaoyan, who was flying at an extremely fast speed, could not help but abruptly come to a halt. He frowned and turned his head to look behind him. With his powerful spiritual strength, Xiaoyan was able to sense that among the Dodi experts that he had passed by earlier, there seemed to be some who were flying in his direction. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. From the looks of it, they should have been attracted by Xiaoyan. Damn it, they are really a group of wolves. They bite me as soon as they catch me. Looks like I need to increase my speed. After cursing in his heart, Xiaoyan suddenly turned his head. His body shook. And the Doqi in his body circulated at an even faster speed. With a move of his feet, the sky extinction steps was instantly used. His body flashed and immediately turned into a cool breeze that whistled through the mountain forest, shaking off the group of people behind him. Time quickly flew by as Xiaoyan hurried. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had already used the sky extinction steps to fly for nearly an hour. It was only at this moment that the lake appeared once again under the investigation of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Found it. This time, Xiaoyan was not as wild with joy as before. Instead, he tried his best to suppress the emotions in his heart. As he flew forward at high speed, his spiritual strength carefully extended towards the lake. It carefully passed through the empty space above the lake and approached the small island in the middle of the lake. Before he even got close, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had already felt an extremely pure and surging spiritual strength. Feeling this strength, the soul orb in Xiaoyan's mind that had been silent for a long time immediately reacted. It buzzed and trembled a few times before slowly calming down. As expected, it is the soul condensation fruit. Xiaoyan could not help but exclaim in surprise in his heart. His figure also quickly approached the lake. However, it was also at this moment that Xiaoyan suddenly realized that on the land surrounding the lake, there was actually a huge magic beast corpse. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's heart was immediately shocked. His body that was swiftly rushing forward also hurriedly stopped in the sky. At the same time, his pair of dark black eyes carried a deep shock as he looked at the huge magic beast corpse below. This magic beast was a huge python. The surface of this python's body was covered with a layer of dark black scales that were even harder than steel. Numerous strange lines also appeared on its body. Although it had been dead for a period of time, the body of this magic beast was actually able to emit a faintly discernible pressure. This was enough to show just how strong this magic beast was when it was alive. This magic beast is actually at the Do-D class. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly hardened. His heart involuntarily felt a deep seriousness. A Do-D class magic beast had actually died outside of this lake. Earlier, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had clearly been attacked by some kind of magic beast. In other words, this magic beast corpse in front of him had either been killed by the owner of this lake and left here as a deterrent, or it was the original owner of this lake who had been killed in this place. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, Xiaoyan was certain in his heart that at this moment, there was definitely an even stronger magical beast hiding under the lake in front of him at this moment. Gulp gulp, even with Xiaoyan's mental fortitude, his throat involuntarily emitted a swallowing sound when he thought of this. At this moment, Guyu, who was within Xiaoyan's body, actually laughed for some unknown reason, causing Xiaoyan to feel extremely confused. Damn it, the strength of this magic beast underwater is likely at least at the advanced 1-star Do-D class. This time around, I will have to go all out no matter what. His heart was extremely solemn as he quietly cautioned himself. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and the injured Northern King appeared beside Xiaoyan. After a couple of days of recovery, the two handprints on the Northern King's chest might have completely recovered. However, the crack lines that had been forcefully formed by the Do-Chi had yet to recover. Once he used the Northern King to fight, it was likely that this puppet that had followed Xiaoyan for many years would be destroyed here. Although Xiaoyan felt some reluctance in his heart, he also knew that he would have to pay a price in order to obtain something. Perhaps the price he would have to pay this time around would be the Northern King. Xiaoyan was still a little worried after summoning the Northern King. Soon after, a thought passed through his mind and 9 avatars immediately formed in the empty space beside him. After which, they merged into one. The strength of the avatars had also greatly increased after the merger. They had reached the advanced 5-star Band-D class. Although it was somewhat impossible for them to greatly help Xiaoyan, a little more strength meant a little more protection. This was extremely important to the current Xiaoyan. After a couple of breaths, Xiaoyan led one of the avatars and the Northern King to the side of the lake. Xiaoyan's gaze passed through the surface of the lake and stared at the small exquisite tree on the small island in the middle of the lake. When he saw the milky white fruit on the tree, his emotions became even more fiery. Just at this moment, the calm lake in front of Xiaoyan suddenly began to churn. An enormous black figure gradually rose from the bottom of the lake. Finally, it broke out of the water. The first thing to appear on the surface of the water was a lightning-like horn. Following which, a huge snake head appeared. Following which, an enormous body appeared on the surface of the water. This magical beast was the same as the dead magical beast on the shore. It was also a snake-like magical beast. However, although it was clearly a snake, there was a lightning-like horn on the snake's head. Moreover, there were many whale-like patterns on its abdomen. However, the moment this magical beast appeared, the solemn expression that had just surfaced on Xiaoyan's face, who was standing on the shore, immediately became stunned when he clearly saw the magical beast in front of him. This was because the magical beast in front of him was the one that Xiaoyan had originally thought to be dead in the outside world, ancient whale snake. Following the completion of the enormous formation, the stone platform under everyone's feet gradually stopped trembling. Soon after, however, before everyone present could recover, numerous golden rays of light swiftly agglomerated in the air above the stone platform. In the blink of an eye, 10 enormous golden light clusters stood in the empty air like suns. Rumble. When everyone looked over, they heard an earth-shaking rumbling sound being emitted from within. Soon after, golden light shot in all directions and an aura boiled. It was a long while later before the dazzling golden light gradually disappeared. After which, 10 enormous beasts appeared in front of everyone. The 10 enormous beasts were completely golden in color. Their entire bodies were shaped like gorillas. Their arms were long and their legs were short. Their bodies were well built and golden light lingered over them. Their golden fangs contained a dense cold luster, causing people to involuntarily feel fear in their hearts. A pair of scarlet-red beast eyes were filled with an unusually dense murderous aura. This point was something that even an elite Dodi would not dare to underestimate in his heart when he saw it. Other than this, numerous complicated formation symbols were agglomerated on the surface of the bodies of these 10 gorillas. Light also overflowed from them. Moreover, a powerful Doqi barrier was agglomerated on the surface of these gorillas. As long as this barrier was present, it would be impossible for the other party to easily defeat them even if they were an elite Dodi. The instant these 10 gorillas appeared, everyone present immediately threw their solemn gazes toward them. It was only at this moment that the members of the 4 great clans finally slowly raised their heads. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes swept over everyone present and directly looked at the 10+ energy clusters on the stone platform. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was among the crowd, also swept his dark black eyes over each of the middle-level Dodi on the stone platform. Finally, they paused on a cluster of light that was wrapped around a mysterious scroll. Xiaoyan's heart was not interested in those miscellaneous items. At this moment, the only thing that could move his heart among all the light clusters present was likely this scroll. Although he did not know whether this was a Do technique or a Qi method, he was certain that its tier would definitely not be low since it was able to appear on this stone platform. This was the reason why Xiaoyan had acted. Ah! Just as Xiaoyan was about to move, a sharp miserable cry suddenly sounded from the stone stage. Everyone's eyes hurriedly looked over and their expressions suddenly changed. They saw that the enormous magical beasts that had descended had actually begun to move at this moment. Their targets were the people on the stone stage at this moment. After these gorillas landed, they immediately waved their huge fists and attacked the people closest to them. The strength of this group of gorillas were all at the Do-D class. When they attacked at the same time, their momentum was extremely shocking. Within a short instant, the area within 100 meters of the stone stage had already been dyed by bright red fresh blood. A couple of elite Dodi were sent flying by a punch. Immediately, a dense bloody scent spread over the stone stage, causing one's heart to be shocked. This group of beasts is so strong, we must not underestimate them. When this scene appeared, the faces of the other elite Dodi in the arena no longer dared to show the slightest carelessness. Those who were closer to them also swiftly moved their bodies and retreated some distance away. Below the stone stage, Xiaoyan, who saw this scene, also frowned. These huge beasts all had the strength of a Dodi. Now that they were wantonly slaughtering, they were like tigers entering a flock of sheep when they attacked. Other than some elite Dodi whose strength was not weak, any ordinary Dodi did not have the strength to contend with them. Usually, they would only be able to exchange 2 or 3 blows before being forced back by these huge beasts. What a domineering formation. It is actually able to agglomerate such strong fellows. Just what kind of terrifying existence was the owner of these remains when he was alive? Haha, this monkey's strength is not bad. Let me have a try. Suddenly, at the front of the crowd, Huaba's mouth emitted an arrogant and unruly laugh. Soon after, his feet suddenly stomped on the ground and a corner of the stone stage immediately collapsed. His body also shot out like a cannonball, heavily shooting toward one of the 10 gorillas. Bang! Soon after, the sound of an explosion was heard from the stone stage when Huaba violently collided with the gorilla. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw Huaba's body explosively retreating. At the same time, the gorilla that was fighting against him also uncontrollably retreated a few hundred steps. However, it was forcefully stabilized. Hua, seeing this scene, everyone in the arena immediately went into an uproar. They did not expect the gorilla's strength to be so terrifying. When it attacked, even Huaba, who was a 3-star Dodi, was unable to kill it. What a strange formation. I did not expect that even with my strength, I would not be able to easily break its protective formation. This time around, I cannot be careless. Huaba softly laughed. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. However, soon after, his gaze passed over the gorilla and looked toward the top of the stone stage. Of course, from his current position, he was unable to truly see that place. Even so, when Huaba's gaze looked toward the top of the stone stage, a heated expression involuntarily appeared deep within his eyes. It could be seen that there was something extremely precious there. Soon after, Huaba's body suddenly moved. In an instant, he turned into a ray of light and swiftly swept past everyone on the stone stage. After which, he bypassed those huge beasts with lightning speed and charged toward the stone stage. Not good, this fellow actually wants to get the treasure first. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people from the other 3 clans below the stone stage changed. Soon after, the people from the 3 clans exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, their feet stepped on empty air and their bodies instantly turned into a meteor as they swiftly chased after Huaba, who was on the stone stage. At the same time, the other people on the stone stage once again turned their gazes toward those energy light clusters. In the blink of an eye, the middle section of the stone stage was filled with middle-level Dodi fighting with each other in order to snatch those energy light clusters. Adding the frightening strength of those 10 huge beasts, the situation on the stage had become extremely chaotic in an instant. After passing by everyone, the people from the 4 great clans also chased each other on the part of the stone stage that faced the top. Occasionally, there would be dochi shooting out. Even the people below would occasionally be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, a flame flashed deep within Xiaoyan's dark black eyes under the black robe. His gaze stared at the energy light cluster wrapped around the mysterious scroll on the stone stage. At a certain moment, the footsteps under his feet changed slightly. The sky extinction step was instantly unleashed at this moment. His body also disappeared from this stone stage in an instant. Genius remembers home address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. The originally chaotic situation on the large pyramid-like stone stage had become even more chaotic due to the addition of these 10 enormous beasts. At this moment, even those experts and factions who wanted to take advantage of the situation were unable to stand idly by the side. This was because the mission of the 10 enormous beasts was to kill everyone on the stone stage. They were naturally no exception. In the sky above the stone stage, those light clusters appeared to possess their own intelligence in the face of the obstruction from the many experts. They were actually able to automatically turn as they flew, dodging all the large hands that were rushing over. Bang! Numerous human figures were moving around on the stone stage. The sound of fighting was repeatedly emitted from the midair. Occasionally, a figure would spit out blood and fall. Finally, they heavily smashed onto the stone stage below, causing the entire stone stage to be red. Numerous spiderweb-like crack lines were formed. Bang! The enormous beasts continued to wave their enormous fists. Each time they were swung, the space would shake. Their powerful strength caused the expressions of those elite Dodi to change. Within a short moment, these 10 enormous beasts had already killed a couple of elite Dodi. From this, one could tell just how frightening the strength of these 10 enormous beasts was. Haha! This scroll is mine. An elite Dodi's hands were tightly hugging an ancient scroll that was about to escape from his hands at a certain spot on the stone stage. His old face revealed a heated smile under the shine of the energy light. However, before he could warm up the scroll in his hand, another figure suddenly appeared out of thin air beside him. Then, a saber ruthlessly slashed across his neck. Grug! Driven by greed, even someone as strong as an elite Dodi would have a time when he was unable to withstand a single blow. A blade fell and his head was separated. A dignified elite Dodi had died in such an unjust manner. He was unable to clearly see the appearance of the person who killed him before he died. The scroll in this old man's hand was tightly held by another skinny-faced old man the moment he died. His heart was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. However, this old man did not dare to be careless. A pair of dark eyes instantly swept over the empty space. His body moved and was about to leave this place. Bang! Soon after, however, an enormous body suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, it furiously smashed down like a small mountain. Soon after, it violently fell from the top of this old man's head. With just a punch, this elite Dodi was violently sent flying. Fresh blood spilled from his mouth while the scroll in his hand uncontrollably left. Soon after, it turned into a ray of light that once again flew onto the stone stage. Immediately, just as this enormous beast turned around, the scroll, which had escaped from its restraints and was flying in midair, was suddenly grabbed by a white hand that was suddenly extended from the empty space. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body was completely exposed to the air. Seeing the scroll in his hand struggling intensely, Xiaoyan's hand tightened its grip. A thought passed through his mind and a surging spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows. In merely an instant, the energy that originally covered the scroll was swiftly removed by Xiaoyan. At the same time, the scroll, which was originally struggling intensely in Xiaoyan's hand, had also calmed down. Without any hesitation, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. The ancient scroll in his hand was immediately kept into his storage ring. At the same time, the enormous beast once again appeared behind Xiaoyan. Its enormous golden fist suddenly waved and smashed heavily toward Xiaoyan's head. The expression on Xiaoyan's face did not change even a little when he sensed the frightening wind that attacked him from behind. He did not even turn his head as the corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. A thought passed through his mind and the dark black curtain that he had prepared long ago instantly agglomerated in front of Xiaoyan. Soon after, the instant the enormous fist landed, the black-robed Xiaoyan had already disappeared from this empty space. Other than the empty space that was about to shatter when the fist landed, it did not manage to grab anything. Roar. Immediately, an earth-shaking furious roar was emitted from the enormous beast's mouth. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly rotated. On the other side, Xiaoyan's footsteps slowly stepped out of empty space. The moment he appeared, his eyebrows under the black robe involuntarily tightened together. He did not expect that the enormous beast would actually target him even though he had already kept the ancient scroll into his storage ring. Of course, other than this, the other few elite Dodi on the stone platform had also noticed the current Xiaoyan. Even the action of Xiaoyan keeping the ancient scroll into his storage ring was seen by their eyes. In the blink of an eye, not only was Xiaoyan targeted by the enormous beast, but he also had to face the elite Dodi from all over the place. From the looks of it, his situation was not very good. With this thought in his mind, the enormous beast suddenly turned its body before Xiaoyan could do anything. Although its body was huge, its speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, the enormous beast had once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Its enormous fist danced and once again smashed furiously toward Xiaoyan's head. Xiaoyan's expression turned cold when he saw the enormous beast attacking in front of him. He was just about to intervene when the corner of his eyes glanced at the stone platform a short distance behind him. A couple of elite Dodi were standing in an orderly fashion. Doqi surged out of their bodies. It seemed that they were waiting for Xiaoyan to take the initiative to hand over his storage ring. Humph, Xiaoyan snorted coldly in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless on the surface. He twisted his body and hurriedly dodged the punch that was attacking him. Soon after, however, an even more violent fist wind once again attacked. Faced with this enormous beast, even Xiaoyan was unable to come up with any countermeasures within a short period of time. Bang! Finally, after an intense collision, Xiaoyan was unable to block the punch of the enormous beast. He was forced back by the punch. However, before the elite Dodi behind him could do anything, the enormous beast in front of him once again pounced forward, intending to give Xiaoyan a fatal blow. However, at this moment, a lightning-like black light suddenly shot out from under Xiaoyan's black robe and violently collided with the enormous fist that was heading toward him. Bang! After the attack landed, Xiaoyan's body was forced back a couple of steps under the frightening inhalation. On the other hand, the enormous beast's tightly clenched hand was actually forcefully opened by that attack. At a certain instant, Xiaoyan's eyes clearly saw that there was a fist-sized crystal stone in the palm of the enormous beast. It was unceasingly releasing energy to supply the enormous beast. That is, a spirit stone. Seeing this scene, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes immediately hardened. At the same time, he also came up with a countermeasure in his heart. From the looks of it, the energy source of this enormous beast should be the spirit stone in its palm. As long as he could remove it, it was likely that the strength of this enormous beast would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be the time for Xiaoyan to break it. Once he thought of doing it, he took advantage of this short opportunity in front of him. The doqi in Xiaoyan's body began to circulate even more wildly. At the same time, a dark black tent instantly agglomerated in front of him. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body also leaned forward. The next moment, when Xiaoyan's body passed through the tent, he had already appeared in the open palm of the enormous beast in front of him. Under the stunned gazes of the elite Dodi behind him, Xiaoyan grabbed the spirit stone in his palm and immediately pulled it violently. One could only hear a puff sound and the spirit stone landed in Xiaoyan's palm. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and he kept the spirit stone into his storage ring. At the same time, the enormous palm that was spread open suddenly tightened at this moment. From the point of view of the people outside, Xiaoyan's action was undoubtedly seeking death. However, the instant the palm was pulled back, a sharp light suddenly burst out from the palm. In the next moment, all the elite Dodi present clearly saw that the indestructible palm of the enormous beast actually shattered with a bang. Genius 1 second. Remember this address. Mobile version reading website. This extremely sudden scene in the battleground also caused those elite Dodi, who had witnessed this scene, to feel a wave of shock in their hearts. Even the expressions on their faces could not help but become extremely interesting. This fellow. Just who is he? He is actually able to shatter the claws of this beast. Isn't this a little too frightening? This fellow's strength is not ordinary. We must not be careless. Numerous voices that were filled with solemnness were repeatedly emitted from the crowd. At this moment, Xiaoyan's body suddenly flashed and dodged the punch of the huge beast in front of him. Immediately, he flipped his hand under his sleeves and the spirit stone in his palm was stored into Xiaoyan's storage ring. After withdrawing for some distance, Xiaoyan focused his eyes and looked over. Immediately, the corner of his mouth under the black robe revealed a smile. As expected, after losing the replenishment of the spirit stone, the huge palm of the huge beast, which had been forcefully shattered by Xiaoyan, was unable to recover. At the same time, Xiaoyan also discovered that the huge body of the huge beast in front of him was no longer as solid as before. Even the speed at which it attacked had been greatly reduced. Of course, this point was also seen by those elite Dodi. However, they all attributed the reason behind this to Xiaoyan's attack earlier. Hence, they did not have much doubt. After collecting the spirit stone, Xiaoyan's eyes did not turn away because of this. Compared to the so-called treasures within the light cluster, Xiaoyan preferred these spirit stones. At this moment, the huge beast, whose attack had failed, once again waved its huge fist and charged explosively toward Xiaoyan. However, compared to before, the current Xiaoyan's expression appeared unusually calm. After losing a spirit stone, the strength of this huge beast had already been reduced by more than half. Xiaoyan no longer felt any pressure when facing it. Xiaoyan took a step back. The hand under his sleeve suddenly clenched into a fist. Powerful doqi swiftly agglomerated in Xiaoyan's palm. Soon after, Xiaoyan's feet heavily stepped on empty air. One could only hear a muffled bang sound and Xiaoyan's body immediately turned into a dark black flowing light. With a lightning-like speed, he heavily collided with the huge beast that was charging toward him. Bang! A loud sound appeared. Under the black robe, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly turned ruthless. Soon after, the veins on his right arm that he had struck out suddenly became violent. His seemingly thin body suddenly shook. Immediately, a frightening huge force violently shot out along with Xiaoyan's right arm. After the attack landed, Xiaoyan's body stood steadily in the empty air. On the other hand, the huge beast was actually instantly sent flying by Xiaoyan's punch. Finally, it heavily smashed onto the stone platform that was like a flight of stairs below. Such a huge contrast caused many of the elite Dodi present to throw shocked gazes at Xiaoyan. It should be known that just a moment ago, this huge beast had displayed its might under the combined attacks of so many elite Dodi. That kind of aura that could destroy the world was something that even they would have to retreat when they saw it. However, at this moment, this huge beast had become so weak in front of this black-robed person. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening this black-robed person's strength was. Of course, these people were naturally unaware of the true reason behind this. They also did not expect that the mysterious elite Dodi, whom they were shocked by in their eyes, was actually merely a 6-star bandit. It was just that he was a little unusual. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body once again flashed. His frightening speed once again shocked the entire place. At the same time, the huge beast's body on the stone platform that had burst apart emitted a bang sound and slowly scattered. At the same time, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was lifted into a slight smile. He flipped his hand and stored the second spirit stone into his storage ring. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned as he watched the energy light spots that gradually scattered around him. It seemed that it was just as he had thought in his heart. There were only 2 spirit stones on the huge beast's body as energy replenishment. Moreover, the spirit stones were located in the palms of the huge beast. Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head. Only then did he slowly turn around. He ignored those elite Dodi around him who had thrown shocked gazes at him. His gaze swept over the stone platform and swiftly landed on the other huge beast. In that case, it will be you. Xiaoyan laughed softly in his heart. His feet moved and his body immediately turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of that huge beast. Roar! Seeing that Xiaoyan did not dodge or attack, the huge beast immediately let out a furious roar. Both of its fists were clenched tightly and it was about to throw a punch at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's face carried a cold smile when he saw this. He waved his large hand and a black ray of light immediately shot out. Xiaoyan's body once again flashed and arrived in the sky above the huge beast's head. Chi. At the same time, the dark black ray of light that shot out from Xiaoyan's sleeve suddenly soared with the wind. By the time all the elite Dodi present saw it clearly, the black ray of light had already turned into a huge snake. The huge snake twisted its body in front of everyone's shocked gazes. At the same time its huge body twisted, a chi sound of rushing wind was emitted in midair. Soon after, its thick snake tail violently collided with the huge fist that was coming toward it. Bang! After the attack landed, the huge snake was forced back. At the same time, the huge fist that the huge beast had thrown out was forcefully blasted apart by the former's intentional force. At the same time, the spirit stone that it was holding tightly in its hand was also exposed to the surrounding air in an instant. However, the moment the spirit stone was exposed, a ray of light flashed past the huge beast's hand in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, the huge beast's opened palm was blasted apart by the attack. Soon after, a dark black human figure suddenly stood in the sky above the huge beast like a ghost in front of the gazes of all the elite Dodi present. By the time everyone's gazes looked over, the palm of the human figure had already landed on the huge beast's head. Numerous crack lines gradually spread from the top of the huge beast's head. Its huge body also stood still like a statue. A couple of breaths later, a low and deep thump sounded beside the ears of all the elite Dodi. Under everyone's stunned gazes, another huge beast exploded with a bang. From the beginning until the end, all of this had happened within a short 10+ breaths. In such a short period of time, a powerful elite Dodi had been so easily killed. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the elite Dodi present would definitely not have believed it in their hearts. The 5th one, Xiaoyan faintly counted in his heart. He swiftly stored a fist-sized spirit stone into his storage ring. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at the remaining 5 huge beasts. Within a short moment, half of the 10 huge beasts had already died in Xiaoyan's hands. This scene also caused the surrounding elite Dodi's faces to involuntarily reveal stunned expressions. The strength of the man and beast in front of them could really be described as frightening. When the 2 of them attacked together, this enormous beast, which caused the other elite Dodi present to feel a grave expression, had become just like an ordinary magical beast in front of these 2 fellows. It was almost as if it was a magical beast. Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze. He once again raised his head and looked at the remaining 5 huge beasts. A cluster of excited flames surged out of his pair of dark black eyes. These huge beasts, which were so terrifyingly strong in the eyes of others and which no one dared to fight against, were just like, noticing that Xiaoyan's gaze had shot over, the 5 huge beasts appeared to be frightened. Their mouths emitted low and deep beastly roars as their bodies involuntarily stepped back. Although they were formations and did not possess the intelligence of a human, they could clearly sense a threat from this black-robed person in front of them. A threat that was sufficient to destroy them. Oh? They actually know fear. This is a strange thing. However, seeing that these huge beasts actually knew fear, Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He immediately laughed softly. He glanced at the narwhal snake that was hovering in the empty space beside him and was about to attack once again. However, at this moment, an ancient and powerful aura suddenly swept across the space like an invisible storm. A frightening pressure descended on everyone's heads. Under this aura pressure, everyone present had a change in expression. Even with Xiaoyan's strength, he also felt quite a great pressure under this aura pressure. Although this aura was quite frightening, a heated expression involuntarily surged into the eyes of all the elite Dodi present when they raised their heads to look at the source of this aura. This aura might be frightening, but at the same time, it also indicated to all the elite Dodi present just how great this strength was. As long as someone could obtain this power, everyone present today would most likely be trampled underfoot. What a terrifying power. What exactly is this thing? It's actually so powerful. The group of elite Dodi on the stone stage revealed shocked faces as they lifted their heads to look at the top of the stone stage. Under the pressure of this aura, even the flow of Do-Chi within their bodies had slowed. Soon after, quite a number of elite Dodi present began to raise the Do-Chi within their bodies under the push of desire. An enormous aura immediately soared to the sky from the stone stage. Their aura was like a rainbow. Human figures flashed and dozens of elite Dodi's bodies moved. They stepped onto the stone stage and rushed upward. However, everyone's expression suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. The instant their feet stepped onto the stone platform, these elite Dodi immediately sensed that the aura and pressure that were pressing on their bodies had suddenly soared by a level. The pressure on this stone stage actually became stronger the higher it rose. Each time one stepped onto the stone stage, the pressure on the stone stage would become increasingly frightening. It was really difficult to imagine just how frightening the aura pressure that the members of the four great clans were currently enduring at the top of the stone stage was. Although there was a pressure blocking it, the hearts of all the elite Dodi present were unwilling to give up in the face of benefits regardless of how strong this pressure was. After witnessing the strangeness of this stone stage, the group of elite Dodi once again moved. The Do-Chi within their bodies continued to spew out. There was a powerful pressure above their heads as they swiftly flew toward the top of the stone stage like a hot knife through butter. After everyone, Xiaoyan once again twisted his body. After using the black robe to remove a portion of the pressure, his body swiftly flew toward the top of the stone stage. Since he had come, Xiaoyan would naturally not miss out on such a good show. Regardless of the final result, if he did not go all out, how would he know if he would be able to obtain any benefits from this remains? Each time Xiaoyan's body stepped onto a step of the stone stage, the pressure above his head seemed to increase by another 500 kilograms. Within a short moment, the elite Dodi, who were originally swiftly flying, could only helplessly stand on the stone stage. Their faces were flushed red. Other than an extremely small number of elite Dodi who were still able to forcefully endure the pressure and slowly rush upward, most of the people were trembling as they slowly walked on the stone stage. At a glance, they appeared to be old men past their prime. Their movements were slow and appeared to be strenuous. There were even some whose faces were pale. Their entire bodies were exhausted as they lay on the ground. Their hearts were filled with struggle, but their bodies were unable to support them. Even though their hearts were filled with unwillingness, they could only helplessly give up. In the face of this frightening pressure, all of the elite Dodi present could only complain endlessly in their hearts. Haha, a group of trash. All you know is to train your Do-Chi all day long. You don't even place us physical practitioners in your eyes. Now, you finally know how to complain. At a higher position on the stone stage, there were a couple of large burly bearded men with savage smiles on their faces. Their words were filled with ridicule as they looked at the group of elite Dodi below, who were having a difficult time moving forward. Although their strength was only at the intermediate level of a one-star Dodi, their hearts were currently filled with cold laughter when compared to these people below. Most of the elite Dodi had already given up on continuing to train their physical strength. This was because from the way they saw it, the only thing that could be of use in a battle was Do-Chi and not brute force. Brute force might be overbearing, but it was ultimately unable to withstand a single blow in front of Do-Chi. At the very least, this was what these elite Dodi thought in their hearts. Of course, this point was indeed displayed during ordinary training. The strength obtained from training Do-Chi alone was often stronger than those who trained their physical body at the same time. This allowed most elite Dodi to suppress some physical practitioners. Of course, Wu Jitian from the battle martial sect was an exception. The qi method that Wu Jitian practiced focused on strength. While training Do Qi, it was also able to increase the strength of his physical body. The two complemented each other, allowing him to walk further on the path of body refinement. However, it was also because of this point that he was destined to only be able to train his physical strength to the highest level of his qi method and would not be able to advance even an inch. The faces of the elite Dodi below trembled in anger after the cold laughter from the mouths of the few large men with curly beards was emitted. However, they were helpless as this frightening pressure caused them to lose most of their fighting strength. Even if they fully maneuvered the Do Qi within their bodies, it was very difficult for them to unleash even half of their usual strength. Huh? Who is that fellow? Huh? Isn't that the fellow from earlier? It seems that he was the one who joined hands with a large snake to finish off the 5 huge beasts. But why is his speed? The few large men with curly beards on the high ground of the stone platform revealed surprise in their eyes as they looked at the black-robed person below who was swiftly rushing up without reducing his speed. Numerous words that were filled with surprise were repeatedly emitted from their mouths. In the end, the expressions on the few large men's faces became incredulous. Their eyes were dull as they stared at the black-robed person below. Even when the latter had already arrived in front of them, the speed of his feet still did not slow down in the slightest. This fellow, isn't he a little too frightening? Within a short few minutes, his footsteps had crossed over 100 steps. Moreover, his speed did not change during this period of time. It was as though the frightening pressure that covered this space did not affect him at all. The few burly men looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were all filled with deep shock. To be able to do this, the black-robed person in front of them was either terrifyingly strong or, it was because his physical strength had already reached a terrifying level. The expressions in the eyes of the few large men suddenly solidified when they thought of this. Regardless of which point it was, all of them proved just how frightening this black-robed person in front of them was. A fire glow flowed within Xiaoyan's dark black eyes under the black robe. Purple gold dragon scales covered his entire body under the black robe. Dust rose with each step that Xiaoyan took, forming a small hurricane. His body did not pause as it continued to rush forward. Step. On the stone platform that was shrouded in golden light, as the doctor's heavy footsteps sounded, a black figure had already disappeared with lightning speed from the stone platform that was 1 level higher. Unlike those elite Dodi who had difficulty moving, Xiaoyan would leave a shallow footprint on the golden stone platform with each step he took. At the same time, his body did not pause even a little. With just 1 step, he had forcefully leaped over 10 steps. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan had pulled apart quite a large distance from the group of elite Dodi behind him. Despite this, Xiaoyan's unmoving speed did not slow down even a little during this period of time. Moreover, it actually showed signs of continuing to rise. This point caused the facial muscles of the elite Dodi behind Xiaoyan to twitch for quite a while. Even if he wanted to attack someone, he should not attack them in such a manner. Of course, while their hearts were shocked by Xiaoyan's speed, those elite Dodi also felt extremely regretful in their hearts. Normally, they clearly had a large amount of time to train their physical strength. However, they had ultimately chosen to give up. Now that they had truly reached a critical juncture, these usually arrogant Dodi finally knew how to complain in their hearts. Unfortunately, it was already too late. At the very least, they were destined to not be able to obtain the true treasure during this trip to the remains. As time slowly flowed by, there were very few elite Dodi who were able to stand halfway up the stone platform. Even the members of the 4 great clans were sitting cross-legged near the top of the stone platform. Their auras were unstable as they tried their best to recover the Do Qi that they had exhausted within their bodies. Compared to those ordinary Dodi below, the members of the 4 great clans relied on the strength of their Do Qi to forcefully endure all the way up. Although they had already neared the top of the stone platform, they had already exhausted quite a lot of the Do Qi within their bodies. In order to allow themselves to have the strength to face the various dangers that might appear at the top of the stone platform, they had no choice but to rest here. Under this kind of situation, it was likely that only Xiaoyan was able to maintain his speed and continue to charge up on the stone platform. As Xiaoyan approached the top of the stone platform, the aura and pressure that he felt around him also became increasingly frightening. At this moment, even with the strength of Xiaoyan's physical body, he could not help but feel an extremely heavy pressure. This was an extremely frightening phenomenon. Once it appeared, it indicated that the aura and pressure that Xiaoyan would have to endure would be a couple of times or even dozens of times greater. Despite this, Xiaoyan could only go all out and fight with all his might. The sun might be bright after the rain, but before that, the entire world would have to experience the baptism of a storm. At this moment, Xiaoyan was in this situation. This aura and pressure might be frightening, but as long as he was able to endure it, it would also be quite beneficial to Xiaoyan. The training of one's physical body could only be raised to the greatest extent in adversity. At this moment, this pressure that covered the entire stone platform was the best opportunity for Xiaoyan. Stomp, as his foot landed, Xiaoyan's body also suddenly bent downwards. The frightening aura and pressure was like a mountain that heavily pressed down on Xiaoyan's back, causing his breathing to suddenly become sluggish. The body under the black robe could not help but tremble intensely. The muscles on his face could not help but become a little distorted. Soon after, Xiaoyan violently clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes were immediately filled with fresh blood. Green veins bulged on his forehead, twisting like numerous small snakes. The face under the black robe had become ferocious at this moment. His body suddenly shook and doqi gushed out from under his feet. Xiaoyan's slightly squatted body suddenly shot forward. Powerful doqi continued to erupt from the center of his feet. Waves of bang-bang sounds continuously resounded on the stone platform. Huff, after taking 100 consecutive steps, Xiaoyan was finally unable to endure the extremely powerful and frightening aura and pressure around him. The moment his final foot landed, the human figure under the black robe also sat on the ground with a plop sound. The breath in his mouth was hurried and heavy as he panted. Damn it, Xiaoyan! Cursed unwillingly in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the top of the stone platform that was already not far away. He could not help but feel a sense of regret in his heart. He did not expect that he would actually fall at such a moment after using all his strength. As the saying goes, the first spurt of energy, the second would weaken, and the third would be exhausted. In order to reach the top of the stone platform, Xiaoyan had already used all of his strength. However, he did not expect that he would ultimately fall at this place. Seeing that the top of the stone platform was already within reach, it was likely that no one would feel good in their heart at this moment. At an even higher position on the stone platform, the few people from the 4 great clans had already noticed the black-robed Xiaoyan. The gazes of the people from the 4 great clans were solemn as they stared at Xiaoyan, who was a short distance away. The eyes of the 4 great clans were filled with incomparable shock. This mysterious black-robed person was actually able to continuously take 100 steps under this frightening aura and pressure that even they had difficulty contending with. This really caused them to feel a sense of disbelief. This person's physical body is really strong. Huaba's eyes revealed a solemn expression as he stared at Xiaoyan below. Even he, who had always been arrogant, could not help but feel shocked by the physical strength of the black-robed person in front of him. From the fact that the black-robed person did not use any doqi, it was likely that the latter had relied on his own physical strength to land in this position. With Huaba's eyesight as a 3-star dodi, he would naturally not be wrong about this. Bai Ying and Zhuo Bentang, who were seated a short distance away, involuntarily nodded when these words were uttered. They usually did not have many people, but the strength of the physical body of the person in front of them caused them to have no choice but to admit it. At the very least, there was no one in their 4 clans who possessed such a powerful physical body. Sun Shua might have gradually awakened from his grief and fury earlier, but the expression on his face was incomparably cold. Even the people from the 3 clans beside him tried their best to maintain a distance from him. This fellow has finally stopped. I thought that he would continue to charge to the top of the stone platform. Bai Ying's eyes stared at Xiaoyan, who had fallen to the ground. A glint flashed deep within his eyes before he bitterly laughed. This remains was the home ground of their 4 great clans. If the limelight was stolen by someone else, where would the face of their 4 great clans go? After Bai Ying's words sounded, the other 2 clans beside him also looked at the mysterious black-robed man below. Zhuo Lin from the Zhuo clan originally had a calm expression, but because of Bai Ying's words, a slight ripple appeared on his face. It seemed that the mysterious expert whom they had met outside the remains had not appeared since they had entered the remains. Yet, this person in front of him was coincidentally wearing a black robe. This involuntarily caused some thoughts to form in Shuolin's heart. At the same time, the narwhal snake, which was originally resting on Xiaoyan's arm, quietly popped its head out at this moment. He, brother Xiaoyan is indeed powerful. It is unexpected that you are actually able to charge to this place within such a short period of time in front of this pressure that causes even me to feel a headache. TSK, the strength of your physical body is really frightening. If you do not possess the aura of a human, I would have suspected that you are a magical beast that has transformed into a human form. Hearing this, Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head. He sighed softly, frowned and sighed. So what? I still can't go up. Xiaoyan was helpless. At the same time that he felt a sense of loss in his heart, he felt that the pressure from the pressure around him was gradually increasing. Even his breathing had become a little difficult. Even if you can't go up, there's still me. The narwhal snake snickered and slyly said. Eh? The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes hardened slightly. Only then did he recall that this small snake had been hiding under his sleeves. It was not pressured by the surrounding aura. Although his aura was weak. Now, the narwhal snake was in its best condition. Xiaoyan was immediately overjoyed when he thought of this. Soon after, the narwhal snake's small and exquisite body under Xiaoyan's sleeves suddenly twisted and slid out of the sleeves. It was completely exposed in the air and welcomed the terrifying aura that attacked from all directions. Soon after, a dark black doqi swiftly surged on the surface of the narwhal snake's body. Even its small body swiftly became huge at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into its original body, a super-huge python with a huge body. Roar! The instant it appeared, the narwhal snake's mouth involuntarily emitted a roar that resounded through the sky. At the same time, its enormous body suddenly trembled. Doqi surged wildly, causing the empty space around it to involuntarily form circular water-like spatial ripples. Even the terrifying aura that covered the entire stone platform was shaken back a little by this earth-shaking roar. What is going on? This is, the narwhal snake? Isn't it rumored to be extinct? It is unexpected that it would actually appear here. A D-class narwhal snake. This is not easy to deal with. The key point is what exactly is this beast planning to do now? On the tall platform, the few people from the 4 great clans stared at the narwhal snake, which had suddenly scuttled out from Xiaoyan's sleeves. Surprise was written all over their faces. The thing that caused their hearts to be even more shocked was that the aura and pressure within this space actually began to fluctuate following the narwhal snake's roar. I heard that the narwhal snake's bloodline is special and is able to suppress many opponents who are stronger than it. Looking at it today, it is indeed extraordinary. However, it is actually able to create such a mighty aura with just the strength of a 1-star Dodi. If one is able to tame it and use it for oneself, Huaba's gaze was locked tightly as he stared at the narwhal snake. One of his words went without saying. Huaba, it is best that you withdraw those thoughts. Can't you see that this narwhal snake already has an owner? Even its strength has reached the level of a 1-star Dodi. Do you think that the strength of its owner would be weaker than it? Baiying merely turned his head around with a cold smile when he heard the words from Huaba's mouth. His mouth emitted a sneer as he coldly spoke. That may not be the case. Just as Huaba frowned and was about to refute the words from Bai Ying's mouth, Shuolin, who had been carefully observing Xiaoyan from the Zhua clan's side, slowly opened his mouth at this moment. The hearts of the people from the Hua clan and the Bai clan immediately turned cold when his words sounded. If these words were uttered from someone else's mouth, they might snort disdainfully. However, they had no choice but to treat these words with caution when they were uttered from Shuolin's mouth. Among the people from these 2 clans, especially Baiying from the Bai clan, the expression deep within his eyes involuntarily flickered when he heard the words that were suddenly emitted from Shuolin's mouth. In his heart, Baiying already had some guesses about this black-robed person in front of him. However, it would not be a good thing if the black-robed person's identity was exposed at this moment. In that case, Shuolin has already guessed something? Huaba's round eyes rotated for a moment before he laughed out loud. From the meaning within his words, it seemed that he was completely unconcerned. It was as though he did not believe what Shuolin had said earlier. You wish to know? Shuolin's expression was calm. His pair of sword-like eyes stared straight at Huaba as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Haha, what's there to be curious about? I merely heard Zhuolin's words and was a little curious, so I asked casually. Hearing this, Huaba could not help but be slightly taken aback. He immediately regained his senses and laughed out loud, but he shifted his gaze away. Although Zhuolin's strength was inferior to his, the sharpness that seeped out from the latter's bones made it so that no one dared to clash head-on with him. Seeing this, Zhuolin's anger turned as he looked at Bai Ying. Seeing this, the latter smiled slightly and also shifted his gaze away. Facing Zhuolin, even with Bai Ying's old and experienced temperament, he did not dare to be careless. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was not far below the people from the four great clans, was like a fish in water the moment the powerful aura around him dissipated. He instantly stood up from the ground and his entire body rapidly recovered. Haha, let's go. Allow me to bring you up. The narwhal snake laughed out loud. It twisted its enormous snake tail and forcefully pulled Xiaoyan into it by the time he recovered. Its enormous body suddenly shook and Doqi rippled, forcefully forcing back the aura around it. Soon after, its enormous body immediately turned into a ray of black light. It was like a shooting star chasing after the moon as it charged toward the top of the stone platform. Regardless of how terrifying the aura around it was completely blocked. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan involuntarily felt a wave of surprise in his heart. The narwhal snake was indeed worthy of being one of the top in the magical beast world. The strength of its physical body was more than just a little stronger than Xiaoyan. It was actually able to charge forward at such a fast speed in the face of such a terrifying aura. It could really be described as terrifying. Swoosh! As the sharp sound of wind breaking resounded beside the members of the four great clans, the terrifying aura and pressure in the sky was forcefully broken apart by the narwhal snake. A hurricane swept across, blowing up the sleeves of the few people who were sitting cross-legged on the high platform. It was only at this moment that the few of them finally reacted. Immediately, their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly looked over. However, when they turned their heads to look, the enormous body of the narwhal snake had already left them far behind. In the blink of an eye, the enormous body of the narwhal snake was already standing at the top of the enormous stone platform. Genius remembered the address of this website in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Xiaoyan stood at the top of the stone platform and sensed the frightening aura and pressure around him completely disappear. His body appeared to have been relieved of a heavy burden. Lifting his gaze, Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with caution and curiosity as he looked ahead. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiaoyan was not an endless flight of stairs like before. Instead, it was an extremely large square. The square was circular in shape and mysterious runes were engraved all over the ground. From these runes, it was not difficult to tell that this should be a formation. The size of the formation was included within this open ground. It was 1,000 feet away from where Xiaoyan was currently standing. Looking over, there were huge stone piers placed around the square. The stone piers were carved into the shape of lotuses. They were of different shapes and not a single one of them was the same. Counting carefully, there were a total of 31 stone piers. They maintained a certain distance from each other and surrounded the square. Coincidentally, there was a stone pier not far from Xiaoyan's side. The lotus on it was in the shape of a blooming lotus. Although it was carved out of stone, it looked very lifelike. It actually looked like a real lotus swaying in the air. After looking around, Xiaoyan's gaze shifted to the center of the square. At a glance, at the center of the square, there was a huge statue standing leisurely. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw the statue. His eyes shrunk slightly. The appearance of this statue was shockingly that of an absolute beauty with an appearance that could topple a city. However, what surprised Xiaoyan at this moment was that the statue's appearance was actually the appearance of the woman that Xiaoyan had seen in the maze when he had just entered the ruins. So, she is the owner of this ruin? Nodding his head gently, Xiaoyan muttered softly in his mouth. Then, the narwhal snake beside him moved its body and turned into the small snake's exquisite appearance again. It floated in the void beside Xiaoyan and a pair of bright pearl-like eyes looked around curiously. Without Xiaoyan's permission, it did not dare to wander around. Hee, this Mr. Strength is really extraordinary. To think that our group of people have spent a lot of effort in order to climb up here, but I didn't expect Mr. to. climb up here so easily. I really admire you." At this moment, a familiar laughter sounded from behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan turned around and looked. The person who spoke was the leader of the Hua family, Hua Ba. Beside him was Hua Tianyi, whose face was slightly pale. With the latter's strength, it was obviously not possible for him to withstand the pressure alone to reach this place. Thinking about it, Hua Ba's help was not indispensable. Otherwise, with Hua Ba's strength, it would not take him such a long time to reach this place. Seeing the two of them, Xiaoyan's eyes swiftly swept over them under the black robe. However, he did not dare to stay for too long. The other party was a genuine elite Dodi. If he were to recklessly investigate, it would only give the other party an opportunity to expose him. This was not something that Xiaoyan wished to see happen. His gaze swiftly swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, Xiaoyan looked behind the two of them. Since the members of the Hua family had already arrived, the other three families should also be here. Sure enough, at the same time that Xiaoyan raised his eyes, Bai Ying from the Bai family, Sun Shua from the Sun family, as well as Zhua Bentang and Zhua Lin from the Zhua family had also appeared in Xiaoyan's sight. Haha, this Mr. Strength is really great. I am the head of the Bai family, Bai Ying. May I know Mr.'s name? Bai Ying, who was wearing a white robe, cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan and spoke in a respectful tone. Once these words were spoken, the other three families immediately turned their gazes over. However, at this moment, the narwhal snake that was floating in the empty space beside Xiaoyan suddenly opened its mouth. A hissing roar was immediately emitted from its mouth. Immediately, the expressions of the people from the four great clans changed as they hurriedly pulled back. Roar. After the roar sounded, the people from the four great clans finally turned their gazes toward the narwhal snake with resentful faces. This small snake in front of them might appear harmless, but after witnessing the scene earlier, even though everyone present was an elite Dodi, their hearts did not dare to underestimate the small snake in front of them. After all, it was an elite Dodi. Moreover, it was a magical beast. Its strength was originally very powerful. Additionally, it happened to be one of the best in the magical beast world. This caused others to not dare to underestimate it. With the narwhal snake blocking them, the people from the four great clans were ultimately unable to obtain the answer that they wanted to hear. Hence, they could only look at each other and suppress the doubt and unwillingness in their hearts. Everyone scattered. Soon after, they focused their eyes and looked over. After a couple of exclamations, everyone's gazes finally paused on the statue in the middle of the square. The statue was of an absolute beauty. At this moment, a cluster of flame-like golden light slowly rose between the two raised palms of the statue. It emitted a glaring golden light that caused one to not dare to look directly at it. This is, from the looks of it, that pressure should be emitted from that thing. Inheritance strength, huh? No wonder it is so powerful. The people from the four great clans stared at the cluster of light with different expressions. A glint shot out from each of their eyes. At the same time, the hearts of these few people were also filled with various thoughts at this moment. However, in the end, no one was willing to step forward and give it a try after everyone's gazes slowly swept over the formation on the ground of the square. A formation left behind by such a strong person would naturally not be so easily eroded by time. From the looks of it now, this formation should require someone to trigger it. After which, the entire stone platform would truly come alive. However, no one knew what kind of frightening formation they would have to face at that time. Ta-ta-ta, it was also at this moment that a series of heavy footsteps gradually sounded from behind everyone. Everyone turned around and looked. It was actually those elite Dodi behind them. There was finally someone who had forcefully endured and climbed to this place. Time flowed by. Around 2 hours later, nearly 30 elite Dodi had finally gathered at a corner of this large open ground. This number of elite Dodi was sufficient to allow them to sweep through any faction in the western region. This was something that even the four large sects were no exception to. Of course, the target of this group of people at this moment was not the four great sections. Instead, it was the golden light cluster in the palm of the statue in front of them. Everyone faced each other. However, no one dared to move. This was because no one could guarantee just what kind of frightening danger was hidden within the area covered by the formation. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. The quiet atmosphere in the square continued for a long time. Everyone's eyes were fiery hot as they stared at the golden light cluster in the hand of the statue in the middle of the square. However, no one dared to step forward and give it a try. The 10 huge beasts from earlier were already this frightening. Now that this large formation was placed in front of them, how could its strength be inferior? For the sake of their own lives, no one present, regardless of whether it was the 4 great clans or those Dodi who had hurried over later, dared to step forward. Everyone in the square stood in a scattered manner. Each of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. They faced each other and were cautious of each other. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who was hiding under a black robe, had also leaped into the crowd after those elite Dodi had arrived. The eyes under the black robe swept back and forth across the square. His heart was calm. Xiaoyan knew that the more it was at such a time, the calmer one must be when dealing with matters. Everyone knew that the inheritance was precious. Who present did not have a compassionate heart toward it? However, it was also because of this that he needed to be even calmer. As the saying goes, the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. The first person to enter the large formation would definitely not have a good ending. Xiaoyan was not stupid to such an extent. Following the silence of the crowd, the atmosphere in the arena also became exceptionally solemn and tense. Even their breathing had become cautious. Everyone's hearts felt as though there was an invisible boulder pressing down on them. Once that boulder was completely pressed down, everyone present would immediately boil like a pot of boiling oil. However, before this, they needed to use a warm flame to gradually heat it up. Time slowly flowed by. In the blink of an eye, everyone had already stood at the top of the stone platform for 4 hours. At this moment, the originally quiet elite Dodi in the square began to become restless one after another. A prolonged wait without an end was not something that they were willing to see. This group of people could not possibly wait for the large formation to gradually disappear with the migration of time. Even if Xiaoyan could wait, the people from the 4 great clans would definitely not be able to wait. Damn it. Everyone seated here is at the very least an elite Dodi. It is unexpected that we would actually be frightened by a large formation that has not been activated. Don't tell me that everyone will continue to wait here forever if this large formation does not disappear? Suddenly, a cold snort that was mixed with gloominess and disdain was emitted from the crowd, causing quite a number of people present to throw their gazes over. Under the black robe, Xiaoyan's face was expressionless. However, in his heart, he knew that the calm surface of the lake was finally about to be broken by the sudden rock. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the faces of the people from the 4 great clans. After waiting for so long, they had finally waited for this moment. Humph. What a joke. Since you're not afraid, why are you still standing here? Go and experience it yourself. See if this grand formation exists in name only. Perhaps the energy within has already dissipated due to the passage of time. If you give it a try, perhaps the inheritance will be yours, right? Hee, that's right. You clearly know that this formation is frightening, yet you still dare to boldly urge us. Since we are all elite Dodi, you should go if you are not afraid. Soon after, numerous words that were filled with various meanings were continuously spat out from the crowd. In an instant, the old man, who had been the first to speak, had a green expression on his old face. Even though this was the case, the words from those people's mouths did not stop. It seemed that they were intentionally trying to infuriate him. Bastard! Since you don't dare to enter, allow the old me to send you in. Suddenly, the old man emitted a furious cry from his mouth. He beckoned with his large hand and a dark black metal rod immediately appeared in the old man's hand. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. The expression in their eyes immediately changed. Some surprise involuntarily surged into their eyes when they looked at the old man. This is actually the coiling dragon rod. Since this is the coiling dragon rod, doesn't it mean that he is Mu Kunlun? TSK, I heard that this fellow has killed quite a number of elite Dodi of the same level. It is unexpected that even he has been attracted to the desolate ancient remains this time around. At this moment, the metal rod that had appeared in the old man's hand was surprisingly a rod that had the thickness of an ordinary person's calf. It was around 10 feet long and had a dark black dragon carved on it. When the people present saw the iron rod, their gazes towards the old man were immediately filled with shock. They were extremely fearful of him in their hearts. They were all elite Dodi, but the number of elite Dodi who had died in the hands of this old man had already exceeded the number of one hand. It was not difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength of this old man was. It was likely that his strength could be considered top even when placed among all the elite Dodi present. Even Xiaoyan, who was wearing a black robe, could not help but reveal a surprised expression within his dark black eyes when he heard the evaluation of the old man from the few people beside him. From this battle result, one could really see the strength of this old man. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily sank a little when he thought of this. It seemed that the four great clans were not the only ones with great strength in this trip to the remains. Even these lone wolves would not be an ordinary person if their strength could reach such a level. After the metal rod in the old man's hand was revealed, the few elite Dodi, who had spoken rudely to him earlier, immediately shut their mouths. At the same time, the expression on their faces suddenly became solemn. Clearly, they had also heard of this Mu Kunlun's name. "You are actually Mu Kunlun." A fat old man, who was facing Mu Kunlun in the battleground at this moment, revealed a solemn expression. No one present dared to underestimate him when facing him. "Humph. Since you have heard of the old me's name, then, you should obediently roll in for the old me." Mu Kunlun's target was clearly the fat old man on the opposite side. Hence, the coiling dragon rod in his hand was suddenly swung while a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. The end of the metal rod was violently swung through the empty air. The wind that it carried instantly shattered the rock floor under his feet, leaving behind a deep groove. At the same time, the old man's body suddenly shot out at this moment. The metal rod was swung and emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind in the midair. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the fat old man. The fat old man's heart immediately became solemn when faced with Mu Kunlun, who had attacked without saying anything. He did not dare to be careless on the surface. At the same time that he raised his head furiously, the doqi within his body swiftly flowed through the veins of his entire body. He clenched his large hand and an enormous axe appeared in the hand of this fat old man. "Humph, let me see if you, Mu Kunlun, are really as strong as what the outside world says." The fat old man let out a furious cry. His thick and short legs abruptly shook. Immediately, his body rushed into the midair and violently smashed toward Mu Kunlun, who was charging toward him. Although this old man appeared fat, his speed was not inferior to Mu Kunlun's, who had a strong body. His entire body was like a meatball as he somersaulted in the air. The large axe in his hand was swung and instantly tore through the empty space. Then, he viciously hacked down on Mu Kunlun's head. From the looks of it, it seemed as though he wanted to forcefully split the latter into two. "Humph, insignificant skill." Mu Kunlun coldly laughed when he saw this. The doqi within his body churned and swiftly flowed through his arm and poured into the coiling dragon rod in his hand. Soon after, the metal rod danced. The moment the enormous axe fell toward him, the metal rod in Mu Kunlun's hand shook and his body suddenly rose. Soon after, the metal rod in Mu Kunlun's hand was swung when the enormous axe of the fat old man missed. From top to bottom, the metal rod with the end of the dragon tail heavily smashed into the chest of the fat old man. Bang! A loud sound was emitted. The fat old man's body immediately shot back uncontrollably. Finally, he violently smashed into the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Grug, the fat old man involuntarily spat out a mouthful of bright red fresh blood the moment he stood up. Soon after, however, the corner of his bloody mouth was lifted into a ferocious smile. He stared at Mu Kunlun in the sky above the crowd and laughed in a stern manner. "Mu Kunlun, you are actually only SOSO. With just this rod, you are still far from being able to truly injure me." Although he had spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the overall aura of this fat old man did not decrease by even a little. His bright red tongue violently licked his thick lips. The old man stood up, swung the enormous axe in his hand, and was about to attack once again. "Haha, that's right. This rod of mine is indeed unable to injure a pig like you. However, it is able to take your life." Mu Kunlun suddenly laughed sternly at the end of his words. His words contained traces of dense coldness. The fat old man only suddenly recovered after hearing these words. His gaze hurriedly turned away from the pitiful smiles on the corner of the Dodi's mouths in the distance. He lowered his head to take a look. At this moment, numerous crooked mysterious symbols were emitting waves of glaring golden light under his feet, causing one to be unable to look directly at them. This is, no. No. The fat old man let out 2 sharp cries from his mouth. He suddenly moved his body and did his best to wildly rush out of the large formation under his feet without even turning his head back. However, at this moment, an arrow-like sharp golden light suddenly shot over from behind the fat old man. In the blink of an eye, it forcefully penetrated the chest of this fat old man. At the same time, the old man's body, which was wildly running forward, suddenly paused in midair. The life within his eyes swiftly disappeared, transforming into a dark black hole. Soon after, he fell heavily onto the ground. After which, the thumb-sized hole that penetrated his chest gradually widened. Golden light covered it. Finally, the fat old man's body strangely disappeared from everyone's sight. The hearts of everyone present suddenly became cold when they saw this scene. A chill that seeped into their hearts swiftly rose within their hearts. The hearts of everyone present involuntarily pounded when they saw the strange scene that had appeared in front of them. The shock in their hearts was like a yellow river that had suddenly swept out. However, at the same time, a heated emotion rose within the hearts of all the elite Dodi present. Although the large formation in front of them was frightening, it at the very least allowed them to have some confidence in their hearts. As the saying goes, only by knowing oneself and one's enemy would one be able to win 100 battles. All unfamiliar dangers were the most frightening in one's heart. Compared to the former, this large formation might appear quite powerful at this moment, but it at the very least caused all the elite Dodi present to sigh in relief in their hearts. Chi. However, while everyone was panting in their hearts, numerous chi sounds of rushing air suddenly sounded in this enormous square. Immediately, the hearts of everyone present were greatly shocked. Numerous pairs of eyes immediately looked in the direction where the sound had originated from. Over there. It's that stone block. There's also this side. This stone block is the same. In front of everyone's eyes, they could see numerous golden light pillars continuously rising from the 31 stone blocks in the square. In the blink of an eye, each of the 31 stone blocks had a light pillar that shot to the sky and entered the invisible empty space. Soon after, the 31 golden light pillars shot out from each of the 31 golden light pillars high in the sky. They merged with each other in the sky and gradually formed an enormous formation that covered the entire square. A glaring golden light hung high in the middle of the formation like a sun. The golden light was dazzling, and eye-catching. However, these elite Dodi were unable to feel even the slightest emotion in their hearts in the face of this majestic scene that caused one to sigh in admiration. If one were to say that there was something, it could only be fear. Following the activation of this large formation, everyone present could clearly see that the lotus stone blocks around the square actually began to slowly rotate. At the same time, numerous obscure mysterious symbols gradually became clear on the surface of the stone blocks. A glaring golden light was emitted from the lotus core. All the elite Dodi present ignored this small change in the stone blocks. Everyone raised their eyes and looked at the enormous formation in the sky. The golden light flashed and a bright glow was reflected from the eyes of all the elite Dodi. It was just like the stars in the night sky, bright and glaring. Suddenly, the cluster of sunlight golden light suddenly brightened while all the elite Dodi present focused their eyes. Soon after, a chi sound of air being split appeared and a 10-foot thick golden light pillar suddenly shot out from the cluster of golden light. In an instant, it tore through the empty space. It was just like a meteor falling from the sky as it charged toward the elite Dodi below. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of everyone present to suddenly change. The group of elite Dodi, who had been gathered together a moment ago, had scattered like birds and beasts the next moment. Even so, the speed of the golden light was not slow at all. In the end, there were still 2 old men who were unable to dodge in time, and their bodies were instantly pierced by the golden light pillar. In front of the golden-colored light pillar, the Dochi armor that was agglomerated on the surface of their bodies was like tofu. It was instantly destroyed by the golden-colored light pillar in an extremely easy manner. Soon after, the crowd that had scattered in all directions stopped their bodies. They turned their eyes back and looked over. The two elite Dodi, whose strength was not the least bit weak, had turned into golden light that permeated the sky under the golden-colored light pillar. The hearts of everyone present suddenly paled when they saw this scene. Those two were also elite Dodi. Yet, they did not have the ability to resist the golden light pillar. Even though everyone present boasted of their extraordinary strength, they still involuntarily felt a chill that seeped into their hearts when faced with this golden light pillar. This formation, isn't it a little too frightening? The eyes of quite a number of elite Dodi within the crowd were shocked as they looked at the enormous formation in the sky. This was especially the case when they looked at the golden light cluster. Their eyes revealed a deep fear. Although they had come for the treasures within the remains, they had never thought that they would die in this place. They boasted of their great strength. Being elite Dodi, there were very few people in the entire western region who could kill them. Yet, even someone as strong as a Dodi was unable to survive for more than a second under this formation. How could this not cause fear to form in their hearts? However, just as a portion of the elite Dodi were about to turn their heads and withdraw, they realized that there was no longer any path of retreat around the stone platform. The stone steps from earlier had already disappeared. Currently, all they could see was a bottomless abyss. At this moment, all the elite Dodi present finally recovered. This included the people from the 4 great clans. A grave expression was written on everyone's faces. There was no path of retreat. The formation in front of them was so frightening that they did not have the ability to fight back. From the looks of it, this group of people seemed to have fallen into a hopeless situation. Xianxia, who was wearing a black robe in the air, had an incomparably grave expression on his face under the black robe. A pair of dark black eyes repeatedly swept over the entire open ground, hoping to find a thread of survival. However, when Xianxia looked around, all he saw was bright golden light all over the place. He was unable to find any openings. Thinking about it at this moment, it was likely that the deepest part of the remains was a trap. It was likely that the owner of the remains did not intend to leave behind his cultivation inheritance. Damn it! There are no openings. Don't tell me that we can only wait for death here? Xianxia frowned tightly under the black robe. His hands under his sleeves had unknowingly clenched into fists. Even with Xiaoyan's calm state of mind, he was unable to continue to remain calm in this kind of hopeless situation. At this moment, the huge formation in the sky began to operate once again. Dazzling golden light suddenly shot out and the entire square was instantly enveloped by the golden light. Everyone present could not help but shut their eyes. Soon after, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out once again. This time around, the formation's attack was even more ferocious than before. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out beside everyone's ears, miserable shrieks immediately rang out from the 2 groups of people who were standing in 2 different places. The crowd in the sky once again fled in panic. In the blink of an eye, the golden light that covered the open ground had already scattered. Everyone raised their eyes. Only then did they see 2 golden light pillars descending from the sky. This time around, the golden light had killed nearly 10 elite Dodi in one go, 10 Dodi. If they were placed in the western region in the outside world, they would be terrifying existences that could do whatever they wanted. However, they had disappeared in the blink of an eye within the remains. Everyone present, whose faces were filled with shock, only gradually recovered when the golden light pillar gradually scattered. Everyone's faces had some lingering fear as they looked at the spot where the golden light pillar had disappeared. At that spot, over 10 elite Dodis had lost their lives. Fear surged within everyone's hearts. At this moment, even Xiaoyan could only helplessly maneuver the Do Qi within his body, preparing to face any unexpected change in the situation. Chi. Soon after, before everyone present had any time to catch their breaths, the enormous golden formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate. A chi sound was emitted from the golden light cluster. The golden light on the entire formation also gradually became brighter. Seeing this scene, all the elite Dodi in the empty space were immediately startled. The Dochi within their bodies surged out, preparing themselves for the golden light pillar that was about to descend once again. Chi. Soon after, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly resounded over the place a couple of breaths later. 2 shocking golden light pillars also shot out explosively from the golden energy cluster. They once again shot explosively toward the elite Dodi in the empty space below. This time around, everyone in the sky was clearly prepared. Dozens of figures flashed and bitterly dodged the golden light pillars that brushed past them. Although they had dodged the two light pillars, their hearts did not rejoice because of this. This was because soon after the two golden light pillars missed, the large formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate without stopping. However, in the blink of an eye, another two light pillars fell one after another. Their targets were the elite Dodi below. What? It's coming again. Everyone was suddenly shocked when the golden light shot out. Xiaoyan swiftly lifted his gaze under the black robe. He could see that one of the two golden light pillars was actually shooting toward his direction. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes hardened. He hurriedly raised his douqi and moved his body. Only when the light pillar arrived in front of him did he bitterly brush past it. The large black robe moved with the wind. A corner of the black robe came into contact with the golden light and quietly melted like snowflakes that had fallen into water. Ugh! Greatly alarmed, Xiaoyan hurriedly retreated. By the time he came to a stop, a large portion of his black robe had already been burned away by the golden light. This pillar of light is truly terrifying. A paleness involuntarily surged onto Xiaoyan's face under the black robe. His black robe had been corroded. Under the remnant might of the light pillar, Xiaoyan had also been somewhat affected. Although Xiaoyan had dodged the golden light pillar, the elite Dodi on the other side were not so lucky. Although over half of them had managed to dodge it, there were still 3 elite Dodi who had died miserably under the golden light pillar. However, just as everyone relaxed in their hearts, the large golden formation in the sky turned once again. In an instant, another golden light pillar shot out and shot towards the crowd below. What? This damn thing, it's actually not done yet. Everyone involuntarily frowned when they saw it. The douqi within their bodies surged wildly as they dodged towards the empty space in the distance. At this moment, Zhuo Lin, who was standing at the spot where the Zhuo clan was located among the 4 great clans, frowned as he watched the golden light pillar once again descend. This time around, there was actually only one. Zhuo Lin recalled the situation after the light pillar had descended. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly and a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across the deep region of his eyes. This thing is really overbearing. If it does not take a life, it will continue to descend like this. In the end, even if the people here are not killed by the light pillar, they should be exhausted to death. The expressions of the people around him immediately changed when they heard these words. They pondered for a moment in their hearts and quickly understood. No wonder this golden light pillar continued to descend. So this was the reason. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of those elite Dodi present involuntarily changed once again after they heard Zhuo Lin's words. In other words, this light pillar would definitely not rest until it killed everyone present. Damn it. Don't tell me that we should just sit here and wait for death. The expressions on the faces of everyone present immediately became gloomy after they understood this point in their hearts. They did not have the slightest room to retaliate under this golden light pillar. However, if this continued, everyone present would not have any way to survive. While everyone was feeling anxious in their hearts, Zhuo Lin, who was in the empty space, hurriedly swept his sword-like sharp eyes over the open ground. On the other side, everyone present once again hurriedly dodged as the golden light pillar descended. Just as everyone was about to dodge the golden light pillar, a small skinny old man among the crowd suddenly attacked the people beside him. In this current situation, almost everyone's attention was placed on the golden light pillar in front of them. Who would bother about the people beside them? As expected, the old man had suddenly attacked. A white-haired old man, who had luckily dodged the golden light pillar, had just revealed a smile of having survived a calamity when a frightening enormous force violently pressed against his back from behind. Bang! The skinny old man's palm landed. Although the white-haired old man in front of him was not seriously injured, he was once again violently pushed into the golden light pillar before it disappeared. Ah! A sharp miserable cry had just sounded when it quickly returned to silence. After which, the golden light scattered. Only then did everyone present look at the skinny old man with shocked faces. Everyone's eyes revealed a deep fear. What are you doing? Now that everyone is standing on the same boat, What difference is there between your actions and sinking the boat together? An old man with a resolute face among the scattered crowd waved his sleeves and angrily reprimanded the skinny old man with an angry face. At the same time, following this old man's voice, the group of elite Dodi in the empty space also turned their gazes over. Everyone's eyes carried a trace of anger. Ga. Everyone has heard what Shuagongzi said earlier. Once the light pillar appears, it will not stop until blood is seen. If everyone here continues to dodge like this, even if everyone is an elite Dodi, how long will you be able to endure? Hearing this, the skinny old man laughed. His smile appeared dark and evil. Hearing this, everyone in the empty space involuntarily frowned. Soon after, the skinny old man once again spoke and laughed strangely. As for what I did earlier, it was merely a delaying tactic. Although I pushed him into the golden light. Didn't I also save your lives at the same time? Otherwise, why would all of you have the time to listen to me speak here? You would have long been cautiously dodging the golden light with all your hearts. After the skinny old man's words sounded, this time around, everyone present finally gradually quietened down. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. The golden formation, which was still churning intensely a moment ago, had indeed calmed down. It was likely that there would not be any more movements for some time. At the end of the day, I am not the only one who killed this fellow. All of you have done the same. The skinny old man waved his sleeves. His shriveled finger was like an awl as he pointed at everyone present. His face was filled with ridicule as he laughed coldly. Immediately, everyone present frowned and lowered their heads. They were actually speechless. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square had once again become unusually quiet. So this is the way to resolve it. Suddenly, Zhuolin, who had been looking around the square below from the midair, suddenly opened his mouth. A pair of sharp sword-like eyes stared at the stone blocks on the square below. A cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Dozens of elite Dodi stood in the empty space above the large open ground. Their eyes revealed a cautious expression as they carefully observed the other people around them. The nerves all over their bodies could be said to be extremely tense. After the earlier matter, this group of people did not dare to be careless at this moment. They were afraid that someone would stab them in the back if they were not careful, causing them to lose their lives. Just as the atmosphere of the square had become extremely tense and solemn, something that touched everyone's hearts once again occurred. Chi. That extremely powerful strength once again surged within the large golden-colored formation in the sky. An extremely glaring golden light flickered intensely like the light of the sun in the middle of the formation. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to immediately raise their heads. Their eyes revealed shock as they stared at the glaring golden light. Even though the golden light caused their eyes to feel an intense piercing pain, these elite Dodi had no choice but to forcefully endure it. In the face of life and death, they must endure regardless of how great the pain was. Chi. Everyone present hurriedly moved their bodies and fled in different directions after the two sounds of rushing air were emitted. At the same time, Zhuolin in the midair also withdrew his gaze with an indifferent expression. Under the protection of Zhuobentang by the side, they had remained outside the golden light. Adding the reputation of the Zhuo clan, no one dared to approach them. This saved them a lot of trouble. As for Xiaoyan, it was not so easy for him to rely on his powerful spiritual strength to truly injure Xiaoyan despite the strength of the golden light and its incomparably fast speed. This time around, under the cover of the golden light that permeated the sky, there were indeed quite a number of elite Dodi who had fallen under the golden light pillar. However, no one knew if there would be anyone among these people who would be forcefully pushed into the sea of fire like the one from earlier. The hearts of all the elite Dodi present immediately turned cold when they thought of this. A chill involuntarily rose within their hearts. The distance between everyone present had been pulled apart in an invisible manner. Everyone, I know that after what happened earlier, everyone present will more or less have a grudge in their hearts. However, just as the crowd was carefully looking at each other, Zhuolin, who was in the sky, slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Before his words sounded, everyone present was already curling their lips in their hearts. Naturally, there would be grudges. Moreover, it would only increase and not decrease. They were afraid of the people beside them. However, they were even more afraid of the people from the four great clans. Compared to the experts beside them, who were of similar strength, the four great clans could easily finish them off. How could they not be cautious when dealing with them? It is naturally normal to have a grudge. However, as everyone has said earlier, the current situation is tense. We are all standing on the same boat. If any of us want to disembark midway, only death will be awaiting us. Therefore, the tone in Zhuolin's mouth paused slightly when he spoke until this point. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. He looked at the group of elite Dodi in the sky but did not say anything. All the elite Dodi present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard these words that did not end. They faced each other before looking at Zhuolin. Everyone's face carried a trace of doubt. Therefore, you want us to cooperate with you? They were indeed worthy of being part of the four great clans. In the end, the person who spoke was still the second-ranked Huaba from the Hu clan. Huaba narrowed his eyes. An obscure glint flashed deep within his eyes. His tone carried some caution as he spoke. Even the ancestor of the Hu clan felt some fear in his heart toward the Zhou clan. The ancestor of the Hu clan did not even really care about the other four great clans, the Bai clan and the Sun clan. Only this Zhou clan caused them to feel an endless headache. Buying from the Bai clan and Sun Shua from the Sun clan immediately turned their eyes over when Huaba's words were spoken. Buying was aware of Zhuolin's strength. He had observed every action of the latter. Huaba's words might have caused one to feel surprised, but this was within the expectations of the three clans. Sun Shua, on the other hand, had gradually woken up from the grief of losing his son after experiencing a couple of dangers. His mouth emitted a cold laugh when he heard Zhuolin's words. No one will wake up early if there are no benefits. Zhuolin immediately frowned when he heard Sun Shua's words. Even Zhuo Bentang, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes. A cold glint gradually surged in his sinister eyes. Ah, clan leader's son, you are wrong. If it were not for the sake of our own lives, I would not have said this. Zhuolin paused for a moment before he spoke again with a smile. However, this time, his smile was exceptionally cold. When they saw Zhuolin's fake smile, the people from the other three clans were secretly shocked. This was completely different from Zhuolin's usual cheerful demeanor. In the crowd, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. Under his black robe, he glanced at Zhuolin from time to time as he thought to himself. Haha, since you want to cooperate, young Master Zhuo, why do you need to beat around the bush? Just say it. Cooperation is naturally not a problem, but, before the loud laughter sounded, the words in Huaba's mouth came to a sudden halt. His face immediately became solemn. Both of his eyes were narrowed as they stared at Zhuolin. He asked in a serious tone, before this, young Master Zhuo should at least give us a reason that can convince us to cooperate. The group of elite Dodi in the empty space suddenly raised their heads when Huaba's words were uttered. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes landed on Zhuolin's body in unison. Huaba's words were correct. Everyone present was an elite Dodi. Which one of them was not a prideful person? Zhuolin was merely a 2-star Dodi. If he went out, he would be a head above these people by relying on his clan's support. However, everyone was currently in a predicament. Who would cooperate with a 2-star Dodi just because of a sentence from him? Even if he had Zhuo Bentang by his side, it was similarly impossible for him to do so. Ah, reason huh, Zhuolin lowered his head and smiled. Only then did he slowly raise his head. His gaze swept over the entire place. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a disdainful arc as he softly laughed. How about I lead everyone to break the formation? Clamor. Everyone present immediately burst into an uproar when Zhuolin's words were uttered. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they instantly looked toward Zhuolin. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the members of the other three large clans and Zhuo Bentang by his side also revealed an expression of disbelief in their eyes. Xiaoyan, who was hidden under a black robe, swiftly revealed a surprised expression in his dark black eyes the moment Zhuolin's words were emitted from his mouth. It was unexpected that this Zhuolin had actually found a method to break the formation. This really caused one's heart to be surprised. The entire place suddenly descended into silence after the words from Zhuolin's mouth sounded. Everyone frowned as they pondered the credibility of Zhuolin's words. Of course, the members of the three large clans were an exception. They knew that Zhuolin was a ruthless person. They also clearly understood Zhuolin's arrogance. He could not tolerate sand in his eyes. At the same time, he was also unwilling to dirty himself. His words always possessed some credibility. This point was something that even the Hua, Bai, and Sun clans, who were also part of the 4 large clans, had no choice but to admit. Chi. Just as everyone present once again fell into deep thought, the heaven-ascending great formation in the sky was like a death sentence as it once again activated. At this moment, everyone present immediately understood in their hearts that there was not much time left for them to make a choice. Since eldest young Master Zhua has already stated his reason, my Hua clan is willing to give it a try. My Hua clan is willing to cooperate with the Zhua clan. Hua Ba laughed out loud. He pulled Hua Tian behind him and spoke in a loud voice. Cuckoo, the Bai is currently all alone. I am willing to make this trip with the Zhua clan. Bai also smiled faintly and expressed his attitude. Although Sun Shua did not open his mouth, he also took a step forward to express his attitude. All the elite Dodi present involuntarily curled their mouths wildly in their hearts when they saw this. As they were all part of the 4 large clans, the gap in strength between them was naturally much smaller. The basis of their cooperation could also be considered balanced. However, they were merely a group of ordinary Dodi. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. Being used as a tool by others was something that they could not accept. Cuckoo, let me warn you once again. If you are unwilling to cooperate now, don't say that we do not care about your life when the time comes. If we split into 2 boats, I will not care if his boat sinks or not. Huh? The pressure from Zhuolin caused the hearts of everyone present to suddenly tremble. From the looks of it, it was likely that they would not have a good ending if they were unwilling to cooperate. Even though they had already fallen into such a situation, their group did not have much of a chance of victory once the 4 large clans joined hands. Hence, from the looks of it now, they needed to make a choice. Moreover, following the agglomeration of the golden light, the large golden formation above everyone's heads was about to erupt once again. If they continued to hesitate like this, it would really be bad. The old me is willing to join. Suddenly, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, among the many elite Dodi, uttered these words in an extremely abrupt manner. At the same time, his footsteps slowly moved forward and he arrived at a spot not far from Bai Ying. A golden glint involuntarily flashed deep within Bai Ying's eyes when he saw this. At the same time, the other 3 clans also looked at this black-robed person. The expression in their eyes was different. This person was the black-robed person who had arrived at this open ground earlier than the 4 large clans. Of course, he was Xiaoyan. With the addition of Xiaoyan, the group of elite Dodi behind him helplessly lowered their heads. A short moment later, all the elite Dodi present had joined this cooperation group. It was also at this moment that 2 glaring large golden light pillars suddenly shot out from the sky. They were just like life-threatening impermanence as they violently attacked everyone. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. End of chapter 676. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.